The story begins on Qingluan Mountain, where white clouds drift overhead and towering stacks of firewood cover the land. In the middle of it all, a young man keeps chopping wood, as if he is stocking up for an entire festival season. After working under the blazing sun for hours, he wipes away the sweat and quietly feels satisfied with Today's progress. The moment that thought ends, the system interface appears before his eyes. The system reports that the host has chopped a total of 3,653,650 trees. Even he is shocked that he has cut down so much wood. Just as everyone expected, he is actually someone from Earth who transmigrated here and once nearly became a top trainee. But his stubborn nature kept him from following orders, so he was eventually pushed aside. From that day on, his life lost almost all sense of direction. After arriving at Yunhua Southern Realm, he is assigned to manage the Qinghong Library while also teaching talisman arts. At first, he believes the system will help him build a glorious future and dominate the world. Instead, he ends up with a completely useless system that does nothing except force him to chop wood. He chops until he is practically a lumberjack master, yet his cultivation remains stuck at the opening light realm, and that man is Bai Luochen. Just then, a disciple flies over from afar and calls out to martial uncle. Moving too fast, the disciple crashes straight into a pile of firewood and sends logs flying everywhere. The arrogant disciple announces that the Front Mountain disciple recruitment started 10 days ago, acting respectful while secretly mocking Bai Luochen because no one would ever want him as a master. Bai Luochen simply says he already knows, and the disciple snorts before leaving after deliberately wrecking another pile of firewood. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Bai Luochen laughs at himself, knowing his current cultivation would never attract any disciples anyway. After thinking it over, he decides to visit the recruitment event and see how this year's talents look. The scene shifts to Zhaoxin Plaza, where countless young cultivators gather for the entrance examination. At the recruitment area, Zhang Heming from the Sword Dao department is constantly praised because he has attracted many outstanding talents this year, and although he acts humble, he clearly enjoys the attention. After the greetings end, everyone looks toward the talisman arts booth managed by Bai Luochen, where not a single applicant is waiting, and even the teacher himself has not shown up, leading many to mock that a full Illumination Realm instructor like him is only embarrassing himself. Hearing that, Zhang Heming joins in and criticizes his martial uncle for failing to recruit even one disciple in 10 years, while still daring to skip the event. He immediately approaches the dean and suggests removing Bai Luochen from his teaching position and taking away his authority over Qingluan Mountain. The dean calmly strokes his beard and reminds everyone of something important. He explains that 10 years ago, Bai Luochen lost his cultivation and became trapped in the full Illumination Realm, and the dean's name is Li Guangxi. Li Guangxi continues that it was the price Bai Luochen paid to protect the library years ago, leaving everyone speechless. After a brief pause, Zhang Heming refuses to give up and argues that even if Bai Luochen once made great contributions, he is no longer qualified to remain a teacher. The others quickly agree, proposing that Bai Luochen be removed from teaching while allowing him to keep managing Qingluan Mountain, and Li Guangqi falls silent as the Structural Syndrome's instructors repeatedly nod in support. Right as the argument reaches its peak, Bai Luochen's voice suddenly echoes across the plaza, startling everyone. He walks over with a smile, thanking his junior brothers for caring so much about him, looking rather messy while carrying a dead snake in one hand. Zhang Heming immediately mocks him for making such a mess just to catch one snake, but Bai Luochen calmly replies that the snake had some cultivation and almost caused him real trouble. Hearing that, the candidates below burst into laughter, believing the instructor is just joking because the snake looks completely ordinary. But among the crowd, one young girl seems to notice something unusual. The moment she senses the terrifying pressure lingering on the snake's corpse, her expression changes as she realizes its true identity. Zhang Heming pretends to be generous and takes out a 5 elements origin nourishing pill, telling his martial uncle to use it if he is injured, and Bai Luochen grows curious about his sudden kindness. Zhang Heming points at the recruitment crowd and loudly declares that if Bai Luochen recruits even one disciple today, he will respectfully present this pill with both hands. He adds that if Bai Luochen fails to recruit anyone, he must willingly step down as an instructor. Bai Luochen only yawns and casually says he has no time for childish games, and if he gets no disciples this year, that is perfectly fine before turning to leave. But after only a few steps, a loud shout stops him. Jiang Heming keeps attacking, saying Bai Luochen is lazy and weak, making him completely unfit to train the academy's future talents. He points straight at Bai Luochen and urges the dean to remove him, while Bai Luochen calmly plays with the dead snake as if nothing matters. Once someone takes the lead, the other instructors quickly join in, claiming Bai Luochen is no longer suitable for his position. In the end, the dean turns to Bai Luochen and asks what he thinks about the matter. Bai Luochen calmly replies that it makes no difference to him, and not being an instructor would actually be less troublesome as long as he can stay on Qingluan Mountain. Hidden among the crowd, some people secretly celebrate because they believe the academy's finest mountain will soon belong to them, while others continue looking down on him. Seeing that everyone has nearly reached an agreement, the dean slowly announces his decision. He declares that Bai Luochen of the Talisman Arts Department is officially removed from his teaching position after 10 straight years of failing to recruit disciples. Just when everything seems settled, a young woman's voice suddenly interrupts. Everyone immediately turns toward the source of the voice in surprise. A beautiful young woman steps forward from the crowd and boldly announces that she wishes to become instructor Bai's disciple and study talisman arts under him. Her words shock the entire plaza because no one can understand why someone so talented would choose a man treated as a failure for the past 10 years. Many people immediately try to change her mind, convinced she must have ignored everything they just said. In their eyes, Bai Luochen has nothing worth learning, and following him is not even as good as doing chores at the academy. Even Jiang Heming quickly steps forward to recruit her, promising that if she joins the Swords Dao department, she will receive top resources and might even become the chief disciple. But the young woman ignores everyone and runs straight to Bai Luochen before hugging his arm. Even with her pressing against him, Bai Luochen stays completely calm, while the blushing girl grits her teeth and begs him to accept her as his disciple, only for him to reply with one crushing sentence, "I am not accepting anyone." Even after being rejected, the young woman refuses to give up and keeps begging to become his disciple, while Bai Luochen only wants a peaceful life, leaving Jiang Heming furious because he cannot understand why a Sword Dao genius would choose a talisman arts instructor. After thinking it over, Jiang Heming convinces himself that everything is part of a carefully planned act, believing the girl was arranged by Bai Luochen to compete for the Sword Dao chief disciple position. Certain that he has figured it out, Jiang Heming points at them and shouts that Bai Luochen is truly scheming, but the two of them only exchange confused looks because neither knows what he is talking about. He then bows to the dean and says there is no need to force her to stay, since if she does not like the Sword Dao department, she should simply be allowed to leave. He even suggests letting the young woman become Bai Luochen's disciple, making her instantly beam with joy as she hugs Bai Luochen's arm even tighter, while Bai Luochen can only stare in disbelief and ask, "What?" Bai Luochen looks at her and directly asks why she insists on choosing him as her master when everyone knows he is only a talisman arts instructor stuck at the full illumination realm, leaving her unsure how to explain. The truth is that she is hiding an enormous secret because she is actually a reincarnated loose immortal. In her previous life, she cultivated for countless years, but still failed to reach the peak of the Great Tao, so she chose to reincarnate with all her memories and start over. Her original plan was to join the Sword Dao department, where her talent and beauty would easily earn her every resource she needed. But all her plans changed the moment she encountered a terrifying expert who was deliberately hiding his true strength. With the experience of a loose immortal, she knows she is not mistaken. That snake was on the verge of evolution, and by human standards, it was at least at the peak of the Great Ascension realm. Even at the height of her previous life, she could not guarantee she would have been able to defeat such a terrifying creature. Yet the man before her, who appeared to be only at the full illumination realm, had dealt with it effortlessly using a method she could not comprehend. While Su Liu is lost in thought, the dean suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. He immediately declares that if no one has any objections, the decision stands. Hearing that, Bai Luochen quickly protests, "Wait, I object." Unfortunately, the dean completely ignores him and officially confirms the young woman as a member of the Talisman Arts Department. As if that were not enough, he even tells Bai Luochen to take good care of his new disciple, leaving him speechless. Before long, the recruitment event comes to its end, and everyone gradually leaves. As Bai Luochen prepares to head back, Zhang Heming appears again with a mocking smile, congratulating him and saying the Talisman Arts Department will surely shine in the assessment 3 months from now. Tired of the strange remarks, Bai Luochen bluntly asks if something is wrong with Zhang Heming's brain. Ignoring Zhang Heming after that, Bai Luochen turns to the girl and asks her name. She respectfully replies, "Instructor Bai, my name is Su Liyue." Hearing her answer, Bai Luochen can only sigh to himself after suddenly ending up with another burden. Even so, he politely says she has a beautiful name. Su Liyue thanks him, while Bai Luochen quietly decides that from now on, she will have to rely on herself in cultivation. Not long afterward, the master and disciple return to Qingluan Peak. Before them stand mountain-like piles of neatly stacked firewood. Su Liyue looks around in confusion. If Bai Luochen is truly a hidden powerhouse, why would he choose to live like this? Based on her judgment, he could shake the entire Qinghong Academy with ease. So why would he accept such a humble life? Seeing her standing there in thought, Bai Luochen speaks up and says that now she is his disciple, she must first learn the basic rules. With an unusually serious expression, he says the first rule is that the Talisman Arts Department has no fixed schedule, and everything depends on self-discipline. The second rule is that freedom comes first. She can go wherever she wants and do whatever she likes without reporting to him. The third rule is much more practical. The Talisman Arts Department has very few members, so cultivation resources are also extremely limited. However, he immediately reassures her that he will never let his disciple suffer, and as he speaks, he takes out 2 worn books. As for the fourth rule, he admits he has not thought of one yet. When he asks if she has any questions, Su Liu immediately says she has none. Pleased by her obedient attitude, he casually tosses the 2 manuals to her and explains that he personally wrote and revised both of them. The first book covers the fundamentals, containing a complete introduction to talismans, with lessons arranged from basic to advanced. The second book focuses on practice, with every exercise clearly labeled by difficulty. He tells her to learn step by step and never rush. Before finishing, he adds that he will occasionally check her progress. Su Liyue immediately bows and promises to remember every instruction. He then points toward a row of old houses in the distance and tells her that every disciple's room is empty, so she can choose whichever one she likes. If she needs daily supplies, she can collect them from the logistics hall. Looking at the nearly empty room, Su Liyue almost wants to cry and even considers asking for a transfer. But she quickly throws that thought away. To her, enduring a little hardship is worth it if she can follow such a hidden master. Just as she carries her luggage inside, she sees Bai Luochen preparing the flood dragon. His movements are so swift that they are almost impossible to follow, separating every cut of meat with perfect precision. After finishing the preparation, he seasons the meat and places it on the grill, one piece after another. A flame suddenly ignites in the palm of his hand. He channels the fire directly into the firewood, causing the heat to rise instantly. Before long, while Su Liyue is still cleaning her room, an irresistible aroma drifts inside. She instinctively takes several deep breaths, unable to resist the mouth-watering scent. Unable to contain her curiosity, she immediately runs to the window to see what is happening outside. The moment she looks outside, Su Liu freezes. Bai Luochen is actually grilling flood dragon meat. Her whole body trembles in shock. A flood dragon is an incredibly rare immortal beast that any major force would treasure. Yet now, that priceless creature is being cooked as dinner, leaving her completely speechless. One golden piece of fragrant meat after another disappears into Bai Luochen's stomach. Watching the scene, Su Liyue keeps swallowing as her eyes stay locked on the grilled meat. She cannot help thinking that even after an entire lifetime as a loose immortal, she has never tasted flood dragon meat. Finally, she gathers her courage, walks over, and softly calls out, "Master." Blushing with embarrassment, she quietly asks, "Master, I'm a little hungry. May I have just one bite?" Bai Luochen glances at her and calmly replies, "No." The firm answer leaves her frozen in place. Su Liyue feels utterly embarrassed. A former loose immortal at the peak of cultivation has just been rejected over a bite of grilled meat. She tries to look pitiful, but Bai Luochen remains unmoved, insisting that rules are rules. After failing to get any food, she angrily turns around and walks away, while muttering that her master is far too stingy. Just then, Bai Luochen suddenly calls for her to stop. Her eyes immediately light up as she quickly turns around with a hopeful expression. She watches him casually pick at the grilled meat with a toothpick. A tiny piece of meat is separated and left hanging on the tip. He hands it over and says, "Here, have this to satisfy your craving." Looking at the pitifully small portion, she can only stare, but her hand moves faster than her thoughts and accepts it right away. As Bai Luochen continues eating, he explains that there is a reason for doing it this way, and she will understand after tasting it. Hearing those mysterious words, Su Liyue becomes convinced that the meat must hold a hidden secret. So she decides to find out what makes this tiny piece so special. Her tongue gently touches the meat on the toothpick. In that instant, her entire body shakes violently. An enormous wave of spiritual energy floods into her body, leaving her stunned as if she is floating among the clouds. She absorbs only a tiny amount, yet her body is already reaching its limit as the energy threatens to overflow. Su Liu is shocked to realize that this spiritual energy exceeds what she gained from 6 months of closed-door cultivation. With her current physique, she simply cannot handle all the power hidden inside the flood dragon meat. If she had eaten a whole piece earlier, both her body and soul might have collapsed. Understanding everything at last, she immediately bows and sincerely thanks her master for the reward. Bai Luochen nods and reminds her that one small taste each day is enough, and she must never become greedy. Night gradually falls. Near the teleportation gate, several shadowy figures quietly appear and secretly head toward Qingluan Peak. The horse raised by Bai Luochen is famously clever, and many disciples who tried to steal it before were kicked away. Using the cover of darkness, 2 suspicious disciples quietly climb over the wall and sneak inside. One whispers whether the 2 of them can really succeed, while the other confidently says he came fully prepared. As he speaks, he takes out a brightly colored bottle and explains that it contains heavenly drunken mist, specially made by their senior brother. Any beast below the 5th rank will collapse after one sniff. The younger disciple is still nervous, but the other immediately signals him to stay quiet. At that very moment, Bai Luochen appears, carrying a bundle of fresh grass to feed the horse a Latinite meal. Before long, he neatly places the grass into the feeding trough. As he pets the horse, he quietly says that it has become much healthier lately. At the very least, it is finally starting to look like a true divine steed. After giving it a few gentle reminders, he tells it to rest well and heads back to his room. From beginning to end, Bai Luochen never notices the 2 men hiding nearby. As soon as he enters his room, he casually puts out the lamp. Seeing that, the leader immediately grins and signals that the time to act has arrived. The 2 men quietly step out of hiding with smug smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, in another old room, Su Liyue is still carefully studying the manual Bai Luochen gave her. After reading for a while, she suddenly stops and frowns. Her sharp hearing picks up several unusual sounds coming from outside. Her expression instantly turns cold. Who would dare cause trouble on Qingluan Peak in the middle of the night? Su Liyue quietly leaves her room and secretly watches this situation. She has already made up her mind. If they are really troublemakers, she will teach them a lesson. At the same time, the 2 horse thieves move close to their target. The senior disciple takes out the sleeping drug and prepares to pour it into the feeding trough with a sly grin. The 2 smugly whisper that this will be the horse's special seasoning tonight. Just then, a cold voice echoes from the darkness. Su Liu appears with an overwhelming aura and demands that they reveal who they are. The junior disciple jumps in shock and asks why there is another person on Qingluan Peak. After a moment, the senior realizes she is the girl who rejected the Sword Dao department that morning to follow Bai Luochen. Even after learning her identity, they show no fear and mock her, telling her not to interfere. Su Liyue only lets out a cold laugh. No one is touching her master's belongings. Not wanting to waste any time, one of them immediately rushes in to attack first. His figure shoots forward at incredible speed. He reaches out with obvious malicious intent. To make matters worse, his target is Su Liyue. Even so, she stands perfectly still without changing her expression. Only when he is about to reach her does she gently step aside, making his attack miss completely. She immediately shifts her weight and prepares to counterattack. A powerful kick flies straight into his chin before he can react. With a single move, she sends him flying across the ground. The junior disciple rushes over in panic and hurriedly checks on him. Although knocked down, the senior quickly forces himself back up. Blood pours from his mouth, and one of his front teeth falls out. Even then, he acts tough and loudly claims he is fine, saying the girl just has a little skill. Hearing that, the junior becomes excited again, believing his senior has not lost his fighting spirit. The senior immediately unleashes a surge of true energy as spiritual power surrounds his body. He declares that he will deal with her himself and even tells the junior to jump in if he starts losing. The junior eagerly cheers him on, hoping to see Su Liyue taught a lesson. Without another word, the senior charges again. His entire body glows red like burning fire as he gathers power into his fingertips to unleash a pressure point technique. His eyes are filled with determination as he prepares to use his strongest attack. Su Liyue calmly steps back and takes a fighting stance without wasting a second. The moment they close the distance, he is struck by another devastating kick before he can even use his technique, this time straight into his armpit. The result is no surprise. He is blasted away again and crashes to the ground. Even worse, green flames cling to his arm and continuously drain his spiritual energy. It turns out Su Liyue secretly planted a special flame during her kick, one that absorbs her opponent's spiritual energy. Seeing his senior lose again and again, the junior finally draws his sword and charges into battle. Ironically, the intruder loudly shouts that he has joined the fight, making enough noise to wake the sleeping Bai Luochen. Bai Luochen sleepily sits up and rubs his eyes. Looking out through the window, he sees one man lying on the ground in pain, while the other rushes towards Su Liyue with a sword. Realizing the situation is not dangerous yet, he calmly closes the window. He casually returns to bed and pulls up the blanket, but before closing his eyes, he flicks a finger. In an instant, the defensive formation protecting Qingluan Peak is fully activated. Outside, the junior is immediately struck down by Su Liyue. His sword snaps in half, and he is sent flying backward. Looking up at the sky, she quickly realizes that a soundproof barrier now surrounds the area. Understanding her master's intention, she stops holding back and releases her full aura. Her overwhelming spiritual pressure leaves the two men struggling to breathe as she coldly declares that even her master wants to deal with them. The two thieves instantly lose all courage and desperately beg for mercy. The next morning, the sound of someone slamming a table echoes through one area of the sect. The furious man is the senior brother of the beast taming department. His face is bright red as he angrily claims the other side has gone too far. The two disciples beaten the previous night kneel on the floor with swollen faces that are almost unrecognizable. They keep complaining that they tried their best, but Bai Luochen's new disciple was simply too strong, leaving them no chance to fight back. Another disciple quickly urges everyone to stay calm and wait until they recover before making another move. Hearing that, the senior brother finally calmed down and tossed each of them a bottle of pills as compensation for their losses. The two disciples lit up with joy, bowed at once, and thanked the senior brother for his generosity. He waved them off, told them to recover, and promised he would settle this score himself. After that, he gathered every disciple from the beast-taming department and prepared to march toward Qingluan Peak to pressure them. It did not take long before he assembled the whole group, claiming they were defending their fellow disciples and seeking justice. Just as everyone's fighting spirit reached its peak, another disciple rushed over to stop them. He explained that Bai Luochen was still an academy instructor, and their side had secretly tried to steal first. If they marched over together, it could easily backfire. Even after hearing that, the senior brother refused to back down. He insisted the horse belonged to the beast taming department, and Bai Luochen had no right to keep it. The disciple quickly came up with another plan, saying Bai Luochen had allowed his disciple to seriously injure others, which clearly violated academy rules. If they demanded punishment for Su Lingyu in the name of protecting academy rules, the other side would have no excuse. Then they could use the pressure to demand the horse back. To protect his disciple, Bai Luochen would likely give in. The senior brother praised the clever idea and agreed to follow the plan. Once the plan was settled, the group headed straight for the law enforcement hall. One night passed, and the morning sun slowly spread across the land with the warmth of a new day. On Qingluan Peak, the door of the simple house slowly opened. Bai Luochen woke up, stretched with a long yawn, and casually stepped outside to enjoy the fresh air. While he was still half asleep, a voice calling master instantly woke him up. It turned out Su Lingyu had also just left her room and greeted him with a polite smile. While splitting firewood with an axe, Bai Luochen casually asked how her studies had gone last night, catching her completely off guard. Su Lingyu answered awkwardly, as she recalled staying awake all night studying that book. Yet she had not even finished one page before nearly all of her spiritual energy was drained. Thinking about it made her feel even more helpless because she still could not truly understand that small amount. Seeing his disciple hesitate, he told her to speak honestly because he was not the kind of master who punished people without reason. Only then did she gather the courage to answer. She felt tremendous pressure because the supreme technique her master had given her was clearly an incredible opportunity, yet she struggled to learn it. After thinking for a long time, she finally admitted she had only managed to read about half a page. Hearing that answer, Bai Luochen immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around. When he learned she had spent the entire night and only comprehended that much, Su Lingyu lowered her head in guilt. Bai Luochen was so surprised that he blurted it out, his voice echoing across the entire mountain. Seeing his reaction, she became even more anxious, her eyes turning red as she apologized for her poor talent. But instead of being disappointed, he laughed and said that was not the case at all. He even admitted he had expected her to read only the title before giving up. Su Lingyu froze, unsure if he was encouraging her or underestimating her. As he spoke, he took out an item and continued explaining. He silently judged that the book had been reinforced with countless high-level talismans, yet she had comprehended half a page in just one night. That was already an impressive result. After saying that, he handed her a token and told her to keep studying the book without pushing herself too hard. With this token, she could freely enter the library pavilion and search for techniques and manuals that suited her. Once she upgraded the token in the future, she would gain access to higher floors with even greater inheritances. Holding the token, she immediately asked how to upgrade it. Bai Luochen answered simply, complete missions assigned by the library or join disciple trials. After hearing that, Su Lingyu carefully put away the token and sincerely thanked her master for his guidance. Even so, she quietly wondered about the token's true value. After all, the man standing before her had lived through countless years. Compared to her master's inheritance, this token hardly seemed worth mentioning. Besides, everything Bai Luochen had already taught her was enough to study for a lifetime, so she had little interest in ordinary techniques outside. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed Bai Luochen standing perfectly still like a statue for quite some time. At that moment, an announcement echoed across the academy, ordering Qingluan Peak disciple Su Lingyu to report to the punishment hall immediately. The moment she heard it, she knew it had something to do with the two intruders she had beaten up the night before. She awkwardly admitted she might have hit them a little too hard, and now the trouble had finally arrived. Bai Luochen simply waved it off and told her not to worry because he would handle everything. Then he asked her to come down the mountain with him and see what the other side was really planning. Meanwhile, a large crowd had already gathered outside Qingluan Peak to watch the drama. Everyone waited for the master and disciple who had become the center of attention. Before long, Bai Luochen walked out of the peak with Su Lingyu by his side. Two law enforcers floated in the air above them. The leader was Song Langtang, a fusion realm cultivator. He announced that the law enforcement hall had received a report accusing Su Lingyu of ignoring academy rules and seriously injuring fellow disciples. The two law enforcers demanded that Bai Luochen hand over Su Lingyu out of respect for academy rules. Below them, the crowd kept shouting in support to build even more pressure. Bai Luochen only answered with a cold smile. It looked like they had prepared this show well. Completely unfazed, he calmly continued walking forward with his disciple. The other law enforcer, Zhao Cheng, was also at the fusion realm. He claimed the evidence was clear and ordered Su Lingyu to return with them for investigation. Bai Luochen calmly set his axe on the ground before speaking. Then he slowly swept his gaze across the people standing behind them. He asked what punishment the two beast-taming department disciples had received for breaking into Qingluan Peak in the middle of the night. That sharp question instantly made the beast-taming department senior brother turn pale with cold sweat. He hurriedly claimed the two disciples had only gotten lost and wandered into Qingluan Peak by accident. Besides, they had already been punished. Hearing that, Bai Luochen let out a knowing laugh. He casually replied that if they were only lost, then his disciple had simply struck the wrong people by mistake. That was a matter between master and disciple, and the law enforcement hall had no reason to interfere. Seeing the pair about to leave, the senior brother immediately shouted for them to stop. He insisted the law enforcement hall had already found Su Lingyu guilty, and anyone who defied its orders would pay the price. Bai Luochen glanced at him, A chilling aura spread instantly, and his voice turned razor-sharp as he asked what gave the man the right to lecture him. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the senior brother's legs nearly gave out in fear. He swallowed again and again just to keep himself steady. The next moment, he turned and shouted at the two law enforcers. He accused Bai Luoken of ignoring academy rules and openly protecting a guilty disciple. He repeatedly urged the law enforcers to arrest Su Lingyu at once to defend the academy's reputation. Hearing that, Su Lingyu puffed up her cheeks in anger while Bai Luochen's expression grew colder. Soon after, the two law enforcers descended from the sky. Song Longteng kept his arrogant expression and warned that anyone who opposed the law enforcement hall had never met a good end. He believed Bai Luochen understood that well. Bai Luochen only laughed in contempt and mocked him for acting like he represented the entire law enforcement hall. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Zhao Cheng roared in anger and declared that he would personally arrest both master and disciple today. The moment he finished speaking, he charged forward and called for Song Longteng to attack together. Watching this unfold, the beast-taming department's senior brother secretly celebrated. He believed Bai Luochen still thought he was the genius of the past. The two law enforcers rushed in with overwhelming force, yet both Bai Luochen and Su Lingyu stood calmly as if watching a performance. The senior brother became even more confident, believing someone at the full illumination realm stood no chance against the law enforcement hall. Right then, Bai Luochen lightly patted Su Lingyu on the shoulder and pushed her forward. He told her to treat this as her first real combat test after last night's lesson and not to embarrass him. She accepted without hesitation. Without the slightest fear, Su Lingyu faced both law enforcers alone. One of them immediately shouted in fury, saying she was courting death. His sword came crashing down with terrifying force, but she only smiled faintly, finding his strength completely unimpressive. The moment that thought crossed her mind, her figure became a gust of wind and slipped past him in an instant. Seeing his partner lose the upper hand, the other law enforcer immediately rushed in with another attack. But the young woman's movement technique was far too agile. Both attacks missed completely. Their sword energy ripped across the ground, leaving deep cracks and massive craters behind. Watching that power, Su Lingyu finally understood why her master had chosen these two to test her strength. As they charged again, she simply shook her head. In her eyes, they were far too weak to deserve her master's attention. The two law enforcers launched sword strikes from every direction, but she dodged everyone with effortless movements. She felt even more confident knowing her master was backing her. Feeling the timing was right, she avoided another attack while tracing strange patterns through the air to cast a talisman technique. One law enforcer noticed something unusual and frowned, unable to tell what Su Lingyu was preparing. In the next instant, streams of spiritual energy intertwined and formed a glowing talisman in midair. The law enforcer stared in disbelief. Talismans normally had to be prepared beforehand, yet Su Lingyu was creating one in the middle of battle. The other law enforcer immediately realized what was happening. His face darkened as he felt they were nothing more than practice targets. Song Longteng shouted in anger, telling his partner to stop holding back and finish the fight with full power. The two attacked together. One unleashed a razor-sharp sword aura that tore through the air and shot straight toward her. Su Lingyu leaped lightly into the air and easily avoided the strike. But another opponent was already waiting above to cut off her escape. She frowned in annoyance as they kept interrupting her talisman. The law enforcer above declared her fate was sealed before pouring all his strength into a dragon-shaped sword phantom that crashed down with terrifying force. Even then, Su Lingyu remained perfectly calm. She raised two fingers, gathered spiritual energy, and let out a cold snort. She looked at him with complete disdain as the energy at her fingertips rapidly expanded into a terrifying force. She pushed that power toward the attack from above while raising walls of earth beneath her to block the enemy below. The energy instantly became a solid barrier that effortlessly stopped both attacks. The violent collision erupted into a thunderous explosion, and thick dust swallowed the entire battlefield. The shockwave was so powerful that it blasted both law enforcers away. Song Longteng clutched his chest and gasped for breath, still hoping the attack had injured her. But as the dust settled, Su Lingyu was still standing there without a single scratch. Countless arcs of lightning danced across her palm. The lightning quickly condensed into two lifelike thunder spirit birds. She coldly declared that now she was finally getting serious. Seeing that scene, Both law enforcers turned pale as they realized they had challenged someone far beyond their expectations. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield as lightning swept through the area and buried both men beneath a cloud of dust. Watching from afar, Bai Luochen quietly evaluated the fight. He realized the Thunder Lightning Purple Gang technique he had taught her was still not a perfect match. He began considering a trip to Kangyuan to find her a pure lightning treasure. Just then, the dust cleared, revealing the two charred law enforcers lying motionless. Su Lingyu dusted off her hands as if she had just finished a trivial task. Even so, Song Langtang forced himself awake and shouted to his companion, reminding him they were not the only ones who had come. Hearing his name, the senior brother behind them flinched. He silently cursed Song Langtang for dragging him into this after losing so badly. At that moment, Su Lingyu's talisman was finally complete. The senior brother broke into a cold sweat. Even two law enforcers together had been crushed, so charging in himself would be suicide. Before he could think of a way to escape, Su Lingyu made the first move and threw the talisman straight at him. The golden talisman instantly stuck to his body, making him jump in shock. Moments later, his legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees without realizing it. He had no idea what the talisman actually did. Meanwhile, Su Lingyu scratched her head awkwardly because Song Langtang had been her original target. She could not figure out why the talisman had flown off course. Only then did Bai Luochen slowly step forward. He told her to step back and rest for now. Su Lingyu respectfully obeyed at once. Song Langtang forced himself to sit up, his eyes filled with hatred. He accused Bai Luochen of allowing his disciple to humiliate the law enforcement hall. Leaning on his sword, he loudly threatened that the law enforcement hall would never let this go, and Bai Luochen would regret it sooner or later. Bai Luochen only gave a faint smile. He replied that the ones who should be worried were the three standing before him. That calm tone sent a chill down Song Langtang's spine. He quickly asked what Bai Luochen intended to do. In the next instant, Bai Luochen's aura erupted and flooded the entire area. Song Langtang immediately felt as if a mountain had crashed onto his body. He was slammed to the ground and could not believe what was happening. It was not just him. All three of them were pinned to the stone ground by an invisible pressure and completely unable to resist. Thunderclouds gathered overhead as lightning flashed across the sky, and deafening thunder shook the entire area. The mustached law enforcer trembled as he stammered. He could not understand how Bai Luochen could control such an enormous amount of spiritual energy. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Had Bai Luochen's spiritual veins recovered? Bai Luochen calmly replied that they should not forget they were standing on Qingluan Peak. Hearing that, Song Langtang immediately understood. His face turned grim as he realized Bai Luochen had not regained his strength, but was using the authority of the Peak Master to command the spiritual energy of Qingluan Peak. Just then, the identity token at Song Langtang's waist suddenly lit up. He was overjoyed, knowing his elder had received the signal. But before he could celebrate, he coughed up a mouthful of blood under the crushing pressure. The two law enforcers' identity tokens were instantly blasted away. Bai Luochen looked at them with a faint smile and said he had already shown plenty of respect to their elder. His gaze then shifted to the disciple, who was still kneeling under the talisman's control. He coldly declared that the man would remain on his knees until his master personally came to apologize. That night, at the beast taming branch, a deep voice echoed through a sealed room, asking why everyone had been waiting for him all evening. Covered in burns and looking miserable, Song Langtang respectfully reported everything that had happened. After hearing the story, Cheng Kun flew into a rage. He confirmed that his disciple was still kneeling on Qingluan Peak, and Song Langtang could only bow his head in admission. Cheng Kun let out a cold snort and told the two to return to the law enforcement hall first. He would personally deal with this matter. On the way back, Song Langtang sneered to himself. In his eyes, Bai Luochen was still just a cripple relying on Qingluan Peak. There was no way he could stand against an out-of-body realm expert. Back in the room, Chungsun summoned a disciple named Yi Hai and ordered him to accompany him to Qingluan Peak the following night to bring the senior brother back. A new day quickly arrived as dawn spread across the land. While eating breakfast, Bai Luochen quietly reflected. A full day had passed, yet the beast taming department had made no move. They were more patient than he expected. After finishing breakfast, he set down his chopsticks. Then he casually walked into the courtyard. As soon as he arrived, he saw Su Lingyu fully focused on studying and practicing talisman techniques. Without any warning, he casually threw several pieces of wood at her. The moment she sensed the unusual gust of wind, Su Lingyu instantly turned to react. She calmly shattered every flying piece of wood with punches and kicks. More impressively, her other hand never stopped drawing the unfinished talisman. Seeing that, Bai Luochen nodded in satisfaction. He judged that she had begun to master the balance between movement and concentration. Hearing the praise, Su Lingyu happily called out to her master. Bai Luochen took out a talisman and handed it to her. He said he was going out on some business, and if the beast taming department came looking for trouble, she should use it without hesitation. Su Lingyu accepted it and confidently promised that no one would be allowed to disturb Qingluan Peak. Hearing that, Bai Luochen turned into a streak of light and flew away, telling her he would return by the next morning at the latest. She respectfully saw her master off. The scene shifted to Kongwu Abyss, a land known as the sacred ground of the Demon Clan. It was divided into many infamous danger zones, including Coiling Dragon Pillar, Bays Ridge, Jiuli Valley, and Qingya Cliff, while the outer region was guarded by Qinghong Academy. The most terrifying place was the Forbidden Central Region, home to the 12 demon ancestors. Even Great Ascension Realm cultivators did not dare enter carelessly. High above the sky, a streak of light tore through the wind at incredible speed. Before long, Bai Luochen landed lightly on a deserted mountain. As he surveyed the area, he figured that with Su Lingyu's current strength, demon ancestor-level treasures were still far beyond her reach. Looking toward the distant mountains where beast roars echoed non-stop, he decided that hunting a few lightning demon kings for materials would be enough for now. While scanning the area, he suddenly spotted a young woman desperately fleeing below. Recognizing the familiar academy uniform she wore, he realized she was likely one of the academy's students. Strange purple flames were relentlessly chasing after her. Seeing the scene, Bai Luochen could only sigh. Trouble always seemed to find him. As the thought crossed his mind, he took out an exquisitely crafted talisman. He immediately activated a concealment talisman to hide himself, then calmly stayed where he was to watch how everything unfolded before making a move. At that moment, the exhausted young woman collapsed onto the ground as a man with a sinister grin slowly approached. "What is it? Those pretty legs finally gave out?" A fat man closed in with his followers, sneering as he spoke shamelessly. "Why waste your energy running? Just serve me for a while. You will not lose anything." Yunruo bit her lip, her eyes burning with anger. "Do not even think about touching me, you bastard." His greedy gaze wandered across her body, filled with lust. "You girls from the arts department are nothing more than playthings for the rich students anyway. Why act so proud?" Step by step, he cornered her until she trembled with fear. "Make me happy, and maybe I will spare your life." Yunruo raised her hands to protect herself. Despite her panic, she refused to surrender. "I would rather die than let filth like you lay a hand on me." The fat man burst into laughter before lunging forward like a starving beast. Lying helplessly on the ground, Yunruo fell into despair because all of her spiritual energy had been completely sealed. His rough hand touched her face in a disgusting gesture. "What smooth skin. It feels incredible." He dragged her across the ground, his evil intentions becoming even more obvious. "The rest of you must be even better." Tears streamed down her face as despair filled her heart. "Heavens, am I really going to be ruined by this beast today?" At the critical moment, Bai Luochen's voice echoed directly into her mind. "Do not panic. Strike his Tanzong acupoint." Yunruo froze for a moment as she realized her body could suddenly move again. While the fat man suddenly stood frozen in place, she seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. "Die, you bastard. Why can you not move now?" The strike exploded with power far beyond her normal limits and pierced straight through his body. The terrifying force blasted his massive body dozens of feet away. His body was nearly torn apart by the devastating attack. Even Yunruo could not believe what she had just done. What just happened? The followers panicked and rushed over to check on him. "Boss, are you all right?" She immediately bowed deeply toward the empty air. "Thank you, senior. For saving my life, I will never forget this kindness." Hidden in the shadows, Bai Luochen could barely hold back his laughter. This girl was truly innocent and adorable. Seeing their leader killed, one follower's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "You filthy woman! I will skin you alive to avenge our boss." Yunruo forced herself into a fighting stance. She acted fearless on the outside, but deep down she was terrified because her spiritual energy was almost completely exhausted. "If you have the guts, then come." As she watched the enemy charge with his weapon, she secretly begged for help. "Senior, please stop teasing me. That last attack drained everything I had. What should I do now?" Bai Luochen's calm voice echoed beside her once again. "Take one step to the left and strike his Genjing acupoint." The man easily dodged her weak attack and laughed with contempt. "Is that all? You hit like a kitten, and you think you can fight me?" He poured all his strength into his weapon with a smug grin. "Go die." His killing strike shot straight toward her throat, making Yunro squeeze her eyes shut in fear. But at the most dangerous moment, Bai Luochen simply flicked a finger. An invisible force instantly locked onto the attacker and lifted him into the air, leaving Yunruo completely stunned. His voice turned cold. "What are you waiting for? Send him on his way." Hearing that, Yunro quickly looked toward the voice. "Wait, senior. Only this man knows where my senior sister is. Please let me question him before you kill him." Even while hanging in the air, the man sneered. "There is no point asking. That cheap woman destroyed her own chi-si to protect her worthless honor. She has been dead for ages." Those words struck Yunruo's deepest wound. She shouted in fury. "Shut your mouth. My senior sister would never bow to trash like you." Desperate to stay alive, he threatened them with his backing. "Go ahead and kill me. Then watch the Wushang Realm sect tear this place apart to avenge me." "What? You dare touch someone from the Wushang Realm sect?" Bai Luochen calmly dropped his concealment and stepped forward. Yunruo froze in shock. Wow, what a handsome and extraordinary senior. But the moment the man saw his face, his eyes widened. Why would the Wuxiang Realm sect send someone from the northern region? And why is it you? Bai Luochen walked over with his hands behind his back and a teasing smile. "Well, I did not expect my reputation to reach this far." The man immediately shouted back. "Everyone knows you are just a useless cripple stuck at the flowing illumination stage. There is no way someone like you could use this kind of spell." Even Yunruo stood speechless. The mysterious expert who saved her was actually Bai Luochen, the Academy's famous useless freeloader. Bai Luochen stopped in front of him, his eyes completely emotionless. "I have no patience to interrogate small fry like you. Speak now, or I will show you what true suffering feels like." Without waiting another second, Bai Luochen casually raised a hand. "If you refuse to talk, then take your secret to hell." A heavy boom echoed out. The man's body exploded, sending blood and flesh everywhere. Yunruo stumbled back in horror, while Bai Luochen remained completely calm. After finally snapping out of it, she rushed over in panic. "Oh no, Martial Uncle Bai, you killed him already. How am I supposed to find my senior sister now? You should have let me get the information first." Bai Luochen calmly gathered his spiritual power into a tiny golden bird. "Do you have anything that belonged to your senior sister? A jade pendant or a personal keepsake will do." Yunruo searched through her things and pulled out a handkerchief. "Yes, my senior sister embroidered this for me herself." He took the handkerchief, let the spirit bird memorize its aura, and released it. Yunruo cheered with excitement. "Great! Little bird, hurry and find the owner of this handkerchief. My senior sister's only hope is counting on you." The glowing golden spirit bird shot straight into the dark forest. It darted through the thick trees, searching everywhere for its target. Deep inside another dark ravine, the senior sister lay on the verge of death. She struggled to breathe. "I barely escaped that vicious woman, Akia, only to fall into this cursed place." Her body was covered in bleeding wounds. Her chi-si was destroyed, her spiritual power was gone, and this 60-meter deep ravine would likely become her grave. She slowly reached upward, trying to grasp one last hope. "I wonder if little sister Ruo is safe." Suddenly, a familiar voice called down from above, "Senior sister." The moment she heard that voice, her eyes lit up. "Are you up there?" Ignoring her terrible injuries, she forced herself to stand. "Little sister Ruo, is it really you?" At the edge of the ravine, Yunruo excitedly grabbed Bai Luochen's sleeve. "Martial Uncle Bai, she really is down there. But she looks terrible. She must be badly injured." She was about to jump down and save her, but Bai Luochen stopped her at once. "Stay where you are. Do not do anything reckless. Leave it to me." Yunruo watched his movements with wide eyes. Martial Uncle Bai can draw talismans directly in the air? Under Bai Luochen's control, glowing talismans slowly floated down into the ravine. The streams of light gathered into countless sparkling lights that surrounded the injured woman. Yunxi stared in confusion at the strange sight. "Are those bubbles?" The transparent spheres quickly linked together into one massive bubble and slowly lifted her upward. "What is happening? Am I flying?" The glowing sphere gently carried her out of the dark ravine without causing any further harm. The moment she reached the ground, Yunro rushed over, hugged her tightly, and burst into tears. Senior sister. The two sisters held each other as tears streamed down their faces. Thank goodness you are safe. I was so worried about you. After the reunion, they finally remembered the man who saved them and immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Martial Uncle Bai, for saving our lives. We can never repay this kindness. Bai Luochen paid little attention to their thanks and casually took out a fragrant medicinal pill. He handed it to Yun Shi. Take it. Save your life and stabilize your injuries first. She carefully accepted it. This is. After one glance, she stammered in shock. Is this Elder Jiang's famous 5 elements origin restoration pill? Yun Shi immediately tried to refuse. Martial uncle, this pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Bai Luochen frowned in annoyance. You are on the verge of dying and still care about your pride. Is one pill worth more than your life? Besides, someone else shoved it into my hands. Just take it. Yun Ruo immediately grabbed the pill, straightened her clothes, and wasted no more time. She stuffed the pill into Yun Shi's mouth and urged her to swallow it. While waiting for the medicine to work, Yun Ruo carefully helped her sit upright and anxiously asked if her meridians were feeling any better. Yun Shi was stunned as her torn wounds healed at an incredible speed and fresh flesh rapidly grew back. She could not help but sigh in amazement. The alchemy hall truly lives up to its reputation. Even injuries this severe recovered by more than half in the blink of an eye. The two sisters bowed in thanks once more. Yun Shi even offered to repay the favor with all her strength. Bai Luochen stopped her at once. I have no interest in taking servants. I only want to know why 2 weak cultivators like you dared enter a place this dangerous. His gaze turned sharp as he demanded to tell the truth about why they came so deep into Kongwu Abyss. The two sisters exchanged awkward looks. They wanted to explain but hesitated. At the same time, the story shifted back to the peaceful Qingluan Peak. Su Liju was reading a secret manual she had borrowed from her master. After finishing another page, she stretched with a sigh, feeling her mind was overloaded, and decided to meditate for a while. As she set the book down, her fingertip accidentally touched a glowing jade on the table. At that instant, a strange sensation spread through her body, and she immediately realized something was wrong. The young woman rose to her feet, her eyes turning icy. Just as she expected, someone had taken advantage of her master's absence to stir up trouble. Outside the mountain, the sky darkened as powerful auras gathered from every direction. The space suddenly twisted, and a figure appeared. The moment he arrived, he loudly called for Bai Luochen, accusing him of letting his disciple break the rules and demanding that he come out and answer for it. The newcomer introduced himself as Chung Kun, the deputy instructor of the beast-taming hall. With an arrogant tone, he ordered everyone involved to come out and admit their guilt. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Luochen was sternly scolding Yun Ruo and Yun Shi for casually wandering into the Demon King's territory. Yun Shi lowered her head and admitted everything was caused by her own greed. She had wanted to capture a rare spirit bird as a gift for her master and nearly lost her life because of it. After hearing her explanation, Bai Luochen frowned slightly, sensing something did not add up. He quickly pieced the clues together. According to her story, the target was an extremely high-grade demon beast. If his guess was correct, the people from the Wuxiang realm sect had traveled all the way to the southern region for that very creature. After thinking it over, he concluded that the woman from the Wuxiang realm sect had set her sights on something extraordinary. That ice silkworm was no longer just a great demon. It had entered its metamorphosis and might even be able to take human form. Yun Ruo excitedly asked if Bai Luochen was after it as well. He nodded. The ice silkworm possessed the extremely rare dual lightning and water attributes. His disciple was about to break through, so this spirit creature was exactly what she needed. He then told the two sisters to leave immediately. He still had something to deal with and needed to return before dawn. Yun Ruo looked at him with admiration, saying he truly spoiled his disciple. Bai Luochen simply smiled and replied that their own senior sister was no different. Back at Qingluan Peak, Chung Kun had completely run out of patience and kept shouting for Bai Luochen to come out. Just then, the wooden cottage door slowly opened, and Su Liu stepped outside to greet him. She greeted him politely, remaining completely calm. My master is away right now. If you have something to say, tell me instead, and I will pass it on later. Chung Kun glanced at her with disdain and barked, kneel before me. Su Liue looked confused. What have I done wrong that I should kneel? Chung Kun replied coldly that juniors must kneel before their elders, then mocked Bai Luochen for failing to teach his disciple proper manners. She calmly answered, "I have never heard of such ridiculous rules, and you should watch your words when speaking about my master." Being challenged by a junior right in front of everyone, Chung-kun flew into a rage. Spiritual power erupted from his body, and a terrifying pressure crashed down on Su Liyue. Chung-kun raised his hand, forcing an overwhelming pressure onto Su Liyue, trying to make her kneel and admit her guilt. The crushing aura descended like a collapsing mountain, powerful enough to flatten everything below. The ground beneath her feet cracked under the immense pressure, yet her small figure remained standing without yielding. Blood slowly flowed from the corners of her mouth and eyes, but her voice stayed unwavering. "I have done nothing wrong. I will never kneel." Her determination infuriated Chung-kun. He sneered that she truly was stubborn. He pushed his cultivation even further, the temperature around him soaring as he vowed to see how much longer she could endure. Wave after wave of pressure slammed into her, while his command to kneel echoed without end. But in the middle of his assault, Chung-kun suddenly realized something was wrong. As the dust settled, Su Liyue stood there covered in injuries, yet her knees had never touched the ground. Her eyes blazed with unshakable determination, and a radiant layer of energy surrounded her body as it desperately resisted the pressure. Chung-kun immediately realized she was burning her own life force to hold on. If word of this spread, the beast Tameving Hall's reputation would suffer badly. Looking into those defiant eyes, he became even more uneasy. With talent like hers, she would become a serious threat if allowed to grow. With that thought, he turned to Yihai and coldly ordered him to execute Su Liyue. Yihai hesitated in shock. Yihai cautiously reminded him of the sect rules, saying a fellow disciple should not die over this. Chung-kun immediately pressured him. In the end, Yihai changed his tone and asked for one last chance to persuade her, hoping she could be spared if she admitted her mistake. Watching their little act, Su Liyue let out a mocking laugh. As expected, the master and disciple are exactly the same. She stared straight at Yihai, spat out a mouthful of blood, and declared coldly, "If I survive today, I will come back one day and take your life." Yihai continued pretending to be merciful, urging her to give in. "Just kneel and apologize a few times, and my master's anger will fade." He even acted regretful, saying it was foolish to throw away her life over a little pride. Seeing his hypocritical expression, Su Liyue only sneered while Yihai kept acting sympathetic. She cut him off at once. "Stop pretending. If Chung-kun wants my life, let him come. I would rather die standing than kneel and beg." Realizing he could not persuade her, Yihai drew his weapon. His eyes turned cold as he claimed he was simply following his master's orders, and prepared to strike. Just as the sword was about to reach her, a massive shadow suddenly charged in from outside. Little Ao slammed its entire body into Yihai's chest, making him cough up blood instantly. The impact struck like a falling meteor, carrying overwhelming force. A single hit sent the disciple flying before he crashed to the ground unconscious. Su Liyue stared in shock before calling out Little Ao. Seeing the spirit beast appear, Chung-kun did not get angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. Now he finally understood why Qingqi had always been so interested in this creature. Little Ao let out furious roars as its aura continued to rise. It quickly stood in front of Su Liyue, shielding her from danger, leaving her both surprised and worried. Chung-kun pulled a glowing rope-like treasure from his waist, remembering the artifact specially made for capturing spirit beasts. As he swung the treasure, he declared coldly, "Since you came to me on your own, do not blame me for showing no mercy." The glowing rope instantly stretched out and wrapped tightly around Little O, like a giant python, trying to force it into submission. Little O struggled wildly, ready to fight with its life, while Su Liyue desperately shouted for it to stop. But the spirit beast ignored her completely and charged straight at Chung-kun without a hint of fear. Chung-kun tightened his magic rope, poured all his strength into his arm, and roared that the beast was asking to die. Watching Little Ao get blasted high into the air by the overwhelming force, tears streamed down Su Liyue's face. Little Ao's massive body crashed hard onto the rocky ground, while Su Liyue could only watch in helpless despair. The once lively spirit bird now lay in a pool of blood, barely breathing, with its feathers burned beyond recognition. The sight crushed her heart, and all she could do was desperately call out to her companion. With bloodshot eyes, she glared at Chung-kun. "Either you kill me today, or I will come back one day and make you pay." Chung-kun merely sneered before charging straight at her. They faced each other as their eyes met, killing intent filling the air. He proudly declared that if she wanted to die so badly, he would gladly grant her wish. As he closed the distance, Su Liyue suddenly realized the perfect opportunity had appeared. They were finally close enough for her strongest attack to reach him. Gathering every last trace of spiritual power, she burned everything she had into the final strike she had long prepared for the day she would kill this old man. A razor-thin flash of light instantly sliced through the air. Su Liyue remained expressionless as she swept past Cheng Kun like a passing breeze. The next instant, blood burst from the wound across his body. Cheng Kun clutched the injury, secretly thankful he had worn a protective treasure beforehand. He quickly sealed the wound to stop the bleeding, realizing how close he had come to suffering a fatal blow. After that attack, Cheng Kun regarded the young woman even more seriously. Someone capable of defeating Song Lang was no ordinary cultivator. Since he had acted, he had to eliminate her completely. As for Su Liyue, that final attack had drained nearly every bit of her strength. Seeing she could no longer resist, Cheng Kun attacked without hesitation. A stream of energy transformed into binding chains that dragged her toward him, forcing her into submission. His massive hand wrapped around her neck and lifted her high into the air. Even while struggling to breathe, Su Liyue fought back and declared that her master would never let this matter go. Cheng Kun laughed scornfully, showing no respect for Bai Luochen and even claiming he would deal with him as well. Not far away, little Ao struggled to stand despite its battered body. Seeing that, Su Liu desperately shouted for it to leave at once. Cheng Kun glanced at the spirit beast with a cruel smile. He planned to kill the master first, then slowly tame the beast afterward. Blood covered the young woman's body, and the only person on her mind was her master. Suddenly, she remembered the instructions Bai Luochen had given her before leaving. At that moment, a golden talisman flew out from her body and floated in front of Cheng Kun. He looked at it with complete disdain, believing it was nothing more than a useless scare tactic. But before he could finish mocking it, the talisman erupted with blinding light. A massive surge of power exploded outward and blasted away the hand gripping Su Liyue's throat. The impact hurled Cheng Kun dozens of meters through the air. Freed at last, Su Liyue collapsed onto the grass, clutching her chest as she coughed violently and greedily gasped for air. From within the brilliant light emerged a gigantic spirit bird, whose wings were vast enough to cover the sky. It moved so fast it nearly vanished from sight before instantly appearing behind Cheng Kun, leaving him horrified. Before he had any chance to react or defend himself, the spirit bird unleashed a devastating wing strike that crashed directly onto his head. At the same time, its piercing cry echoed across the mountains, shaking the very air. A blinding explosion of light engulfed the entire area. After completing its task, the spirit bird slowly faded away, leaving behind nothing but swirling dust. Even Cheng Kun's strongest defensive treasure shattered into countless pieces. Yihai finally regained consciousness and dragged his injured body toward his master. Before him lay Cheng Kun in a miserable state, curled up on the ground. Yihai rushed over in panic to support him. He urged his master to retreat because of the severe injuries, but Cheng Kun angrily shouted him down. Furious over the destruction of his precious treasure, he demanded the 5 Elements Origin Restoration Pill immediately. The moment he got the pill, he swallowed it whole. Its powerful medicinal effects rapidly healed his grievous injuries. Before long, Cheng Kun's aura exploded once again as he roared that he refused to believe a deputy instructor like himself could not defeat a mere junior who had not even reached full maturity. With killing intent soaring to the heavens, Cheng Kun shot forward like lightning, his only target being Su Liyue. He growled that he would take her life today no matter what. In the face of despair, she could only close her eyes and cover her face, thinking everything had finally come to an end. But after waiting, the attack never landed. She slowly opened her eyes in shock and saw that he had stopped mid-strike. A broad figure like a mountain now stood in front of her, blocking all danger. At the same time, a trembling voice called out, "Master." A pitch-black hand, filled with a strange and ominous aura, had seized Cheng Kun's wrist, stopping his attack completely. Cheng Kun tried everything to break free, veins bulging across his face, but his arm would not move even an inch. He roared in rage, while Bai Luochen calmly caught his disciple. Su Liyue realized her master had returned and broke down in relief. He gently comforted her, telling her not to speak since her heart meridians were severely injured. Then Bai Luoxin's eyes turned icy. He stared at Cheng Kun and questioned him for bullying his disciple while he was away. In the next instant, a shadowy figure shot forward at terrifying speed, directly targeting Chung Kun. Bai Luochen coldly rebuked him. A deputy instructor acting so shamelessly only brings shame upon himself. The shadow showed no mercy, grabbed Chung Kun, and slammed him into the ground, cracking it open. Chung Kun was beaten until his face was covered in blood and his teeth shattered, looking utterly miserable. Even so, he kept screaming in disbelief, unable to understand why a void-severing expert from the Academy's upper ranks was being crushed like this. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became, howling in frustration as a nameless shadow kept him completely suppressed. The shadow ignored all his cries, sitting on top of him and raining down punches. What terrified Chung Kun most was that he could not fight back at all. Watching his master being beaten so badly, Yi Hai became increasingly anxious. He rushed over and knelt, begging Bai Luochen to show mercy and stop the punishment. Bai Luochen did not even look at him and simply gave a cold order. A massive golden bell instantly descended from the sky, trapping Yi Hai inside. Meanwhile, the shadow continued delivering heavy blows to Chung Kun's face. Even more absurdly, after each strike it would send spiritual energy to heal him. Chung Kun nearly went insane, cursing non-stop. In the end, he almost cried from the humiliation and pain, desperately trying to understand why he was being beaten and healed at the same time. The cycle continued endlessly. Every time his face was shattered, it would be restored again. This humiliation was even worse than torture. At that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. The shadow grabbed Chung Kun by the head and lifted him up like a small animal. The golden bell imprisoning Yi Hai shattered into countless rays of light and disappeared. Dragging Chung Kun in front of Yi Hai, Bai Luochen spoke calmly. He told them they should thank Li Guangxi, because without his face, they would already be dead. After speaking, the shadow kicked Chung Kun toward Yi Hai and ordered them both to leave Qingluan Peak immediately. Even in his battered state, Chung Kun's eyes still refused to submit. He weakly called for his disciple to bring him the Origin Restoration Pill. Yi Hai quickly searched for the pill and fed it to his master, urging him to recover and leave this place. The medicinal power quickly took effect, restoring Chung Kun's body bit by bit. Regaining some strength, he shoved his disciple away and shouted that he had only lost earlier due to a surprise attack. He then took out a brocade pouch and smugly claimed he still had his true trump card unused, ordering Yi Hai to retrieve his storage ring. On Su Liu's side, she lowered her head in self-blame, tears welling up as she felt she had failed to protect the sect grounds. The shadow was now treating little Ao's injuries. Seeing this, she felt even more heartbroken for its sacrifice. Bai Luochen chapped his disciple's head, telling her it was not her fault since she had already fought her best. He then prepared to reconnect her heart meridians and warned it would be painful. Su Liu bit her lip and nodded. Meanwhile, Chung Kun had regained his confidence. He excitedly told Yi Hai to watch closely as he revealed his true power. From his storage ring, a massive eagle with razor-sharp claws emerged. It flapped its wings, shaking the entire space, and Chung Kun laughed triumphantly. He proudly declared that this was the horned eagle, the strongest spirit beast in his possession. But before the laughter faded, the cloth pouch at Bai Luochen's waist suddenly began to glow strangely. Chung Kun mocked him, wanting to see what he could possibly take out to deal with the horned eagle. From a tiny gap in the pouch, a pair of icy pupils suddenly appeared, silently observing everything outside. Just that gaze alone made the horned eagle tremble violently, its feathers shedding in large patches from sheer fear. It let out a panicked cry and instantly turned to flee, disappearing from sight. Chung Kun's expression changed drastically as he shouted in fury for the beast to return. At that moment, Yunro and Yunxi also rushed over to provide support. Seeing the scene before them, they were stunned by how chaotic the battlefield had become. Bai Luochen told them to quickly take care of Su Liwei. After entrusting his disciple, Bai Luochen clasped his hands behind his back and calmly walked toward Chung Kun, his voice turning colder. He reminded him that for years he had lived in seclusion at Qingluan Peak and never provoked anyone. Yet all he received was oppression and contempt from the beast-taming hall, and today they even tried to kill his disciple. Hearing every word, Chung Kun became increasingly terrified, cold sweat soaking his body. A blood-red talisman appeared in Bai Luochen's hand, radiating a chilling aura. Chung Kun stammered in disbelief upon realizing what it was. Fear overwhelmed him, and he no longer cared about dignity. He turned and fled, knowing full well the blood fusion talisman would destroy both body and soul if it struck. Chung-kun ran like a madman, but before he could get far, an invisible shadow grabbed his ankle. He screamed in despair, refusing to die like this. A heavy kick slammed into his back, sending him face-first into the ground as blood spurted from his mouth and nose. By the time Chung-kun collapsed, the shadow had already faded into nothingness. The once arrogant deputy instructor now lay on the ground like a beggar. Even so, he clung to his identity and begged for his life, repeatedly insisting that killing a fellow instructor was a grave crime. Bai Luochen did not even bother listening. He casually tossed the talisman out and said coldly that he did not mind becoming a villain today. The red light expanded instantly, forming a massive sea of blood mist that engulfed the sky. The crimson wave surged toward Chung-kun. He trembled violently, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. In an instant, the thick blood mist completely covered the entire area. Yihai stood frozen in place, his mind going completely blank at what he had just witnessed. When the mist finally dispersed, only a pool of blood remained where Chung-kun had been. Bai Luochen flicked his finger lightly, producing a crisp sound. The blood fusion talisman flew back into his hand, leaving only Cheng-kun's torn clothes scattered on the ground. From a distance, Yunxi and Yunro felt a chill run down their spines. They never imagined a person could be erased so completely that only clothing remained. Seeing his master's fate, Yihai cried uncontrollably. He knew he had tried to dissuade him, but Chung-kun had refused to listen, bringing about his own downfall. He closed his eyes, expecting to be the next one to die at Bai Luochen's hands. Bai Luochen slowly raised his hand. Yihai took a deep breath and braced himself for death. A sharp whooshing sound rang out as something fell to the ground. It turned out to be only a lock of Yihai's hair. Bai Luochen calmly said he did not like killing. Keeping his life was a lesson for him to choose his master more carefully in the future. He then turned and left. Yihai repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude. Before leaving, Bai Luochen warned him not to reveal anything that had happened today and ordered him to take his senior brother, who was still kneeling at the gate, and leave together. Yihai obediently accepted every instruction. In the distance, Yunro and Yunxi saw Bai Luochen speaking with Su Liwei in a surprisingly relaxed atmosphere. After watching for a moment, Yunruo seemed to realize something. She pulled Yunxi aside and whispered that they should leave, as staying would only make them a nuisance. The two quickly took their leave. Before departing, they thanked Bai Luochen and promised to visit again in the future. Bai Luochen responded politely and asked them to send his regards to their senior sister Ya. Hearing their words, Su Liyue immediately frowned, silently complaining in her mind. Don't tell me they are going to treat Qingluan Peak like a familiar guest house and start coming here often. Bai Luochen casually flicked his fingers and calmly said he needed to change his clothes first. But at that moment, from a distant location, someone was silently observing his every move. With his extremely sharp senses, Bai Luochen quickly noticed the abnormal presence and glanced in that direction. Unfortunately, the observer reacted instantly and withdrew the moment he was detected. Seeing his master staring at the sky, Su Liwei curiously asked if something was wrong. Bai Luochen simply smiled and said it was nothing worth mentioning. In his heart, he had already confirmed someone had been secretly monitoring Qingluan Peak. At the same time, in a hidden place, the remote observation orb suddenly exploded into countless fragments. Somewhere else, an old man was crying and roaring in rage. He hated Bai Luochen for killing his grandson so ruthlessly without leaving any trace behind. In his secluded cave, the old man coldly said that Bai Luochen valued his disciple so much, the upcoming assessment would be the perfect opportunity to strike. The person opposite immediately accepted the order and promised to handle everything properly. The enforcement hall was also secretly preparing their plan, waiting for the right moment to act. Bai Luochen suddenly remembered something and called Su Liwei over, saying he had a gift for her. The scene shifted back to Qingluan Peak, where master and disciple were speaking. A giant silkworm suddenly appeared in front of Su Liwei, making her stumble back in shock. Bai Luochen introduced it as the ice silkworm he had just captured. He explained that he originally planned to find a suitable treasure to help his disciple cultivate, but on the way he happened to encounter this beast and brought it back casually. Su Liu immediately recognized its identity. It was clearly a true demon emperor at least comparable to a Tribulation Realm expert. Yet in front of her master, it behaved obediently beyond belief. The ice silkworm moved slightly, but did not dare resist at all. Bai Luochen explained that it possessed both lightning and water attributes, perfectly suited for her physique, and would greatly assist her cultivation in the future. Hearing this, Su Liyue's eyes turned red with emotion. In her past life as a loose immortal, capturing a demon emperor would have required enormous effort, yet now her master simply gave one to her as if it were an ordinary gift. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward and hugged Bai Luochen, repeatedly thanking him. Bai Luochen smiled and patted her head, reminding her that the assessment was approaching, and she needed to restore her condition as soon as possible. Su Liyu immediately promised she would not disappoint him. He reassured her not to put too much pressure on herself. With her current strength, those challenges were nothing, and she could even bring the ice silkworm along. Hearing this, Su Liyu froze. To her, bringing a demon emperor into the assessment was blatant cheating. Bai Luochen simply smiled and used a technique to shrink the ice silkworm. He confirmed he could suppress its cultivation to the required level, so there was no problem. Su Liyue still felt uneasy and asked if forcibly sealing its power would anger it. Bai Luochen did not care at all. He calmly told the ice silkworm that its cultivation would be sealed, and it might feel a bit uncomfortable. He immediately began the technique. A radiance spread out, enveloping the entire body of the ice silkworm. Su Liyue watched in shock. Instead of weakening, its aura was actually becoming stronger and more unstable. After a series of changes, the ice silkworm suddenly curled up and sealed itself inside a huge cocoon. Not long after, faint cracks began to appear on the surface. From within the cocoon, a pair of delicate human hands slowly reached out. Moments later, the ice silkworm completed its transformation and emerged in a completely new form. Seeing this scene, Su Liyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Instead of a massive beast, there was now a cute little girl standing before her. The young demon emperor politely bowed and introduced herself, saying she could be called Xiao Meng. Seeing that Su Liyue was still frozen in place, the girl called out to her again. Su Liyue walked around her in surprise, examining her from head to toe with fascination. She had always thought all demon emperors were as fierce as Chen Xingji, but this adorable case completely shattered her expectations. Curious beyond control, Su Lingyu gently pinched Xiao Meng's ears. The little girl instantly blushed and asked if, just after becoming a disciple, she had already met an existence beyond the Demon King level. Hearing that, Su Lingyu was shaken inside. She realized she had almost exposed something she should not have said. She quickly covered it up, saying she had only seen some records and images about the Demon King before. Xiao Meng did not doubt her anymore. Su Lingyu secretly glanced at Bai Luochen. Seeing him busy in the corner, she finally felt relieved. At the same time, Bai Luochen also felt a trace of doubt as the system could not detect any information about her. Without thinking further, Bai Luochen directly closed the system interface. He then told Xiao Meng to take care of Su Lingyu's cultivation progress. Hearing this, Xiao Meng happily accepted and promised to help her grow stronger. Seeing it was already late, Bai Luochen urged both of them to go rest. Xiao Meng smiled and wished him good night before leaving. At the same time, elsewhere on Qingluan Peak, Bai Luochen fed Xiao O while lost in thought. It seemed Yunxi's guess was correct, because the Wuxiang sect was desperately chasing the jade stone that Xiao Meng once risked her life to protect. He rolled the jade stone in his hand, eyes deep in thought. Even the system could not analyze its origin, proving it definitely hid an extraordinary secret. At that moment, the system notification suddenly rang out. It announced a hidden mission had been triggered, requiring him within 5 days to help his disciple become champion in the assessment, while also breaking through a cultivation realm. The reward included a 1-star cultivation technique, a 2-star exclusive item pack, and a mysterious bonus reward. If he failed or refused, he would lose 3 portions of his spiritual power and all current privileges. Bai Luochen laughed mockingly. He teased that the system finally knew how to issue missions, instead of acting like a mere data machine before. As he spoke, he tapped the virtual screen and wondered if the system was malfunctioning. Provoked, the system immediately urged him to make a choice. Bai Luochen reluctantly accepted the mission. In his eyes, these rewards were nothing special. What mattered more was helping Su Lingyu grow faster. With Xiao Meng's support, breaking through was only a matter of time. After finishing everything, Bai Luochen yawned and slowly returned to his bedroom. Exhausted from the whole day, he immediately fell asleep after lying down. In his dream, a frail woman appeared. She seemed trapped within layers of seals and invisible chains. She silently watched Bai Luochen sleeping, then let out a regretful sigh, as if one wrong step had thrown everything off course. The woman slowly reached out and gently touched his face. In the next moment, her figure faded into nothingness, leaving only a whisper wishing she could stand before him again. Time quietly passed, and soon it was the 5th day. A rich aroma of grilled meat began to spread across the area. The disciples under Jiang Hemming could not help swallowing their saliva, curious who was cooking such delicious food. The culprit was none other than Bai Luochen. He stood by the fire, casually grilling meat with extremely skilled movements. Jiang Hemming saw this and flew into rage. He angrily questioned why Bai Luochen was cooking here. Bai Luochen only smiled and asked if Instructor Jiang was also interested in the food. At that moment, a strange bird landed from the sky. It politely bowed and said it had come to deliver its master's order. This was the same mysterious beast that had stayed on Qingluan Peak on its own. Even now, Bai Luochen still did not know its true origin. However, Jiang Hemming no longer cared. In his eyes, this was a solemn assessment ground, not a place for feasting. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face turned red, and his fingers trembled in fury. Seeing Bai Luochen remain calm and unconcerned, Jiang Hemming grew even more frustrated. Bai Luochen treated the assessment like a casual outing and even shouted at the disciples to return to their positions instead of gathering to watch. Jiang Hemming stood there with a flushed face, brows tightly furrowed, too angry to even speak properly. Jiang Hemming angrily turned and walked away, still muttering that someone like Bai Luochen should not be allowed to be an instructor. Behind him, Bai Luochen even called out telling him to watch his step so he would not fall, which only made him even more furious. Around them, the disciples began discussing in confusion. Many wondered why both Xia Shishong and Duan Shishong suddenly went into seclusion before the exam. Some worried about the future of the beast-taming faction, while others saw it as a golden chance to rise in rank. Among the crowd, a narrow-eyed young man was silently observing Su Lingyu from a distance. Su Lingyu was walking with Xiaomeng. Her striking beauty made many people turn their heads. The young man watching her was Feng Shu, a beast-taming disciple with fusion mid-stage cultivation. He evaluated her and found Su Lingyu truly as beautiful as the rumors said, but he felt it was a waste that she followed Bai Luochen. Straightening his clothes, Feng Shu walked over to start a conversation. He introduced himself and acted suave, trying to pull her away from Bai Luochen's influence. His performance was met with complete coldness. Su Lingyu treated him as if he did not exist, which irritated Feng Shu greatly. She did not bother with him at all, and turned to look at Bai Luochen, who was grilling food, her eyes full of anticipation. Bai Luochen remained focused on his work and ignored everything around him. The master and disciple casually talked, completely ignoring Feng Shu. When Su Lingyu asked what the food was, Bai Luochen said even he was not sure of its origin, but the energy inside was extremely strong, and she was not yet able to absorb it. This scene made Feng Shu grind his teeth in jealousy. He crushed a branch in his hand, unable to accept being ignored. Just as he was about to lose control, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder to stop him. The person was Yuan Xiang, the chief instructor of the beast-taming faction. He reminded him that capable people should not argue over women, and that anger often comes from weakness. Feng Shu immediately lowered his head in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the beast-taming disciples became restless, as if they had discovered something important. It turned out Yun Shi and Yun Ruo had arrived. The male disciples immediately cheered loudly, all trying to get their attention. Behind them was the elder of the artifact faction, Yue Xuanzu. Upon seeing her, Yuan Xiang immediately blushed and hurried over to start a conversation, pretending it was a chance encounter. However, Yue Xuanzu did not care at all. She did not even look at him and directly flew away in another direction. She landed right next to Bai Luochen and thanked him for helping Yun Shi and Yun Ruo earlier. Yuan Xiang stood in the distance looking extremely awkward. Hearing this, Su Lingyu became alert. She quickly held onto her master's arm and pretended to be confused, asking what Yue Xuanzhu was saying. Seeing this, Bai Luochen introduced the two of them. Su Lingyu politely greeted the artifact faction instructor. Yue Xuanzhu slightly nodded in response, but before she could say anything else, someone interrupted. Yuan Xiang vented all his frustration on Feng Shu. He could not understand why his master said anger meant weakness, yet he himself was the most irritated. He quickly denied it and insisted he was calm. Just as the atmosphere grew noisy, a thunderous shout echoed across the field, instantly silencing everyone. An old man slowly walked over from a distance, loudly ordering all disciples to pay attention. He was the enforcement elder. Standing on the high platform, he announced that the location of the assessment would be the Three Clans ruins. He then explained the rules of the competition and ordered everyone to remember them carefully. The entire assessment would last 3 days. Points would be calculated through personal tokens. Disciples could gain points by collecting clues, hunting beasts, or even stealing points from other participants. As the gate to the ruins slowly opened, the silhouettes of beasts inside began to appear. However, the enforcement elder stressed that killing fellow disciples was strictly forbidden. Anyone caught would be immediately disqualified. After confirming everyone understood the rules, the enforcement elder loudly declared that the assessment had officially begun. The crowd below stood frozen, still struggling to fully process the harsh rules that had just been announced. After finishing everything, the old man calmly left, leaving behind a loud declaration that the assessment had officially begun. Feng Shu was the first to charge forward, immediately urging the beast-taming disciples to rush ahead. In his view, they had to secure the best positions before others reacted. In contrast to the chaotic scene, Su Lingyu walked at a relaxed pace without any urgency. Before leaving, she even turned back and smiled at Bai Luochen, saying her master could continue grilling meat while she went for the exam. He simply reminded her to stay safe on the way. However, seeing Yue Xuanzhu standing close to Bai Luochen made Su Lingyu feel uncomfortable. It seemed she had to finish quickly and return soon to keep watch. Someone asked why a new disciple could remain so calm. Su Lingyu simply smiled and said her talent was extraordinary, and she trained hard every day, so her opponents were nothing to worry about. Bai Luochen's following words did not even reach her ears. After all, she was not truly his official disciple anyway. Deep inside the demon race ruins, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck down, shaking the entire region with a deafening roar. At the same time, a sword faction disciple was desperately running for his life, as if something terrifying was chasing him. Feeling the violent spiritual pressure closing in, he felt a chill down his spine. Only one thought remained in his mind. Whoever said the talisman faction was useless clearly had no idea what this monster behind him was. Before he could finish thinking, his scream echoed through the forest. Su Lingyu suddenly appeared in front of him. Her fingertips crackled with faint arcs of lightning. The disciple panicked and begged her not to come closer. She ignored him completely, casually released a bolt of lightning, and took his competition token. The token landed smoothly in her palm. She then hung the trophy onto the strange bird that had been following her. After hearing the points report, she shook her head, dissatisfied with the slow progress. Glancing aside, she saw the strange bird dragging the eliminated disciple out of the assessment zone. Seeing no one nearby, she pulled Xiaomeng down from her head and told it to stop acting, since there was no audience left. Choked nearly to the point of suffocation, Xiaomeng angrily fluffed its feathers and shouted back. It said it was only following Master Yu Jia's orders to disguise itself as a wild beast, and no wild beast would be both talking and covered in fur. After complaining, Xiaomeng turned away in anger, but soon it noticed something suspicious in the distance. Su Lingyu looked in that direction and casually said that if it was free, it could go check it out. Unfortunately, she had completely missed one thing. Right behind her, someone was silently watching every move she made, holding a red glowing toad in his hand. On a nearby ancient tree branch, two mysterious figures were whispering. In their view, the prey had already fallen into the trap, and it was time to begin the hunt. Meanwhile, at the library square, eliminated students gathered to watch the live projection from the trial area. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. Even though Feng Shu had already admitted defeat, Su Lingyu showed no mercy in battle. Everyone wondered what kind of training method the talisman faction used to create such a terrifying disciple. In the judges' area, Yue Xuanzhu took a sip of tea and asked Bai Luochen if he was not worried that his disciple's arrogance might cause trouble. He calmly replied that he did not care. Gently scratching his head, Bai Luochen added bluntly that when someone was strong enough and held power, how they chose to live was their own decision, and there was no need to care about others' opinions. That arrogant answer made Yue Xuanzhu slightly curl her lips into a smile. Memories from years ago resurfaced in her mind. Looking at him, she could not help but sigh that Bai Luochen had not changed at all, still the same domineering figure who once made the world look up to him 10 years ago. Hearing her mention the past, Bai Luochen immediately turned away, pretending to be embarrassed and saying she overestimated him and that it was all just a misunderstanding. At that moment, a mysterious hand suddenly appeared and activated a bronze bell. In an instant, all monitoring screens of the competition went black. The students panicked, thinking the observation formation had malfunctioned. An elder quickly stood up to calm everyone and ordered them to stay quiet. He then received reports that a massive energy fluctuation had appeared inside the trial zone, disrupting the projection formation. After hearing this, the elder's expression immediately turned ugly. He pressed for when the system could be restored, but the answer was that the affected area was too far to fix from the outside, and someone would have to be sent in directly. Without hesitation, the formation specialist disciples rushed into the inner zone. The team leader judged that a few stubborn participants were still refusing to withdraw and quickly mobilized reinforcements. Running at full speed, he kept urging his teammates to move faster, as their formation had nearly collapsed and only a scattered few were left. In the chaos, one of Bai Luochen's shadow clones silently entered the competition zone. If the other side chose to play dirty, he had no reason to hold back. Back on the battlefield, Su Lingyu continued unleashing waves of violent spells. Two opposing forces collided head-on and exploded, sending shockwaves across the entire area. The large bird responsible for carrying score tokens beside her had already been knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Two black-robed figures stood amid the dust cloud. The woman placed a hand on her hip and sneered, saying that so-called rare genius was nothing special after all. Su Lingyu coldly threw her token bag to the ground and retorted. She asked if they were not afraid of being reported to the academy after the competition. The opponent only laughed lightly and said it was simply her bad luck, who told her master to offend someone he should not have offended. Without further argument, Su Lingju immediately unleashed lightning toward the two of them. She did not believe their background could cover everything up. Luo Xiao sneered and swung his blade. One strike directly split her lightning attack in half. In his eyes, a junior like Su Lingyu had no chance of survival. Seeing this, she could not help but feel startled. That attack was far beyond her expectations. At that moment, He Ti Ling rushed in close. Her voice sounded gentle, but the killing intent inside was icy enough to send someone to the grave. Locked down by two powerful enemies, Su Lingyu finally felt real pressure. The gap in strength was too great for her to find an escape. With no other choice, she called for Xiaomeng. However, it even complained that when searching for treasures she was slow, but when in danger she called it immediately. Just then, He Ti Ling's hand transformed into sharp claws, carrying raging flames as it lunged straight at Su Lingyu. Behind her, Luo Xiao also accelerated, coordinating the attack to finish the target. He poured all his strength into a decisive strike aimed directly at her head. But before the attack could land, a massive surge of silver energy suddenly erupted. The blade in his hand was instantly crushed into countless fragments. Xiaomeng merely exhaled a breath of mist, effortlessly breaking the murderous aura of the two law enforcement hall members. Immediately after, its body expanded like a mountain, a terrifying aura covering the entire space. It roared a warning, telling them to leave if they knew what was good for them. Luo Xiao was blasted away. Struggling to get up, he screamed in disbelief, unable to accept that the beast before him was a legendary demon emperor. Xiaomeng snorted in contempt and pointed at them. It declared that Su Lingyu was under its protection, and anyone who touched her would have to step over its body first. Facing an existence far beyond their ability to resist, the two attackers turned pale. They did not dare say another word and fled immediately. Seeing the danger had passed, Su Lingyu turned to question Xiaomeng about why it suddenly revealed its true massive form. If it was acting, it should commit fully instead of exposing its identity. Still uneasy, Su Lingyu frowned and asked if letting them go would cause future trouble. Xiaomeng snorted and said it only acted out of respect for her master, and she should not think she could casually order a demon emperor. After a while, Xiaomeng shrank back down and sat proudly on her head, urging her to move faster since the treasure was calling it. Su Lingyu simply replied casually and continued onward. A memory suddenly rewound to a few days earlier when a sharp scream echoed inside Su Lingyu's quiet room. At that time, Xiaomeng had hugged her from behind with a smug laugh, saying it was carrying out a mission given by her master to help her heal and cultivate. According to it, the previous pills could only treat external injuries. With severely damaged meridians, she would not be able to absorb their power without additional assistance. During treatment, Xiaomeng continuously activated acupuncture points, causing a numbing sensation to spread through Su Lingyu's body. While working, it reassured her that it would use special lightning energy to rebuild her damaged meridian system. But not long after, Su Lingyu was startled when she realized Xiaomeng's hand was slowly moving toward increasingly sensitive areas. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng calmly told her to prepare herself, as the next step would be quite uncomfortable. That night, lightning kept flashing inside the room, accompanied by echoing cries that completely broke the silence. Back to the present, deep in the forest of the demon race ruins, Luo Xiao was still trying to rescue He Ti Ling from the ice seal. He continuously used flames to burn through the solid ice while worrying about her safety. Just as he was focused, Luo Xiao suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body. He quickly turned around, sensing a terrifying killing intent. A cold voice echoed from the void, declaring the crimes of Luo Xiao and He Ti Ling. They were accused of colluding to harm fellow disciples, an unforgivable act. Realizing the one appearing was Bai Luoqin's clone, Luo Xiao broke into a cold sweat. The voice continued with pressure, reminding him that anyone who plans to kill others should be ready to face death themselves. Meanwhile, high above the assessment area, a mysterious existence was silently observing everything below. It was a giant, strange eyeball, constantly watching every move of Bai Luoqin's clone. He also noticed the spying presence. His gaze pierced through space as he sneered inwardly. If the opponent chose such dirty methods, he would not hesitate to respond even more ruthlessly. With that thought, Bai Luoqin's clone raised 2 fingers to his lips and began chanting a strange incantation. At the same time, his will transmitted a final warning. Do not force him to take irreversible action. Far away, an old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His aged face quickly became covered with dark red veins. Inside a secluded cave, 2 subordinates rushed forward in panic to support him, repeatedly asking about his condition. The elder looked extremely miserable. He gritted his teeth, feeling unease when thinking about Bai Luoqin's current strength. In another hidden cave within the ruins, Xiaomeng was still pointing around and complaining that they had apparently passed through this area before. It kept jumping around and complaining that Su Lingyu was not only bad at fighting, but also terrible at navigation. It said it was already exhausted, yet still had not found the treasure. Hearing that, Su Lingyu's expression darkened. She retorted that Xiaomeng was not much better, yet it always claimed it could help her win first place. The argument quickly escalated. Su Lingyu finally snapped and shouted that if not for searching for Shum's treasure, she would not have ended up in this cursed place. At that moment, Xiaomeng's eyes turned sharp. Without another word, it launched a spell straight at her. Seeing Xiaomeng suddenly attack, Su Lingyu also became angry, immediately gathering spiritual energy in her hand, ready to counter if necessary. But soon after, she realized the attack was not aimed at her, but passed beside her and shot toward her back. A sense of danger surged, and Su Lingyu quickly turned around. The scene behind her shocked her. A swarm of giant, ferocious insects rushed out of the darkness, as if trying to devour everything. They were clearly poison goo insects. Xiaomeng simply snapped its fingers, and the entire swarm exploded into pieces. It crossed its arms proudly, reminding her that even low-level beasts, when gathered in large numbers, could threaten even a demon king. She only survived thanks to its intervention. Looking at the insect corpses scattered on the ground, Su Lingyu quickly connected the clues. This species only appeared in places with dense yin energy and extremely concentrated spiritual power. Thinking of this, she immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning toward the stone wall, deep inside the cave, judging that something important was likely hidden there. The lightning swept through in an instant, burning away all remaining traces of the poison goo insects. At the same time, the tremendous impact caused the surrounding rock and soil to crack and collapse continuously. As the dust cleared, a massive ancient stone door appeared before them. Xiaomeng immediately jumped in excitement, believing they had finally found an opportunity to break through. However, upon closer inspection, it felt strangely familiar. In contrast, Su Lingyu felt uneasy. She suggested retreating first, but Xiaomeng immediately rejected it, saying that with a demon emperor present, there was nothing to fear. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomeng unleashed her ultimate technique, summoning countless sharp ice blades that shot straight toward the stone door. The attack carried overwhelming power, enough to destroy fortified structures in an instant. After striking, it even turned to Su Lingyu, proudly waiting for praise like it was showing off. But when it turned back to check the result, Xiao Meng froze. The stone door remained completely intact, as if nothing had happened. Unwilling to accept it, it gritted its teeth and claimed that was only a warm-up, and its real power had not been used yet. Immediately after, Xiao Meng unleashed a series of powerful attacks, shouting at the door to open. After exhausting itself, panting heavily, it finally stopped and asked about the result. The answer left both of them speechless. The massive stone door remained completely unmoved, not even a scratch on its surface. Xiao Meng angrily threw the ice block in its hand onto the ground. It cursed while trying to kick the door, ranting that whoever built it must have been ridiculously idle to create something so absurdly durable. Just then, Su Lingyu noticed a palm-shaped imprint carved into the stone surface. She immediately stepped forward and placed her hand on it. She then channeled all her spiritual energy into the imprint. A few seconds later, the heavy stone door began to move with a thunderous rumble. Xiao Meng stared in shock, unable to believe it actually opened. Even Su Lingyu was stunned, her mind filled with questions about this strange coincidence. In the end, both of them entered the passage. Xiao Meng happily bounced ahead, already imagining a full harvest of treasures. In contrast, Su Lingyu remained highly alert. The more she observed the interior layout, the more familiar it felt. Xiao Meng, however, was completely immersed in treasure excitement. It rushed to a stone statue and touched it eagerly, convinced it was a mechanism for inheritance or a powerful secret technique. The moment Su Lingyu saw the statue Xiao Meng was inspecting, her expression changed drastically. A strong sense of unease surged as she recognized its true origin. Memories from her past life suddenly flooded her mind, making her heart sink deeper. Before her eyes was the ancient sealing ground she had personally created at the peak of her past life's power. The ancient stele emitting faint purple light was undeniable proof. Realizing the truth, she immediately turned around and saw Xiao Meng casually tapping the statue with a sword. Panicked, she shouted for it to stop. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. The statue began trembling violently and cracked open in countless places. The ancient stele beside it could no longer hold either, collapsing piece by piece. The ancient sealing formation immediately manifested in midair, releasing a tidal wave of surging demonic energy. Outside the ruins, all vegetation underwent abnormal changes, growing wildly at a visible speed. A disciple who witnessed the scene turned pale in fear, completely unable to understand what was happening. At the control area outside the library square, alarm bells rang non-stop. Emergency reports quickly reached the elders that the secret realm was undergoing a severe anomaly, and even the teleportation formation had failed. After hearing the report, the supervising elder's expression changed drastically. He judged that a demon emperor at the integration realm had most likely broken out of the seal. The entire square fell into chaos. No one could believe such a terrifying existence had appeared inside a trial secret realm. Many worried about friends and partners still trapped inside, while the elders rushed toward the scene. Despite his own anxiety, the elder continued urging everyone to stay calm. Soon after, Li Guangxi appeared on the large projection screen. He immediately demanded an explanation from the enforcement hall regarding the cause of the incident. After confirming that a demon emperor had truly emerged, even Li Guangxi was stunned. What troubled him even more was that many disciples could not be evacuated due to the collapsed teleportation system. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the emergency rescue plan to be executed at all costs. The specialized transmission bird units quickly received orders and rushed toward the ruins, with the sole mission of extracting as many students as possible. Inside the secret realm, Yun Shi and Yun Ruo witnessed the wildly growing vegetation and were filled with panic. At that moment, the rescue team suddenly appeared before them. After being brought to safety, Yun Ruo immediately rushed into Yue Xuanzhu's arms and cried from fear. She gently comforted her disciple. Bai Luo Chen could not hide his anxiety and quickly asked about Su Lingyu's whereabouts. Yun Shi could only reply helplessly that they searched everywhere but found no trace of her. Yue Xuanzhu also noticed something was wrong. According to the rescue formation rules, all transported disciples should appear beside their instructor. Su Lingyue missing clearly meant trouble. Bai Luo Chen's face darkened instantly. He already had a bad feeling that Su Lingyue was in extreme danger. Deep inside the ruins, a cold and arrogant laughter echoed through the space, as if announcing the return of an ancient existence. The owner of that voice was Dongshu Yao Di. After being sealed for a long time, he finally broke free. Restoring his true form, Dongshu Yao Di released overwhelming destructive pressure. Massive tentacles spread through the air as he declared that the world would now belong to him. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Mimeng immediately used ice power to defend. She quickly calculated escape options and even considered abandoning Su Lingyue, but rejected it thinking of Bai Luochen's reaction. Su Lingyue helped Mimeng up and asked about her condition. At that moment, Dongshu Yaodi noticed them and mocked the fact that humans were still alive here. Without hesitation, Dongshu Yaodi raised his blood-red veined hand and activated the Great Formation, sealing their fate. The terrifying attack surged forward, and Mimeng turned pale in fear, realizing she had no way to block it. Just before impact, Mimeng forced out her last bit of energy to form a shield. Xiaomeng asked if help was needed, but she refused and told it not to cause more trouble. Dongshu Yao did not stop. He continued pouring energy into the formation, pressing his hand down slowly. Dark purple energy waves spread out, crushing both girls under immense pressure until even breathing became difficult. Suddenly, Dongshu Yaodi locked his cold gaze on Mimeng and questioned what a fellow clan member was doing, asking if she intended to betray him. Covered in sweat, Mimeng forced a smile and explained it was a misunderstanding, and Su Lingyue was just a newly adopted pet. Inside, she was panicking as a casual move from Tingfeng Yaodi already forced her to go all out to barely hold on. Realizing the situation was bad, Su Lingyue quietly stepped aside. When asked what to do next, she said they should retreat first and she had her own escape method. Right after speaking, Mimeng suddenly struck Su Lingyue with a palm and shouted at her to leave, saying she was getting in the way of the demon emperor. After being knocked away, Su Lingyue was immediately wrapped by a tiny clone of Mimeng using silk threads and dragged away. Mimeng was clearly trying to hide her to buy time. Unfortunately, such small tricks could not escape the eyes of a demon emperor-level existence. Dongshu Yaodi glanced at Mimeng and sneered, declaring that no one would be saved today and nobody could escape his grasp. Mimeng stood confidently with a loud laugh, secretly condensing 2 ice cores in her hands. She mocked him, saying eavesdropping on women's affairs was shameful. The demon emperor only looked at her with contempt and coldly said that insects like them could be killed anytime he wished. Mimeng suddenly remembered a special technique Bai Luochen once used. She raised all 4 arms, activated a seal, and mocked him to go settle things with that old monster instead. In an instant, a massive pressure descended from above onto Mimeng, crushing her as if her bones were about to shatter. Outside the area, twisted tentacles were stained with blood, proving countless lives had already been sacrificed. A corpse hung from a horrifying vine branch, blood dripping continuously and dyeing the ground red. After draining all nutrients, the vines threw the corpse away like useless trash. Immediately after, countless sinister vines burrowed into the body of the corpse. Under their control, the corpse staggered to its feet and rapidly twisted into a ferocious beast, letting out a thunderous roar. As if sensing something, the mutated monster suddenly turned around and emitted a strange guttural roar. It dragged its heavy steps toward the unstable purple energy barrier ahead. As soon as Li Guangqi stepped out of the teleport gate, he immediately frowned at the tragic scene before him. Without warning, the mutated beast charged at him to devour him, but Li Guangqi simply stood still with his hands behind his back and observed it calmly. His anger flared, and he slashed out with his sword, unleashing a sharp strike while shouting that these beasts were far too arrogant. After the first monster was killed, countless other undead and vines surged in like a tidal wave filled with killing intent. Li Guangqi's eyes flashed coldly as he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful sword technique. At the same time, he ordered the instructors to enter and search for survivors, while he and the formation elders guarded the teleport gate. He emphasized that the goal was rescue only, and no one was to engage Dongshu Yaodi. Everyone accepted the order, though someone suggested bringing Bai Luochen back to the academy for safety. Hearing that, Bai Luochen immediately lost his temper and questioned Zhang Heming why he was being told to leave. Zhang Heming fired back in anger, saying that with such weak foundation establishment level strength, going in was no different from suicide, and he would end up collecting a corpse. The pill debt was still unpaid, and as his uncle, he could not just ignore him. Even Li Guangqi tried to persuade him, saying Bai Luochen had already contributed too much to the academy and should not take this risk again. At that moment, Yue Xuanzhu spoke up. She argued that as an instructor, Bai Luochen could not ignore students in danger, and his direct disciple was still missing inside, so he should be allowed to join the rescue mission. Faced with this reasoning, Li Guangqi could only sigh and reluctantly agree. He then reminded both of them to know their limits and not act recklessly. Others also took the chance to see how much Bai Luochen had recovered. Jiang Himing still grumbled, saying that if anyone died inside, it was their own responsibility and he would not be the one collecting bodies. Bai Luochen ignored him completely, turned away calmly, and left while casually throwing back a few words that only made Jiang Himing even more furious. Meanwhile, in another location, a beam of light suddenly pierced through a massive mountain, carrying terrifying power as it shot into the sky. The extreme heat from the attack burned everything inside, turning the area into a boiling sea of magma. However, Dongshu Yaldi still stood unmoving. A layer of golden light protected him like an indestructible shield. He looked up into the sky and roared in anger, demanding who dared to ambush him in secret. High above the clouds, a figure floated in the air, glowing brilliantly, as it coldly reported that the seal had been broken and the target had begun to resist. It turned out to be only a clone of Bai Luochen. The illusion spread its arms, gathered massive energy, and declared the activation of a destruction protocol. The glowing sphere looked like a miniature black hole, Fenghuang absorbing surrounding matter to increase its power. In just a short moment, the weapon in his hands expanded to a size that sent chills down the spine. A heaven-shattering explosion erupted, shockwaves sweeping across the land, tearing space apart and lighting up the entire sky. Back in the ruins, Mimeng's body still stood motionless. Her head hung low, 4 arms shattered, and countless cracks spread across her body like a statue about to collapse. Just when life seemed completely gone, a glowing cocoon emerged from within her body, as if a new life was being nurtured inside. The cocoon slowly rolled onto the dusty ground. It then quickly expanded, releasing a soft but extremely vibrant flow of spiritual energy. The cocoon gradually split open, revealing Mimeng completely reborn inside, as if she had undergone a full metamorphosis. Her soft body gently collapsed onto the ground after completing the transformation. Mimeng brushed her messy hair aside and looked around. Suddenly, pain struck her head and she frowned while holding it. She muttered that the seal set by that old man was truly vicious, but luckily, she still had a life-saving secret technique to survive. At that moment, a small clone of her quickly flew back to report Xiao Meng's location. Understanding the signal, Mimeng immediately rushed toward the direction indicated by the clone. After pushing aside the dense grass, she quickly found Su Lingyue lying unconscious on the ground. But as she got closer, Mimeng froze at the tragic condition of the other girl. Her once delicate face was now covered in terrifying signs of mutation. Strange vines had pierced through her eyes, and her breathing had become extremely weak. Seeing this, Mimeng instinctively turned her head away. She calculated that if the mission failed, the demon emperor would never spare her. Su Lingyue was already too corrupted by demonic energy and would only become a burden. She rubbed her forehead in frustration. The seal was broken, and the old monster's hiding place was no longer concealed. Either way, she would likely end up captured and turned into a spirit pet. Mimeng pouted and kept finding excuses to convince herself to abandon her teammate. Like the days of harsh living conditions, barely enough food, and miserable sleeping places. But just as she was about to leave, memories of everything she had experienced with Su Lingyue kept flashing in her mind. After a long inner struggle, Mimeng finally grabbed Su Lingyue and dragged her away, complaining non-stop. She said it was troublesome, but still decided to bring her to the old monster, since without her there would be no one to take care of her daily needs. In the sky, Dongshu Yaodi spread his dark wings and rushed through a storm of dense attacks. Sweat covered his body as he constantly twisted and dodged incoming lightning bolts meant to reduce him to ashes. But as soon as he escaped one danger, another struck. A blinding heavenly lightning bolt suddenly descended too fast for him to react. The devastating strike directly blasted him out of the sky, sending him crashing into the primeval forest below. The impact created a deafening explosion, carving a massive crater into the ground like a falling meteor. After taking the full brunt of the lightning's tribulation, Dongshu Yaodi's defensive armor shattered. He crawled out of the ruins, his body scorched and broken. Looking up at the figure still hovering above, Dongshu Yaodi asked in fear who this being was, possessing power beyond the mortal realm. But Bai Luochen's clone did not respond, continuing to gather energy as if preparing a finishing strike. Ignored completely, Dongshu Yaldi flew into rage and shouted that he at least deserved to know the identity of his opponent. His body then swelled into a monstrous form and unleashed a torrent of karmic fire toward the clone. Meanwhile, the real Bai Luochen stood in the distant forest, calmly watching everything with folded arms. Unlike his calm expression, Jiang He-ming was extremely tense. He felt Dongshu Yaldi alone was already hard to deal with, and now another mysterious existence with tribulation-level aura had appeared. Before he could think further, he urged everyone to evacuate the students. But seeing Bai Luochen take out talismans, he became even more confused. Without explanation, Bai Luochen quickly slapped a talisman onto Jiang He-ming and told him to stay still. In an instant, Jiang He-ming was firmly pinned against a tree. Bai Luochen stretched lazily, looking like he had just finished warming up before dealing with a large bird. On the main battlefield, Dongshu Yaldi was already near exhaustion. He kept dodging desperately, unable to counterattack, filled with rage and unwillingness. At that moment, a golden crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Dongshu Yaldi was overjoyed, thinking the demon lord had arrived to save him. From the light stepped out a one-eyed, distorted creature with massive wings. Its presence immediately restored Dongshu Yao's confidence. At the same time, Bai Luochen's clone began to fade. Ignoring all screams, it calmly announced its operational time had ended and it would return to the main body. Thinking his opponent was fleeing in fear, Dongshu Yaldi fused with the earth demon and laughed coldly, believing no one could escape him now. Hundreds of black arms shot out to chase the clone, unleashing killing moves intended to drag it into hell. On the ground below, Bai Luochen simply snapped his fingers lightly, as if confirming that everything was proceeding as planned. The seven-star heaven slaughtering talisman activated instantly. From afar, Mi-meng widened her eyes as she saw a massive cyan sword floating in the sky, radiating pressure that shook heaven and earth. The giant sword descended like a meteor, crashing directly into the purple demon barrier protecting Dongshu. When the dust settled, Dongshu was still standing in place. His armor showed almost no damage at all. Even so, he remained alert, scanning the surroundings and suspecting that another hidden expert was nearby. Only when he saw Bai Luochen standing calmly below did Dongshu finally ask where this young man came from and whether he was the one who mentioned the earth demon. Bai Luochen spun a talisman on his fingertip, letting his clone merge back into his body, then looked at him with utter disdain. He mocked that struggling against just a puppet already made him look miserable, yet he still failed to recognize the real body standing before him. He then let out a faint smile and flicked the talisman toward Dongshu. The yellow talisman instantly transformed into countless spears sealing all escape routes. Dongshu panicked as he recognized it as the seven-binding immortal talisman. He could not believe a Foundation establishment cultivator possessed such a treasure, along with a clone comparable to tribulation-level power. Bai Luochen coldly replied that Foundation's establishment meant nothing. A frog at the bottom of a well that had never seen the sky did not mean the sky did not exist. Then he immediately pressed for Dongshu's origins. Tightening the seal further, he interrogated him in a low voice. His identity was not something Dongshu was qualified to know. What he wanted to hear was when he had colluded with the Western demon race. Before Dongshu could answer, he realized in horror that the flame was burning directly into his soul. The pain beyond endurance forced Dongshu to collapse, screaming for mercy while insisting he knew nothing. In the distance, Mi-meng broke into a cold sweat, silently hoping the old monster would not take his anger out on her. Bai Luochen only sneered and ignored the pleas. He told him to take his time thinking, because he had plenty of time. At that moment, during the interrogation, Mi-meng dragged Su Lingwei over and hurriedly reported that her condition had become extremely critical. Seeing his disciple in such a miserable state, Bai Luochen immediately supported her. Veins bulged on his forehead as he questioned Mi-meng about what had happened. Frightened out of her mind, Mi-meng quickly acted pitiful, crying as she admitted she was too weak to protect Su Lingwei. Bai Luochen's gaze turned ice cold. Killing intent surged as he looked toward Dongshu, a dark talisman already in his hand. At this point, the demon race no longer mattered compared to harming his disciple. The talisman clung to Dongshu's body and began burning away his cultivation. In desperation, Dongshu screamed that Bai Luochen would not dare kill him, because the earth demon would take revenge. As his body and soul were being consumed by purification flames, a strange object suddenly appeared before his eyes, leaving him stunned. Standing before the chained gate of the netherworld, Bai Luochen declared coldly that the gate had opened. Even if the demon lord came personally, he could not save Dongshu today. In an instant, countless dark purple chains shot out from the gate, binding Dongshu and dragging him toward the abyss. Dongshu struggled wildly, screaming that he was a noble demon emperor and could not die here. But all resistance was useless as the dark gate swallowed him completely. After everything was erased, the nether gate slowly closed and vanished, leaving behind a silence as if nothing had ever happened. Witnessing everything, Mimeng could not help but feel shocked. A powerful demon emperor was suppressed without even the chance to resist, proving that the old monster was far more terrifying than she imagined. Suddenly, Su Lingyue, still in Bai Luochen's arms, shot up and let out a painful scream as if something had taken control of her. Her eyes widened as she lunged straight at Bai Luochen at terrifying speed, catching even him off guard. Mimeng screamed in panic, urgently warning Bai Luochen. The demonic poison had fully invaded her body, nearly taking over her consciousness. With bloodshot eyes, she lost control like a wild beast and bit down on her master's neck. Strangely, Bai Luochen did not resist. Instead, he calmly told her to continue and bite deeper if she wanted. After absorbing a certain amount of blood, the parasitic flower on Su Lingyu's face began to wither. Her consciousness gradually returned to normal. Realizing what she had just done, Su Lingyue immediately stepped back. Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she stammered out an apology to her master. Seeing the blood on Bai Luochen's neck, she felt even more guilty and kept apologizing. But he simply reassured her that it was purely an accident. Noticing the dark purple bite marks still left on his neck, Su Lingyue worried that the demon emperor's poison had been transferred to him. Bai Luochen dismissed it as nothing serious, saying only a trace of remnant soul had slipped in. As he spoke, he formed seals and circulated his energy. The wound on his neck instantly healed as if it had never existed. However, deep inside his sea of consciousness, the system kept issuing red alerts, reporting malware detected and activating emergency elimination protocols. At the deepest part of his consciousness, a fragment of Dongju's remnant soul still stubbornly existed, quietly manifesting within the sealing array. Successfully sneaking in, he felt smug, even mocking the idea that someone would willingly use their own blood to save others, unknowingly giving him a chance to survive. Still unaware of death approaching, Dongshu fantasized that as long as he preserved this remnant soul, he would one day rebuild his body and dominate the world again. While Dongshu was still dreaming of taking a new body and forcing everyone to serve him, a streak of blue light suddenly emerged from the system and locked onto him. A series of warning sounds echoed non-stop, leaving the demon emperor completely stunned. He could only mutter in confusion, wondering what kind of error this was. After several scans, the system finally reached a conclusion. A bolt of blue lightning struck down and obliterated his remnant soul. In his final moment, Dongshu could only think in horror that this might be the will of the heavenly Tao. Night fell on Qingluan Peak, where a lone figure quietly sat under the silent darkness. Su Lingyue looked at her reflection in the mirror with a disappointed expression. Her injured eye made her even more determined to grow stronger quickly. Images of Mimeng and her master risking their lives to protect her kept replaying in her mind. She blamed herself for being too weak and silently swore to become stronger no matter the cost. On the other side, Mimeng had just stepped out of the bath, drying her wet hair while complaining about how exhausting the day had been. Noticing Su Lingyue still worrying about her eye injury, she spoke up. Startled at being noticed, Su Lingyue quickly hid her sadness and joked that at this rate she might soon join the One-Eyed Club. Mimeng immediately tapped her on the head and scolded her for cursing herself like that. The two then sat together. Mimeng rarely became serious and admitted she had been careless this time, causing Su Lingyue to suffer. She promised she would protect her at all costs from now on. Hearing this, Su Lingyue was deeply moved, her eyes turning red as she unconsciously leaned closer. Mimeng immediately complained for her to stop clinging like that. By morning, the three of them quickly returned to their usual routine. Bai Luochen handled chopping firewood, while the two girls did cleaning and tended the spiritual herbs. While cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy, Su Lingyue suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Bai Luochen immediately stopped what he was doing and asked about her condition. She smiled and reassured him that she just felt a little unwell and would recover after a few days of rest. Mimeng also explained that it was just a side effect from the previous battle. She had no choice but to act at the time due to the danger, but it would heal in a few days. After hearing this, Bai Luochen shook his head and said there was no need to wait. Tomorrow he would take them to the Four Arts sect to seek help from Senior Yue. He explained that the place was famous for its hot springs, capable of purifying cold energy in the body after some soaking. Hearing this, both of them happily agreed. By the next day, at the Four Arts sect, steaming hot springs flowed through a paradise-like landscape. Before entering the springs, Suling Yue and Mimeng immediately began their usual argument. Suling Yue crossed her arms and demanded Mimeng hand over whatever she had secretly hidden for inspection. Saying that, she directly lifted Mimeng up. Mimeng held tightly onto her clothes and loudly protested that it was just a small loot, insisting Suling Yue had also gained many benefits from the previous battle. After a few more exchanges, Mimeng was thrown into a pile of clothes nearby. She angrily claimed those were her rightful rewards. Suling Yue casually tossed more clothes over her head, cutting off her argument entirely. Crawling out of the pile, Mimeng still refused to give up. She insisted she had no interest in Suling Yue's belongings, and that the spirit protection items were clearly rewards given by her master. The argument finally ends, and Suling Yue walks step by step toward the hot spring. She tests the water with her foot first before slowly moving in. After getting ready, Suling Yue places her belongings beside the rock wall. Her body sinks into the warm water, heat spreading through her meridians as all discomfort fades away. At that moment, Yunxi walks over with a light smile and asks how she feels about the hot spring. Yunruo proudly jumps in, saying the Ci Sect's mineral springs are among the best in the region. Yunruo quietly sneaks toward Yunxi's soaking area, a scheming smile on her face. Without warning, she splashes a full basin of water over her while shouting like she is unleashing a technique. The ambush lands perfectly, and Yunruo instantly retreats, muttering that staying means getting beaten. Furious, Yunxi chases after her, shouting non-stop for her to stop acting so reckless. While the sisters cause chaos, Suling Yue notices strange creatures swimming at the bottom of the pool. The creatures chatter in a strange language, seemingly arguing over fair distribution and not being too greedy. After restraining Yunruo, Yunxi casually explains they are water spirits that clean the hot spring. One little spirit excitedly says it has been starving just for this day, while another warns it to stay quiet. Suling Yue looks at the noisy little beings in doubt, unable to believe they are that powerful. Suddenly, footsteps echo from the corridor and into the bathing area. The person arriving is Liu Kuier, deputy instructor of the Ci sect, who immediately mocks the formation sect group. Hearing the insult, Suling Yue gets angry, her eyes sharp as if ready to argue on the spot. Liu Kuier steps onto the water with an arrogant expression, clearly looking down on everyone. She settles into position and continues mocking that a poor master produces poor disciples. She then proudly boasts that she will show the true abilities of spirit servants. As soon as she finishes speaking, 3 little spirits rush over trying to serve her first. Enjoying their service, Liu Kuier looks pleased, fully indulging in the attention. Yunruo, already on shore, comments that she is only picking a fight with Yunxi because she fears Yue Master. Liu Kuier laughs and claims she once saw that Master secretly meeting Yue instructor. The claim shocks Suling Yue, who immediately questions it as a lie. Elsewhere, Bai Luochen breaks into a cold sweat and steps back, feels the situation with his senior sister is too sensitive. Yue Xuanzhu does not care and smiles, asking if normal rules can really separate them as senior and junior. Bai Luochen swallows hard and admits his senior sister is indeed very captivating. He is actually holding a steaming roasted sweet potato, wondering if bringing it into a lady's room is inappropriate. He quickly explains that being alone between men and women causes rumors, but is immediately refuted by childhood memories. Embarrassed by being reminded of past mischief, he scratches his head and says he was too young to understand. After circling the topic, Bai Luochen regains seriousness and asks why she called him here. Yue Xuanzhu finishes adjusting her clothes, rises from the hot spring, and lightly teases him for being too rigid. She explains she wants Bai Luochen to lead the Shangyi sect disciples into the Wanhu Mountain secret realm, leaving him stunned. Seeing his confusion, she adds that the secret realm is newly appeared and needs a capable leader for the juniors. She further says strength is not only about realm and suggests bringing Suling Yue along since the place has many opportunities for cultivation. Yue Xuanzhu continues persuading him with an expectant tone, saying this mission will directly affect the Xiangyi sect, and both she and Yunxi cannot participate. In the end, Bai Luochen agrees to take the task. Hearing the answer she wanted, Yue Xuanzhu beams with satisfaction, saying she already knew he would not refuse. She leans in and whispers a few familiar teasing words, then mentions returning to Qingluan Peak after everything is done. At that moment, Su Lingyu suddenly rushes in and yanks Bai Luochen away, making him flinch in shock. While dragging her master away, she loudly declares she will take him back to Qingluan Peak to handle internal matters, leaving no chance for anyone to intervene. After the two leave, the Yun sisters watch them go and clap as if they have finally seen off a group of troublemakers. The scene shifts to Qingluan Peak at night, where towering mountains sink into a sea of mist. In an open clearing, a large fire crackles steadily, wood popping in the silence. Su Lingyu is fully focused on cultivation, surrounded by blazing red fire spirits spinning around her. Bai Luochen observes and feels satisfied, seeing she has quickly mastered the technique he taught. He begins instructing her that cultivation requires patience and a stable mind, not letting chaotic thoughts disturb progress. But Su Lingyu ignores him completely and rushes forward, hugging him and catching him off guard. Bai Luochen immediately senses something wrong and calls out her name in alarm. Su Lingyu is clearly not normal. She pushes him down onto the grass and says alarming things that shock him. She clings tightly to him, refusing to let go, demanding answers as her emotions spiral further out of control. She expresses her insecurity, comparing herself to other female cultivators and asking if she is inferior. Bai Luochen hurriedly explains his relationships with those women are completely innocent and cannot understand her imagination. Despite his explanation, Su Lingyu keeps pressing him, insisting on hearing the answer directly from him. Under the pressure, Bai Luochen wavers briefly, then regains composure and says he prefers her obedient usual self. With no other option, he places a soul-calming talisman on her forehead. It works quickly and she slowly regains clarity. Bai Luochen wipes his sweat, thinking the chaos of last night is finally over, only to turn around and see her sleeping on him, muttering about naming their future children. The next morning, at the entrance of the Wanhu Mountain's secret realm, rows of temporary tents are set up in a shaky mess, looking like they could collapse in a strong wind. Inside the camp, Bai Luochen stands before a map, giving orders that everyone must report location after entering, stay in groups, and carry assigned items. He specifically reminds Su Lingyu not to rush for treasures and to prioritize survival above all. She responds obediently on the surface, but inside she is extremely flustered, still ashamed of what happened last night. Her face turns red as she keeps telling herself to stay focused, since her goal is immortality, not thinking about her master all day. Seeing her changing expressions, Bai Luochen worries whether the incident has left any lasting impact. At that moment, a disciple rushes in reporting urgent news. She lifts the tent curtain and shouts with a pale face that someone is causing trouble outside. Sensing the tension, Yunro looks for support. Bai Luochen orders everyone to stay inside while he goes out to check. Once outside, Yunruo recognizes the leader and immediately questions Shang Mingshu about their purpose here. The Dark Elder of the Extreme Bliss Palace stands arrogantly, speaking with a mocking tone while bringing up old grievances. Yunruo refuses to back down and fires back with sharp accusations about the opponent's past. Shang Mingshu laughs coldly and takes out a glowing jade flute, her eyes filled with disdain. Without warning, she throws the treasure forward, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy like raging waves. Yunruo quickly raises a defensive barrier to block the attack, while Shang Mingshu continues hurling threats without stopping. But the gap in power is overwhelming. The jade flute pierces through the barrier and shoots straight toward Yunruo, terrifying her. At the critical moment, an invisible force suddenly intervenes and knocks the flute into the air. Bai Luochen slowly appears and calmly remarks that using a musical instrument so violently will eventually backfire. Seeing this, Shang Mingshu's expression changes as he realizes his treasure is no longer under control. Bai Luochen casually catches the jade flute and declares that it now belongs to him. Yunreo watches in shock, realizing her uncle master has subdued the fierce spiritual artifact with a single move. Shang Mingshu grits his teeth in rage, immediately recognizing Bai Luochen and spewing vicious insults. Ignoring the shouting, Bai Luochen places the flute to his lips and begins to play. A calm melody spreads across the battlefield. The female disciples erupt in discussion, shocked that Bai Shishu is also skilled in music and at such a high level. Even Su Lingju is stunned, never expecting her master to have another such remarkable ability. She briefly recalls intimate moments between Luochen and Yue Daoshi, then shakes her head in disbelief, thinking it would not be strange if something existed since they grew up together. Meanwhile, Shang Mingshu turns red with fury after losing his treasure. He activates a technique from the Extreme Bliss Palace, summoning a swarm of serpents toward Luochen and roaring for his flute back. Facing the rage, Luochen remains calm. The flute continues its gentle tune, preventing the venomous snakes from getting even a step closer. Not only do the snakes fail to reach him, they turn back and attack their master. Shang Mingshu's clothes are shredded in the chaos, exposing his body in front of everyone. Luckily, the important areas remain barely covered. At that moment, one of his disciples rushes forward, trying to help him while acting loyal. But the overly enthusiastic assistant accidentally hits a sensitive spot. Shang Mingshu twitches violently, making strange sounds that leave everyone unsure whether he is in pain or pleasure. Seeing their leader in chaos, the group under Shang Mingshu quickly retreats. Luochen then calmly speaks, saying he will spare them out of respect for the artifact, and tells them to leave immediately. He then hands the jade flute to Yun Ruo. She is overjoyed, and Luochen promises to upgrade it from a spiritual artifact to an imperial artifact after the secret realm ends, leaving her excited and grateful. The surrounding disciples are filled with jealousy, complaining that Bai Shishu is too biased. Luochen only smiles and tells them to seek their own opportunities in the secret realm, but their envy does not fade. Looking toward Lingyu entering the tent, Luochen silently reminds himself that she must not miss this rare opportunity. Inside the tent, Lingyu studies a mysterious object, while Xiaomeng curiously asks whether anything special happened between her and the old monster last night. Lingyu only blushes and scolds her for being too nosy. Soon after, the entire area is covered by a mysterious purple mist. Yunruo loudly announces that the entrance to the secret realm has appeared, and everyone must prepare to enter immediately. Carrying supplies, Yunruo leads the way toward the spatial gate. Before entering, she turns back to greet Luochen, who reminds her not to reveal their whereabouts before regrouping. Lingyu stands beside Luochen, clearly anxious. He gently reassures her that he will accompany her this time and there is nothing to fear. Noticing Xiaomeng being ignored, she quickly speaks up, and Luochen laughs, adding her to the protection list. After the encouragement, Lingyu finally calms down and enters the secret realm. Watching her back, Luochen falls into thought. Normally, someone affected by the soul-calming talisman should lose memories for a while, but something about her seems off. He stops overthinking and immediately steps into the secret realm. At the same time, Shang Mingshu's subordinates remain hidden in the distance, silently monitoring everyone's movements. Back at their hideout, Shang Mingshu grinds his teeth in hatred and vents his anger on the disciple who accidentally hit him earlier. Even after being beaten half to death, the disciple still smiles foolishly as if he gained something valuable. Just then, another man rushes in to report that all targets have entered the trap. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shang Mingshu reveals a cold gaze. He declares it is time to act and reminds everyone not to forget the main mission of this trip. Immediately after, all members of the Extreme Bliss Palace shout their familiar slogan in unison, their aura surging to the skies. Meanwhile, on Luochen's side, he has just stepped into the land of the secret realm. A mechanical voice suddenly echoes in his mind, making him freeze. The system activates a new main quest: eliminate the Soul Sect. Rewards remain unchanged, but refusal will deduct 30% of his current spiritual energy. Deep within Fuanghu Mountain of the secret realm, suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupts from the area where Yun Ruo is located. It turns out she was immediately surrounded and attacked by members of the Extreme Bliss Palace upon arrival. As the dust slowly settles, a tragic scene is revealed. Numerous male disciples lie scattered on the ground, completely unable to resist. From within the fallen crowd, a female cultivator of the Extreme Bliss Palace slowly walks out. She steps on a dying opponent and smirks, saying this little kitten still knows how to claw. Sweat drips down Yun Ruo's forehead. She did not expect the previous explosion to be so powerful and still fail to wipe them out. The female cultivator laughs strangely, then swings her hand to release countless sticky pink tentacles, mocking her as she prepares to teach her a lesson. Sensing danger, Yunruo immediately takes out the jade flute to prepare for battle. Though extremely tense, she forces herself to stay calm and raises the flute to her lips. As the sound rings out, spiritual energy gathers into a defensive formation. In an instant, a solid barrier of spiritual power forms in front of her. Unfortunately, her strength is still too weak. The barrier cannot withstand the incoming tidal assault. The strange tentacles quickly bind her body, continuously draining her spiritual energy. The female cultivator sneers, mocking her. In her eyes, even the best treasure is useless in the hands of the weak. She walks closer leisurely, completely arrogant, as if victory is already hers. As she approaches, she keeps taunting Yunruo, trying to see if she has any hidden tricks left, while Yunruo grits her teeth in silence. But her attempt to stall for time is quickly seen through. The female cultivator realizes she is waiting for reinforcements. Her expression instantly turns cold, killing intent flashing in her eyes. The next moment, a brutal strike lands, causing Yunruo to feel as if her entire body is being torn apart. The female cultivator then takes out various torture tools, smiling viciously as if the real torment has only just begun. At the moment of crisis, a fish suddenly drops from the sky, carrying an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. It pierces straight through the female cultivator's body like paper. She does not even have time to react. In the next instant, her corpse collapses. The tentacles instantly dissolve into nothing. Yunruo turns around and sees Luochen walking over calmly. She quickly reports that the Extreme Bliss Palace has already set up an ambush inside the secret realm. Luochen clicks his tongue and says no wonder they haven't seen anyone for so long. With her spiritual energy exhausted, Yunruo can barely stand. Luochen supports her and asks if she can still move. She nods weakly, saying she is only overexhausted. She looks around anxiously. Based on her judgment, most of the ambushers have already been dealt with, so the other disciples should not be in serious danger. Luochen returns her dropped bag and tells her to stay close so they can find the others. She immediately agrees. Just then, she suddenly notices something unusual and widens her eyes. Yunruo grabs Luochen's hand and urgently points him toward the distance. Following her gesture, they see a strange creature crawling out from the corpse of the female cultivator. Yunruo asks in confusion what it is. Without answering, Luochen channels spiritual energy and casually captures it with a simple motion. After examining it briefly, he identifies it as soul-devouring worm. It is likely the Extreme Bliss Palace is using it to harvest the souls of the living. After crushing the worm, Luochen looks into the distance and decides they must quickly find the remaining survivors. The scene shifts to another deeper area of the secret realm. A terrifying heavenly lightning bolt suddenly descends from the sky. The impact shakes the earth, leaving behind a massive crater. Amid smoke and lingering arcs of electricity, a silhouette slowly emerges. The person at the bottom of the crater is none other than Lingyu. She is using heavenly lightning to temper her body, letting thunder strike her again and again without resistance. After a long session of cultivation, Lingyu slowly opens her eyes and exhales deeply. At that moment, Xiaomeng suddenly appears behind her and slaps her shoulder, making Lingyu scream in shock. Looking closely, Lingyu realizes it is Mimeng. She immediately gets angry, complaining that she keeps appearing and disappearing just to scare her. Mimeng fires back, pointing at the ruins, Lingyu created and scolding her for cultivating like she is using lightning to smash herself. Even her hands are badly electrocuted. Hearing this, Lingyu looks down at her injured hands, but her gaze remains firm. To her, cultivation means defying heaven itself and paying the price as necessary. More importantly, she wants to catch up to her master. Mimeng grits her teeth in frustration, saying Lingyu must have been struck stupid by lightning to even think of comparing herself to that person, since A is beyond all normal standards. Just as the real reason is mentioned, Lingyu's face turns bright red and her words become awkward and flustered. At that moment, a member of the Extreme Bliss Palace suddenly appears, mocking them and saying they even managed to catch 2 valuable prey before breaking the Soul Ancestor seal. The strange voice interrupts them, and both Lingyu and Mimeng turn toward the source. Without knowing when, the Extreme Bliss Palace has already surrounded the entire area. The leader arrogantly tells them to bind themselves and come quietly to avoid pain. Hearing the provocation, Mimeng sneers. Lightning crackles in her hand as she coldly replies that they clearly have not learned their lesson, and a bunch of trash dares to threaten her. The female cultivator from the Extreme Bliss Palace is not easy to deal with either. She quickly forms seals, A strange demon flower appears before her chest, and she mocks Mi Meng as a weak little demon who has not even used her full strength yet. As soon as she finishes speaking, the flower is thrown into the sky, revealing her true trump card. Mi Meng immediately feels uneasy. In the next instant, a massive club-like object descends from above and slams into their position, crushing the ground into rubble. Mi Meng turns pale, cold sweat soaking her back as she senses the terrifying demon power within the attack. The shockwave sends Lingyu flying far away. She struggles to stand and shouts Mi Meng's name. Hearing her, Mi Meng instinctively turns back and forgets to defend herself, failing to notice the incoming danger. She only manages to call out Lingyu's name before being blasted away, her body crashing into a cliff wall. But that is not the worst. The remaining force of the attack continues to sweep through, sending Mi Meng rolling toward the edge of a bottomless abyss. Lying at the bottom of the pit, covered in injuries, Mi Meng gasps for breath. She clearly understands the enemy's power has far exceeded what she can handle. Her once beautiful face is now covered in blood and wounds. Using her last strength, she urges Lingyu to quickly call that monster for backup. Meanwhile, Lingyu stands frozen, eyes locked onto the surging demon energy ahead. She has no idea what is happening in front of her. The members of the Extreme Bliss Palace all bow respectfully toward the figure that has just appeared. From the thick mist, a bunny-eared woman steps out with overwhelming presence. She clenches her fist and angrily shouts. She insists that she must be called Old Six. No one expected such a small figure to be a terrifying demon sovereign. The scene then shifts to the dark and foul main stronghold of the Extreme Bliss Palace. At this moment, Lingyu has completely lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, she slowly regains consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she finds herself suspended in midair like a trapped object, causing her panic. In front of her, members of the Extreme Bliss Palace gather around a black coffin floating in the air. The sight sends a chill through her. Below, a figure spreads his arms, absorbing rising blue-green demon energy and excitedly declaring the moment has arrived for the grand formation to begin. Looking to the side, Lingyu sees the female disciples of the Xiangyi sect also bound like her, making her heart sink. She tries to channel her remaining spiritual energy to break free, but fails. All she can do is urgently search for a way to save her fellow disciples. At that moment, Mi Meng slowly appeared with a sly look on her face, mocking Lingyue and telling her to stop struggling because the binding ropes were a treasure she personally refined. Lingyue froze in shock, then immediately erupted in rage, unable to believe Mi Meng had betrayed both her and their master. Mi Meng showed no guilt at all and even smiled proudly, claiming smart people always choose stronger sides, and in her eyes A was not worth betting on, so she had chosen to side with Lao Liu Zunzhe. But after taking a closer look, Lingyue realized Mi Meng was also bound just like her, instantly sensing something was off. Seeing her confusion, Mi Meng burst out laughing and revealed she had deliberately allowed herself to be captured. The two then started arguing non-stop. Lingyue demanded to be released and warned that if their master arrived, everyone here would face disaster, while Mi Meng said she was ruining the plan and that a tracking signal had already been sent, so they just needed to stall for reinforcements. The noise finally irritated Lao Liu. Annoyed by the disturbance while eating, she slammed the table and threatened to kill them both if they kept making noise, instantly forcing Lingyue and Mi Meng to go silent. After the room fell quiet again, Lao Liu turned her gaze toward Shang Mingtu and sensed something was wrong. At that moment, Shang Mingtu was still conducting a ritual to absorb demon qi. Noticing Lao Liu's gaze, she nervously asked her subordinates what was happening, while others complained that despite collecting a large number of souls, the results were still unsatisfactory. Just then, two peak experts from the soul refining sect appeared. One had reached the perfect nascent soul stage, while the other also possessed overwhelming cultivation. Ziling glanced at the prepared souls and scoffed, saying it was ridiculous to think a few hundred weak spirits could break the seal of the soul ancestor. Hearing the mockery, Shang Mingtu quickly explained there were better sacrifices prepared, including people connected to A. She immediately ordered her subordinates to bring the 4 arts department girls forward as sacrifices, and the henchmen obeyed at once. 3 henchmen rushed toward the girls, their eerie laughter echoing through the cave and terrifying the girls into pale-faced panic and cold sweat. Seeing this, Lingyue struggled desperately to break free, while Mi Meng remained calm and told her to keep watching the show. At the critical moment, a spiritual barrier suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the attackers and shocking everyone present. The barrier then unleashed a powerful rebound force, instantly blasting the three henchmen backward. All three were electrocuted into charred wrecks twitching on the ground. Shang Ming too panicked, unable to understand what had just happened. Looking up, she saw Mi Meng smiling meaningfully and immediately assumed this was the Demon Emperor's arrangement. Not wanting to take further risks, she turned to Lao Liu for help. However, Lao Liu calmly asked why she should bother doing that. Still eating, Lao Liu showed her dissatisfaction and reminded her she had already made one move according to their agreement. If she wanted more action, she had to pay additional compensation, and when Shang Ming Tu addressed her incorrectly, Lao Liu immediately corrected her name. Hearing this, Shang Ming Tu was furious, almost biting her nails to pieces. She was in pain because the Bliss Palace only had a few precious Guiji branches left, and continuing to spend them would be a massive loss. Seeing her hesitation, an elder beside her stepped in and advised her not to make things harder for herself. As he spoke, he directly grabbed the souls of the dead subordinates and laughed sinisterly, claiming that even allied souls could be used as sacrifices. Witnessing this, Shang Ming Tu became even more unsettled and nervously asked what he was planning to do while still holding the Guiji branch. Ziling coldly absorbed the soul energy and told her to put away the Guiji, reminding her that the Bliss Palace only survived until now because of the force backing them. Suddenly, Ziling sensed something unusual, fell silent to listen, then smirked and announced that that great being was about to awaken from its seclusion. In the next instant, the lightning-charged chains locking the bronze coffin shattered piece by piece. The coffin lid exploded open violently, releasing waves of dense black evil energy that flooded the entire space like a tide. Inside, countless skulls were stacked together, forming a horrifying scene. A withered arm covered in demonic aura reached out from the coffin, followed by a chilling laugh that sent shivers down everyone's spine. After thousands of years of sealing, the soul ancestor finally returned to the world. As soon as the laughter faded, the coffin shattered into countless fragments. The bones stored inside were blown across the cave. The explosion shook the entire cavern violently. Ling Hua broke into a cold sweat and immediately realized the one who had broken free might be the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor, the source of the disaster that once devastated Yunhuang. Soon after, the true body of the Soul Ancestor fully revealed itself. His body was pieced together from countless white bones and broken corpses, radiating overwhelming pressure. The two members of the Soul Refining sect quickly knelt and bowed, respectfully welcoming their ancestor's emergence. The Soul Ancestor inhaled deeply as if savoring a delicious meal, then showed interest upon sensing an extremely high-quality soul in the cave. As he spoke, he casually sent out a surge of power toward Shang Ming Tu, treating her soul as an appetizer. Under such absolute power, Shang Ming Tu had no ability to resist. Her soul was forcibly dragged out, and in panic she tried to use Guiji to call for Lao Lia's help. But before she could finish calling out, the life-saving treasure in her hand exploded into dust. Lao Liu finally made a reluctant move. She used the chopsticks in her hand to slash apart the force pulling Shang Ming Tu's soul away, while coldly reminding them to address her by the correct name. Barely escaping death, Shang Ming Tu immediately activated the Extreme Bliss Heavenly Teleport Talisman, choosing to flee without hesitation. A spatial crack appeared before her. She rushed in and vanished without a trace. Lao Liu then noticed Ling Yue and Mi Meng still struggling to break free from their restraints. Without saying much, she directly used a pulling force to drag Ling Yue toward her. Mi Meng immediately protested, claiming their deal never included taking people away. Ignoring Ling Yu's struggles, Lao Liu threw her into a pool of purple liquid and coldly told her to behave if she wanted to live. Seeing her about to leave, Mi Meng panicked and rushed after her, loudly asking to come along. The Soul Ancestor watched everything and shook his head in disbelief. In his eyes, the era had changed so much that even a minor demon lord dared to snatch people right in front of him. At that moment, Ziling trembled as she knelt and reported that the Soul Refining sect had been suppressed by righteous factions for thousands of years and now only survived under the identity of a small sect. She begged the Soul Ancestor not to punish her descendants. The Soul Ancestor did not bother listening. He continued absorbing wandering spirits in the cave while cursing the righteous factions for pushing the Soul Refining sect into its current decline. After absorbing nearly all the surrounding souls, he coldly declared that soon the entire human realm would once again kneel before him. Meanwhile, Mimeng was still maintaining the barrier, protecting the 4 arts department girls. She continuously poured demonic energy into the defense, but her body was already reaching its limit. Sweating heavily, she could only hope A would arrive soon, or she would not be able to hold on. Just as that thought ended, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot down from the sky like a meteor. Amid the blinding light, Bai Luochen appeared in full glory. Before even starting the fight, he complained that villains always liked hiding in dark places that were hard to find. The Soul Ancestor looked up and saw Bai Luochen standing in midair. Spiritual energy around him surged like a storm, drawing everyone's attention. Even the Soul Ancestor became slightly more cautious at the newcomer's presence. Seeing himself being stared at, Luochen immediately got annoyed and mocked that it was like they had never seen a handsome man before. Sunlight shone down on Luochen's figure, wrapping him in a brilliant golden glow. Ziling and Yangqing froze as they stared at the sudden intruder. Ziling frowned, trying to figure out the identity of this arrogant young man. Even the Soul Ancestor narrowed his eyes to block the radiance around Luochen. Although his cultivation looked ordinary on the surface, his divine sense could not see through the true identity of this man. Luochen casually landed in the cave and stood beside his familiar blade with a relaxed posture. After slinging the blade onto his shoulder, he scanned the entire scene and sneered. In his eyes, the Bliss Palace had spent years just to keep an old monster on life support. Insulted in front of everyone, the Soul Ancestor flew into rage. He immediately took out the Soul Refining banner and roared that after sleeping for thousands of years, even his juniors dared to look down on him. Without hesitation, the Soul Ancestor unleashed the Nether Abyss Soul Sacrifice technique. Streams of foul black energy shot out like vicious serpents straight toward Luochen. Facing the attack, Luochen immediately activated the 5-star Divine Talisman to counter it. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a majestic golden dragon circling the sky. Its overwhelming pressure shook the entire space. Seeing the golden dragon, even the Soul Ancestor was slightly shocked. He praised Luochen as a rare genius talisman master in Yunhuang and demanded to know his name. Spiritual energy around Luochen's surged even higher. He only smirked and replied arrogantly that he was the ancestor of the other side's ancestors. Sensing Luochen's rising aura, the Soul Ancestor realized he had finally met a real opponent. He did not hesitate and immediately activated a defensive killing formation. The soul banners were slammed into the ground, triggering the formation. When the golden dragon was swallowed instantly by the formation, Luochen realized those banners could devour even divine talisman power. From the ground, thick black sludge like tar began crawling upward, wrapping around Luochen's limbs. The Soul Ancestor laughed loudly, believing his opponent had fallen into his trap. Luochen responded by continuously using protective talismans to resist the corrosion. However, the encirclement tightened more and more, slowly dragging him deeper into the dark zone. Even under pressure, Luochen remained calm. He even thought this environment might help neutralize the curse inside his body. In an instant, the Soul Ancestor forcibly pulled Luochen into a separate illusion-filled dimension. Upon arriving, Luochen immediately observed everything around him. Without delay, Luochen activated the Black Tortoise Talisman to form a solid defense. However, the pressure in this space was so strong that even the Divine Tortoise could barely withstand it. Countless strands of vicious energy condensed into sharp spikes and rained down like a storm. All attacks were focused entirely on Luochen. Those energy strands even formed countless distorted faces with sinister smiles. Among them echoed the Soul Ancestor's voice, declaring that any talisman master who entered his domain would only face death. A demonic face mocked him, wanting to see how long Luochen's body could endure this overwhelming pressure. Despite the non-stop attacks, Luochen stood still without injury, taking all damage head-on. His gaze gradually turned cold. While listening to the Soul Ancestor's non-stop ranting, the Luochen asked the system about the concept of domain. The system explained that it was a special ability of a chaotic primordial level expert, allowing them to create a separate space to suppress opponents. The Soul Ancestor was using his powerful divine sense to interfere with the laws of the heavenly Tao inside the domain, weakening all beings trapped within. Seeing Luochen fall into thought, the Soul Ancestor laughed even louder, thinking he had already given up. In reality, Luochen was thinking something else entirely. To him, Interfering with the heavenly Tao was basically digging his own grave. Suddenly, Luo Chen launched a lightning-fast counter-attack. The Soul Ancestor was caught off guard and shuddered violently. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chen swung his blade repeatedly in a storm-like assault. The relentless slashes shattered the Soul Ancestor's form, sending him flying dozens of meters as black energy dispersed. The old man nearly spat blood in rage, screaming internally. This was clearly his domain, yet the brat still managed to injure him. The Soul Ancestor's spirit body was already close to collapse, covered in deep wounds that continued to bleed. Swallowing hard, he trembled as he asked what kind of weapon Luo Chen was holding. Spiritual energy around Luo Chen surged violently. He smirked mockingly and replied that it was nothing special, just a regular axe he used for chopping wood. Hearing that, the Soul Ancestor froze like a stone statue. A wood-chopping axe? Cracking sounds echoed continuously as his soul was further crushed toward collapse. Amid it all, Luo Chen's calm voice continued, saying that he had previously restrained his power out of respect for the heavenly Tao. As he spoke, Luo Chen slowly advanced, his overwhelming aura covering the entire space. In the next instant, his axe cleaved down and split the Soul Ancestor's body in two. Luo Chen coldly declared he would treat him like rotten wood and chop him down completely. At the same time, the massive seal outside began to crack everywhere, clearly reaching its limit. Meanwhile, Mimeng was still calmly overseeing the soul-refining sect members. Ziling tried to stay defiant, threatening that once the ancestor returned, everyone would die. Just then, a beam of light pierced through a crack in the seal, making her overjoyed as she thought their backer had returned. Unfortunately, reality was the opposite. The one stepping out was Luo Chen, holding the severed head of the Soul Ancestor in his hand. Yunro immediately rejoiced, while Yang Cheng was struck with terror. He screamed in disbelief, repeatedly asking why Luo Chen was still alive and where the Soul Ancestor had gone. Without saying a word, Luo Chen casually threw the Soul Ancestor's head to the ground. The head rolled a few times before smashing into Yang Cheng's feet, then suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Ziling turned pale with fear, completely losing her earlier arrogance. She crawled toward Luo Chen and begged for mercy, crying that she would do anything just to survive. Luo Chen did not hesitate. He kicked her away coldly. For someone as scheming as her, mercy would only bring future trouble. He then ordered Yunro to bind her and bring her back to the academy for interrogation. Yunruo respectfully accepted the order. Luo Chen then turned his gaze to Mimeng, who was quietly trying to escape, and coldly asked about Li Yu's whereabouts. Just as Mimeng attempted to slip away, she was grabbed by Luo Chen. Crying helplessly, she insisted she knew nothing, and was just a weak bystander, unable to interfere in matters of great figures. At that moment, someone gently tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve. Tong Dudu, pale with fear, reported that using the Ming Yin heart technique's eavesdropping ability, she discovered Li Yue had been taken by a demon venerable to the lair of the Bliss Palace. Hearing this, Chen's expression darkened immediately. The Bliss Palace again. This place truly would not disappear from his life. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Bliss Palace, where Li Yue was still hanging in a miserable state. After a while in a daze, she slowly regained consciousness and opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was countless talismans sealing the chains binding her body. Struggling to lift her head, Li Yue looked toward the figure in front of her and asked for their identity. The person's face was hidden under talismans. From the darkness came a strange laugh, greeting her as if they had known each other for a long time. The figure stood amid black mist and massive chains, coldly calling out her former title, Tai Su Immortal Maiden. At that moment, buried memories in Li Yu's mind began to awaken, flowing back to an ancient past in Li Palace. In the memory, Tai Su stood by the window gazing at the moon and sighed that they had been stuck at the Earth Immortal realm for nearly 1,000 years. Man replied in confusion, saying they had once sworn not to compete for immortal fortune, so why bring it up now? Suddenly, a strand of black smoke appeared in Tai Su's hand. She smiled unpredictably and said she had discovered a crack in the heavenly secrets. Hearing this, Man stood up in shock, completely unable to understand what heavenly secrets meant. The green-haired beauty coughed out thick, black, demonic energy, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, and seriously stated that their cultivation path had long been deviating. Standing close to Man, Tai Su explained the concept of immortals beyond mortal understanding, then cut open her own abdomen and took out 3 golden crystals, saying this was the 3 courses. Blood kept flowing from her mouth, but she insisted that these were the true shackles, preventing cultivators from entering the immortal realm. Without another word, she crushed one of the three courses in front of Man. Witnessing this, Man quickly formed hand seals and activated the Kimen Life formation, creating a small barrier to stop her, shouting at her to calm down because she had just destroyed her own primordial soul. Despite the difficulty, Man used all her strength to maintain the technique and stabilize Tai Su's collapsing body. However, Tai Su showed no gratitude. Instead, she slowly advanced with murderous intent, gripping her weapon tightly and looking down on all of Man's efforts. In a near-mad state, she rushed forward and shouted at Man to get out of her way. The blade pierced through Man's body, sending her into unbearable pain. Tai Tu coldly blamed her, saying she had tried to share the secret of immortality, but Man was too stubborn to believe her. Without stopping, she crushed the second three-corpus crystal. Tai Tu's face was filled with fanatic excitement as she demanded Man witness her ascension to immortality. Demonic energy and spiritual energy merged and surged violently around her. She laughed wildly, boasting about her newfound power. Meanwhile, Man endured her injuries and continued using a secret technique to protect both of them. But Tai Tu only grew more arrogant, insisting this was true immortal energy. Unfortunately, no heavenly gate appeared. Instead, endless black energy leaked out from her body. Tai Tu immediately panicked and questioned why. After losing control, she realized only 2-3 courses had been destroyed and frantically searched for the last one. Soon after, she discovered the final crystal was tightly held in Man's hand. At that moment, a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly echoed across the sky. Man successfully opened her own domain and retreated deeper inside with the last crystal. She silently vowed that no matter the cost, she would bring Tai Tu back to herself. Enduring near-total bodily collapse, Man kept a firm gaze. As long as the remaining soul fragment was preserved, there was still hope to save Tai Tu. In the illusionary sky, a crescent moon suddenly appeared, slowly blocking out the radiant light above. Covered in blood, Tai Tu stood on a blood-red moon and angrily questioned why Man ran away after promising to walk the path of immortality together. At this moment, she looked no different from a demon wearing human skin, her cold gaze locking onto Man as she tried to escape. The last trace of sanity in Tai Tu's eyes vanished completely. She roared like a beast, declaring she would drag Man out no matter where she hid, and triggered an artificial solar eclipse. The bright sun was quickly swallowed by darkness. Using her forbidden technique, Tai Tu created a false eclipse, suppressing all light and letting despair cover the world. Hidden in the shadows, Man witnessed everything in terror. Her heart ached as she silently called out the name of her old friend. As the eclipse formed, the tides began rising violently, swallowing everything in their path. A massive sea monster, mountain-sized, emerged from the water. Man quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Despite her nearly exhausted body and blood flowing from her lips, she forced out her remaining energy to activate the Kimen escape formation. A giant water pillar transformed into a soaring water dragon, charging toward the dark eclipse sky. But Tai Tu remained unusually calm, casually slashing downward as if everything was under control. In an instant, the water dragon's head was severed by an invisible blade force. In the next moment, the entire dragon body was torn apart into countless pieces. Man's counterattack was nothing more than a futile struggle. Even the massive sea beast nearby suffered the same fate, cleanly split apart like an inanimate object. Realizing the overwhelming gap in strength, Man desperately tried to retreat. Only one thought remained in her mind. The so-called Moon Immortal Wheel was far more terrifying than she ever imagined. From above, Tai Tu coldly looked down. Between her fingers, a mass of killing intent condensed as she called for Man to come back. Her body had now fully transformed into something monstrous, her skin and aura twisted and eerie. She declared that no matter where Man fled, she could not escape her pursuit. As soon as she finished speaking, countless spiritual arrows rained down like a storm. Every impact triggered massive tidal explosions. The entire area was like it was being destroyed by a natural disaster. After a sweeping barrage, Tai Tu suddenly smiled viciously, having finally located Man's trace. Without giving her any chance to breathe, she concentrated all firepower on the newly discovered position. The sudden strike came too fast for Man to react. She could only freeze in place for a brief moment. Standing at the edge of life and death, she had no choice but to continue activating the Kimin escape formation. Man forcefully stomped her foot onto the ground. A massive formation instantly spread beneath her feet. Looking up at the sky, Man painfully questioned Tai-Tu about what she had seen in the heavenly secrets that made her turn into such a state. In response, Tai-Tu only laughed arrogantly. She claimed that the truly deluded one might be Man herself, and continued trying to tempt her into stepping into the immortal realm. Man's eyes were filled with sorrow. She carefully sealed away the final three-courses crystal, and slowly replied that if becoming immortal meant turning into a monster like this, she would never accept it. With rising anger, Man formed hand seals and unleashed the final ultimate technique of Kimin, called Reincarnation Heaven Transmission, determined not to let Tai-Tu achieve her goal. Tai-Tu immediately engaged, showing utter disdain for her techniques and absolute confidence in her moon immortal wheel. Blade light from Tai-Tu struck down like thunder, while Man summoned countless formation wheels to meet it head-on. The battle between the two former best friends erupted violently, shaking heaven and earth with endless collisions. After the brutal life and death battle, both of their clothes were torn apart. Man gasped for breath and weakly smiled, thinking the victory might finally be hers. Tai-Tu collapsed to her knees, covered in wounds and blood. She choked out, asking why Man refused to walk the path of immortality with her, despite their once unbreakable bond. Man gave a faint, painful smile and replied that precisely because Tai-Tu was so important to her, she could not accept seeing her lose herself. She looked gently at Tai-Tu and said all she wanted was to pull her back to who she once was, even if she could only save a fragment of her. Those words pierced the last fragile part of Tai-Tu's heart. Tears fell uncontrollably as she choked out Man's name. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Man's life force had completely run out after the battle. She loosened her body and collapsed right in front of Tai-Tu, no longer able to respond. Witnessing this, Tai-Tu completely broke down. She was consumed by endless regret, blaming herself for pushing Man into such a tragic end. Painful memories from the past resurfaced like ghosts, tormenting her mind without end. Liyue completely collapsed, falling to her knees. Her hands hung lifelessly, as only emptiness and despair remained in her heart. Tears kept falling, but she still could not erase the haunting images from the past. Everything was too much to accept. At that moment, Man's voice came from behind. Seeing Liyue's reaction, she guessed that she had already recovered all her memories. Liyue immediately reacted in panic, denying it and insisting the person in front of her could not be real. She claimed it was all an illusion and demanded to know her identity and purpose. Man quietly looked at her with sorrowful eyes. Nearby, Lao Liu was tightly bound with chains. After a long silence, she softly called Tai-Tu's name. There was still a faint trace of hope in her eyes. Man only wished for her old friend not to sink further into the wrong path. After a long moment, Liyue finally calmed down. She asked in shock whether the person seated in front of her was truly Man, and if she had already become the corpse immortal. Suddenly, violent tremors echoed outside the cave, shaking the entire ground. Man looked outside and calmly said that it seemed someone had arrived. She immediately turned to Lao Liu with a serious gaze and ordered her to go deal with it. Lao Liu obediently complied. Outside the Bliss Palace, chaos had already erupted into intense battle. Bai Luochen wielded an axe in one hand while dragging a Bliss Palace disciple in the other, loudly demanding that they hand over his disciple immediately. Xiaosu quickly appeared to meet him. Seeing the scene, she felt a chill at the opponent's overwhelming aura. However, she soon sneered coldly, mocking that he was too late and the person he was looking for had likely already become food for the great immortal inside. Hearing this, Bai Luochen did not hesitate and unleashed the blood fusion talismans. Countless crimson talismans filled the sky as killing intent surged. He coldly declared that everyone would be buried with his disciple. Xiaosu hurriedly raised a defensive barrier, while the surrounding subordinates screamed as their bodies were corroded by the talismans. Bai Luochen charged forward with his axe, rage burning in his eyes. Today he would spare no one. Under overwhelming pressure, Xiaosu gradually lost the ability to resist and could only call for Lao Lia's help. As soon as the plea for help echoed out, Lao Lia's magical artifact shot in like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the spot where Bai Luochen had just stood. He narrowly dodged it and was not injured. Riding her artifact, Lao Liu descended from above. The moment she arrived, She complained about others using the wrong title for her. Once Lao Liu landed, Xiaosu finally breathed a sigh of relief and declared their cooperation over, while also thanking her for the assistance. Bai Luochen observed her and silently analyzed the situation. A tribulation stage demon sovereign, could she be the mysterious figure those people kept mentioning? Lao Liu glanced at him with disdain and told him her identity had nothing to do with him, and he should return from where he came. Those arrogant words instantly enraged Bai Luochen. His massive spiritual energy erupted, shaking the surrounding ground and debris. He only cared about where his disciple was. Seeing this, Lao Liu continued provoking him, asking what difference it made, even if he was the girl's master, and why she should answer him. That sentence completely ignited Bai Luochen's fury. He declared that even if she was a demon sovereign, she had no right to stop him. He raised his hand, and a powerful suction force instantly restrained Lao Liu. The one who had been arrogant just moments ago was now pulled forward in shock. Seeing this, Xiaosu turned deathly pale, drenched in cold sweat from fear. Even while being lifted into the air, Lao Liu kept insulting him, still looking down on his strength. Bai Luochen calmly raised his hand and pointed behind her, making Lao Liu feel an unsettling sense of danger. Her face immediately turned pale as cold sweat ran down her back. She finally began to panic, unsure of what he intended to do. A massive Dharma form appeared behind Bai Luochen, radiating overwhelming pressure and blinding light. At the same time, he activated the Golden Emperor Heavenly Tail technique, preparing to strike. In the next moment, a decisive blow landed directly on Lao Liu. A piercing scream echoed everywhere. In an instant, her backside turned red and visibly swollen. Tears and snot mixing, Lao Liu cried out in rage and demanded what he had just done to her. Bai Luochen remained calm and said it was just a simple lesson. Without hesitation, his hand came down again, showing no mercy to stubborn opponents. Lao Liu was struck repeatedly, crying in pain while completely restrained and unable to resist. In anger, she gritted her teeth and swore she would one day tear him into pieces. Luochen narrowed his eyes dangerously and coldly asked if she still refused to submit, suggesting they continue to see who could endure longer. The blows continued relentlessly as Luochen kept questioning her about his disciple's whereabouts. Spiritual energy around him surged endlessly the more he struck. The stronger he became, showing no sign of fatigue. The more stubborn Lao Liu remained, the harsher Luochen's methods became. Standing nearby, Xiaosu could only watch in terror, drenched in cold sweat. In the end, Lao Liu could no longer endure and finally cried out for mercy, agreeing to reveal everything. Holding her swollen backside, she tearfully explained that sending his disciple into the Bliss Palace was only to repay a past debt, which had now been settled. After hearing this, Luochen crossed his arms and concluded that his disciple was still safe. He even blamed Lao Liu for not speaking sooner, which caused unnecessary suffering. He immediately urged her to lead the way to his disciple without wasting any more time. Xiaosu was inwardly shocked. Even Lao Liu had been suppressed to this extent. Bai Luochen's strength clearly exceeded expectations. However, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on her lips as a new plan formed in her mind. Without hesitation, Xiaosu rushed toward the two of them. She activated the blood-flesh earthen silence formation. In an instant, a blood-red array appeared beneath Luochen and Lao Liu, with countless monstrous arms emerging from the ground. The sudden change made Luochen frown slightly. He did not expect Xiaosu to be so reckless as to activate this formation now. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant arm grabbed Lao Liu. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. Luochen was quickly caught in the same situation, seized by another massive arm. Above them, Xiaosu stood on the head of a four-armed, many-eyed demon beast. This creature was the source of the arms imprisoning them both. Looking at the trapped prey below, she laughed in satisfaction and declared they would become sacrifices for eternal bliss. In her frenzy, Xiaosu's entire body radiated a blinding golden light, as if she had completely lost her sanity. Struggling under the pressure, Lao Liu roared in fury, cursing Xiaosu for betraying her and setting a trap. Facing that rage, Xiaosu only smiled calmly. She even claimed that becoming one with her flesh and blood was the greatest honor they could receive. Xiaosu's fanaticism grew even stronger. At the same time, the demon beast opened its abyss-like mouth, preparing to swallow both Luochen and Lao Liu. Despite the horrifying scene, Luochen remained calm. He even mocked the creature. With a confident smile, he declared that it should not even dream of swallowing him. In the next moment, Luochen exploded with power, and directly shattered the arm restraining him. Lao Liu was flung away and quickly summoned her life-bound artifact to fight back. However, her familiar staff showed no reaction at all. This immediately made her face turn pale in shock. At the same time, countless sharp spikes rose from the ground, all aimed at her, making Lao Liu think she was about to die. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly grabbed her collar from behind. It was Luo Chen. He pulled her to safety and formed a golden barrier around them, ordering her to stay put. Naturally, Lao Liu refused and argued back immediately. On the other side, the demon beast let out a miserable howl. Both of its arms were now reduced to white bone. Contrary to expectations, Xiao Su showed no panic. Instead, she seemed excited and admitted Luo Chen had some real strength for breaking her attack. Strangely, the shattered flesh on the demon beast's arms began to move on its own and reassemble. In a very short time, the destroyed arms fully regenerated. Standing on the demon beast's head, Xiao Su arrogantly declared that all resistance was meaningless. Facing this bizarre regeneration ability, Luo Chen remained calm, a glowing mass of spiritual energy condensed in his palm, his eyes showing annoyance at the persistent regeneration. Without hesitation, he activated the 4-star sword talisman. The talisman shattered into countless light blades, transforming into tens of thousands of swords that swept across the battlefield. If it could regenerate, he would simply destroy it beyond recovery. In an instant, the sword storm tore the demon beast into countless pieces. Hidden behind the barrier, Lao Liu watched the raining flesh and bones with goosebumps, complaining at how disgusting it was. At that moment, Luo Chen suddenly shifted his gaze toward Xiao Su, a hint of surprise flashing in his expression. Amid the pile of blood and flesh, Xiao Su showed no pain like a normal person. Instead, she wore an eerie expression of pleasure, making the scene even more disturbing. Even more horrifying, the more severe her injuries became, the more excited she grew. To her, extreme pain seemed to be an irresistible form of pleasure. Her body continued mutating into something more twisted and terrifying. In her madness, she believed she was approaching a higher realm. In the next moment, Xiao Su's entire body transformed into countless sharp tentacles, rushing toward the two of them, trying to drag them into her world of flesh and blood. Seeing the golden barrier being pierced, Lao Liu immediately shouted in panic as a warning. But Luo Chen still stood still, observing as if deep in thought. This made Lao Liu even more anxious, urging him to counterattack. Meanwhile, the tentacles had already wrapped around Lao Liu, slowly crawling across her body. They kept invading sensitive areas, making Lao Liu blush in rage as she shouted for them to stop. She tried to circulate her energy to break free, only to find her power completely sealed. Seeing this, Xiao Su burst into laughter, knowing her plan had succeeded. The eye on her arm widened as she slowly approached Lao Liu with malicious intent, ready to drain her spiritual energy upon contact. She extended a long, grotesque tongue and licked Lao Liu's face, declaring she would drain every last drop of her power. Lao Liu shivered in disgust, desperately trying to pull away. Xiao Su then turned to Luo Chen. Seeing him also bound by tentacles, she believed he was no different from the rest. In response, Luo Chen calmly asked a single question. The moment he spoke, his spiritual energy erupted like a bursting dam. He coldly said that if she liked absorbing energy so much, she should take it all. A massive surge of power instantly rushed back into Xiao Zou's body. Her form rapidly swelled out of control. For the first time, true panic appeared on her face. Even while trying to resist, Xiao Zhou felt her body being torn apart from the inside by that terrifying energy. A huge explosion followed. Her body blew apart into pieces. The tentacles also disintegrated, freeing Luo Chen and Lao Liu. Luo Chen only shrugged as if he had simply satisfied her hunger. Lao Liu rubbed her aching arm while scanning the devastated battlefield. Still, she was not fully at ease, sensing Xiao's was not gone yet. Luo Chen, however, seemed to notice something else. After analyzing the situation, he realized Xiao Zhou had linked her body to the earth veins underground through a formation, turning both into one entity. As expected, the scattered flesh began to move and reassemble itself. At the same time, Xiao Zhu's eerie laughter echoed again. Her face slowly reformed within the pile of flesh and blood. With a smug expression, Xiao Zhou declared that as long as the earth vein existed, she could never die. Luo Chen remained unmoved. He cut his own arm with his weapon, letting fresh blood flow out as he prepared his final method. He flung the blood toward Xiao Zhou, using his essence blood as a catalyst for the technique. The Fengbo Jingong formation activated. In an instant, Luo Chen's presence turned majestic like a Buddha statue, his entire body radiating brilliant golden light. He struck his palm heavily onto the ground. A terrifying pressure crashed down like a flood. Under this overwhelming force, Xiaozhou completely lost the ability to resist, screaming in despair. Luo Chen stood with hands clasped, continuing to reinforce the seal. Even so, Xiaozhou still insisted that this could not truly kill her. Without responding, Luo Chen slowly picked up his hammer. Xiaozhou sneered at the sight. In her eyes, bringing out a hammer at this moment would change nothing. Luo Chen said nothing. He swung the hammer, releasing two crossing shockwaves of devastating power. In an instant, the ground was torn apart into two long ravines, rocks exploding and scattering everywhere. Luo Chen forcefully pulled the hidden earth vein up from deep underground. Seeing this, Xiaozhou froze in fear, her face turning pale. She could not believe he could actually sever the earth vein. In despair, Xiaozhou stared at Luo Chen, her mind filled with one question: what kind of terrifying existence was he? Immediately after, Luo Chen raised his hand and used an invisible force to seize Xiaozhou in his palm. A terrifying suction pulled her in, making Xiaozhou scream and beg in panic. Despite her cries, Luo Chen focused entirely on completing the seal. Thinking she was about to die, Xiaozhou cautiously opened her eyes to observe her surroundings. She realized she had been shrunk down and was now lying in Luo Chen's palm. Her mind collapsed completely. An immortal evil being who once stood above all had become a tiny toy. Even as she struggled in his fingers, she only received a cold warning that all resistance was useless. Luo Chen tapped her cheek like a doll, while saying the earth vein had been separated and sealed along with her. Xiaozhou was now nothing more than a living spirit container. He then turned to Lao Lu hiding nearby and called out to her. Without hesitation, Luo Chen tossed the shrunken Xiaozhou to Lao Lu as a compensatory gift. Lao Lu quickly caught her and confirmed this was indeed Xiaozhou, now completely stripped of her former threat. Even under heavy sealing, her body still emitted dense spiritual energy, fueling Xiaozhou's silent hatred. Sensing that pure energy, Xiao Lia's eyes lit up with interest. A greedy expression appeared without any attempt to hide it. Seeing this reaction, Luo Chen asked if she could handle that level of power. Xiao Lu tried to stand, but her body was weak and trembling under the overwhelming spiritual pressure from the sealed being. Luo Chen explained that Xiaozhou had long fused with the earth vein, becoming a mobile spiritual eye. Anyone in contact could absorb her energy. He originally planned to use her as a cultivation tool for his disciples. For now, Luo Chen decided to hand Xiaozhou over to Xiao Lu for management. Hearing this, Xiao Lu hugged the gift tightly, a joyful smile appearing on her face. Before she could finish speaking, she bent down and licked Xiaozhou's body. Xiao Lu kept licking the tiny body of Xiaozhou back and forth without stopping, leaving even Luo Chen unsure how to react. Xiaozhou could only cry and beg in despair, pleading for it to stop as she felt her strength being drained away. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Mang Mang stared at the strange vibrations on the rock walls and suspected a major disturbance had just occurred. She frowned and guessed that someone might have infiltrated the underground palace to cause trouble. However, Mang Mang quickly set it aside. Seeing Liu remain silent, she continued persuading her, saying her situation was very similar to the story she had just told, and she must not repeat past mistakes. The loud noises from above echoed down, irritating Mang Mang, and she silently blamed Xiao Lu for being too careless. She immediately cast a soundproofed barrier and muttered that Xiao Lu would definitely be disciplined once she returned. Standing inside the barrier, Mang Mang had no idea someone had already silently appeared behind her. Luo Chen calmly walked in with Xiao Lu, who was still holding on to Xiaozhou. He directly asked if the person in front was the one who kidnapped his disciple. The moment she saw Luo Chen, Li Yue was shocked and instinctively called out master. Mang Mang was equally surprised and carefully asked if he was Li Yue's current master. Luo Chen confirmed it. Mang Mang then expressed her view, saying Li Yue should abandon cultivation, believing it was a lie that only led to tragedy. Luo Chen slowly stepped forward and calmly asked what right she had to judge others' path, even if they were wrong. Standing before Mang Mang, he firmly rejected her extreme mindset. In his view, what she saw was only a small fragment, and the right or wrong of cultivation depended entirely on each person's chosen Tao. Luo Chen slowly opened his palm, revealing a vast cosmic scene before everyone's eyes. He calmly said his world was rooted in the heart, and everything began from there. According to Luo Chen, what he taught Li Yue was not pure power, but tempering her state of mind. Hearing this, Li Yue's eyes turned red as she emotionally called out Master. Man quickly stepped in front of Li Yue and worriedly asked what would happen if she fell into qi deviation like before. Luo Chen firmly stated that as long as he was here, Li Yue would not face any danger. No matter which path she chose, he would support her. After more than 1,000 years of life and death companionship, it was not for an outsider to judge them. Seeing Meng still unwilling to let go of her bias, Luo Chen decided to let her witness his strength firsthand. He looked straight at her and said that, being Li Yue's master was reason enough for him to make decisions. A massive vortex of energy suddenly appeared before Mang, freezing her in place. Before she could react, Mang was pulled into an entirely different space. She looked around in confusion, not knowing where she was. Then she realized she was as small as a grain of sand. Luo Chen's voice echoed, explaining this was his divine consciousness space, similar to a domain cultivator spoke of. Luo Chen's figure slowly appeared before her and calmly asked if she had any more doubts. Mang stammered in disbelief, saying he was only at the full brightness realm. Luo Chen simply waved it off as insignificant. Looking down, Mang saw countless gigantic corpses scattered everywhere and asked their origin. Luo Chen replied calmly that they were just enemies he had casually dealt with over the years. Only after realizing each corpse belonged to a nascent or higher-level powerhouse did Mang fall into shock. Luo Chen then asked if she now felt confident enough to entrust Li Yue to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger and told her to think carefully. The space quickly collapsed, and they returned to the cave. After what she had seen, Mang had completely changed her attitude and understood why Li Yue respected her master so deeply. Luo Chen walked up to Li Yue, gently patted her head, and told her to train diligently and listen well. Li Yue nodded immediately, while Mang was still shaken by his unfathomable power. However, while everyone was talking, someone hidden in the shadows was still silently observing. Just as Luo Chen suddenly pointed toward a corner and called out the hidden figure by name, Mang was startled into realization. Exposed, Shang Mingzhu had no choice but to step out. Her face turned pale as cold sweat kept dripping nonstop. A streak of golden spiritual energy instantly slammed down onto Shang Mingzhu. Luo Chen mocked her, saying she should not think she could hide her aura just by relying on a concealment treasure. Even Mang was secretly shocked. That artifact was supposed to hide her from even Earth immortals, yet Luo Chen saw through it effortlessly. In an instant, Shang Mingzhu was bound head to toe by spiritual chains. Even so, she still shouted and questioned why Luo Chen dared to enter the forbidden ground of the Extreme Bliss Palace without fear of the sect's guardian formation. Luo Chen only pointed toward Xiao Liu and Mang, where Xiao Zhou was being held like a toy, and calmly asked if she meant that thing. Shang Mingzhu stiffened instantly, cold sweat pouring down her back. She could not believe even the grand protective formation had failed to stop him. But soon the corner of her lips curled up, and yin-yang atrigram jade token floated out from her body, as if it were her final trump card. Without hesitation, Shang Mingzhu crushed the jade token. Seeing this, Mang immediately changed expression and shouted for her to stop. The moment the token shattered, the sound of breaking chains echoed through the space. The seal-suppressing Mang also began to weaken. Xiao Liu panicked and shouted that the situation had become extremely dangerous. That jade token was the key controlling the restraint. Once destroyed, the Elder One's consciousness would gradually be consumed by instinct. The talisman on Mang's forehead suddenly burst into flames. Her fingernails stretched into blade-like claws, and sharp fangs emerged. As the seal vanished, Mang's body rapidly expanded in size. Li Yue and Lao Liu quickly retreated. Lao Liu panicked, saying her consciousness was about to be swallowed by miasma. Luo Chen remained calm and reassured everyone. Mang's eyes turned blood-red, her on-see-normal face now twisted into a ferocious beast-like appearance. Seeing this, Shang Mingzhu laughed loudly in satisfaction, convinced everyone would die here. Dense strands of demonic energy began to surge around Mang's body. Worried Li Yue would be caught in the battle, Luo Chen immediately activated the 4-star Saint Talisman, purifying heaven formation, creating a protective barrier around the two girls. Lao Liu, terrified and teary-eyed, grabbed Luo Chen's arm and said that last time Mang went berserk, 3 nascent soul cultivators had to risk their lives just to barely seal her. Still bound, Shang Mingzhu arrogantly declared that no one would leave alive today. Luo Chen frowned and glanced at her, annoyed that she would not stop talking nonsense. Without another word, he swung his hand and gave Shang Mingshu a heavy strike, instantly silencing her. Standing too close, Lao Liu was also accidentally hit and stumbled while holding her face in confusion. Luo Chen ignored it and handed Li Yue a golden talisman, telling her to keep it. Li Yue obediently took it. At the same time, Mong unleashed the Kimen Kunhun strike, condensing evil energy into a pitch-black atrigram vortex. She then launched the entire mass of demonic energy straight toward Luo Chen. The attack slammed into the barrier, but was deflected without causing any damage. Luo Chen calmly pinched the golden talisman between two fingers as spiritual energy flared around him. He was intrigued that even a corpse-type being could cast formations. But to him it was still too immature. The talisman instantly broke free and shot back toward Mang Mang. Mang angrily swung her massive clawed arm down at Luo Chen while he remained calm and met it head-on. The golden talisman shot forward and stuck right on Mang Mang's forehead, making her roar in pain. Black demonic energy and golden spiritual energy clashed violently, forming swirling purple-gold mist. Li Yue and Lao Liu watched nervously from outside. After a long struggle, the heat inside Mang Mang's body gradually subsided, and her consciousness slowly returned. Ironically, when everything settled, Luo Chen's face was pressed right against her chest. Mang Mang blushed deeply and awkwardly told him not to do such strange things. Seeing Luo Chen remain silent, she became even more flustered and quickly explained that although she was a female cultivator, her body had already turned into a cold corpse. Luo Chen still kept his position and muttered that he had finally found the cause. When he looked up, a trace of green mucus remained at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Mang return to normal, Lao Liu happily shouted that the leader had awakened again. Mang stood there awkwardly, reassuring herself that Luo Chen had only done this to check the abnormality in her body. Luo Chen exhaled a stream of green poisonous mist and confirmed it was just an accident. Mang's body had already reached its limit, and he could only temporarily suppress it for now. Curing it completely would be troublesome. Since this place lacked the necessary medicinal resources, she would have to follow him back to the sect. Mang bit her lip in hesitation and said she needed more time to think. Understanding her hesitation, Luo Chen gently nodded and told her there was no need to rush her decision. He then turned to Shang Mingshu, who was curled up in the corner, his gaze turning cold as he prepared to deal with the remaining trouble completely. Knowing she could not escape, Shang Mingshu immediately changed her tone and begged for mercy. She cried and admitted fault, blaming everything on being seduced by the Extreme Bliss Palace, and begged Luo Chen to spare her out of old sect ties. Hearing this, Luo Chen only gave a cold smile, reminding her that she still remembered their senior-junior relationship. As he spoke, he pointed at her. A sharp sword aura quickly gathered at his fingertip. Luo Chen said that since they once came from the same place, he would not take her life. But immediately after, that sword aura shot straight toward Shang Mingshu's dantian. Her face turned pale at once, cold sweat pouring out as a bad premonition rose. A dull explosion rang out. Shang Mingshu's dantian was completely destroyed, her cultivation collapsing in an instant. The unbearable pain made her scream hoarsely. Luo Chen did not hesitate. He casually activated a teleportation formation and threw her out. Before she left, he declared that from this moment on, all ties were cut, and she would have no further connection to the academy. After settling this matter, Luo Chen turned back to Mang and Li Yue, waiting for their final decision. Seeing this, Lao Liu immediately jumped up in strong protest. Mang stepped in to calm her younger sister, explaining that this opportunity was extremely important to her. But Lao Liu still refused to accept that someone like Mang should follow Luo Chen. While Lao Liu kept trying to persuade her, Luo Chen kept pressing Mang for an answer, making her even more conflicted. After some thought, Mang looked toward Li Yue as if asking for her opinion. Understanding that gaze, Li Yue smiled and encouraged her to follow her master together. Unexpectedly, Mang suddenly knelt down in front of Luo Chen. The action even left him stunned for a moment, unable to understand what was happening. With extreme seriousness, Mang cupped her hands and formally requested to become Luo Chen's disciple. Luo Chen could only laugh bitterly. To him, this was just going back to the sect for treatment, not a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, the system's voice suddenly rang in Luo Chen's mind. A final world quest had been activated. The mission required him to train a disciple to the immortal realm within 3 days. The reward was extremely tempting, but failure would trigger system self-destruction and strip all his cultivation. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt like cursing, realizing he had been forced into a corner. At the same time, the scene shifted to a dark, eerie, deep forest. Shang Mingshu clutched the area where her destroyed Dantian was, gasping as she staggered forward. Even after hours of walking, she still could not escape this strange forest. The more she thought about losing her cultivation, the stronger her hatred burned. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. Through the mist ahead, a tall, thin figure slowly approached. The sound of bones cracking echoed with each step, instantly putting Shang Mingshu on alert. As the figure came closer, she finally recognized it as Yang Cheng under faint light. Seeing a familiar face, Shang Mingshu slightly relaxed and called out. But she quickly realized something was wrong. With Luo Chen's personality, it was extremely strange that these two guards were still alive. Just as she questioned him, the man's face began twitching and distorting. He kept muttering strange, chilling words under his breath. His facial skin slowly cracked and peeled away, revealing a completely different face growing underneath, while the eerie chanting continued. In moments, the person in front had transformed into a horrifying monster with blood-red eyes. He laughed and declared he would never accept such a lowly identity as Yang Cheng. Seeing Shang Mingshu's fear, the monster grew even more amused. He asked if she really thought she could reach this place on her own. In panic, she tried to resist, but with her cultivation gone, she had no strength left. A piercing scream tore through the silent night, sending birds and beasts scattering in terror across the forest. The scene then shifted back to Qingluan Peak, still bathed in peaceful calm. In the courtyard, a spatial gate slowly opened. From inside, a massive black coffin slowly floated out. When it hit the ground, it let out a dull impact that made the earth tremble slightly. Just by looking at it, one could tell the thing inside was unimaginably heavy. Luo Chen led his disciples out of the teleportation gate and let out a relieved breath. He felt lucky he had brought the old man's coffin along. Otherwise, suppressing the corpse aura of a Earth immortal corpse would have been extremely difficult. Without wasting time, Luo Chen immediately urged everyone to move Meng Meng into the room. The disciples all responded in unison. Nearby, Mimeng was secretly hiding behind a tree, watching. Seeing Xiaoliu struggling to push the coffin into Luo Chen's room, she was shocked. Just after placing the coffin, Xiaoliu was chased out by Luo Chen. Hiding in the shadows, Mimeng felt a chill down her spine, her mind spinning with wild and strange thoughts. Thinking back to the items she once gave Xiaoliu, Mimeng grew even more terrified. If that incident from before was exposed, she would not end well. At that moment, Xiaoliu suddenly appeared right beside her, startling her. She smiled dangerously and said it really was fate that they met again. Xiaoliu's expression turned eerie as she cracked her knuckles and walked closer. She brought up an old debt that had caused her trouble for an entire day and said it was time to settle things properly. Mimeng panicked and begged for mercy. Meanwhile, strange sounds echoed from inside Luo Chen's room. He slowly opened the coffin lid, revealing a brown earth-colored sphere radiating a cold and eerie aura. Carefully, Luo Chen controlled his spiritual energy and lifted the sphere into the air. His expression grew more serious than ever. After some effort, the seal on the coffin lid was finally successfully removed. The mysterious sphere floated above, while the coffin lid beneath slowly shattered into countless pieces. Dense corpse aura surged upward continuously, but was instantly absorbed by the brown sphere like an endless black hole. Inside the coffin, Mang Mang lay in an extremely weakened state. The corpse energy wrapped around her body left her barely able to resist. She weakly admitted her body was reaching its limit under the accumulating demonic aura. Realizing the urgency, Luo Chen immediately prepared treatment. He told the two to follow his instructions so the spiritual transfer process could begin. Hearing this, both Liyue and Meng Meng froze in shock, not understanding what kind of treatment their master meant. Seeing their hesitation, Luo Chen reminded them that time was running out. Liyue nervously asked if the method might be too embarrassing. Luo Chen turned away and continued preparing the next steps, explaining that to effectively transfer spiritual energy, certain obstructions had to be removed. Even he was handling such a situation for the first time. Though extremely embarrassed, Mang Mang still chose to cooperate in order to survive. After some preparation, she adjusted her clothing neatly and sat aside waiting. Liyue was equally nervous, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She softly acknowledged her master's instructions and tried to calm herself. Soon, all preparations for treatment were complete. Confirming everything was ready, Luo Chen finally turned around. Before him stood his two disciples, fully prepared according to instructions for the treatment. Both were extremely shy, constantly avoiding eye contact in the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Luo Chen almost panicked and quickly stopped them. He only meant they should loosen their outer robes for easier treatment, not remove anything important. Hearing this, the two girls froze in place, completely stunned and confused about what had just happened. Realizing the misunderstanding, Luo Chen hurriedly covered his eyes and urged them to quickly put their inner garments back on. The two girls also blushed deeply and fixed their clothing in panic. Faced with his disciples' extreme innocence, Luo was left speechless. All he meant was better contact for efficient energy transfer, nothing like what they imagined. Taking the opportunity, he sternly lectured them. He questioned what exactly was going on in their heads to think of their master in such a shameless way. Li Yue immediately lowered her head and apologized sincerely, admitting her mindset was not stable enough and led to wrong assumptions. Luo Chen did not want to dwell on the matter any longer. Feeling the corpse aura growing stronger, he quickly began explaining the fusion method and told them to focus. Following instructions, the two girls turned their backs and pressed closer together. Meng reminded Li Yue to be careful, while Li Yue calmly responded and prepared to begin. Golden radiance exploded around Luo Chen. To suppress the corpse aura while maintaining control, he had to unleash his own pure yang energy. He explained that directly injecting this power into Meng would destroy her body, so it had to be filtered through Li Yue first, then transferred onward. The overwhelming energy made both girls break into sweat, their breathing turning heavy. Even Li Yue could not help but ask her master to ease up a little. However, Luo Chen kept the same intensity. In his view, opportunities like directly absorbing such spiritual energy were extremely rare and highly beneficial for cultivation. Soon, Li Yue's lower abdomen began to glow. The surging heat made her feel like her body was reaching its limit. After a long and exhausting process, both of them were nearly drained. Wiping his sweat, Luo Chen instructed the next step and prepared to transfer the spiritual energy to Meng. Seeing Meng's weak condition, he reminded them that the process would be slightly uncomfortable. Then he asked Li Yue to move into the proper position for transmission. Li Yue obediently complied, moving beside Meng and gently reassuring her to relax. Li Yue's face grew increasingly red. Lost in strange thoughts, she even marveled at how powerful her master was. Once everything was ready, Luo Chen signaled to continue. Meanwhile, Meng's expression gradually softened, as if she were enjoying the process, occasionally letting out faint sounds. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the scene was suddenly interrupted by a random carrot appearing out of nowhere, leaving viewers confused. The perspective shifted outside. Meng respectfully presented a carrot to Lao Liu and announced it was the Eastern Emperor carrot. The moment she saw it, Lao Liu's eyes locked onto it in shock, as if she had just seen the rarest treasure in existence. The spiritual energy radiating from the carrot made her crave it instantly. Just by looking, it was clearly a supreme tonic. Without hesitation, Lao Liu immediately took a bite and chewed it happily. In just a moment, her eyes widened in surprise at the incredible taste. The sweet flavor and abundant energy made her feel like she was floating in heaven, her eyes curving into joyful crescents. But the happiness did not last. When she came back to her senses, she realized there was barely anything left in her hand, leaving her deeply regretful. Seeing everything, Meng turned to warn Augie. From now on, Lao Liu was the leader, and whenever she wanted carrots, he must not refuse. Augie, however, refused to accept it. Lao Liu smirked and glanced at Augie with calculating eyes. She judged him to be cowardly, flattering, and slightly sly, but still a peak half-step demon emperor. If such a powerful great demon submitted, his strength must be extraordinary. Thinking this, she grew wary that he might also be after her carrots. After a moment of thought, Lao Liu's lips curled into a cunning smile, clearly planning something again. Without hesitation, she rushed toward Augie while he was still confused. Since she had excess spiritual energy, she decided to give him a benefit, treating it as an exchange for the carrot. Before Augie could react, his mind went into chaos. Meanwhile, Lao Liu became curious to see how strong he would become after breaking through to Demon King level. The scene returned to the room. The energy transfer had ended successfully, and Li Yue had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. After a while, her eyes slowly opened. Seeing her awake, Mang Mang smiled gently and stroked her hair in relief. Li Yui immediately brightened up upon seeing Mong Mong and happily reported to Luo Chen that she had recovered. However, he explained that only her meridians had been restored so far, and she still needed time to recuperate. After speaking, Luo Chen relaxed and let out a tired breath. Controlling such massive energy flow for an Earth immortal level being had drained far more mental energy than expected. Though also exhausted, he did not forget to praise Li Yue for enduring the pressure of the transfer process for so long. Feeling the spiritual energy circulating within her body, Mang Mang expressed heartfelt gratitude. After thousands of years of torment from corpse aura, she never expected to meet someone who could help reconstruct her meridians. Luo Chen further explained that over time, the corpse aura would gradually transform into her own spiritual energy. If her true body could be rebuilt successfully, resurrection would not be impossible. At that moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared, immediately drawing Luo Chen's attention. Sensing the strange aura outside, Mang Mang quickly judged that a demon king might have just been born. She told the two to rest while she went to investigate. Outside, the night sky was covered in moonlight, while a green pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Lao Liu and Mi Meng stood side by side, watching the phenomenon, their eyes locked onto the center of the beam. From within that mysterious green radiance, a figure slowly stepped out. The person who emerged had completely changed in appearance. Her looks had improved dramatically, and with beast-like ears, her aura became extremely striking. As she approached, Lao Liu looked at the result with satisfaction and proudly declared that from now on, this person would be her younger demon brother. As long as they reported her name, no small demon would dare cause trouble. But the person herself was more focused on her new body, clearly uncomfortable. Looking down, she complained that her chest was too inconvenient and wished to return to her old form. Hearing this, Mi Meng could barely hold back her laughter. Thinking about it carefully, this really was a huge blow to Lao Liu. Realizing she was being laughed at, Lao Liu immediately exploded in anger and rolled up her sleeves to settle the score. Mi Meng quickly tried to explain when she sensed trouble, but her explanation only fueled Lao Liu's anger further. Spiritual energy gathered in her hand, signaling that trouble was coming. In the next moment, Lao Liu launched a precise counterattack that made Mi Meng scream in pain. Holding the injured area, Mi Meng cried in pain, wondering if this was Lao Liu's terrifying retaliation. Hearing that phrase, Lao Liu's face darkened instantly. It hit a sore spot and reignited her rage. Without another word, she raised her claws threateningly, causing Mi Meng to turn pale. Lao Liu said that if that thing was so troublesome, she might as well just deal with it herself. Just as she was about to charge forward, she was suddenly pulled back by a hand. It was Luo Chen. Lifting her up like a chick, he scolded her seriously for causing trouble the moment he looked away. Lao Liu immediately retorted that Luo Chen was not much better, accusing him of taking advantage while treating Meng Meng. While they were still arguing, Mi Meng suddenly rushed in. She was about to cling to Luo Chen and cry for help when he stopped her with a hand, telling her to stand properly and speak normally instead of clinging to him. At that moment, Augie suddenly shot over at terrifying speed like a war chariot. The impact sent Mi Meng flying straight into a nearby wall. A loud explosion followed, kicking up thick dust. Augie, still irritated about the carrot incident, did not forget to complain. Seeing Augie's transformation complete, Luo Chen patted his head in satisfaction and reminded him that although he was now a demon king, he still needed to respect his seniors and behave properly. Augie immediately nodded obediently. After that, he told Lao Liu to take Mi Meng away to rest. However, the way he addressed her as Xiao Liu made the demon venerable extremely annoyed. After arranging everyone, Luo Chen led Augie out to observe the situation. Looking at the lingering phenomenon in the sky, Luo Chen frowned in thought. By his judgment, such a massive disturbance would have definitely attracted the attention of many powerful figures within the academy. As expected, those people were heading straight toward his location. It did not take long before groups of cultivators landed in front of Qingluan Peak one after another. A reed-haired man holding a compass checked for a long time before decisively stating that the guiding signal was right here. Beside him, a scholar looked uneasy and suggested that forcibly entering Qingluan Peak without permission might be inappropriate. Another instructor also agreed, saying they should seek instructions from the law enforcement elder first. However, the red-haired man sneered. He said the academy head was not present, so protecting the academy now fell on them. There was nothing to hesitate about. He then vented his frustration toward Bai Luochen, claiming that the trouble caused by him had forced the battle division to constantly deploy manpower and made them work overtime. Hearing this, the others could only sigh helplessly. The red-haired man continued rambling, reminding everyone not to underestimate the situation, even if the target was only a newly appeared demon king. At that moment, Instructor Yua suddenly showed displeasure and bluntly said that what irritated her most was the group in front of her. The red-haired man stepped forward, took responsibility to lead the way, and pointed toward the tightly sealed gate of Qingluan Peak. Without hesitation, he gathered power into his arm and threw a straight punch, instantly blasting the gate into pieces. The group rushed inside with overwhelming momentum, but everyone froze in shock at the sight ahead. Luochen was calmly chopping wood like nothing was happening. The moment Yue Jiaoshi saw him, he showed clear joy as if meeting an old friend. Luochen planted his axe into the ground, greeted them warmly, and asked why priests from so many systems had gathered at Qingluan Peak. Yu Jiaoshi stared at him in disbelief, thinking Luochen should never be this relaxed right now. Luochen sighed helplessly. As a talisman priest, he had nowhere else to go anyway. After speaking, he called out toward the distance and casually summoned the Beast King everyone was searching for. The red-haired man felt his entire worldview starting to collapse. Luochen patted Augie on the head and explained that his pet had somehow evolved into a Beast King, and the earlier anomaly came from it. Yi Shu thought it sounded like a joke and could not believe it. Even Yan Shangqing could not hide his admiration, surprised that the talisman system had achieved something like this. But then Zhang Jiaoshi stepped in and claimed Augie should be transferred under the beast taming system. Yue Jiaoshi immediately frowned and rejected the idea, calling it unreasonable since Luochen had raised Augie since young. Zhang Jiaoshi argued that Luochen was not strong enough to control a beast king, and it could become dangerous. Yu Jiaoshi also joined in and demanded Augie be handed over, while Luochen calmly asked what would happen if he refused. Yu Jiaoshi curled his lips into a cold, arrogant smile, already losing patience. He released his spiritual energy, and his aura began rising sharply as he prepared to pressure Luochen. A terrifying pressure spread across the area as Yu Jiaoshi confidently declared he would not bully the weak. He said that if Luochen could take one hit, he would let the matter go. Luochen showed no interest in that kind of fight, and instead suggested letting their beasts decide the outcome. Yu Jiaoshi froze for a moment, thinking he had misheard. Luochen repeated clearly that if they wanted a winner, they should let their pets fight. Yu Jiaoshi burst out laughing and immediately agreed, already treating Augie as his future prize. He snapped his fingers, and a massive summoning array appeared in the sky. A roar echoed out, signaling the arrival of his combat beast. From the center of the array, a strange entity slowly took form. Its body parts rapidly fused together, forming a massive oppressive figure. The summoned creature was Ao Di, a beast king known for its terrifying combat power. The moment it appeared, its vicious eyes locked directly onto its target. Yue Jiaoshi tried to step in and stop it, but Zhang Heming blocked her path, claiming it was just a friendly exchange. She coldly warned that if anything serious happened, no one would be able to face the Dean's return. The others remained calm, seeing the fight between two beast kings as a rare opportunity. Many even looked excited, as if waiting for a spectacular show. In the tense atmosphere, Ao Di walked forward step by step, carrying heavy killing intent toward Augie. Augie did not rush to attack, instead staying defensive and carefully observing every movement of Ao Di. Ao Di chose the simplest approach, gathering power into its arm and unleashing a devastating punch forward. But Augie casually raised its hand and easily neutralized the attack like crushing a toy. Yu Jiaoshi still remained confident, believing Ao Di was an undefeated beast with overwhelming strength and speed. Luochen observed for a moment and realized both sides were pure close combat fighters relying on brute strength. Immediately after, Augie suddenly exploded with spiritual energy, and the rising aura made the surrounding space tremble. Without giving the opponent time to react, she threw a devastating punch straight at Ao Di. Behind the strike, massive spiritual energy condensed into a gigantic phantom, releasing terrifying pressure. Zhang Heming cried out in shock, recognizing it as spirit energy manifestation, a rare divine form technique. Yet Augie had already mastered it after breaking through. Yu Jiaoshi began to panic and shouted for his beast to counterattack immediately. Ao Di refused to take the hit and activated its ultimate skill, blood substitute technique to resist. The two forces collided violently in midair, producing continuous explosions that shook the entire area. The spectators had mixed opinions, some thinking it was a pure strength duel, while others saw it as a full combat test of power, speed, and endurance. The longer the battle dragged on, the heavier the tension became. Jiang He-ming even leaned against a pillar and fell asleep without noticing. When cheers suddenly erupted, he woke up and realized the fight was about to end. Audi was now clearly slowing down, its energy almost completely drained. Even the blood substitute technique had already been shattered. In contrast, Augie still held the advantage and accelerated forward. A barrage of punches rained down like a storm, forcing Audi into pure defense. Seeing no chance left for resistance, Augie prepared a final strike to finish the battle. Watching Audi collapse, Yu Jiaoshi roared in pain and fury. He angrily questioned Luo Chen, claiming the beast taming system had spent enormous resources raising this beast king. Luo Chen did not care at all. While patting Augie, he calmly said that once you agree to a bet, you must accept the result. Yu Jiaoshi grew even angrier and took out a magical artifact, preparing to attack Luo Chen. Before he could move, a gourd flew in and smashed directly into his face. Yan Shangqing immediately spoke up, reminding him that the duel was his own proposal, and losing now did not justify attacking a fellow disciple. Yu Jiaoshi insisted the result could be ignored, but demanded compensation for the death of his beast, while others questioned whether he was trying to break his word. Yu Jiaoshi also added that the dean was about to return, and if he wanted to escalate things, he could try his luck. Realizing he was isolated, Yu Jiaoshi could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Before leaving, he threatened that this debt would be settled later, and Luo Chen casually reminded him to pay for the broken gate first, before talking about revenge. After they left, Luo Chen thanked the three who helped him, but they said he was the one who finally vented their long-standing frustration against the beast-taming faction. Luo Chen smiled and modestly declined the credit, saying he simply did not want his people to be bullied. Hearing this, someone sighed that Bai Luo Chen had truly grown up, while Yas Jiaoshi remained cold and indifferent. Seeing everything settled, Yan Shangqing and Yi Jiaoshi also took their leave and left Qingluan Peak. My alchemy furnace almost turned into charcoal. My memory really is like a goldfish. I will leave first. You two enjoy your world. As soon as he finished speaking, the two vanished without a trace, leaving Bai Luo Chen standing there with a forced smile, thinking that this priest always liked teasing others. Xiao Wu kept yawning, her eyes heavy with sleep. Bai Luo Chen told her to find an empty room and rest after a long day. Xiao Wu happily agreed and went to rest quickly. Seeing no one around, Miyue Shijie grabbed Bai Luo Chen by the collar and pulled him closer, leaving only the two of them in the space. She suddenly brought up a past promise between them, leaving Bai Luo Chen confused. Her beautiful face moved close, breath brushing his ear, clearly planning to collect a debt from before. The atmosphere instantly turned ambiguous. Miyue covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes full of teasing. Bai Luo Chen panicked, his face turning red as he asked what she actually wanted. She winked seductively and said this was her most precious treasure, wanting him to personally feel it. Bai Luo Chen's honestly admitted that nothing had happened between them, and told her to speak clearly instead of teasing him like this. Seeing his clueless reaction, Miyue simply turned away and left, leaving him relieved. She even mocked him, saying teasing a wooden block like him was not fun at all. But right after that, she pulled out a red invitation card from her chest belonging to the art system. It turned out the earlier act was just a prank. She placed the card into Bai Luo Chen's hand and said it was an invitation to the art system's celebration banquet. Bai Luo Chen frowned at the card and asked if he could just fake being sick and skip it. But when he turned around, Miyue had already vanished, leaving him confused and looking around. Bai Luo Chen could only hold his head in frustration, and right then Li Yue suddenly appeared behind him, without warning. She rushed in and hugged him tightly, making him jump in shock. He quickly asked why she showed up so suddenly. Li Yue complained that she was stuck at a breakthrough again and needed her master to help guide her spiritual energy. Bai Luo Chen sighed, saying his spiritual energy was already almost completely drained. But Li Yue did not care at all. She declared that if he did not help her break through tonight, he would not be allowed to rest, then dragged him away. Bai Luo Chen felt completely exhausted and speechless. The next morning, at the art system area, the place was bustling as invited guests arrived for the celebration banquet. In the crowd, two sword system students mocked the art system, saying they were exaggerating their achievements from a mere secret realm expedition. One of them even laughed that the resources must have been gathered by selling off their entire assets, causing both to laugh loudly. Yunruo heard this and slammed the table in anger, shouting for them to shut up. She scolded them, saying her master was too kind to invite such ungrateful people who only take benefits and then bite back. Embarrassed in front of the crowd, the two immediately got furious and shouted back that they were noble sword system disciples and would not tolerate such humiliation. Yunruo did not back down and mocked them, saying the sword system meant nothing and their behavior suited the trash system more. Enraged beyond control, the two drew their swords and vowed to make her pay for insulting their honor. Yunruo also showed no fear, preparing to fight and declaring she would not let them go easily if she did not teach them a lesson today. Just as things were about to spiral out of control, a voice like thunder carrying terrifying pressure echoed down, forcing everyone to freeze. Yue Xuanzhu stepped in and restrained the two troublemakers, leaving them no chance to resist. She coldly reminded them of the academy rule banning private fights, then calmed the furious Yunruo. Even while restrained, the two secretly exchanged looks, clearly not giving up their intentions. They then began stirring up others, claiming the art system's secret realm resources should be handed over to the academy vault and distributed, while also slandering the system's value. Hearing this, Yue Xuanzhu sneered, saying it seemed their teacher taught them exactly this kind of behavior. A heavy mental pressure suddenly crushed down on the two. She coldly asked whether Kung Hak Min was behind their instigation. Without further patience, she directly punished them, making sure they learned a painful lesson for their arrogance and ingratitude. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind, forcing Yue Xuanzhu to turn around. The newcomer suggested that the art system spoils should be mostly handed over to the academy vault and redistributed among other systems to be fair. Yunruo flushed red with anger and argued that everything was earned through life-risking efforts, with no reason to hand it over to free riders. He Tuo Qing responded with a faint cold smile at her rebuttal. His aura erupted fiercely, claiming the world was ruled by strength and the art system had produced no real value. At that moment, a faint sound of strings rang out. A cold female voice asked who dared to call musical instruments useless. The people who were just stirring trouble suddenly collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Only he Tuo Qing realized in horror that his neck had been bound by invisible strings. Bai Luochen and Zilong walked in at a relaxed pace. He apologized, saying he was late because he handled some minor matters on the way. Zilong politely greeted Yue Jiaoshi. When Yunruo heard the name Zilong, she froze in shock, unable to believe the woman in front of her was the same female demon from before. Zilang smiled and explained that her terrifying appearance last time was only a disguise technique, and her current look was her true form. Yue Xuanzhu became even more confused. Logically, Zilong should still be imprisoned and not freely standing here. Bai Luochen calmly stepped in and explained that after interrogation and verification, he had vouched for Zilong. Seeing her abilities fit the art system, he brought her here. Zilong also stated she would obey all his arrangements. Yue Xuanzhu thought for a moment and agreed to accept the new member. The priority now was dealing with the troublemakers. If a death happened in their territory, the consequences would be extremely troublesome. Zizlang immediately followed orders. The binding strings around the enemies loosened, finally allowing them to breathe again. Bai Luochen smiled and said she had been a bit too harsh. Zilong quickly apologized, saying she lost control due to agitation. She still felt uneasy inside, worried about what Bai Luochen would do if she had actually killed someone. Fortunately, the group was only injured but still alive. The troublemakers were then thrown out. The surrounding crowd mocked them, treating them like useless trash being discarded. Lu Taisongchun rushed in to report to Ye Jiaoshi that all troublemakers had been cleared, with only the last one expelled. Yue Xuanzhu nodded in satisfaction and told her to collect spirit stones from Yunxi as reward. Everyone could not help but feel that Jiang Jiaoshi was quite generous. In any case, the sword system and beast system were still considered the face of the academy. While Bai Luochen was talking with Zilong, something suddenly tore through the air and flew straight toward him. A glance was enough for him to recognize it as a paper crane transmission bearing the Dean's seal. The message made everyone's expression change. The Dean issued an emergency order, requiring all priests to assemble immediately as the Qingshan Gate was facing a serious incident. Outside the Qinghongshu Academy gate, a massive crowd had gathered, shouting and pressuring the academy, demanding Yue Xuanzhu and Li Guangqi come out. Zhang Himing stood with his usual righteous demeanor, questioning why these people dared to cause chaos at the academy's doorstep. Leading the group was Du Jiao, sect master of Hishan sect. At peak nascent soul cultivation, he loudly declared that all disciples of his sect had died inside the secret realm. Beside him was Qingzhu Shangren from Zhushan sect, an early soul formation powerhouse. His subordinate kept suggesting they force the academy to hand over resources. That subordinate even fantasized about the massive loot and developed inappropriate thoughts toward Yue Xuanzhu. Under the pressure, Jiang Heming immediately changed his attitude, trying to shift blame onto the art system. But as soon as he spoke, he was cursed at by the crowd. In their eyes, the art system was still part of the academy and could not be separated. One of them even spat in Zhang Heming's face, accusing the academy of allowing its disciples to steal resources and causing heavy losses to other sects. Cornered, Zhang Heming pointed toward the art system area and suggested they go there directly to settle the matter. The two sect masters agreed, but warned that if things were not resolved, they would force their way in. Jiang Heming sneered inwardly. Knowing Bai Luochen was in the art system, he intended to use these people to pressure him to death. Meanwhile, deep inside the art system courtyard, a young female disciple was in danger. Surrounded by a group of men, she cried for help in panic. The group spoke obscenely and threatened her, saying the art system was about to fall and no one could save her. Du Jiao scanned the courtyard with greedy eyes. To him, it looked like a private harem filled with beauties, fueling his dark desires. A muscular man rushed forward and tore the girl's clothes, declaring this was the price the art system had to pay. At the most critical moment, a sudden green spiritual arrow pierced through the air. With a piercing sound, the arrow embedded itself deep into the thug's shoulder, blasting him backward as fresh blood sprayed out. Even more terrifying, the wound quickly turned black, and his flesh began to rot. In panic, he begged his sect master for help after realizing he had been poisoned. The toxin spread at terrifying speed, causing his body to decay right before everyone's eyes. Du Jiao and Qingzhu Shangren rushed over to check. One look was enough for them to change expression and shout for everyone to stay away. While the crowd was still in chaos, a calm but bone-chilling voice suddenly echoed, as if the speaker was watching prey walk into a trap. Bai Luochen walked out alongside Yue Xuanzhu. His cold gaze swept across the crowd as he declared this was Qinghongshu Academy territory, not a place outsiders could act freely. Du Jiao exploded in rage the moment he saw Bai Luochen. He pointed at him and demanded an explanation for the death of his sect disciple. Beside him, Qingzhu Shangren was also furious, but his gaze quickly shifted to Yue Xuanzhu, as if remembering old matters. He sneered and mocked that the person Yue Xuanzhu favored turned out to be such an ordinary man like Bai Luochen. Hearing this, Bai Luochen casually asked about the marriage proposal he just mentioned. Yue Xuanzhu helplessly explained that Qingzhu was the sect master of Zhushan sect, and they had only met once many years ago. She frowned in annoyance, saying that ever since then, he had constantly come to the academy to disturb her. In fact, over the past 3 years, he had brought betrothal gifts more than 200 times. Bai Luochen could not help but laugh. Persistently rejected for years and still refusing to give up was truly a rare level of obsession. That mocking remark made veins pop on Qingzhu's forehead. He gritted his teeth and coldly declared that the past marriage proposal no longer mattered. Qingzhu roared that today he would flatten the entire art system to erase the humiliation he had suffered. Bai Luochen showed no fear and casually pulled Yue Xuanzhu into his arms. She cooperated smoothly, making Qingzhu even more furious. They even bluntly said his taste in women had never reached her level. Enraged to the extreme, Qingzhu tried to rush forward but was stopped by Du Jiao, who warned him not to be provoked and risk ruining their main goal. Bai Luochen immediately saw through their intentions. Revenge was just an excuse, and resources were their real target. Du Jiao no longer bothered hiding it and directly demanded the art system hand over all secret realm resources, claiming this was already generous. Yue Xuanzhu stepped in front of Bai Luochen, pointing out that the art system was weak in strength and the real culprits behind the massacre were the people of the Extreme Joy Palace. Du Jiao immediately refuted, saying Extreme Joy Palace had already been completely destroyed, so using it as an excuse held no weight. Hearing this, Yue Hanju froze slightly. Bai Luochen quietly touched his nose, thinking he really had wiped them out, then told her there was no need to argue further with these people. Instead of arguing, Bai Luochen proposed settling things by strength. If they felt wronged, they could decide victory through a martial stage. Du Jiao hesitated, but Qingju immediately agreed, seeing Bai Luochen as prey delivering itself to the door. Bai Luochen quickly set the rules. Each side would send 5 participants below Golden Core level, fighting best of 5. Wanted to join personally, they could, as long as they did not later claim being outnumbered. Du Jiao still felt uneasy and quietly reminded Qingju that Bai Luochen seemed to have a very dangerous disciple. But Qingju remained confident, already having his trump card prepared. Qingju raised his head and added another condition. If his side won, they would not only take all resources from the arts system, but also add an extra demand. Qingju smiled cruelly, locking his gaze on Bai Luochen. What he wanted was not resources or fame, but Bai Luochen's life. Yue Xuanju immediately stepped forward to object, but Bai Luochen calmly agreed first. She moved in front of him, coldly declaring that anyone who wanted to touch Bai Luochen would have to step over her first. Seeing the woman he desired protecting another man, Qingzu's jealousy exploded, his eyes turning red as he swore to send both of them to the underworld together. He shifts his target to Bai Luochen and demands equal conditions in return. Bai Luochen gives a cold smile and says if he wins, he wants the heads of everyone standing in front of him. At the Ciyi Square, the battle is officially set in an atmosphere as tense as a drawn string. The opening match goes badly for Ciyi, as their representative is defeated by Cheng Yuju from Jushanzong. The first victory sends the opposing side into loud cheers, hailing Cheng Yuju's as a hero. Qingju gets even more arrogant and mocks Bai Luochen, but he ignores him and directly calls Yunro to step up, trusting her to turn the situation around. Being completely ignored, Qingju grits his teeth in rage, unable to understand Bai Luochen's calm attitude. At that moment, Su Li Yue and the others arrive. Bai Luochen greets them warmly, while Yunxi volunteers to fight, full of fighting spirit. Seeing Yue Xuanju, Qing's immediately changes his attitude and becomes unusually polite. But all he gets in return is a cold gaze and a brief, distant response. Qingju still tries to persuade her, claiming Ciyi disciples have no chance of winning and telling her to back down early. However, Yue Xuanju and Su Li Yue do not care at all, trusting their own people more than anything else. Ignoring Qingju completely, Yue Xuanju walks over to Bai Luochen to ask for food. He casually shares it and even mocks the opposing side. At the same time, intense clash sounds begin echoing across the arena. The opponent from Qingju keeps unleashing sword energy, tearing more rips into Yunro's clothes. After a while, the attacker realizes in shock that he has not even managed to touch her once, while Yunruo mocks his sword techniques as mediocre. The man then boasts about the spiritual sword in his hand, believing equipment alone can crush any gap in strength. Yunruo sneers and begins circulating her spiritual energy seriously, preparing to counterattack. Her aura erupts violently, pressuring her opponent into involuntarily narrowing his eyes. A green light shoots out from Yunruo's flute, and in an instant the enemy's sword loses all spirit and falls straight to the ground. The disciple looks at his ruined sword in despair, almost crying. Yunruo shows no mercy and directly labels him as too weak. She immediately uses the breaking formation Golden Melody, blasting him off the arena before he can react. The entire crowd is left stunned, with many suspecting her weapon might be at Emperor grade. On the ground, the disciple clutches his broken sword and cries in agony, unable to accept its destruction. Qingju is furious, while Bai Luochen remains calm and explains it is just a normal spiritual artifact, not an emperor weapon. While eating grilled meat, he casually jokes that if Qingju likes it so much, he can try begging for one and maybe get lucky. Qingju goes mad from provocation and orders his disciples to continue fighting, refusing to believe a single weapon can decide everything. Duju keeps scanning the situation, clearly plotting something dirty. An emperor weapon is powerful, but for a mind movement realm girl, it cannot unleash its true potential no matter how hard she tries. What are you going to do? Suddenly, a strange and unpleasant smell spreads everywhere. A Peak Ling Tich disciple from He Shan Pai appears, naturally the nemesis of female cultivators like this. The audience on the stands immediately frowns upon smelling it, some covering their noses and others looking around in confusion. What is that disgusting smell? Ah, that guy has appeared. From a distance, a ragged man in torn clothes slowly walks out, dragging a foul stench that makes everyone want to avoid him. Yunruo can barely breathe under the smell and can only cover her nose tightly, thinking how unbearable it is. Wherever Li Haisheng walks, the air around him seems polluted, and he is identified as a disciple of He Shanpai. He clasps his hands and introduces himself, Li Haisheng, Peak Lingtich of He Shanpai, here to seek guidance. Yunruo still covers her nose, frowning as she thinks a Peak Lingtich is manageable, but the smell is unbearable. From below, Bailuochen calls out loudly for Yunruo to step down and let the senior sister handle this match while she goes rest. Yunruo pouts in dissatisfaction, complaining that she has not even had a chance to make a move yet. At that moment, Yunxi calmly steps forward to replace her position. She gently pats her junior sister and advises her to listen to the decision of the elders and go change clothes as well. The foul smell from the opponent grows even more intense, making it clear anyone who steps in will suffer. Yunxi remains calm, clasps her hands, and introduces herself as Yunxi of the Ciyi faction, asking for guidance. Li Haisheng shows no courtesy and immediately charges forward like a storm, launching his attack. He activates his technique Fa Trent Bat Ba Yin. The strange smell on his body feels unnatural, almost like a secret art of He Shanpai. Black energy mixed with a stench like a sewer begins spreading violently across the arena. The crowd immediately suffers. Some weaker spectators roll their eyes back and faint on the spot. Nishu covers his nose and walks forward, complaining that Bai instructor must have picked the worst possible match. Lian Nie also greets the instructors nearby. Nishu quickly hands Su Liyue a small packet of powder, saying it might help reduce the smell if spread at the four corners of the arena. He adds that he only heard of this technique before, as it is extremely abnormal and rejected by orthodox sects. In the martial world, it is known as Cao Dao. Qingju is shocked and repeats the name in disbelief. Duju explained that this technique requires the user to cultivate inside filth pits to absorb essence, and almost no one successfully masters it. Bai Luochen watches calmly, thinking the smell is indeed outrageous, but victory matters more. He suddenly wonders if washing the opponent with soap could weaken him completely. He asks Nishu about it. Nishu shakes his head and says it would have little effect, as the user still holds overwhelming advantage in the same realm. Yunruo below looks pale and nauseous, worried that Yunxi may be in danger after just a few breaths of exposure. On the arena, Yunxi grits her teeth and continues using water-based techniques to resist. Li Haisheng laughs loudly and mocks her, saying water cannot wash away his special essence. He spins wildly while attacking, declaring he has been immersed in filth pits for 15 years, and no water can affect him. The spectators panic and flee, shouting in disgust and rage at the chaotic scene. Suspicious yellow substances scatter everywhere across the battlefield. Yunxi feels despair, realizing even water magic cannot cleanse this opponent. Qingju quickly erects a barrier to protect himself and yells at Duju to stop Haisheng immediately. Yuashuanju nervously suggests Bailuochen should admit defeat, but he has no intention of surrendering. Bailuochen calmly calls out the next fighter, saying there is no need to worry about such trivial matters. Jiang Heming mocks them, claiming female cultivators are useless and Ciyi Shi only raises weak disciples. Bai Luochen's expression turns cold as he hears the insult toward his sect. Without anyone noticing, he secretly breaks Jiang Heming's protective barrier. A terrifying object carrying an unbearable stench suddenly shoots straight into his mouth while he is still boasting. It lands perfectly inside Jiang Heming's throat. In an instant, his face turns pale, his eyes roll back, and his body trembles violently. Jiang Heming bends over and vomits uncontrollably, while Bai Luochen pretends innocence and comments that such weak endurance is embarrassing for a sword cultivator. Furious after being tricked, Jiang Heming loses his mind and tries to rush forward for revenge, shouting Bai Luochen's name in rage. In the tense atmosphere, Ren Shangqing suddenly appears, asking if he really intends to attack even his own martial uncle. Jiang Heming loses control, grabs Ren Shangqing by the collar and roars that Bai Luochen tricked him into swallowing something disgusting, and he only wants revenge. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from the arena, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Duju widens his eyes in disbelief, unable to process what just happened. With a single clean strike, Lianhua freezes Li Haisheng in place. She smirks and says one sword is enough and Cao Dao is nothing special. Qing Zhu keeps fanning the flames, mocking that heretical arts can never reach the peak, while others argue Li Haisheng may not have lost yet. Qing Zhu coldly fires back, telling them to stop deceiving themselves and look clearly at reality. He looks completely like a burnt charcoal figure now. Just when everyone thinks Li Haisheng is finished, his body begins to change as blackened layers peel away. He absorbs lightning to rebuild himself. Yu Wanxiang rushes over in shock, shouting that he is forming the Wugo body. He questions how this is even possible. Cold sweat appears on Yu Wanxiang's forehead as he realizes this must be stopped immediately, or the academy's reputation will be ruined. He shouts down to the arena, ordering Lianhua to finish the opponent, while he cannot move. However, Lianhua gives no reaction at all, leaving Yu Wanxiang furious. The enemy is right in front of her, yet this girl. Only then do they realize Lianhua has already entered a meditative cultivation state on the spot, shocking everyone. Yu Wanxiang angrily questions Bailuo Chen about his teaching, while Bailuo Chen calmly replies that seeing others cultivate might inspire him as well. Yu Wanxiang bites his lip in rage, completely helpless against this master and disciple pair. Meanwhile, Duju proudly boasts that this is the top-tier innate Dao body known as Wu Go body. He secretly plans to bring this technique back and force all disciples to cultivate Cao Dao to dominate the academy. Yu Wanxiang becomes excited, realizing it is Cao Dao, and thinking the academy can also replicate it. He immediately orders Jiang Ha-ming and Ren Shangqing to meet the dean and push all departments to study Cao Dao, terrifying everyone nearby. Yue Xuanzhu grows anxious, thinking the real issue is the opponent's cultivation level now surpassing Lianhua. But Bailuo Chen remains calm and confident. Bailuo Chen looks at Lianhua on the arena and speaks with full confidence. He says comparing the Wu Gao body to his disciple is pointless, as she is a rare genius beyond imagination. After completing his refinement, Li Haisheng erupts with terrifying energy, shaking the surroundings as he laughs wildly. His hoarse laughter echoes everywhere, claiming that without him, Cao Dao would have remained in darkness. He declares he will make so-called geniuses open their eyes and witness true power today. He claims he is 100 times stronger than everyone else. A muscular and heavily built figure emerges before everyone's eyes. Li Haisheng's entire body is now exposed, revealing overwhelming physical power. The shocking sight forces even Lianhua to put on glasses. Seeing no reaction, Li Haisheng becomes even more arrogant, asking if she is already scared stiff. But Lian Yu's gaze is fixed on a certain part of his body. Li Haisheng follows her gaze downward and suddenly screams in shock, unable to accept that his Wugo body is only half complete. Lianhua loses all interest and waves her hand lazily, telling them to end this farce and bring the next opponent, as she has no time for such nonsense. Duju only holds his forehead in disbelief. Yu Wanxiang still mocks a few words, saying it is good the technique failed, because it is not worth respecting anyway. Jiang Haiming immediately joins in, claiming weak talent will never go far in cultivation and heretical paths always end like this. Yun Ro angrily fires back, telling him to worry about himself first. Jiang Haiming glares and shouts that a junior dares speak to a teacher like that. Just as both sides escalate the argument, a cold voice suddenly cuts through everything. Yue Xuanzhu can no longer tolerate it, saying she has already shown respect to Chen Sr. and ignored him until now. But if he says one more disrespectful word, she will handle it by sect rules. Yu Wanxiang quickly pulls Jiang Haiming back, telling him to stop arguing and focus on the match. Soon after, Yu Wanxiang suddenly laughs loudly while watching the arena, saying the kid has completely gone crazy. Li Haisheng is now in despair, screaming that he cannot accept this and still wants to become an immortal. Lianhua looks at him in annoyance and casually tells him to stop, or he will only destroy himself further. But he has already lost control, roaring like a beast and blaming her for destroying his Wugo body. He gathers his remaining strength and charges toward her in a final desperate attack. Facing the strike, Lianhua calmly releases her Moonlight Thunder Slash technique. A massive explosion tears through the space beside her. Li Haisheng is beaten down until he can barely move, yet still refuses to admit defeat. Seeing Duju approach, he grabs onto him like a lifeline and begs for help. Crawling on the ground, he pleads for another chance, saying he can still succeed. But he is met with a cold gaze, and from this moment on he is expelled from Hishan Pai. Li Haisheng cries and begs to return, promising he will succeed if given one more chance. Du Ju coldly replies that body refinement is not a child's game. He then kicks Li Haisheng away with brutal force. After wandering for an unknown time, Li Haisheng drags himself into a deep forest, muttering in pain and confusion. He collapses and cries, asking what he did wrong when he only wanted to cultivate. He screams at the heavens, blaming the world for being unfair. Overwhelmed by hatred and despair, he coughs out a mouthful of dark blood. Just as he sinks into complete hopelessness, a figure slowly approaches him. The stranger calmly asks if he wants to reclaim everything he has lost and the humiliation he suffered. A radiant light suddenly appears in front of him. A power called Tin Tien Fu quickly envelops his broken body, healing it at an incredible speed. The one who acted is none other than Bai Luo Chen. Li Haisheng stares at his hands in shock as all his injuries disappear. Bai Luo Chen smiles confidently, saying he can not only heal him but also rebuild his body, if his desire for revenge is strong enough. Li Haisheng still cannot believe it, asking why someone like him would help a failure. Bai Luo Chen calmly replies that he sees himself in him, once treated as trash and discarded after being used. Li Haisheng is stunned, unable to believe such a famous genius could say that. Seeing his hesitation, Bai Luo Chen turns away as if leaving. Li Haisheng clenches his fists, realizing this may be his only chance left. He quickly calls out, asking Bai Luo Chen to wait. Without hesitation, he kneels down. He swears to follow Bai Luo Chen from now on and asks to be guided. Bai Luo Chen nods in satisfaction, saying he at least knows how to choose. Li Haisheng nervously asks when he can start. Bai Luo Chen calmly replies that they will first check his body. Li Haisheng is confused while Bai Luo Chen remains serious. His mind begins to spin with strange assumptions. Seeing him freeze, Bai Luo Chen loses patience and tells him to cooperate instead of standing there blankly. Li Haisheng's face turns bright red as he stammers uncontrollably. His words leave Bai Luo Chen frozen for a few seconds. Then Bai Luo Chen's veins pop as he kicks him flying. I said I am checking your injuries, not whatever nonsense you are thinking. What is in your head? He warns him sternly that he is treating him properly, and if he keeps imagining nonsense, he will not hold back. Realizing the misunderstanding, Li Haisheng coughs awkwardly and quickly agrees to cooperate. Bai Luo Chen sits down and carefully inspects his condition. After a thorough check, he pats the man's shoulder and says he has found the root cause. He explains the treatment will be painful and tells him to endure it without screaming nonsense again. Meanwhile, the duel at the Ciyi Square continues in extreme tension. The opposing side sends out Zhu Li, a Golden Core early-stage expert from Zhushanzong, arrogantly claiming even nascent soul cultivators cannot escape her killing formation. Lian Yue immediately counters, mocking them for using a Golden Core cultivator to suppress others. Zhu Li sneers and says methods do not matter as long as they work. She activates her formation, and countless illusionary beasts roar toward Lian Yue. Even with the killing formation fully activated, Lian Yue stands still without moving. The audience debates intensely, some praising Zhu Li's strategy, others believing Lian Yue is finished, while some wonder why Bai Luo Chen is missing at such a crucial moment. Yue Xuanzhu searches anxiously, while Zhang Heming mocks Bai Luo Chen, betting everything on his failure. Yue Xuanzhu gets angry and defends Luo Chen, causing others to misunderstand and think she has accepted a proposal. Just as tension peaks, Bai Luo Chen descends from above with overwhelming presence. His landing shakes the ground, nearly hitting Qingzhu, and he calmly states that no one is qualified to make Yue Xuanzhu back down. Qingzhu is shaken, Duju rushes over, while Bai Luo Chen casually says the winner is not decided until Lian Yue gives up. Nishu analyzes the situation and concludes that even he would need brute force to break this formation, and a fusion realm peak cultivator would struggle against it. Bai Luo Chen remains unfazed, saying that, although the formation is not orthodox, no one understands how to break it better than Lian Yue. On the arena, Lian Yue calmly observes her opponent. She admits the killing formation is quite smooth in execution. Suddenly, gasps echo across the stands. The supposed finishing attack causes no damage. Lian Yue stands there casually, brushing her sleeves, while Zhu Li is stunned. She simply shakes her head and says it was almost enough. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhu Li intensifies her attacks, questioning why the formation cannot harm her. Lian Yue begins counterattacking, dismantling the formation step by step with ease. She says such tricks are nothing new to her, as she has studied them thoroughly before. Julie panics, claiming it is an ancient relic formation from a lost secret realm, while far away its original creator sneezes repeatedly for no reason. Lian Wei waves her hand dismissively and tells her to bring out something stronger. Julie retreats, realizing she must use her final trump card. She slams her hands onto the ground and shouts. Dark demonic energy erupts, forming a massive vortex as she activates the forbidden technique Tianhun Zhao Lai. The spectators change expression instantly, recognizing it as the long-lost 10,000 soul formation of the Devouring Soul sect. Even Yuan Xiang loses his composure and demands Qingzhu explain what is going on. Yue Xuanzu becomes even more furious and points at them while scolding. So you have secretly colluded with heretical forces. Zhu Shanzong has always claimed to be orthodox, yet you dare bring forbidden arts into your sect. Do you feel no shame toward your ancestors? Cornered, Qingzhu still argues stubbornly that this is Zhu Shanzong's internal affair and outsiders have no right to interfere. He claims they are only making excuses because they fear losing. Yue Xuanzhu grits her teeth in rage, calling them utterly shameless. She immediately turns to Bai Luochen and urges him to stop the match and bring Lian Yue down first. But he remains completely calm, saying the real climax has not even begun yet. Yue Xuanzu is stunned, unable to understand what he is thinking. Even Qingzhu is confused. How can he stay so calm when his disciple is in danger? On the arena, black demonic energy turns into chains that bind Lian Yue tightly. Zhu Li laughs triumphantly, asking how she can resist this now. She mocks that this is an attack targeting the soul, something Lian Yue has likely never faced before. But Lian Yue shows no fear at all, and even looks down on it, saying this is the strongest move. It is less impressive than the previous formation. Zhu Li goes mad with anger and orders the demon beasts to devour her. The crowd reacts differently. Qingzhu smiles in satisfaction, Yue Xuanzhu is worried, while Bai Luochen watches calmly as if enjoying a show. In an instant, a terrifying slash descends straight onto Lian Yue. Her body collapses onto the arena and falls completely unconscious. Everyone assumes Su Ling has died on the spot. Seeing her motionless, Yuan Xiang and Zhang Heming secretly begin dividing benefits, already treating the position and control of Qingluan Peak as theirs. Yue Xuanzhu angrily demands justice, but Qingzhu coldly replies that life and death were agreed upon beforehand, so they cannot be held responsible. In the tense atmosphere, Bai Luochen calmly walks toward Yue Xuanzhu. He gently pats her shoulder and reassures her that it is not time to act yet, as everything is not over. He says the match has not been decided, so they should keep watching. Zhu Li is extremely proud, mocking her opponent as if victory is already in her hands. In her eyes, rumors about Su Ling's overwhelming strength are nothing but exaggeration. But suddenly, a strange phenomenon appears. A giant white silkworm cocoon emerges behind her. When Zhu Li sees Su Ling walking out of the cocoon completely unharmed, she is completely stunned. She stares in disbelief, unable to understand how the head that was just cut off is still intact. Fear freezes her body, and even her joints seem to creak under pressure. Su Ling smiles lightly, indirectly admitting this is a special demonic technique. Terrified by the heretical power, Zhu Li completely loses her fighting spirit and only wants to surrender and escape. Unfortunately, Su Ling shows no mercy and sends her flying with a single strike, pinning her into a cliff wall. She stands calmly and asks if her opponent has anything left to say. Zhu Li's face is swollen, her breathing weak, and her defeat is already undeniable. The result is decided. Zhu Li of Zhu Shanzong is completely defeated, while Su Ling of Chenghong Academy claims victory. Strangely, faint silk threads remain at the corner of her mouth. This reminds her of Empress Yao Huang Mi Meng's warning about the life-saving cocoon technique that can revive someone at death's door. Its effect is powerful, but swallowing it feels nauseating. She casually brushes away the remaining silk threads on her body. A strange discomfort lingers as she mutters that her entire body now carries Mi Meng's scent. Outside the arena, Qingzhu's face has turned completely pale. He cannot accept that a peak spirit realm cultivator defeated a golden core expert, even suspecting foul play. Bai Luochen smiles with interest and walks toward the defeated group, reminding them it is time to fulfill their agreement. Qingzhu finally feels pressure and keeps retreating, trying to argue that everyone is from the same faction of the southern region. He does not want to be forced into a corner with no way out. At that moment, a terrifying secret technique is unleashed. From afar, Yuan Xiang and Jiang Haming break into cold sweat while watching. Bai Luochen's aura is so overwhelming that they realize he has reached the peak of dividing spirit realm, and his technique even carries traces of a ghost realm grade skill. Ni Shu is also shocked, judging the violent black energy and concluding that even a group of instructors might not be able to defeat him. In rage, Qingju throws a massive punch straight at Bai Luochen, but he remains calm as if he has been waiting for it. At the most dangerous moment, Yue Xuanzhu rushes in with her movement technique and directly hugs Bai Luochen to shield him. A deafening explosion instantly echoes across the entire area. The force is enough to crush an ordinary body, but Yue Xuanzhu successfully blocks the attack in time. Bai Luochen is squeezed so tightly that he can barely breathe and asks her to loosen her grip a little. Seeing this while in the middle of battle, Qingju becomes even more enraged, feeling blood rush up his throat. He screams wildly and destroys everything around him, swearing to kill the two of them. Bai Luochen laughs mockingly, saying his opponent has already lost his mind after such a small provocation. A flash of movement like lightning appears. In the next instant, Bai Luochen is already in front of Qingju, shocking him completely as he cannot see the movement at all. Bai Luochen says nothing and directly throws a simple but terrifying punch toward his face. The moment the fist lands, violent energy erupts. The audience on the stands is stunned, many instinctively stepping back in shock. After the strike, Bai Luochen casually walks toward Duju, who is trembling like a leaf in a storm, saying the opponent was too weak to even be interesting. Next, it is Duju's turn. Duju turns pale in fear and immediately kneels, begging for mercy and offering all his wealth in exchange for his life. But Bai Luochen simply waves him off lazily, saying the one who wants his life is not him. Duju quickly thanks him and escapes, leaving Yue Xuanzhu confused about why there seem to be two Bai Luochens. Seeing her confusion, Bai Luochen explains that what she is holding is just his substitute puppet and tells her to keep it as a souvenir if she wants. Yue Xuanzhu looks down at the puppet in her hands, still dazed and confused. She instinctively holds it tighter, her face slightly red as she claims it as compensation for making her worry. Bai Luochen jokes that as long as she does not use it for curses, it is fine. In the distance, Yuan Xiang and Jiang Haming are still in shock, discussing how Bai Luochen defeated a dividing spirit expert with a single punch. After analyzing the situation, both of them change expressions repeatedly, beginning to suspect that Bai Luochen's true strength has long surpassed the dividing spirit realm. Too afraid to stay any longer, Yuan Xiang and Jiang Haming quickly find excuses and slip away despite attempts to stop them. Shangqing expresses dissatisfaction, blaming Bai Luochen for not reporting his recovery earlier, causing the academy unnecessary worry, though others argue he must have had his reasons. In any case, the tense atmosphere quickly dissipates. For the entire academy, this is extremely good news, and everyone feels proud that their former top genius has finally returned. Bai Luochen then asks Lianyue about her true intentions, unaware that she is secretly preparing a completely different plan. Meanwhile, at the Extreme Bliss Palace ruins, the area has already been reduced to a wasteland. Because the upper layers are filled with dense miasma, they decide to move deeper down. The Southern Region Immortal Alliance scouting team arrives quickly to investigate. Upon arrival, they are shocked by the devastation and speculate about which powerful expert caused it, while the captain orders them to focus on the mission and detects an abnormal aura nearby. At that moment, one member suddenly discovers something that makes his face turn deathly pale. The entire team freezes in place, overwhelmed by confusion and terror. A female cultivator was horrified to discover even the dragon veins deep underground had been ripped up to the surface. By her judgment, this level of destruction far exceeded what a normal tribulation-crossing cultivator could achieve. Everyone decided to use image stones to record the scene. At that moment, a male disciple accidentally looked up and noticed a new anomaly in the sky. He quickly called everyone to follow his gaze, because a strange phenomenon was forming within the clouds. A massive crack appeared in the sky, as if heaven and earth were torn apart, and golden mysterious light poured down from within. The terrifying part was that everyone present seemed to be mentally controlled by that radiance. In their eyes there was only the great Tao, and one by one they went mad and walked toward the light source. They walked while laughing loudly, shouting that they had attained enlightenment and that the path to immortality was unbelievably simple. The mysterious energy carried a bizarre charm. Its overwhelming pressure directly crushed a female cultivator's defensive artifacts. Her protective jade pendant shattered into pieces, but it barely pulled her back from madness. Despite chest pain, she held onto her two fellow disciples and tried to wake them up. However, all she got back were delirious murmurs about enlightenment and immortal fate. Seeing this, she fell into deeper despair and fear. Even the Heaven Gate sect-protecting treasure could not resist the influence of that power. She looked at the distant light with chills down her spine, unable to understand what kind of entity it was. At the same time, someone faintly sensed a strangely familiar aura. Unfortunately, the rules of the heavenly Tao were blocking it, preventing the true body of that existence from descending easily. The female disciple gritted her teeth and took out her most valuable talisman. Realizing the situation was out of control, she decided to summon the ancestor, no matter the cost. As the talisman activated, energy erupted instantly, shaking the ground and sending rubble flying everywhere. Elsewhere, a mysterious being revealed an excited smile. After a long search, he had finally located his target. His voice carried a deep obsession toward the person he had never stopped thinking about. Immediately after, his gaze locked onto the direction of Qinghong Library. On Qingnan Peak, Bai Luochen was still calmly chopping firewood, completely unaware of the outside turmoil. At that moment, the system suddenly issued an emergency alert. It stated that the heavenly Tao had begun noticing the causal threads of the host, so the allowed spiritual power limits would be tightened for safety. After reading it, Bai Luochen was completely confused about what was happening. First, he got banned from casually using the Penggu talisman. Now, even the heavenly Tao was monitoring and restricting his power. The system explained that once a world mission was triggered, any excessive use of spiritual power could attract the heavenly Tao's attention. His current usable energy had been reduced to only a tiny fraction of tribulation crossing level. Hearing this, Bai Luochen suddenly thought of his senior brother. Remembering that his senior brother had already reached the tribulation crossing stage, he felt emotional, but then realized his own strength was now only comparable to Li Shixiong. He immediately complained to the system. If ultimate cards were banned, at least some compensation should be given. The system then introduced a new reward. But the moment he saw the item, Bai Luochen's face instantly darkened. What appeared before him was a bundle, wrapped tightly like a giant rice dumpling. He was so annoyed that he jumped up, thinking the strange item did not look like any weapon at all. But while he was complaining, the wrapped bundle suddenly lit up, making Bai Luochen widen his eyes in surprise. It seemed to have a special function. Meanwhile, in a room filled with steam, another story was unfolding. Li Yue and Meng Meng were chatting together. Meng Meng kept marveling that the master had generously given Li Yue a rare 5-star body-refining pill. She explained that it was an extremely rare treasure capable of upgrading a person's physique across multiple levels, and even the entire southern domain might not have a few. Li Yue sighed softly, not regretting the pill itself, but that the person helping her refine her meridians was not her master this time. Mang Mang laughed and mentioned that this body transformation process was different from before, requiring the user to remove all clothing to proceed. After saying that, she slowly immersed herself in the warm water. At the same time, she gently comforted Li Yue that due to gender differences, the master assigned her to assist instead. She then urged Li Yue to quickly take the pill and begin the refinement process. Li Yue no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed the 5-star body-refining pill. When asked how it tasted, she seriously evaluated the flavor and said it was better than the silkworm cocoon she once ate. Mang Mang was speechless, since she wanted a reaction from the body, not a food review. Soon, powerful streams of energy began spreading through Li Yue's meridians. A violent force was rapidly awakening inside her body. Pain hit her instantly, and Li Yue curled up in agony, her voice breaking as it felt like her internal organs were being burned alive. Mang Mang stayed by her side, encouraging her to hold on a little longer, saying the hardest part was almost over. Wave after wave of domineering spiritual energy swept through her body. The fluctuations were so intense that the water in the tub kept splashing high into the air. Li Yue's face turned deathly pale, her entire body trembling in extreme pain. Even so, Mang Mang continued cheering her on to keep her will steady. In her dazed state, Li Yue could faintly sense that the breakthrough was approaching. Outside at the same time, dark clouds gathered rapidly and covered the entire sky. Elsewhere, Xiao Wu and Demon Emperor Mi Meng were still chasing each other in chaos, while Xiaolu calmly watched. Sensing Li Yuo's imminent breakthrough, he immediately noticed the sky anomaly and felt this lightning tribulation was far from normal. Meanwhile, the system was still promoting the new item to Bai Luochen, but before he could finish listening, his attention was drawn to the changes in the sky. Violent bolts of lightning tore through the clouds, forming a massive net of thunder above. Seeing this, Bai Luochen's expression turned serious. He recognized it as Li Yue's core formation lightning tribulation. Even Mang Mang inside the room could sense danger, as the aura from the lightning was far more violent than usual. A protective barrier was immediately activated to block the descending heavenly lightning. Bai Luochen stood on the mountaintop, arms crossed, watching the entire process with suspicion. What unsettled him was that even the sect's strongest defensive formation was being broken, layer by layer, by the tribulation. When he confirmed the lightning's target, Bai Luochen's expression changed. It was the location where Li Yue was in seclusion. Furious torrents of lightning crashed down like a waterfall, crushing through every layer of protection. Even Xiao Lu had to exert full effort just to avoid being swept away by the shockwaves. Demon Emperor Mi Meng was in an even worse state, screaming in pain after being grazed by a single bolt of lightning. Seeing Xiao Wu fleeing from the chaos, Mi Meng immediately exploded in anger, suspecting it was deliberately dragging the tribulation toward her. Xiao Lu looked at the chaotic scene and began to doubt whether this was truly an ordinary core formation tribulation. Bai Luochen no longer stood by and immediately flew into the sky to deal with the source of the anomaly. As he ascended, blood continued dripping from his arm onto the ground. With a cold gaze, Bai Luochen declared that he had already found the mastermind behind everything. Hearing the challenge, Tai Tu slowly stepped out from the clouds, revealing herself to everyone. She looked at Bai Luochen arrogantly and praised him, saying he did have some ability. Bai Luochen immediately pointed his weapon at her and questioned her identity and why she targeted his disciple. Tai Tu lazily stretched and replied that the fact he managed to take someone from her proved he was not ordinary. Hearing this, Bai Luochen recalled what Mang Mang had once said and realized her true identity. A strange laugh echoed from Tai Tu, reverberating across the sky. After stopping, she softly repeated Mang Mang's name with a tone of nostalgia. It seemed being remembered by someone from the past amused her. She then used a secret technique, instantly appearing beside Bai Luochen and deliberately asking about Mang Mang's current condition. Annoyed, Bai Luochen struck her away and mocked that Mang Mang was living very well. Tai Tu wiped the blood from her lips and sneered coldly. She laughed madly again and declared she would deal with everyone connected, even taking the Demon King of the southern region as a trophy. Hearing this, Bai Luochen coldly interrupted and stated that no matter Li Yue's identity, he would never allow anyone to touch her. Tai Tu laughed in disdain and denied everything. In her eyes, Li Yue was not a reincarnation or successor, but merely a separated fragment of her three corpse bodies. Therefore, destroying it meant nothing to her at all. Without wanting to argue further, she struck immediately. If Bai Luochen insisted on playing the hero protecting his disciple, then she would send him off first. Fortunately, Bai Luochen reacted extremely fast and barely managed to step back in time to avoid the fatal strike. The mere aftermath of that attack tore apart the space behind him and exploded violently. The system kept issuing danger warnings, urging the host to retreat immediately. But Bai Luochen gritted his teeth in silence. His family and disciples were below, and he could not abandon them. Looking at the ruined battlefield below, cold sweat ran down his back. He had prepared countless defensive measures, yet all of them were easily destroyed by the opponent. Down below, everything had fallen into chaos. Some shouted to evacuate Li Yue, others prepared to risk their lives to block Tai Tu. Bai Luochen immediately ordered that no one was allowed to leave the barrier, and he would personally deal with the enemy. Looking up at the battlefield in the sky, he asked the system whether conditions were sufficient to unlock the Pangu talisman. Once the weapon was restored, Bai Luochen's aura changed instantly. With a divine artifact in hand, he was no longer forced into a restrained fight. While chanting to activate the 5-star divine axe, the system confirmed that this was enough to protect Mang Mang and everyone below. Without hesitation, Bai Luochen turned into a streak of light and charged at Tai Tu. In his eyes, no matter how strong she was just a piece of firewood waiting to be split. The two forces collided head-on, causing an earth-shaking explosion. Xiao Lu watched in panic, drenched in sweat, cursing Bai Luochen for being too reckless. After all, his opponent was a true god-level existence. What troubled Bai Luochen was that after that devastating clash, Taitu seemed completely unharmed. Realizing he could not drag this out, he immediately summoned his life-bound Dharma form to fight at full power. In the next moment, a colossal Asura true body phantom appeared in the sky. Bulging muscles and overwhelming pressure made even space tremble. Golden light exploded as the giant Dharma form smashed down with crushing force toward Taitu. Another massive explosion echoed, shaking the heavens in all directions. Yet Taitu still stood in place. She even casually brushed her hair and mocked it as if the attack was nothing more than an itch. Wiping a trace of blood from the corner of her lips, she looked at Bai Luochen with a completely different gaze, now truly acknowledging him. Sensing Taitu's killing intent rising, the system immediately issued an emergency warning signal. But before Bai Luochen could react, Taitu had already appeared behind him, even dispersing the system's warning energy. Bai Luochen's massive Dharma form still maintained its battle stance, locking onto the target ahead. Standing right beside his ear, Taitu whispered that his talent was special, even enough to become a key for her to reach a higher realm. Bai Luochen immediately counterattacked, forcing her back with overwhelming spiritual energy, declaring he would fight to the end. Taitu did not dodge at all and directly formed hand seals, responding with clear interest. In an instant, the six-armed Asura technique was unleashed. Thousands of light blades appeared in the sky and rushed forward together. Continuous collisions shook heaven and earth. Bai Luochen realized she intended to use her Dharma form to suppress his own. At the peak of the battle, a hidden attack suddenly shot in from another direction. Bai Luochen remained calm. He stepped forward to block in front of Taitu, even casually commenting that the weapon was quite interesting. He then questioned her seriously. According to his understanding, Taitu should have ascended long ago, so why had she returned to the mortal realm and targeted Li Yue? Hearing this, Taitu immediately corrected him, saying things were not as simple as he thought. She admitted she had once entered the heavenly realm, but after seeing it herself, she realized the so-called immortals were no different from beings trapped in a larger cage. What Lang Niang had always pursued was never the highest position ordinary people imagined. Her true goal was a realm beyond all limits, the peak known as Tian Hui Tian. Taita's face twisted with madness and ambition. She wanted to witness the true face of the heavenly Tao and seize control over all rules governing the universe. In her words, her destiny was to stand above all existence and replace the will of heaven itself. Hearing such twisted words, Bai Luochen immediately erupted in anger, bluntly calling her a madwoman blinded by greed. He gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to unleash a finishing strike to end everything. A terrifying blade light shot out instantly, aiming straight at Taitu. The devastating attack tore through space and directly knocked her out of the special spatial barrier. Before she could react, Taitu was dragged into a chaotic void of unknown origin. Taking the chance, Bai Luochen immediately cast a seal, repairing the broken space and hoping she would not return to cause more chaos. After finishing everything, he was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and could only lean on his knees to catch his breath. The massive mana consumption, far beyond his limit, forced him to pause and recover. But at that moment, a pale arm suddenly reached out from the dark void. Taitu forcibly tore open the repaired space and revealed a sinister smile, mocking Bai Luochen for thinking only he understood spatial manipulation. In her eyes, anyone who stood in her way of reaching the ultimate goal would end in complete destruction. The system immediately issued an emergency warning. Taitu had just broken the passage to the upper realm, throwing the connection between heavenly Tao and the mortal world into chaos. The alarm continued as a strange black liquid began flowing down from the sky crack. That terrifying substance had extreme corrosive power, dissolving even the strongest defenses almost instantly. Everyone below froze at the sight. Though they did not understand what it was, they quickly reinforced protection around Li Yue. Before they could even breathe, they noticed a heavenly lightning forming behind Xiao Meng and shouted for her to dodge. The furious lightning tore through the sky and struck directly at her position. Continuous bolts of thunder crashed down onto the already unstable barrier. Floating in the air, Bai Luochen looked up with frustration, already fed up with the non-stop lightning strikes. While defending, he wondered angrily what exactly Taitu had done in the upper realm to cause such chaos. Looking at the falling black substance, he became even more confused that the so-called heavenly Tao had turned into something so grotesque and corrupted. The system kept urging him as the crack to the upper realm expanded. If it continued, the entire mortal world would become a dumping ground. Bai Luochen assured it he would find a way to stop the disaster. Contrary to everyone's panic, Tai Tu looked completely satisfied with the apocalyptic scene. She believed this was the supreme power of the heavenly Tao merging into herself. Spreading her arms, she cast a spell directly at Bai Luochen and loudly challenged him. Countless black tentacles surged from all directions like venomous snakes, surrounding the target. Bai Luochen's eyes instantly burned with furious killing intent. At the same time, his body was wrapped in a brilliant golden aura. Without hesitation, he activated the 5-star divine axe the moment the tentacles tightened around him. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted in an instant. All the monstrous tentacles were crushed and scattered everywhere. The filthy remains of the creature rained down to the ground like a wave of corruption. Realizing the situation was worsening, Xiao Lu quickly raised a defensive barrier to protect everyone. But he did not expect the monsters to burrow underground and suddenly attack from below, shocking him into cursing loudly. As the situation grew more dangerous, the group fought while maintaining formation. No matter how hard the monsters were to kill, their priority was still protecting Li Yue and never splitting up. However, the heavenly Tao still did not stop. Massive dual lightning tribulation began forming and crashed down again. What left everyone speechless was that the target was still Xiao Meng. She struggled while complaining bitterly about her terrible luck, feeling like all misfortune had been dumped on her alone. Without others sharing the pressure, she would have already collapsed. Mang Mang and Xiao Wu struggled to block the attacks while protecting Ling Yue behind them, hoping their master would resolve the situation soon. The raging lightning showed no sign of weakening, continuing to pour down like a storm. In the middle of the sea of lightning, Bai Luochen forced out every remaining trace of spiritual energy in preparation for a final strike. The system kept warning him that his body was nearing its absolute limit, but Bai Luochen ignored everything and resolved to protect this land at all costs. Raising the axe that had accompanied him for years, he declared war against the supreme authority known as the Heavenly Tao. If one axe strike could split the sky, then he could also seal the crack that was causing all this disaster. He poured all his power into the ultimate technique, Pangu Heaven Splitting. A blazing golden pillar erupted from Bai Luochen's body and shot straight into the highest clouds. Seeing this, Tai Tu froze completely. She could not believe a lower realm cultivator possessed such terrifying power. Under the crushing pressure forcing her back, even Tai Tu could not hide a trace of admiration. Only now did she realize the legend of the Pangu axe was real, and her own path had already ended in failure. After the battle, Bai Luochen gasped for breath, looking at the repaired sky, still mocking Tai Tu's stubbornness. Thinking of a powerhouse who once stood at the peak of the cultivation world ending up in such a distorted state, he could not help but feel regret. Looking at the faint cracks on his axe, he gently brushed it, as if thanking his old companion for surviving the brutal battle. Soon after, the sky gradually cleared as the dark night was completely dispelled. Seeing the danger past, Xiao Lu finally sighed in relief. In his judgment, since the dawn of creation, no one had ever endured such a terrifying core formation tribulation. At that moment, Linghua slowly woke up and weakly called Mong Mong's name. But as soon as she moved, her blood energy became chaotic, and she could clearly feel she was near her limit. Mang Mang's panicked scream made Xiao Meng, still scorched from lightning, rush over as well. Everyone quickly realized Ling Yu's body refinement had gone wrong. Bai Luochen immediately appeared beside her to check her condition, while Mang Mang begged him desperately to save her. Hearing Mang Mang ramble in panic, Xiao Lu knocked her on the head, forcing her to shut up. Bai Luochen quickly ordered Ling Yue to be brought over for a more detailed inspection. Supporting her weak body, he gently placed her on the grass and reassured her that as long as he was here, there was still a way to fix everything. After checking her pulse, he quickly found the cause. Ling Wei was in danger because the final absorption of lightning power had been interrupted at a critical moment. Mang Mang paced back and forth anxiously, unable to find any source of lightning energy in this barren place. Bai Luochen proposed the only remaining solution. A lightning attribute cultivator, who had just undergone a heavenly tribulation, must transfer energy to Ling Yue. Otherwise, her foundation would be destroyed. Xiao Meng still did not fully understand and eagerly suggested capturing a lightning cultivator and using force if necessary. But then she realized everyone was staring at her. A sense of unease rose as she understood she was the target. Seeing the situation clear, everyone exchanged subtle smiles, making the atmosphere extremely suspicious. Feeling danger approaching, Xiaomeng curled up and trembled, protesting as she did not understand what they planned to do. Unfortunately, no one gave her a chance to escape. Everyone closed in, and Xiaomeng's screams echoed everywhere. After that forced assistance, a golden core finally began forming inside Lingyu's dantian. When she opened her eyes, everyone cheered with joy, finally pulling her back from the brink of danger. Upon waking, Lingyue instinctively called out the two most important people to her, her master and Mang Mang. Sensing the energy flowing within her body, she felt confused, as she was clearly still missing lightning power to complete the breakthrough. She curiously asked where they found the missing heavenly lightning. Bai Luochen simply smiled and said she was lucky to have received help from a very enthusiastic benefactor. In another corner, Xiao Lu and Xiao Wu were busy taking care of Xiao Meng, who had been completely drained of energy. Seeing this, Lingyue immediately understood where the lightning power came from. After everything stabilized, Bai Luochen stood up and announced he had to go to the enforcement hall to request funds for repairing Qingnan Peak, while everyone else went back to their duties. Time passed quietly, and before long many days had gone by. In a distant immortal realm, Tai Tu was still burning with hatred, constantly shouting the names Meng Meng, Ling Yue, and especially Bai Luochen. She swore that their next meeting would be the day they paid a heavy price. Meanwhile, after finishing the reporting procedures, Bai Luochen returned to the ruins and helplessly stared at the massive repair bill issued by the enforcement hall. Just as he was thinking about how to earn money, the system suddenly displayed a notification about a new plot character and urged him to recruit them immediately. Hearing this, Bai Luochen instantly regained his energy, his eyes lighting up as if he had just spotted a fat prey. But when he looked at the system interface, he noticed a strange blue bar and immediately asked what it meant. After the system explained it was a countdown of his future disciple's lifespan, his expression changed, and when it confirmed the person was truly about to die, he panicked even more. Meanwhile, at a temporary resting spot, Lingyue was carefully taking care of Xiaomeng as thanks for saving her life. Suddenly, Bai Luochen flew past on a magical artifact, shouting Lingyu's name midair. Seeing their master acting so unusually urgent, everyone was stunned. Xiaomeng was even dragged along before she could understand what was happening. Watching the rapidly decreasing lifespan bar, Bai Luochen kept urging everyone to move faster, determined to save the future disciple before it was too late. At the same time in Wulang City, a tense atmosphere shrouded the Lu family manor. Two masked figures secretly checked the ambush preparations of their subordinates. After receiving confirmation that everything was ready, the leader immediately ordered the full operation to begin according to plan. Looking at the fully obedient subordinates, the two masked figures were satisfied and promised heavy rewards if the mission succeeded. After assigning all tasks, they quickly disappeared into the shadows and left the area. The study room door was tightly shut to isolate everything outside. Inside, everyone could only hold on and wait for reinforcements from the Immortal Alliance. A young woman broke down in tears, saying she was too exhausted to keep running from this fate. The old man removed his mask, revealing himself as Lu Hong of the Lu family manor, a nascent spirit early-stage cultivator. Seeing the encirclement of assassins outside, he could not bring himself to send her to her death. The companion beside him also removed her disguise, her eyes red with guilt. She believed everything today stemmed from the broken engagement back then, otherwise the family would not have faced extermination. That girl was Nalan Duoduo, a beauty with early foundation establishment cultivation. She choked up, saying she no longer had the face to keep dragging the Lu family down. Seeing so many people die protecting her, she was overwhelmed with guilt and even wanted to rush out alone for a final battle. Seeing his niece trying to sacrifice herself, Liu Hong immediately pulled her back and sternly stopped her. He reminded her that he had accepted her parents' request, so even if it cost his life, he would protect her to the end. In his view, the broken engagement was not wrong, because Xiaoping was a dangerous and ruthless man no one wanted her bound to. He then reassured Nalan Duoduo that as long as they held out until the Immortal Alliance arrived, there was still a chance to turn things around. The most important thing now was survival, because her testimony was critical evidence against the attackers. Just as the two were discussing, a cold laugh suddenly echoed from outside, freezing the entire room. Liu Hong was horrified to see two assassins dressed like underworld executioners appear before him. They held bloodied spoils in their hands and mocked his attempt to secretly send out messages. Seeing this, Liu Hong nearly collapsed mentally. He cried out in agony as he remembered all the relatives who had already died. In his rage, he questioned the assassins, saying Xiaoping had already killed over 160 people for revenge, so why were they still trying to wipe them out completely? One assassin sneered, swinging his scythe forward, and replied that the reason was simple: their palace lord wanted it that way. He then declared Liu Hong's time was up. In an instant, countless bloody attacks rained down. Before falling, Liu Hong still managed to shout for Nalan Duoduo to escape. Before his voice even faded, the massacre erupted. Fresh blood splattered across the room in a tragic scene. Meanwhile, on the way, Ling Yue was fascinated by the countless treasures around her. She felt her master truly possessed endlessly strange and unbelievable items. When she saw Xiaomeng casually eating a rare spirit fruit, Ling Yue immediately snapped, as it was meant as a gift for her future junior sister. Xiaomeng casually argued that she had just helped Ling Yue form her core, so eating one fruit was nothing. At that moment, the target information appeared before Bai Luochen. It was Nalan Duoduo, 19 years old, from the Nalan family in Tianwan Lake, possessing the extremely rare Profound Yin Extreme vein. Reading that she once had an engagement with the genius Xiaoping, he could not help but feel this plot was strangely familiar. Recalling the past, Nalan Duoduozo once personally brought a marriage annulment letter to the Xiao family to publicly cancel the engagement. The reason was that at 14, Xiaoping suffered a major cultivation accident that severely damaged his meridians, nearly destroying his power and changing his personality completely. Already unwilling toward the arranged marriage, Nalan Duoduo took the chance to cut ties. This humiliation left Xiaoping furious and full of hatred. After being publicly rejected, Xiaoping swore through gritted teeth that today's humiliation did not mean eternal defeat. One day, he would reclaim everything. After that incident, Xiaoping devoted himself to cultivation. At 16, despite many hardships, he stumbled upon a great fortune and was taken in by an old demon from the Blood Sword Palace as a direct disciple. Later, after becoming palace master, his first act was a massacre against the Nalan family and an order to capture Nalan Duoduo alive for revenge. After reading the system data, Bai Luochen felt a strange sense of familiarity. A fallen genius, a broken engagement, and revenge was a classic trope. Just as he was thinking, urgent alerts rang out. The system reported that the future disciple's life force was dropping to a critical level. Bai Luochen's expression changed instantly. He turned and shouted for everyone behind him to hold on as he was about to accelerate to full speed. He poured massive spiritual energy into the artifact. The flying ship trembled violently and shot forward like lightning. To prevent passengers from being thrown out, the ship's protection system activated. Binding straps instantly wrapped around the seats, locking everyone firmly in place under extreme speed pressure. The entire vessel felt like it had gained new engines, tearing through the wind at terrifying speed as screams echoed inside. Back at Liu Family Manor, Nalan Duoduo was alone facing two Bloodsword Palace assassins. Despite her efforts, she was completely overwhelmed. One of them mocked her and told her to obediently return with them. He then used the surviving members of the Liu family as hostages, threatening to slaughter them all if she resisted. Hearing this, Nalan Duoduo bit her lip until it bled and dropped her sword, agreeing to surrender just to save the others. The assassin looked satisfied with her choice. While the white-robed man spoke sweetly, his partner secretly gathered power behind him, preparing to strike. Without warning, the black-robed assassin attacked the remaining Liu family survivors. Nalan Duoduo realized she had been tricked and shouted in rage. But in that moment of distraction, the white-robed man launched a sneak attack with hidden weapons. Screams and cries of pain filled the area, turning Liu Family Manor into a bloody hell. Holding her wound, Nalan Duoduo questioned them in shock and rage. The white-robed man simply shrugged and sneered, saying he never promised anything for his partner. In despair, she coughed blood and screamed curses at them. Just as she tried to fight back, her body went weak. Only then did she realize her inner energy had been sealed by poison. Seeing her helpless expression, the white-robed man smugly said the poison had long since taken effect. With no strength left, Nalan Duoduo collapsed and was immediately bound with chains. The two assassins reinforced the seal, ensuring she had no chance of escape. After cleaning up the battlefield, the black-robed man wiped his weapon and complained that the job was finally done. The white-robed man carried Nalan Duo on his shoulder to leave, still teasing his partner as they argued and walked, not caring about anyone else. Just then, both of them suddenly looked up. A black mass fell from the sky like a meteor, startling them as they shouted what was coming straight at them. Reacting instantly, they both jumped back and narrowly avoided the terrifying impact from above. Seeing the scene, the white-robed man became furious and shouted who dared interfere with the blood-sword palace. A thick cloud of dust and chaotic airflow covered everything, blocking the figure that had just arrived. As the dust cleared, Bai Luochen and Chen Aoyi on the flying ship became visible. He coldly said, "Release the person you are holding. If you obey, your deaths will be a little less painful." The white-robed man immediately reported his backing force, but Bai Luochen calmly replied, "Yes, I am stealing your people. So what?" As soon as he finished speaking, he casually beckoned with his hand like calling over a pet. Shockingly, Duojo was actually pulled toward him, leaving the white-robed man frozen in disbelief. He could not understand what just happened. Seeing his prey slipping away, he quickly cast a spell and used immortal binding ropes to restrain her. Both sides immediately struggled for control, and the rope began to destabilize. Bai Luochen shouted sharply, telling her to come over immediately. Under the increasing pull from both sides, Duoduo's figure, previously obscured, was gradually revealed. The white-robed man gritted his teeth in rage, pouring all his remaining spiritual energy into holding her, and roaring that she would not be taken away. Hearing this, Bai Luochen's voice turned even colder. It seemed he intended to see whose spiritual power was stronger. The violent tug from both sides tore Duoduo's clothes, leaving her barely covered. Bai Luochen's eyes widened as cold sweat broke out. This had clearly turned into a disaster. Even the white-robed man opposite became awkward and drenched in sweat at the situation. From a distance, Mimeng and Li Yue watched everything unfold, casually commenting that this future junior sister had quite an impressive figure. Without hesitation, Bai Luochen used Piaing to carry Duoduo away, then assigned Li Yue and Mimeng to handle the Blood Sword Palace members. Before leaving, he added a brief instruction: leave them alive. Realizing the situation was turning bad, the white-robed man hurriedly urged his companions to prepare an escape route. He used his last strength to unleash Bloodblade directly at Li Yue, but Li Yue simply tilted her body and easily dodged the attack. Immediately after, the white-robed man shouted and activated another technique. He repeatedly used Blood Prison in an attempt to carve out an escape path. At the same time, he dragged his allies to perform Blood Shadow Transformation, preparing to flee. Seeing this, Mimeng snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Trying to escape? Once they broke out of the barrier, they would have a chance to burrow underground and vanish. Unfortunately, that plan quickly collapsed. Mimeng spat out massive spider silk, instantly wrapping them like tightly bound dumplings. Fully restrained by the terrifying silk, the group fell into despair, wondering how strong this woman really was. At that moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky, shattering the white-robed man's blood technique. He screamed in pain as his blood shield was crushed. Li Yue remained cold-faced and immediately activated Moonwheel Thunder. Massive energy pillars erupted from the ground, shaking the two men into terror. They could not believe a core formation cultivator possessed such overwhelming power. In just seconds, both were blasted into the air, screaming continuously. Watching from the side, Mimeng thought Li Yue must be in a very bad mood today. Meanwhile, Bai Luochen focused on treating Duoduo. While checking her injuries, he remarked that sealing the Dantian with blood energy was an extremely vicious method. After a short time, Duoduo finally regained some consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she heard Bai Luochen asking about her condition. In a weak voice, she asked where she was. But once fully awake, Duoduo suddenly tried to slap her savior. Bai Luochen barely dodged and quickly explained that he was the one who saved her. Yet Duoduo did not calm down and kept accusing him, leaving him helplessly smiling. From her perspective, no rescuer would tear someone's clothes like that. Bai Luochen could only explain it was an accident and told her to stay still since the seal was not yet removed. At that moment, intense pain spread through her body and Duoduo cried out in agony. Bai Luochen lightly scolded her, saying he had already told her not to move. If her blood energy reversed, the consequences would be serious. She just needed to endure a little longer. Still full of doubt, Duoduo looked at him and asked who he really was and why he went so far to save her. Bai Luochen smiled casually and said her basic treatment was complete. Her life was no longer in danger. Once her Dantian recovered, she would be fine. He then introduced himself as an instructor of the Qinghong Academy, Bai Luochen, and casually asked if she wanted to become his disciple. Hearing his identity, Nalan Duoduo was shocked. She exclaimed that this was the so-called useless mortal Bai Luochen from the academy. That statement made Bai Luochen's mouth twitch repeatedly. It took him a moment to calm down. While continuing her treatment, he reluctantly confirmed it was indeed him. The priority now was restoring her Dantian. Duoduo kept wincing in pain and asked him to be a little gentler. Just then, Li Yue's group returned, right as Bai Luochen finished treating her injuries. Li Yue asked what to do with the two captives and received the order to bring them over. The two Blood Sword Palace members, tightly wrapped in spider silk, were dragged over and slammed to the ground. Bai Luochen looked at them with disdain, saying that they did not even spare commoners and were nothing but scum of the cultivation world. Sitting nearby, Nalan Duoduo silently felt shocked. Both of them were peak nascent soul cultivators, yet they had been captured so easily. A moment later, Li Yue walked up to her and calmly greeted her. What surprised Duoduo even more was that this woman seemed to be only at early nascent soul stage. Li Yue remained expressionless, but Mimeng chimed in teasingly. She smiled and said this must be her future junior sister. Even noticing Duoduo was wearing Bai Luochen's outer robe, Li Yue immediately reminded her that Duoduo had not officially joined yet. Li Yue casually added that becoming Bai Luochen's disciple was not something one could simply obtain by wishing for it. Mimeng muttered that Li Yue seemed unusually cold today. Nalan Duoduo silently assessed Mimeng. She realized this woman was clearly a demon race and already capable of human transformation, meaning at least demon king level, possibly even demon emperor. Thinking that such a being followed, Bai Luochen made the rumors about him being a useless mortal completely absurd. At the same time, the hatred in her heart surged even stronger. After some hesitation, Nalan Duoduo stepped in front of Bai Luochen and spoke nervously. He asked if she had made up her mind. No one expected her to immediately kneel down and formally request to become his disciple. Bai Luochen happily accepted and officially took her as his third disciple. After accepting the new disciple, he took out 2 cultivation manuals as her entry gifts. However, Nalan Duoduo did not look happy. She sighed and said she still had inner demons and unresolved obsessions. If she could not overcome them, her cultivation path would be severely hindered. Bai Luochen only shrugged casually. To him, if she wanted revenge on the Blood Sword Palace, it was an extremely simple matter. Hearing this promise, Nalan Duoduo became overjoyed and repeatedly bowed in gratitude to her master. Bai Luochen helped her up and smiled, asking whether relying on others for revenge would truly erase her inner knot. Duoduo was left stunned. He then calmly explained that for cultivation, one must have a clear and unburdened state of mind. Hatred was her own trial. If everything was handled by others, then her growth would be meaningless. Nalan Duoduo bit her lip until her eyes turned red and tearfully argued back. In her view, Xiao Pingqi was far stronger than her, and without help she did not know when she could ever take revenge. As long as she could see him die, she would accept any cost. Seeing her unstable state of mind, Bai Luochen immediately used soul-calming technique to stabilize her spirit and told her to calm down and listen. After steadying her, he slowly explained. With his support, Xiao Pingqi's talent and strength meant nothing. What he wanted was not to kill the enemy for her, but to let her do it herself. The question was whether she dared to do it. Saying that, Bai Luochen placed a sharp spiritual weapon into her hand and stated he never made empty promises. This was her first lesson as his disciple. Looking at the weapon in her hand, Nalan Duoduo immediately understood her master's intention, but still felt shaken. Bai Luochen glanced at the 2 Blood Sword Palace captives on the ground and sneered. Blood debts must be paid with blood. She could handle them however she wanted, as long as she resolved her inner knot herself. A satisfied smile slowly appeared on Duoduo's face. She bowed deeply before Bai Luochen. Then she firmly accepted the command. Meanwhile, at Blood Sword Palace on the peak of Jianchang Mountain, 2 guarding disciples were patrolling and chatting casually. One curiously guessed how the palace master would deal with Miss Nalan after capturing her. The other spoke in vulgar tones, lost in imagination, completely unaware that his companion had already been beheaded. When he noticed the sudden silence, he turned to check. Before he could understand anything, his own head also fell to the ground. The ones who struck were two women hiding nearby. One of them remarked that the invisibility talisman from the Holy Talisman Master was indeed powerful, completely masking their presence. Unfortunately, it was about to expire, so they had to act quickly. The purple-haired girl, Moxie, the young lady of the Mo family in Guangling Prefecture, possessed peak core formation cultivation. She asked her older sister if she really intended to risk everything just because of a scholar. Mo Ran immediately glared at her. She was also at peak core formation and denied acting out of romantic feelings. Mo Ran's gaze turned sharp. Her true goal was the Duhui seal, the key to the ancient cultivator's hidden cave mansion. Mo Shi leaned closer and whispered. With their current strength, they could not confront nascent soul experts directly, so they had stolen their mother's talisman to rely on strategy instead of brute force. Hearing her sister ramble on, Mo Ran could only smile helplessly and urged her to move quickly. But before they could act, a massive explosion erupted ahead. A large structure collapsed, shocking both of them. The sect's protective formation activated immediately. At the center of Blood Sword Palace, teleportation light flared violently. Alarm bells rang everywhere as disciples reported an intruder breaking the formation. The one who had pierced the mountain gate was none other than Bai Luochen's flying ship. On the ship, Li Yue was trying to stuff rare spirit silkworms into Duo Duo's hands. Mi Meng looked heartbroken, seeing all her treasured resources being used up. Bai Luochen instructed everyone to prepare and reminded Duo Duo to keep the talismans safe. He then dove straight down, analyzing the situation. In his judgment, the Blood Sword Palace Master had only recently entered Nascent Soul, so anyone below that level was not a concern. The ground trembled violently, throwing the Blood Sword Palace disciples into chaos. They had just contacted the two blood envoys when someone directly broke through the protective formation, plunging the sect into panic. Amid the chaos, Xiao Ping, the Blood Sword Palace Master and a peak nascent soul expert, remained calm. He suspected an invasion from the Silver Sword Palace, but quickly dismissed it as their strength should not be enough to break the grand formation. At that moment, an ancient voice suddenly echoed in his mind, urging him to summon the blood puppet immediately, warning that even a slight delay could be fatal. Xiao Ping did not dare hesitate. He quickly formed hand seals and summoned a blood-colored puppet, while secretly asking who exactly had appeared that even the old ancestor was wary of. Before the ancestor could explain, Bai Luochen casually walked through the formation's defenses. The sight shocked everyone. The ancestor could only say he could not see through the opponent's cultivation, only sensing a mysterious void light realm. Xiao Ping almost thought he had misheard. The next moment, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Floating in the air, Bai Luochen looked down and smirked. He even pretended to regret that he might have gone a bit too hard. But nascent soul cultivators were usually hard to kill, so the opponent was probably still alive. As expected, rubble soon shifted and collapsed from within. Bai Luochen laughed lightly, noting that the man's life was indeed quite tough. Meanwhile, the mountainside continued to shake. Massive boulders rolled down like a natural disaster. Nearby, Mo Ran excitedly pulled her sister and pointed toward the battlefield. But Mo Shi remained cautious, reminding her that Xiao Ping was not dead yet, and without their father's substitute talisman, they would have been wiped out by the shockwaves. She insisted they should not take further risks. Seeing her sister so cautious, Mo Ran proudly revealed she still had a 3-star wind movement talisman from their mother. If anything went wrong, they could just escape. Besides, they might even witness that senior beating Xiao Ping into oblivion. Saying that, she dragged her sister closer. In her eyes, witnessing such a powerhouse shaking an entire sect was a rare opportunity. Mo Shi could only sigh helplessly, saying she would never follow her sister again if this continued. In truth, Bai Luochen had already noticed the presence of the Mo sisters. A single glance was enough for him to recognize their identities. However, he did not care. As long as they only watched and did not interfere, he would ignore them. The priority was to keep Xiao Ping locked down and ensure he could not escape. On the other side, Xiao Ping grew increasingly uneasy. He secretly asked the ancestor whether they should immediately find a way to retreat. The entire area had been sealed off, so escape was impossible. The only option left was negotiation. With no other choice, Xiao Ping stepped out from hiding, cupped his fists, and asked for the identity of the person in front of him and why they had come here. Bai Luochen replied very directly. He introduced himself as an instructor of Qinghong Academy, named Bai Luochen. Upon hearing that name, the Mo sisters exchanged shocked looks. In their memory, Bai Luochen had long lost all cultivation and become a useless cripple. Mo Ran recalled the old legends. He once single-handedly sealed a passage to the demon realm and slaughtered countless demon beasts. It was said he lost all his power afterward and fell from grace. Now seeing his current strength, she realized those rumors were completely wrong. While the two sisters whispered, unaware, Bai Luochen had already heard everything. He silently added another debt to the academy for letting him be labeled a useless cripple for so many years. Xiaoping then questioned him. He said there was no feud between Bloodsword Palace and Qinghong Academy, so why Bai Luochen had come with the intent to wipe them out. He also could not hide his shock at Bai Luochen's strength. Bai Luochen answered calmly. He admitted there was no past grudge, but the moment they touched his disciple, everything changed. He then told Xiaoping to reflect on his actions. The crimes of Bloodsword Palace were too many to erase. Still, he would give him one last chance to survive. The condition was simple. If he could win this life and death duel, Bai Luochen would spare his life. At that moment, Nalan Duoduo stepped forward from behind. The moment Xiaoping saw her, his expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth, eyes filled with hatred as he stared at her. Xiaoping then asked Bai Luochen for confirmation. If he defeated Nalan Duoduo, would he really be allowed to leave? Bai Luochen calmly nodded and confirmed he would keep his word. Satisfied, Xiaoping gave a sinister smile. He deliberately said that swords have no eyes, and if anything happened, he hoped Bai Luochen would not interfere. Bai Luochen simply waved his hand in response. If someone died for being weak, that was their own choice. Revenge should be settled by the person involved to truly end it. Hearing this, Xiaoping laughed triumphantly. To him, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. His eyes turned vicious as he motioned for Nalan Duoduo to step forward. On the other side, Duoduo circulated her spiritual energy and prepared for battle. Bai Luochen reminded her to freely use the treasures he had given her. Watching the upcoming fight, Li Yue felt increasingly uneasy. She could not help but speak up. Xiaoping was already at nascent soul level, while Duoduo was only at Qi refining. The gap between them was so vast that a cross-realm kill seemed impossible. But Bai Luochen remained calm. He said everything was already under his control, and Duoduo would not be in real danger. As Li Yue worried about unexpected situations, Bai Luochen turned to Mi Meng and casually said that if anything went wrong, she would handle the cleanup. Mi Meng simply nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Li Yue suddenly shouted a warning for Duoduo to be careful. In an instant, Nalan Duoduo fell into a dangerous situation. Xiaoping unleashed his blood-withering chain technique, completely suppressing her while mocking her for overestimating herself by challenging a nascent soul cultivator as someone only at Qi refining level. The more he spoke, the more vicious he became, pouring all his past humiliation into killing intent. He now only wanted to torture Duoduo until she wished for death. Duoduo refused to back down and shouted back that the one who would pay today was him. At that moment, the talisman she had been holding in her mouth suddenly burst into brilliant light. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, instantly sweeping away everything in the surroundings. As the dust settled, Xiaoping staggered out from the ruins, his clothes burned and tattered. He cursed angrily, thinking Duoduo was trying to drag him into mutual destruction to escape. But deep inside, he was already feeling a chill. Even his blood puppet had been completely destroyed, proving he had underestimated his opponent. Before he could recover, Nalan Duoduo suddenly appeared behind him. Protected by a special silkworm cocoon, she had survived the explosion and coldly called out his name. She once again brought up the blood debt of the Nalan family and the hundreds of innocent lives he had slaughtered. The moment she finished speaking, she activated another prepared talisman and declared that today would be the day justice was repaid. Another even more terrifying explosion erupted across the battlefield. From afar, Mi Meng could not help but sigh. Even though the silkworm cocoon could regenerate the body, being blown apart repeatedly was still horrifying. This new junior sister was truly ruthless. However, Mi Meng felt heartache seeing her precious silkworm cocoons being consumed at an alarming rate. Bai Luochen simply promised he would compensate her many times over, once this was over. Even so, Li Yue still could not feel at ease. In her view, the gap between Duoduo and Xiaoping was too vast to bridge. Relying only on self-detonating talismans and cocoons would eventually exhaust everything. Bai Luochen then explained that Duoduo possessed a special physique, and awakening her hidden potential required repeated near-death experiences. He finally reassured Liyue that once she passed this trial, Duoduo's future would be completely different. The treasures and cocoons were merely tools to accelerate that process. Hearing this, Liyue reluctantly calmed down somewhat. But at that moment, the opponent unleashed another attack, as powerful as heaven collapsing and earth shattering. Xiaoping had already been battered into a ruined state, his body torn, and his robes in tatters. He roared in rage, feeling that all his painstaking effort and blood essence poured into the blood puppet were about to be destroyed by Nalan Duoduo. Within the sea of flames, Nalan Duoduo still stood firm without retreating, making him even more alarmed. It seemed the blood puppet had already reached its limit. Duoduo gripped the talisman tightly, her expression tense. She knew this was the enemy's final strike. Xiaoping was only one step away from breaking through to the next realm. Seeing that she still had one talisman left unused, Xiaoping immediately tensed up, cold sweat dripping down his back. But just as she was about to channel spiritual energy into it, Duoduo suddenly realized her life force had been completely exhausted. She had no strength left at all. Xiaoping instantly noticed the abnormality in her condition. Seizing the rare opportunity, he immediately counterattacked with a cold laugh. If she was already exhausted, what could she possibly use to resist? Just die obediently. A surge of black energy shot out, binding Duoduo's body and pulling her forcefully toward him. Xiaoping laughed sinisterly, his tone full of contempt. He declared that the blood debt from years ago could never be repaid in this lifetime, and even thinking about revenge in the next life was wishful thinking. At that moment, Duoduo's father's soul projection appeared beside her. His voice was heavy and filled with unbearable sorrow. Xiaoping deliberately struck at her mental wound again, revealing that all the flesh and blood used to create the blood puppet came from her family's clansmen. After speaking, he directly crushed her father's soul projection before her eyes. Witnessing this, Duoduo fell into complete despair, while Xiaoping laughed wildly in satisfaction. He did not stop there. The spirits of her other relatives also appeared one by one, as he continued to torment her psyche with cruel words. Outside, Li was furious to the point of red eyes, wanting to rush in and kill Xiaoping, but Bai Luochen held him back. He said this was Duoduo's personal karma, and no one else could interfere. Bai Luochen sternly told his disciple to trust him, and more importantly, to trust Duoduo's own willpower. Seeing Duoduo motionless as if unconscious, Xiaoping sneered in disdain, calling her nothing more than trash. He immediately swung his blade down, intending to send her to reunite with her family. The terrifying killing strike rushed straight toward her. The scene happened too fast, causing both Bai Luochen and his disciple to shout Duoduo's name in shock. But a miracle occurred. The attack never reached her. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from her chest. Xiaoping was sent flying by the rebound force, screaming in agony. A pair of radiant wings suddenly appeared behind Duoduo. Her entire body was engulfed in blinding light as she shot forward like an arrow through space-time. Xiaoping stammered in terror. He hurriedly activated his blood shield to protect himself and continuously retreated. At the same time, he called for help through his ring. His injured arm had already begun to rot from poison. The voice warned him that with his current cultivation, being struck by nether extreme poison meant almost certain death unless he used every possible method to survive immediately. Carrying hatred deep into his bones, Xiaoping unleashed his strongest killing technique, Lifebound Blood Sword. A razor-sharp blood sword shot out from his throat, rushing straight toward Duoduo. Facing this lethal strike, she immediately met it head-on. She activated her secret technique. At the same time, she gathered the last remaining blood energy to form her final layer of defense. But a deafening explosion rang out, instantly shattering her entire defense line. Immediately after, Nalan Duoduo erupted with power, unleashing a storm of relentless attacks. Xiaoping was forced into a corner with no way to resist. He realized his blood puppet was about to be crushed. In desperation, he roared for the ancestors' help. But before any response came, Duoduo continued delivering fatal strikes. Blood splattered everywhere, staining half of her once delicate face. In the end, Xiaoping only managed a final scream before being kicked to death by Duoduo, his soul completely scattered. From the ancestor's soul vessel came a long sigh. Even though Xiaoping had been beaten beyond recognition, Duoduo still showed no sign of calming down. With bloodshot eyes, she continued raining punches, as if trying to crush everything in front of her. The ancestor inside the vessel roared in fury, telling her not to let emotions take over. In his view, acting too extreme would eventually bring consequences. At that moment, Bai Luochen tore through space and appeared, quickly catching Duoduo's exhausted body. She weakly said the mission was complete, and he smiled, praised her, and said everything else would be handled by him. Across the battlefield, streams of eerie blood energy rose and converged in the sky. Mo Ran curiously reached out and caught a few droplets falling down. After sensing them, she was shocked. This was clearly a heaven and earth phenomenon, something only great ascension cultivators could produce. Immediately after, Xue Wuken, the supreme ancestor of the Blood Sword Palace, manifested between heaven and earth and coldly announced his name. The sky instantly changed color. Blood energy surged like a tidal wave, while crimson lightning roared endlessly. Xue Wuchen angrily questioned who had destroyed his sect and slaughtered his successor. His fists clenched so tightly that terrifying cracking sounds echoed. Bai Luochen stepped forward to shield his disciple. Li Yue and the Demon Emperor Mimeng hurried over to check Duoduo's condition. After confirming she was not in mortal danger, they finally relaxed. Xue Wuchen pointed at Bai Luochen and demanded why he had annihilated the foundation of the Blood Sword Palace. Bai Luochen only smiled arrogantly. He declared himself to be the punishment for these evil cultivators. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed countless talismans, forming an army of clones that covered the battlefield. One of the clones charged forward holding a talisman bomb straight at Xue Wuchen. The next instant, another heaven-shaking explosion erupted in the sky. The Mo sisters from afar stared wide-eyed in shock. Even though they were also self-destruction talismans, Bai Luochen's power far exceeded anything Duoduo had shown. After the explosion, the remains of a clone shaped like Bai Luochen fell toward the sisters. Mo Quan happily picked it up and showed it to her sister as a trophy. The two carefully examined it like a rare treasure. Although they worried it might still explode, they confirmed its detonation mechanism had been completely destroyed. They decided to take it back for the talisman masters in their family to study, hoping to uncover new techniques. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Xue Wuchen continued casting dark divine arts to lock down Bai Luochen. He gritted his teeth and roared at him. In his view, everything Bai Luochen had done had crossed the line. He then controlled his blood sword to strike, but Bai Luochen remained calm and even mocked him. Without hesitation, he threw out a Saint Talisman and activated his strongest technique. The moment Xue Wuchen saw the light from the talisman, his expression changed drastically as he recognized it as a legendary treasure. Bai Luochen immediately pressed the attack. Xue Wuchen had no time to react and took the full damage. His body gradually disintegrated and shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Bai Luochen gently landed on the cold snowfield. Seeing his opponent reduced to a pile of broken flesh with no chance of resistance, he smiled and declared the battle over. On the flying ship, Li Yue asked why they had not departed yet. Bai Luochen replied that they still needed to clean up the remaining remnants before leaving. Demon Emperor Mimeng, while snacking, pointed down and noticed Xue Wuchen still had a faint trace of life left. As expected, Xue Wuchen's weak voice echoed again. He admitted his soul was no match for Bai Luochen. Immediately after, his spirit turned into a streak of light and shot toward the flying ship. Before completely dissipating, he still resented that his only successor had been wiped out. Before disappearing, Xue Wuchen suddenly lunged toward Demon Emperor Mimeng, trying to drag her down with him. In his view, if his disciple had died, Bai Luochen should also taste the same pain. Thinking his plan had succeeded, he laughed wildly, wanting to see Bai Luochen's grief after losing someone close. But Bai Luochen's reaction left him frozen. He simply said calmly that if he wanted to try, he was free to do so. At that moment, Demon Emperor Mimeng instantly escaped and jumped up, loudly shouting that she was not Bai Luochen's disciple or close subordinate at all. Xue Wuchen stiffened on the spot. His revenge plan suddenly became meaningless. Realizing there was no chance left, he turned to flee but still left behind threats. He declared that when his true main body arrived, he would crush Bai Luochen into pieces. Bai Luochen only found these words strangely familiar. Leaning on the flying ship, he reminded the Mo sisters, who were secretly observing. If they still had business, they should finish it quickly, before people from the Immortal Alliance arrived. Being exposed, the two sisters immediately changed expression. They understood that in front of such a powerhouse, hiding was meaningless. They stopped concealing themselves and stepped out, respectfully introducing themselves as members of the Mo family from Guangling Prefecture. Bai Luochen politely returned the greeting. He said he had some old ties with the Mo family head from many years ago. Hearing this, Mo Ran was extremely surprised. Bai Luochen laughed and explained that her father had once been a major client who frequently bought his talismans. He then asked why the two young ladies were in such a dangerous place. Mo Ran honestly explained that many of her relatives had been killed by Xiao Ping, so she came for revenge. Mo Shi was simply dragged along by her. Saying this, Mo Ran's face turned slightly red. She did not expect Bai Luochen to casually help her complete her revenge wish. Bai Luochen silently shook his head after hearing this. In his view, a core formation cultivator, daring to provoke a nascent soul expert, was no different from seeking death. After a few polite words, he bid farewell and returned to the flying ship, asking them to send regards to the Mo family head. As soon as his figure disappeared, Mo Shi immediately teased her sister, telling her to give up unrealistic thoughts about Bai Luochen. Mo Ran blushed and chased her sister while arguing back. She insisted her notebook was only for recording outstanding figures, not anything strange like Mo Shi imagined. On the way back to the academy, Demon Emperor Mi Meng lay lazily on the flying ship complaining non-stop. She chewed on spirit leaves while whining about the long journey exhausting her. Just as Bai Luochen focused on controlling the ship, the system suddenly rang. It announced that the world mission had been completed and rewarded him with a 5% increase in spiritual absorption efficiency, the Taiyin Tetherlight Scripture, and the Taiyin Talisman Seal Lock. After receiving them, he felt these rewards seemed more suitable for Nalan Duoduo than for himself. While he was still thinking, a mysterious deep blue light suddenly tore through the wind and shot straight toward Bai Luochen. This time, Bai Luochen's target had changed again. He immediately adjusted the flying ship mid-air. The sudden turn confused Mi Meng, who had been relaxing. She asked why they suddenly changed direction when they were already heading home. Bai Luochen helplessly explained that a new mission had arrived, and they had to go to Tianxing City first. Hearing this, Mi Meng immediately complained loudly, shouting that she was being forced to work overtime without rest. Bai Luochen could only laugh bitterly and remind her that he never paid her anyway, so there was no such thing as overtime. Meanwhile, the story shifted to the secret of creating a replacement body using silkworm cocoons. The key ingredient was a drop of essence blood taken from Demon Emperor Mi Meng. After being separated, that essence blood would gradually condense into a complete cocoon. After 10 days of nurturing, a small little Mi Meng would break out of the cocoon. Once born, the small being would have to repair the cocoon shell itself. However, its lifespan would only last 1 day. At this point, the creation process of the death substitute treasure known as the silkworm cocoon was complete. After that, Demon Emperor Mi Meng would collect the remaining cocoon shell from little Mi Meng. This material could be preserved for up to 1 month. As for what happens to little Mi Meng afterward, usually Demon Emperor Mi Meng would let it run freely and play around. The two shared a very close bond and often played together until the end of the day. The scene then shifted directly back to Qinghong Academy. In the main council hall, the upper ranks gathered to discuss an important matter, and mid-meeting, a report came in that Bai Luochen had entered the territory of the Lin family. Sitting at the seat of authority, Dean Li Guanqi stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction, believing Bai Luochen arrived at the perfect time, right during the Lin family celebration for their ancestor, breaking through to the fusion realm. However, an enforcement elder disagreed, arguing that the Lin family was a major force in the southern region, and sending only a teaching instructor would easily be seen as disrespectful. Li Guanqi remained calm and recalled the strange phenomenon that once appeared at Qingnen Peak, an event that even carried a trace of heavenly Tao aura. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuming's expression changed instantly, as if he had realized something. Li Guanqi slowly stated that Bai Luochen had always hidden his true strength well, and in terms of real cultivation, he might not be weaker than any elder present. He then made a decision that shocked the entire hall, transferring part of the authority held by the Elder Council directly to Bai Luochen. Everyone was stunned, but Li Guanqi only smiled calmly, saying that since someone capable of supporting the Academy's future had appeared, old men like them should share the burden. He even stated clearly that anyone dissatisfied could personally go to Bai Luochen to negotiate. The hall immediately fell into dead silence, and at that moment, Zhang Heming suddenly raised his hand to speak. Li Guanqi turned to him and signaled him to continue. Zhang Heming scratched his head and slowly said that sending Bai Luochen to attend the grand ceremony was not an act of disrespect toward the Lin family at all. At that moment, Li Guanqi suddenly paused, because there was one crucial fact the academy had not revealed. Bai Luochen had fully recovered his former strength. At the same time, in the center of Tianxing City, the Lin family estate was bustling with activity. As soon as they appeared at the gate, Lin Jinnan and his grandson Lin Yuanji immediately became the center of attention. Lin Jinnan, a nascent soul early-stage cultivator, walked in front, while Lin Yuanji, at Golden Core early stage, followed behind as the announcer's voice echoed, declaring the arrival of the Lin family head. Once inside, the crowd surged forward to offer endless congratulations, praising the Lin ancestor for reaching the fusion realm and hoping to gain future support from the family. Lin Zhennan smiled and returned polite greetings. Amid the lively atmosphere, Lin Yuanji overheard two people talking about the stunning beauty of two women present at the banquet. His curiosity instantly rose, and he followed their gaze toward a corner where Na Lan Duo and Lian Wei were sitting. The moment he saw them, his eyes lit up. Na Lan Duo carried a striking beauty and an unyielding aura. Meanwhile, Lian Wei had a gentle and alluring presence that made others unconsciously want to get closer. After scanning them from head to toe, Lin Yuanji revealed a familiar lustful smile of a spoiled young master, recognizing them as rare beauties. He then asked his father, with interest, about which family or power the two fairies belonged to. At that moment, Bai Luochen slowly stepped in, cutting through the atmosphere with his introduction. He identified himself as a teaching instructor of the Jia district of Qinghong Academy, and he brought Su Li Yue and Na Lan Duo to attend. His purpose for this visit was to convey congratulations for the Lin ancestor successfully breaking through to the fusion realm. Lin Zhennan immediately changed expression, putting on a warm smile as he stepped forward to greet them, politely apologizing for not welcoming them earlier and inviting the group to rest before the main banquet the next day. After speaking, he quickly instructed his subordinates to prepare the best accommodation for Bai Luochen and his group. Bai Luochen's arrival quickly stirred whispers around the crowd. Many vaguely remembered him as an insignificant instructor from Qinghong Academy. Some were shocked that Na Lan Duo was still alive after rumors of her being hunted to the brink by the Blood Sword sect. Despite the discussions, Bai Luochen calmly followed the guide. Lin Zhennan stood in place, silently watching the backs of the trio as they disappeared into the distance. Once no one was paying attention, his polite expression vanished, replaced by contempt and anger. He believed the academy clearly looked down on the Lin family by sending someone as insignificant as Bai Luochen, and Lin Yuanji also echoed that the man likely came seeking backing. Lin Zhennan noticed his son had his own plans and asked what he was thinking. Lin Yuanji quickly laid out his theory. He believed Na Lan Duo was being hunted by the Blood Sword sect and had taken Bai Luochen as her master just to use Qinghong Academy as protection. Hearing him ramble on, Lin Zhennan lost patience and ordered him to get to the point. Lin Yuanji finally revealed his real intention. He believed Qinghong Academy would not interfere for someone like Bai Luochen, meaning this trip had practically delivered Na Lan Duo right into his hands, and he intended to marry her. A greedy smile appeared on his face. He also said that besides Na Lan Duo, the other beauty beside Bai Luochen was also his target. Lin Jinnan was somewhat tempted but still worried about the Blood Sword sect. Lin Yuanji, however, did not care at all. In his eyes, once the ancestor reached the fusion realm, the Blood Sword sect was nothing. He even claimed the Immortal Alliance would eventually deal with them anyway, so striking first would boost the Lin family's reputation. After hearing this, Lin Zhennan immediately agreed. In his mind, this was the perfect chance to elevate the Lin family while using the Blood Sword sect as a stepping stone. Before leaving, he instructed Lin Yuanji to let him report the Blood Sword sect matter to the ancestor. As for the two women, he would fully back him, allowing him to act freely. Everything had already been set in motion by his son. After his father left, Lin Yuanji's expression turned increasingly greedy, and only Na Lan Duo remained in his thoughts. Meanwhile, at the residence arranged by the Lin family, Na Lan Duo suddenly sneezed loudly as if someone had mentioned her. Looking at the house in front of her, she complained to Lian Yue and Bai Luochen that the Lin family was clearly looking down on them, since the place looked like an abandoned building. Lian Yue walked around and calmly said that although it was not great, it was still better than the housing of auxiliary disciples in the academy. Nalan Duo was even more shocked after hearing this. Lian Yue then took the demon emperor Honeydream to fetch water and clean the courtyard, even stopping by the kitchen to find food, leaving most chores to herself. Even so, she admitted the place was worse than servant quarters. After Lian Yue left, Bai Luochen comforted his new disciple, telling Nalan Duo not to focus on living conditions, since cultivation was what truly mattered, and Qinghong Academy was a prestigious sect. But he then casually added that anywhere could feel like paradise if one focused on cultivation. Nalan Duo immediately realized a harsh truth: the auxiliary branch was poor beyond imagination. She still protested, saying the auxiliary branch represented the academy's face and should at least have decent living conditions, and she could not understand why her master lived like this. Bai Luochen simply smiled and waved his hand, saying the auxiliary branch had long lost its golden age, and cultivators should not be distracted by appearances. He then opened a spatial rift and took out several items, calling Nalan Duo over with a mysterious expression. Seeing this scene, the girl was completely stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. Without hesitation, Bai Luochen directly infused the items into her body, and the system confirmed that 2 cultivation techniques had been successfully transferred. Seeing that his disciple still did not understand how to use them, Bai Luochen decided to demonstrate personally, telling her he would show her once. Upon hearing this, Nalan Duo's face immediately turned red, thinking she would have to undress again like last time. Bai Luochen was startled and quickly explained she was overthinking, but at that moment he sensed a strange change beginning to form. A mysterious energy suddenly circulated inside Nalan Duo's body, causing her to frown in discomfort as she reminded her master. Bai Luochen checked and awkwardly admitted he had made a small mistake. He asked if she was all right, while Nalan Duo began to suspect whether her master had ever used this item before. The young girl's cheeks had turned bright red, all the way to her ears. Her body felt hot, her heart was racing, and she was overwhelmed with embarrassment. Elsewhere, in the Lin family kitchen, the little creature Yao Huang Mi Meng was sneaking food when it got discovered by servants. It quickly took down 2 of them with sudden strikes. Just as it was about to deal with the 3rd target, it froze, realizing it was Lin Yue who had arrived. She gently blocked its attack and grabbed it, carrying it away. A purple light suddenly erupted, instantly sweeping away the night over the small courtyard. At the same moment, the Xuanyin Absolute Meridian inside Nalan Duo, which had been dormant, began to flare up again. Enduring the pain, Duo gritted her teeth and asked Bai Luochen what kind of illness she was suffering from. He explained that after her special physique awakened, she needed medicinal pills to suppress it in order to stay stable. Seeing his disciple panic, Bai Luochen quickly reassured her, saying she did not need to worry and that he still had ways to keep her from danger. He then turned to Lin Yue near the door and immediately ordered her to release Yao Huang Mi Meng. Following the order, Lin Yue lifted the little beast's nest and shook it repeatedly. Woken up suddenly, it felt like being dragged out of sleep to work. A faint light seeped into the corner where it had been resting. Disturbed from its sleep, Yao Huang Mi Meng groggily climbed up and complained, wondering why it had been locked up before and now was being dragged out for no reason. Bai Luochen got straight to the point. He wanted to borrow its demon core to save someone. Hearing this, Yao Huang Mi Meng immediately refused, saying it was its most important treasure. Negotiations failed, so Bai Luochen applied pressure instead. He grabbed the chubby face of the little beast and forced it to choose between handing it over willingly or having it taken by force. In the end, under overwhelming pressure, Yao Huang Mi Meng reluctantly handed over its demon core, complaining the entire time about being bullied. Bai Luochen smiled and explained it was only a temporary loan. Once Duo finished absorbing its power, it would be returned, and he even promised to help it advance further in cultivation. After receiving the demon core, he placed it in Duo's hand and told her to swallow it to stabilize her meridians. She hesitated, thinking her cultivation was too low for such a powerful item. Seeing her doubt, Bai Luochen explained he was only borrowing the demon core's power to form a temporary golden core for her. Still confused, Duo obeyed anyway. Just as she was about to ask what a golden core was, Bai Luochen urged her to swallow it first. Without hesitation, she swallowed the demon core. In an instant, massive spiritual energy spread through Duo's body, Even Lin Yue, standing nearby, was shocked by the rare scene. Bai Luochen then guided her to direct all that energy into her dantian. Duo felt her dantian swelling rapidly, as if it was about to be completely filled. She frowned slightly, sensing an indescribably strange state. Moments later, the wings behind her back suddenly burst into radiant light. But the light only lasted for a brief moment before quickly fading away. Duo looked at herself in confusion and asked if this was really the legendary golden core, since she did not feel much stronger. Bai Luochen immediately poured cold water on her expectations, saying it was only borrowed external energy, and her true cultivation was still only at the early fusion stage. Hearing this explanation, Lin Yue silently sighed. As expected, reaching the golden core realm was not something so easy. However, she also realized Bai Luochen was hiding many secrets. At that moment, a loud call came from outside the courtyard, drawing everyone's attention. A servant at the gate enthusiastically announced that the Heavenly Emperor Lantern Festival was about to begin and asked if they wanted to join. Upon hearing the Heavenly Emperor Festival mentioned, everyone inside the residence showed curiosity. Soon the crowd gathered in a nearby open area. Each person held a lantern, preparing to release it into the sky to send wishes for peace and good fortune. From ordinary civilians to cultivators, everyone was excited for this grand celebration. Watching fireworks bloom across the sky, Nalan Duo could not hide her excitement and kept calling Bai Luochen over to watch with her. She happily pulled her master into the lively crowd and suggested buying lanterns to join the festival. Looking at the paper lanterns slowly rising into the sky, Lin Yu could not help but wonder. According to logic, they had no spiritual energy to lift them, yet they were still able to fly so high. Yao Huang Mimeng sighed after hearing that. It could barely fly at all now, since most of its demon power had been borrowed by the demon core used for Duo. Duo waved and called out loudly to Lin Yue, asking her senior sister to come join them. While preparing the lanterns, she explained that the Heavenly Star Festival was one of the most famous celebrations here. During this time, regardless of status, everyone releases lanterns together to make wishes. Legend says the wishes carried by the lantern light will reach the heavenly Tao itself. Hearing this, Lin Yue fell into thought. In her past life, she only focused on cultivation and never cared about such simple mortal moments. Suddenly noticing tears rolling down Duo's face, Bai Luochen was caught off guard and did not understand what happened. He hurriedly asked her, and Duo shook her head gently. She said she was fine, just reminded of the days her family once gathered during festivals, and her emotions overflowed. Seeing the atmosphere turn sentimental, Yao Huang Mimeng immediately turned to tease Lin Yue. It kept provoking her, saying Duo was slowly stealing Bai Luochen's attention and might become his most favored disciple. Lin Yue calmly rejected the idea, saying Duo was not that kind of person and her master would not show favoritism. In her view, Bai Luochen judged his students purely by talent and effort, not personal feelings. After saying that, Lin Yue also joined the group and blended into the festive atmosphere. Heavenly star lanterns slowly rose into the sky, carrying hidden wishes. Duo wished that Qingnen Peak would always remain peaceful and that everyone could stay together. Watching the lantern fade into the distance, Bai Luochen smiled and told her that from now on, Qingnen Peak would be her second home. Duo nodded obediently in response. She gently closed her eyes and spoke silently to her deceased family. She told them her revenge had been completed and that she had found trustworthy companions. She also wished them peace in the afterlife and hoped that if fate allowed, she could be their daughter again in the next life. Just as the atmosphere grew emotional, Yao Huang Mimeng suddenly shouted in shock after noticing something strange happening to their lantern. Bai Luochen remained calm and casually took out a talisman, sticking it directly onto the lantern. Instantly, the lantern shot upward as if boosted by power, soaring far faster than all the others. The scene immediately caused chaos. People shouted in outrage, accusing someone of cheating with magic in the lantern release. Meanwhile, Bai Luochen looked quite satisfied, believing this would make their wishes more likely to be noticed by the heavenly Tao. He then urged his two disciples to continue making wishes and proudly revealed he had prepared a large stack of talismans. Duo was speechless, feeling his method was a bit too much. Although embarrassed by her master's behavior, Duo also understood. This was typical of Bai Luochen. He even boldly declared that if the heavenly Tao ignored their wishes, he would go and demand answers personally. Everyone could only feel like they were causing trouble together with the heavenly Tao. Soon, countless lanterns infused with talismans shot into the sky like arrows. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd could only watch angrily and complain about blatant cheating. At the same time, on Qingnen Peak, Xiaolu was also sincerely praying under the moonlight. It kept muttering its wish to break through, soon escape its current limitations, and catch up to the great figure it deeply admired. Just then, Xiao Wu ran over and curiously asked what Xiao Lu was doing. Xiao Lu seriously replied that it was praying to the moon god for blessings. It enthusiastically pulled Xiao Wu to join, claiming it had sensed a special response from the moon god and the effect would be strong. Hearing that, Xiao Wu excitedly joined as well, hoping to become smarter and help everyone in the future. While the small beasts were sincerely praying, the lanterns enhanced by Bai Luo Chen's talismans continued piercing through the clouds, rushing straight into the sky. Elsewhere, attention shifted back to the Lin residence in Tianxing City. Inside the main hall, guests were already gathered in dense crowds, with lively conversations filling the space. However, the main figure still had not appeared, causing many to start speculating. Some even guessed that the Lin ancestor might have encountered issues during cultivation and was delayed. Just as the discussions were ongoing, a massive pressure suddenly descended over the entire hall, followed by a booming announcement declaring that the Lin ancestor had arrived. Lin Zhenznan walked into the main hall, holding a newborn baby, and the strange sight left all the guests confused. Ignoring the doubtful stares, Lin Zhennan respectfully placed the baby on the highest seat and reported that all guests had arrived. The moment those words were spoken, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Because the infant on the throne was Lin Cheng, the Lin family ancestor who had just reached the early fusion realm. From the baby's body, a cold voice ordered the banquet to begin immediately. Hearing the command, Lin Zhennan regained confidence and loudly declared the auspicious hour had arrived, officially starting the banquet and inviting guests to present their gifts. However, the crowd below only exchanged silent looks, none willing to step forward. Bowing to a baby was simply too difficult to accept. Sensing their hesitation, Lin Cheng immediately grew furious. His cold gaze swept across the hall, treating their delay as a grave insult. In an instant, fusion realm pressure erupted violently, shaking the entire hall like a natural disaster. Under that overwhelming force, all cultivators were forced to kneel. They finally realized the terrifying gap between them and a fusion realm expert. With no choice left, the crowd began offering praise and congratulations. Lin Cheng only looked down at them coldly. Outside the main hall, in stark contrast, Nazlan Duo quietly told Bai Luochen that eating and drinking here during such an important event felt a bit out of place. Bai Luochen calmly took another bite and asked if anyone had forbidden them from doing so. So the three master and disciples continued sitting in a small corner, eating as if nothing outside had anything to do with them. Lin Yue smirked faintly and mocked that someone who just entered the fusion realm acting so arrogant would only become a laughingstock. Bai Luochen took a more objective view, saying fusion realm cultivators were extremely rare in the southern region, so Lin Cheng's arrogance was not surprising. Then he shifted focus back to the food, declaring all chicken legs and meat belonged to him. Duo silently compared and realized the pressure from Lin Cheng was nothing compared to her master. At that moment, a sarcastic and hostile voice came from behind them. The newcomer did not hide his contempt, mocking Bai Luochen for having no right to judge others with such tone given his low status. The speaker was Ye Xin-en, Lin Zhennan's personal disciple, a peak nascent soul cultivator who stared at Bai Luochen with deep resentment. Bai Luochen narrowed his eyes, trying to recall whether he had any past conflict with this person. Seeing that he was not recognized, Ye Xin-en became even more enraged, his face turning red with fury. After thinking for a while without result, Bai Luochen calmly asked who he actually was. That question poured oil on the fire. Ye Xin-en erupted in anger, accusing Bai Luochen of ruining his reputation years ago over a woman and now pretending to forget everything. While cursing, he suddenly coughed violently, his body trembling as if unable to hold on. Lin Yue and Duo watched in shock, even worried he might collapse on the spot. At that moment, Bai Luochen finally remembered who he was. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Xin-en coldly declared that he had never found a chance for revenge before, but now that they had met, he would settle all old grudges. In contrast, Bai Luochen remained calm and even casually handed him a chicken leg, sincerely suggesting he eat something to recover first. That action only enraged Ye Xinan further. He slapped the chicken leg away and shouted that Bai Luo Chen was deliberately mocking him. He continued threatening him, bringing up past grievances and demanding repayment. Hearing such arrogance, Lin Yue could no longer hold back. She slammed the table and stood up, coldly scolding him for being on the verge of death, yet still acting so arrogant. Yi Xinan immediately unfolded his fan, and a sharp surge of energy erupted, enveloping the surrounding area. The sudden attack shot forward like lightning, leaving Lin Yue no time to react. But just before it landed, Bai Luo Chen stepped in front of her. He calmly dispersed the entire force and said that if there were any grudges, they should come for him instead, without involving the juniors. Yi Xinan immediately realized his body had been completely locked down, unable to move no matter how he struggled. As the tense atmosphere hung in the air, a servant rushed over and delivered the family head's order, inviting Yi Xinan into the inner hall to join the banquet. Finding an excuse to leave, Ye Xinan immediately departed without looking back, leaving Lin Yue fuming silently. Both disciples were clearly unhappy, while Bai Luo Chen remained completely calm. From the moment they arrived at the Lin estate, trouble kept appearing one after another, making him realize the Lin family was clearly not welcoming them. At that moment, the system notification rang repeatedly, informing Bai Luo Chen that a new world mission had been issued: eliminate all opponents and spread his name across the world. Without hesitation, Bai Luo Chen took out a scouting talisman and activated it to observe the situation outside. In the dark sky, waves of heavenly lightning kept striking down, each one more terrifying than the last. It seemed a major event was about to unfold tonight. Back in the Lin family main hall, after hearing Yi Xinan's full story, Lin Cheng finally understood the situation. It turned out Yi Xinan's inability to progress over the years was connected to Bai Luo Chen. Ye Xinan immediately bowed in flattery, praising his ancestor for seeing through everything, then explained that a minor conflict during training years ago led to Bai Luo Chen secretly sabotaging him. As a result, he was plagued by inner demons, and his cultivation path had been unstable ever since. He begged the ancestor to help him seek justice. Before Lin Cheng could respond, Lin Zhennan angrily shouted at him. He said the ancestor had just fused his body with his nascent soul during seclusion and was not yet stable. With Yi Xinan's status, what right did he have to demand the ancestor provoke Qinghong Academy over a personal grievance? Unexpectedly, Lin Cheng interrupted him directly. He believed this celestial phenomenon might not be a disaster, but instead an opportunity for him to break into a higher realm. Hearing this, both of them were shocked. Lin Cheng proudly explained that his breakthrough came from insights left behind by the slaughter beast immortal. Although the contents were difficult to understand, anything left by such an ultimate expert must hold immense value. He even promised to show it to them once future descendants reached the spirit-severing realm. Hearing this, both of them quickly bowed to thank the ancestor for his grace. While eating a spirit fruit, Lin Cheng continued instructing them. In his view, Qinghong Academy was not a threat, but someone named Li Guanqi would be extremely difficult to deal with. He reminded Yi Xinan to understand the current situation. Ye Xinan immediately nodded, showing he understood the ancestor's meaning. Just as everyone was talking, the protective formation of the Lin family suddenly shook violently and cracked open. The explosion terrified everyone inside, who had no idea who dared to attack. Lin Zhennan stood frozen in place, unable to process the sudden change. In contrast, Lin Cheng remained calm. He quickly realized someone was forcibly breaking the barrier protecting Tianxing City, and at the current rate, it would not hold much longer. He let out a cold snort, feeling the intruder was truly arrogant. All eyes in the city turned toward the sky, where a pitch-black rift was rapidly expanding. No one knew what was coming, only that a terrifying expert was attacking the protective formation. Immediately after, a pair of glowing red eyes from a giant serpent appeared in the darkness. Its overwhelming pressure crashed down, causing countless people to collapse and kneel in fear. Screams and panic spread everywhere, as everyone realized a terrifying force was attacking Tianxing City. Seeing the crisis, Nalan quickly turned to Bai Luo Chen for help. However, he calmly replied a few words and continued arguing over food with Li Yue. His extreme calmness immediately attracted the attention of a nearby stranger. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen also concluded that the city's protective formation would not last much longer. The speaker was Zhao Shiqi from Feiduan Mystic Sect, a spirit-severing cultivator. He looked down on everyone present, claiming they knew nothing. In his view, this defensive layer was the super heavenly star formation set up by Saint Bo Shi and could not possibly be destroyed so easily as they imagined. Zhao Shiqi looked at the group with pure disdain, not taking them seriously at all. Meanwhile, Duo quietly sensed something strange about the Lin family, treating a divine transformation realm cultivator like he did not exist. Li Yue just ate and nodded, feeling her master and senior sister had been through a lot of unpleasant things recently. Bai Luochen calmly picked up another bite of food and said in a flat tone that the ones who should arrive had finally shown up. In an instant, a giant azure python dropped from the sky like an arrow, smashing straight through the sky star formation. The crowd panicked as they watched the formation get torn apart. Zhao Shiqi was so shocked she dropped her wine cup, her face frozen and unable to speak. The surrounding cultivators all changed expression and started discussing in shock. None of them could understand who could possibly do something like this. On top of the giant serpent stood a black-robed figure with a chilling aura. It was Qing Shilang Jun. The massive beast carrying Qing Shilang Jun crashed down violently onto a building inside the city. After the impact, Qing Shilang Jun slowly walked out from the rubble. At the same time, the giant azure python rapidly shrank down to the size of an arm. The small snake coiled around its master's shoulder affectionately, even rubbing its head against his cheek like it was acting spoiled. After scanning the surroundings, Qing Shilang Jun finally locked his gaze onto Bai Luochen sitting and eating with Li Yue. Bai Luochen stayed calm even when noticed, continuing to eat, and casually saying that if the other party was hungry, he could just sit down and eat. Faced with such indifference, Qing Shilang Jun simply turned and left. Li Yue, on the other hand, kept serving food to her master as if nothing had happened. After the figure disappeared, Li Yue could not hold back her curiosity and asked about his identity. Bai Luochen shrugged and said he was not all-knowing and could not know everyone in the world. Suddenly remembering something, he reached out and patted Duo on the head, asking why her face was so pale and if she knew something. After some hesitation, Duo finally spoke. The man who appeared was an evil cultivator at the peak of the Tribulation Realm from the Southern Sea. 200 years ago, he caused a blood calamity in Guanglin and was hunted by countless major factions. A terrifying memory surfaced in her mind. Back then, the Nalan family had joined the campaign to eliminate him, but none of those who went ever returned alive. After hearing this, Bai Luochen made a guess, but Duo quickly denied it, saying that if that theory were true, he would have already reached the ascension level. Either way, the Lin family was clearly facing huge trouble. Then Duo dropped an even more shocking piece of information. Qing Shilang Jun had actually been dead for a very long time. This left Bai Luochen confused, unsure what the thing in front of them really was. Nalan then explained that she only heard it from elders in her family. It was said that the Lin ancestor once traded lives to take Qing Shilang Jun down with him, ending that disaster. After hearing the full story, Bai Luochen frowned. A man who should have turned to ashes 2 centuries ago had now returned for revenge, which made the situation extremely strange. However, he did not bother thinking deeper. In an instant, he pushed all doubts aside and called Li Yue and Duo to come watch the show, saying there was something interesting to see. Seeing his disciples still confused, Bai Luochen smirked and said they were about to witness a very entertaining dog-eat-dog show. In a quiet room inside the Lin mansion, a sinister man suddenly appeared. He smiled coldly and said he had come to congratulate the Lin ancestor on successfully breaking through. The intruder was none other than Qing Shilang Jun. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying pressure erupted, shaking the entire room as he asked whether the host would receive him or drive him away. Feeling that overwhelming pressure, the child being held in a man's arms immediately turned pale, unable to believe what he was seeing. After calming down, the child stared at Qing Shilang Jun and coldly said he had personally seen this man torn apart 200 years ago, so the one standing here could not possibly be real. Qing Shilang Jun slightly withdrew his killing intent and switched to a tone of interest. He looked at the child with curiosity, clearly surprised by his identity. Lin Zhennan immediately sensed something wrong and quickly introduced the situation. He pointed at the child and said he was his father, Lin Cheng. Qing Shilang Jun still did not believe it. He demanded that Lin Cheng show himself and declared he had come to settle an old debt. At that moment, the child angrily shouted back that he himself was Lin Cheng. At first still arrogant, Lin Cheng soon broke into a cold sweat when facing Qing Shilang Jun directly. The situation was far beyond his expectations. The tension on Lin Cheng's face also affected the man behind him. He began to suspect Qing Shilang Jun was hiding some secret that made even Lin Cheng fear him. After some thought, Lin Cheng immediately called out Ye Han An. Hearing the call, Ye Han An rushed over. Lin Cheng threw him a token and ordered him to seek reinforcements from major sects and forces. Ye Han An quickly accepted and left. On the way out, Ye Han An felt extremely uneasy. Just Lin Cheng's reaction alone told him Qing Shi Langjun was no ordinary existence. But the more he thought, the stronger his resentment grew. He blamed Lin Cheng for refusing to help him deal with Qinghong Academy and Bai Luo Chen. Because of that, he slowly formed the intention to borrow Qing Shi Lang's Jun's power for his own goals. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chen and his two disciples were still calmly hiding underground, eating while observing everything. Li Yue commented that the snake was not someone easy to provoke. Duo trusted her master's concealment completely, believing no one outside could detect them. Bai Luo Chen casually bit into a piece of melon and said that no matter how strong the opponent was, they would not bring trouble onto themselves. They just needed to sit and watch the show. Above ground, Qing Shi Langjun leaned back in his seat and ordered Lin Cheng to kneel and greet him. Hearing such arrogance, Lin Cheng erupted in anger. He circulated his spiritual energy and pointed at him, declaring that the righteous path had once nearly killed Qing Shi Langjun and could do it again. At that moment, Ye Hanan suddenly rushed in, trying to intervene. His actions confused everyone present. Realizing Yi Han An was siding with the enemy, Lin Cheng flew into rage and launched an attack at him. Before the strike could land, Qing Shi Langjun casually waved his hand and completely neutralized the attack. He then slowly spoke, telling Lin Cheng not to rush, because their conversation had not ended yet. Barely escaping death, Ye Han An immediately ran up and knelt before Qing Shi Langjun, offering a gift to express gratitude for being saved. He carefully opened the box. Inside was a finely carved wooden snake statue. A strange fragrance spreads out, and the azure python on Qing Shi Langjun's shoulder became excited. Yi Han An introduced it as a rare 500-year-old spirit wood prepared as a tribute. Seeing his pet react happily, Qing Shi Langjun laughed in interest. He accepted the gift and casually praised Yi Han An for being sensible, promising to protect his life for today. Hearing this promise, Ye Han An was overjoyed. He repeatedly bowed in thanks and retreated to prepare the banquet. In his heart, he felt completely secure, and even thought about settling scores with Bai Luo Chen later. Seeing this blatant betrayal, Lin Cheng gritted his teeth in fury. He called Yi Han An a traitor, but Yi Han An only laughed and said survival was all that mattered. While watching the scene, Bai Luo Chen suddenly came up with an interesting idea. He leaned to Duo and asked for a poisonous feather, leaving her confused about what he planned to do. Bai Luo Chen took out several strange spiritual materials and smiled mysteriously. He said he simply wanted to give Ye Han An a small opportunity. After mixing everything together, he gently blew, sending the invisible creation drifting away. As Yi Han An was still feeling proud, he suddenly felt a strange force pierce into his body from behind. In an instant, his body began to transform violently. His muscles swelled abnormally as overwhelming power surged like a tide. Not long after, Ye Han An had turned into a hulking figure with a terrifyingly strong body. His aura directly broke through into the divine transformation realm. A burst of light from the transformation instantly illuminated the entire courtyard that was once shrouded in darkness. Feeling the new power inside him, Ye Han An threw his head back and laughed loudly. He believed he had truly stepped into the divine transformation realm. The more he looked at his new body, the more arrogant he became. An elder nearby grew furious and wanted to rush in and fight him, seeing that Ye Han An was no weaker than the Lin family young master. Sensing the elder's impulsive move, Lin Cheng quickly stopped him. He believed Yi Han An's realm was still unstable, and attacking now was not the right choice. While watching Qing Shi Langjun and wiping his sweat, Lin Cheng analyzed that the enemy was observing closely. Acting rashly would only bring disaster. The priority now was to stall for reinforcements. Sitting on his chair like he was watching a show, Qing Shi Langjun smirked coldly. He made it clear he intended to take this chance to strip the Lin family of all dignity. After gaining his new power, Ye Han An became even more arrogant. He deliberately provoked his former master, boasting that he was now stronger than the Lin family young master. In response, the elder spat on the ground in disgust, saying someone willing to serve an evil cultivator did not deserve to be his disciple. At the peak of tension, a neatly dressed young man walked out while yawning. His appearance immediately drew Ye Han An's attention. Ye Han An mocked him, saying the young master had finally decided to show himself. Seeing his son, the father's expression changed drastically, and he shouted for him to leave immediately. But the young man did not run. He stood his ground, staring at Ye Han An as he charged forward, and coldly asked who he was to demand his life. The situation became extremely dangerous. The father rushed to protect his son, while Lin Chung was also struggling to deal with the azure python beside Qing Shi Lang Jun. Blocked again and again, Ye Han An grew even more ferocious. He roared and launched a full-force attack forward. Empowered by his new strength, he raised his massive fist high, determined to kill the Lin family young master on the spot. The terrifying punch came down without mercy. The father threw himself in front of his son and used his own body to take the strike head-on. Seeing the father and son risking everything for each other, Qing Shi Langan only laughed mockingly. In his eyes, it was just a touching but meaningless drama. But when the father regained his senses, the son he had desperately protected had gone limp in his arms, completely unconscious. Ye Han An still stood ahead, his sharp claws ready to deliver a finishing blow. But the old man had no attention left for danger, holding his son tightly and screaming in despair that it was already too late. Witnessing this, Lin Chung completely erupted. His rage caused his spiritual energy to surge violently. He swore that even if he had to sacrifice his cultivation, he would crush Qing Shi Long Jun here and now, and immediately summoned his Dharma form. A heaven-shaking punch shot toward the enemy, but Qing Shi Lang Jun only sneered, easily catching the attack and mocking him for losing control just because a nephew had died. He then stepped back a few paces and called out to his spirit beast. Instantly, a surge of green killing aura exploded outward, sweeping away everything in its path. Standing on the giant azure serpent, he looked down at the Lin family and coldly asked if they had ever considered that Today's outcome was karmic retribution. Lin Cheng only gritted his teeth and cursed him as a vile, evil cultivator, unworthy of speaking about karma. While the battle raged on, Bai Luo Chen and his 3 disciples remained safely seated inside a glowing golden barrier. Watching from behind the shield, Duo and Li Yue could not help but sigh that these so-called righteous cultivators were too arrogant, letting old grudges drag on until today. They even wondered whether they should intervene. Bai Luo Chen simply laughed and said there were reasons both to save and not to save them, but for now they should keep watching the show. After thinking for a moment, Bai Luo Chen took out a golden talisman. Hearing Li Yue mention the duty of eliminating evil, he nodded and agreed that they could not just watch the Lin family be wiped out. It seemed it was time for them to step in. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Luo Chen shot into the sky. Before leaving, he told his 2 disciples to protect the Lin family while he handled a few matters and would return soon. On the battlefield, Lin Cheng was smashed hard by the giant azure serpent. Before he could recover, the monster snapped down and bit into his shoulder, blood spraying everywhere. Standing behind, Qing Shi Lang Jun controlled the beast and mocked him, saying if Lin Chung knelt and begged, he might spare his life. Severely injured, Lin Cheng was forced to dismiss his Dharma form and return to normal. He clutched his bleeding wound and declared he would rather die for the righteous path than bow to an evil cultivator. Hearing the words righteous path, Qing Shi Langjun burst into laughter and slowly removed his mask. Half of his ruined face was revealed. He coldly questioned how so-called righteous cultivators once forced Lin Ro Xuan into a political marriage, then hunted them to Lei Ding Abyss until they were forced to jump off a cliff. If that was righteousness, then his massacre of the Lin family would be his own version of justice. Seeing that face clearly, Lin Cheng's expression changed drastically in shock. The man admitted he was Qi Shendian, successor of Qing Shi Long Jin. He should have died together with Lin Ro Xuan that night, but fate allowed him to survive. The giant serpent also chimed in proudly, saying Qing Po was about to evolve into a Yaozun. After wiping out the Lin family, the souls of Tianxing City would become its nourishment. Hearing this insane plan, Lin Chung trembled in rage. He shouted that countless innocent civilians were still in the city, yet they intended to massacre everyone, and asked if they feared heavenly punishment. Qi Shendian did not care at all. He calmly said evil cultivators at least admit what they do, unlike so-called righteous people full of schemes. If there was blame, it was that they failed to kill him completely back then. Triggered by old wounds, Lin Cheng gritted his teeth in fury. He knew even if he survived, his cultivation path would be severely damaged. Not wanting to drag it out, he used a secret movement technique. In an instant, he appeared behind Qi Shendian and launched a lethal ambush. But before he could rejoice, Lin Cheng coughed up black blood. His body had long been silently corroded by something. The young man's figure flickered like a ghost, and in the next moment he appeared on the serpent's back. A single kick slammed down, forcing Lin Cheng into the ground and shaking the space violently. He mocked that Lin Cheng had no more cards left. Lying on the ground, the child coughed violently, his breathing broken. He could not believe the poison had supposedly lost its effect. Sitting on the serpent, the young man looked down coldly. Lin Cheng's resistance was as expected. Normal poison could not affect the old man, but soul-corrupting poison was different. Realizing this, the child's expression changed. He asked in shock if the other side had even colluded with the soul sect. Without hesitation, the young man gathered killing power and unleashed a devastating strike. He coldly said that without them, he could not have tamed a Qingpo-level spirit beast, and Lin Cheng was only the appetizer before the real slaughter of Tianxing City. The attack exploded like thunder, but what was destroyed was not the child's body, only a straw substitute puppet secretly prepared by Bai Luochen. Seeing the shattered decoy, the man flew into rage, scanning the surroundings in confusion. At that moment, Bai Luochen stepped out from the void, holding the previously massive serpent, now shriveled in his hand. For a being at the Earth Immortal level, I can only suppress him down to the Tribulation realm. This is my domain of void. The young man stood up in shock, staring at the newcomer. Bai Luochen calmly introduced himself. He could not help but wonder when the Lin family had provoked someone capable of forming such a terrifying domain. He asked who he was. Bai Luochen replied, Qinghong Academy instructor, Bai Luochen. After only a short time inside the domain, the young man's body rapidly aged into a frail old man with hunched back and wrinkled skin. He trembled and asked if Bai Luochen knew what the Lin family had done to him. Bai Luochen could already guess from his state. Seeing the old man barely standing, Bai Luochen spoke calmly. He told him to save his strength, because time inside this domain was under his control, and soon he would die of old age here. He said he did not care about their feud with the Lin family, and even felt some sympathy for his past. But the moment he intended to slaughter civilians, he could not ignore it. So he would personally send him on his final journey. Hearing those words, the old man forced out his last remaining life force and let out a bitter, venomous laugh. A surge of dark light erupted from his chest. Mercy, you so-called righteous hypocrites should all go to hell. The pitch-black light spread like it was devouring everything, even making Bai Luochen narrow his eyes slightly in surprise. In the distance, near Liyue, a strange floating mass hovered in midair, flickering with irregular bursts of light. After observing it for a moment, she quickly realized it was demonic energy from the demon clan. A strange black sludge began crawling over the old man's body. In panic, he managed to call out one final name, Miao Xuan. In the sky, a slimy creature with thin wings appeared, constantly spreading misfortune. It could even devour space and spiritual energy. It was clearly a demon clan technique. Soul sect, evil cultivators, and the demon clan were all working together. All the filth had gathered here. Faced with mockery, the young man showed no shame and instead laughed in excitement. In his view, this hypocritical world should have been destroyed long ago. Even if he had to sacrifice his soul to his great master, he would do it willingly. Seeing the sacrifice obediently submit, the monster gave no response. It opened its foul mouth, condensed a massive black sphere, and delivered its judgment coldly. A terrifying beam of energy shot straight toward Bai Luochen. Facing the attack, he remained calm. If spiritual energy was suppressed, in an instant, his entire body was engulfed and swallowed by the corrupt energy. But when the attack faded, Bai Luochen was still standing completely unharmed. He calmly stepped back, preparing to counterattack. It seemed he would have to rely on pure martial strength. Circulating power from his dantian, he unleashed a devastating punch that tore through the air toward the creature. In an instant, the demonic being was split cleanly in half and crashed to the ground. After finishing it off, a system notification rang out. Bai Luochen did not care much about the reward. This was linked to the Soul Sect and Demon Clan, meaning there would be more valuable clues left behind. At that moment, the remaining black mist from the monster's corpse began to move, clearly trying to escape. Realizing it was trying to flee, Bai Luochen immediately raised his hand to form a sealing net. Trying to run? Stay right there. But a violent explosion rang out. The remaining fragments self-destructed instantly, leaving no trace behind. Bai Luochen bent down and picked up a strange crystal fragment left from the corpse. He studied it closely and frowned slightly. For some reason, it felt oddly familiar. He looked up at the glowing white cube floating above and nodded in satisfaction. At least all demonic aura in this area had been completely purified. In a relatively safe area nearby, Liyue sat hugging her knees and yawning. "Master, it's already lunchtime. Are they still not done yet?" Na Lan, Duo kept watching the battlefield and quickly turned back to explain. "Senior sister, don't rush. Even poison directly in its face didn't work, so it'll take more time, and don't think about being lazy, I know. You're just trying to save energy." The green serpent hiding in the trees heard everything and gritted its teeth in rage. Liyue pointed at it and shouted, "Hey snake, stop hiding. I'm getting tired of looking for you. If you've got guts, come down and fight. Once my master returns, you won't be able to escape." Enraged, the snake nearly went insane. It could not understand why the famous poison of Qing Shi Xian had no effect on them. After thinking it over, it realized it could neither escape nor win at range. In the end, it decided to gamble everything and charge straight at the group of girls. If poisons did not work, it would use brute force. But the moment it lunged down, it bit nothing but empty air. Its attack shattered the ground, while the girls had already vanished. Na Lan Duo had appeared behind it at some point and struck down with a powerful kick from above. A deafening explosion erupted as spiritual energy burst out at the spot where the serpent had lunged. Landing amid the ruins, Duo looked around in confusion. "Huh? It ran away? Looks like I still need more training." Liyue, watching from the side, stroked her chin with interest. "That snake's inner core should be pretty nourishing. Later, I'll ask Sister Momo to get it for me to taste." The demon emperor Mo Meng, sitting on Duo's head, immediately flinched and shouted angrily, "Liyue, stop daydreaming." When the dust finally settled, Duo saw nothing but empty ground. Only then did she realize the target had truly escaped. Yahan sensed the approaching danger and did not dare hesitate. He immediately turned and fled, still trying to save face as he kept telling himself revenge could wait 10 years. Damn it, where did Bai Luochen find such monster disciples? Unfortunately, he had not gone far when Bai Luochen stepped out of the void and blocked his path. What a coincidence. I was just looking for you. Bai Luochen stood in midair, looking down at Yahan with calm eyes. "Brother Ye, it is time to settle your debt. Let's end this." The next moment, a horrifying scream echoed through the area, chilling everyone who heard it. Meanwhile, Liu and Duo were still casually chatting. "Take it slow, let the spirit beast on my head track it. Sister Mo, help us." Mo Meng immediately refused. "Dream on. I only care about gold and treasure." While they were arguing, a familiar figure flew in from afar. Duo's face lit up. "Master is back." Bai Luochen walked over slowly, tossing a green jade in his hand. "Come here, I found something interesting." Before the two girls could inspect it properly, Mo Meng suddenly jumped up and claimed it immediately. "This feels familiar. Isn't this my lost treasure? You brought it back for me?" Under the suspicious gazes of his disciples, Bai Luochen shrugged. "I found it in the corpse of that demonized Qing Shi Longjun." "Mo Meng, tell the truth. Where did you get this?" Mo Meng thought for a moment. "I think I dug it up in a small village in the South Sea while traveling. The villagers treated it like a sacred relic. I felt it had strange spiritual energy, so I took it for research." Putting the clues together, Bai Luochen fell into thought. The ancient seal connecting to the demon clan had also been in the South Sea region. It seemed the Soul Sect and the demon clan had been connected for a long time. However, they did not continue the discussion. Everyone quickly boarded the flying ship and returned to Qingluan Peak. Soon Qingluan Peak came into view. After disembarking, Duo suddenly trembled and coughed violently, prompting Liyue to support her. Bai Luochen looked at the green jade and explained that after fusing with the cold dual-body constitution, she only needed time to adapt. Once things were settled, he would take Duo to meet the academy dean for formal apprenticeship. As for Liyue, Go called Zi Long from the combat department. Leaving her wandering around will cause trouble. After settling matters in the academy, Bai Luochen turned to Liyue and Mo Meng. "This mission is not simple. Danger can appear at any time. Prepare yourselves." Just as they responded, the nearby pile of firewood suddenly floated into the air, leaving everyone stunned. It looked like some kind of magic was at work. What was Xiao Lu doing that even firewood could fly like this? At that moment, Xiao Lu was sitting on the grass, hugging her knees and staring blankly at the floating firewood. Seeing her sister upset, Xiao Wu immediately ran over carrying a giant carrot. She tried to comfort her and offered food. "You haven't eaten today. Have something." But Xiao Lu only shook her head, not in the mood. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, making Xiao Wu jump. "What's going on? Why is the firewood flying everywhere?" It was Bai Luo-chen who had returned. Xiao Wu happily ran to hug Li Yue. Bai Luo-chen casually used his technique to return all the firewood to its place, then immediately asked about Man's condition. Hearing this, Xiao Lu rushed over and grabbed Bai Luo-chen's sleeve, eyes red with worry. "Old Bai, please save the boss." Bai Luo-chen calmly comforted her and asked her to explain everything first. Man is currently in her room, and her condition is getting worse. The group rushed over. On the bed lay a young woman who was so weak she was barely alive. Xiao Lu looked at her and choked up. "I tried everything, but I still couldn't help her." Bai Luo-chen stepped forward to check her pulse. While doing so, he casually asked for the cause. Ziling immediately reported that it was related to her soul. After a brief surprise, Ziling regained composure and explained further. The investigation showed that her current body was gradually rejecting Man's own soul. Xiao Lu looked sadly at the girl on the bed, while Bai Luo-chen and Ziling continued analyzing. According to her, the soul-binding star required living souls as a medium. Their stock of souls was nearly depleted, so they could only prolong her life for a short time. Just when it already seemed serious enough, Ziling revealed something even more terrifying. To maintain the current state, she had used the life souls of all livestock in the library. Now Man's life was entirely sustained by cultivation power. Once the soul-binding star shattered, her soul would likely scatter beyond recovery, unless a massive source of life souls could replace it. Hearing that, Xiao Lu silently turned and walked away. Seeing her lonely figure, Li Yue could not help but call out in concern. But before she had gone far, Xiao Lu was stopped right at the doorway by Bai Luo-chen. The girl angrily demanded him to move. Bai Luo-chen only looked down calmly and asked, "What if I don't?" Tears rolled down Xiao Lu's face. She gritted her teeth, trying to stay strong, and said, "If you don't move, I'll go kill someone." Seeing her pushed to the edge, Bai Luo-chen let out a soft sigh and pulled her into his arms. He gently comforted her, saying, Man was kind by nature, and such extreme thoughts should be thrown away." Hearing this, Xiao Lu finally broke down in tears. "I really don't know what to do anymore." Bai Luo-chen patted her head and smiled confidently. "Leave it to me. You don't need to worry." With a light wave of his hand, a gentle glow spread through the room. "All right, it's done." A moment later, a faint small figure slowly appeared in midair. Bai Luo-chen looked at the result and calmly announced that everything was complete. The tiny soul looked around in confusion. Beside her, a small serpent coiled itself, leaving her completely bewildered. Seeing everyone stunned, Bai Luo-chen smirked proudly. "I told you, it was nothing difficult." Xiao Lu froze, forgetting to cry. She stared wide-eyed. "So boss is really saved? It's all thanks to that little snake?" Even Ziling was deeply shaken. She had never seen anyone separate soul and body so cleanly while still keeping the physical form intact. Bai Luo-chen casually introduced his new pet. Its name is Qingpo-er. It can absorb life souls and convert them into cultivation power. The energy it produces is almost identical to original life souls. It's perfect for nurturing Man's soul in the future. He then looked at the floating little soul and smiled gently. Man, you'll have to endure a little hardship for a while." Unexpectedly, the girl was not sad at all. Instead, she happily cupped her hands in gratitude. "As long as I can see everyone again, this little hardship means nothing." Though smiling, a trace of worry still lingered in her eyes. She gently stroked the small serpent and sighed. "It's just being in this form still feels a bit unfamiliar." Seeing her like this, Li Yue felt a bit pained and tugged Bai Luo-chen's sleeve. "Master, when will she be able to return to her original body?" Bai Luo-chen thought for a moment and explained. "When I rebuilt her meridians last time, her soul separation issue started. She has been outside her body too long, so complete fusion is difficult. To fully resolve it, Qingpo-er must slowly nurture her life soul. At best, it will take about 100 years. Hearing that number, Momeng nearly choked while eating, but she quickly waved her hand. "What's there to worry about? 100 years is nothing for cultivators. As long as she's safe, it's fine. I once slept through decades myself." Bai Luo-chen casually patted Xiao Wu's head while smiling. "Maybe in 100 years this little bird will become an immortal too. But if there's a way to shorten the time, that would be better. Think if there are any other options." Hearing the mention of acceleration, Ziling suddenly remembered something important. "Bai Gongzi, I once heard that in the soul hall of the demon realm, there is a treasure that can heal and nourish souls. It might help." Hearing this, Bai Luo-chen quickly made a decision. Seems like I'll have to visit the demon realm anyway. Since I was already planning to investigate there, borrowing that treasure shouldn't be a problem. With that settled, he gave the order. Duo, Ziling, Xiaolu, prepare your things. We're going to the demon realm. Everyone immediately responded in unison. Only Li Yue puffed up her cheeks in protest. Master is unfair, I want to go too. Seeing his disciple unhappy, Bai Luochen softened his tone to comfort her. Be good. Man needs careful care right now, and among everyone, you are the most suitable. He then even pulled Man into the conversation. The girl smiled and added, don't keep me waiting too long. Hearing that, Li Yue immediately softened. Seeing Man smile, all of Li Yue's dissatisfaction vanished. She obediently nodded. I understand, master. A while later, Bai Luochen's voice echoed out again. Everyone ready? The group immediately replied that everything was prepared. Checking the time, Bai Luochen muttered a few words and was about to summon the flying ship. He even declared he wanted to meet those evil cultivators, soon to stretch his muscles. At that moment, someone cautiously spoke up. Hearing the hesitant voice, Bai Luochen turned. What is it? Did you forget something? Don't worry, I already stored everything in my spatial artifact. Nalan Duo lowered her head, feeling unsure. I packed everything, but my strength is still too weak. If I go, it'll only slow everyone down. Seeing her insecurity, Bai Luochen smiled and encouraged her. Xiaolu also quickly chimed in. You're overthinking it. Breaking into the Golden Core realm means you need real combat to stabilize your foundation. What's there to be afraid of? We're here. To prove her point, Xiaolu dramatically waved her hands and boasted about past battles. 10 years ago, I fought a demon clan member to a standstill. He ran away in the end. If I meet him again, I'll make sure he doesn't even recognize himself. Seeing her getting more excited, Bai Luochen rubbed his forehead helplessly. Listen carefully. Our goal is to enter the Soul Hall to retrieve a treasure and investigate the demon realm, not start fights. Don't get carried away. Duo laughed while Ziling silently sighed. Xiaolu immediately declared, from now on, I'm part of your team. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive flying ship descended from the sky. Strange tendrils quickly wrapped around the three girls and pulled them onto the deck. The ship is here, let's go. Panicked screams echoed everywhere. After stabilizing his position, Bai Luochen stood at the control deck and gave the command. Destination, the south, heading toward the Lingfang border sea area. Depart. At the same time, in a hidden corner of Qinghong Library, a man was silently training sword techniques using the broken sword art. He closed his eyes tightly, fully focused on cultivation and completely ignoring the outside world. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changing as if sensing something unusual. From the shadows behind him, a figure formed from demonic energy slowly appeared. It spoke in dissatisfaction. The demon lord, Et, is about to break the seal and awaken. Our comrades are fighting to restore the grand plan, yet you are hiding here peacefully cultivating? The hidden man was none other than Hua Jianfa, instructor of the Southern Border Sword Sect, Chen Yi, a peak harmonization realm expert. He replied coldly that this was an assignment given by the demon lord himself. When the time came, he would become the deadly blade piercing the heart of the Immortal Alliance. Sitting on a pile of sharp swords that cut into his flesh, Chen Yi remained completely calm, as if he felt no pain at all. Anyone who saw him would be speechless. A moment later, he slowly stood up. Blood dripped down his streams. In his belief, only by enduring extreme pain and merging with the sword could one comprehend its true essence. This was his chosen path. Chen Yi walked to a stone table, poured himself a cup of tea, and glanced at the shadow behind him. You didn't come all the way here just to chat, did you? The figure immediately denied it. Without further nonsense, the shadow reported, Qing She's plan has been exposed. People from the library have traced our trail. They are heading toward the Bitter Sea region. Take care of yourself. After hearing the report, Chen Yi smirked coldly. Do they know which faction they belong to? The messenger immediately replied, People of Qingluan Peak, Bai Luochen's group. Unfortunately, the dean hides his strength too well. No one knows his true depth. At that moment, the BUC churned violently, massive waves, rising one after another as if signaling something ominous. On the coastline, Nalan Duo wore a swimsuit prepared by Bai Luochen. Her face turned completely red as she awkwardly tugged at her clothes. So this is what Master meant. Xiaolu stood behind, carrying a full load of luggage, looking extremely annoyed. To her, the outfit was not only inconvenient but also unreliable for defense. In her opinion, a simple barrier would be enough to handle everything. Luo Chen glanced over helplessly. He explained that demonic qi in BUC can erode spiritual energy, making normal defensive techniques almost useless. The swimsuit had been reinforced with special materials, so its protection was not weak at all. He also took the chance to scold Xiao Lu for dumping all the luggage on him. Seeing that she was still grumbling, Luo Chen shifted his attention. He turned to urge Ziling, "Move faster. Keep dragging like this and I might really lose my temper." In her pure white swimsuit, Ziling was so embarrassed her body trembled slightly. Her cheeks turned bright red. She softly complained that the outfit was too revealing and too tight, making her extremely uncomfortable. Luo Chen only glanced at her and said casually, "Looks fine. It suits you." Hearing the praise, Ziling felt a little happy inside, but she still kept a calm expression. Even so, her eyes clearly softened. After handling the luggage, Xiao Lu was the first to enter the water. She turned back and waved loudly. "Stop standing there. Everyone is already down. Come quickly." Diving deep into the seabed, Luo Chen's group finally saw the target they had been searching for all this time. However, none of them knew they were being watched from a distance by a hidden observer. The moment the target appeared, he immediately sent a report. Through the communication device, he gave a short update. "Team leader, everything is ready. The bait has entered position." From the other side, a sinister laugh echoed. "This time, none of them will make it back alive." Luo Chen raised the probing orb in his hand and examined the distorted spatial crack ahead. After a full scan, he concluded that with the current seal, it would not last much longer. Seconds later, the readings on the orb fluctuated violently, and his expression turned serious. The density of demonic qi had far exceeded safe levels, while spiritual energy in the area was almost completely eroded. The situation was far worse than expected. Noticing something wrong, the group immediately communicated through divine sense. Xiao Lu channeled energy into the artifact and complained in confusion. "The device is still working, so why is spiritual energy dropping so fast?" Luo Chen suddenly remembered something and turned to Ziling. "When you were at Soul Sect, did you hear any news related to the demon realm? Their activity has been unusually frequent lately. Soul Sect must have noticed it too, right?" Beside them, Xiao Lu kept trying to circulate energy but got nothing and complained in frustration. "Not to mention restoring spiritual energy, I can't even gather a single trace. Everything is being swallowed by demonic qi." Hearing this, Luo Chen told her to stop wasting effort. Years ago, when he passed through this sea area, there was no such severe erosion at all. Connecting all the clues, Luo Chen quickly identified the core issue. This sea area had only been infected by demonic qi within the last few thousand years. Under these conditions, only talismans and stored spiritual energy inside artifacts could resist it, but even that protection was rapidly weakening. After continuously channeling energy, the yellow jade in Chang Xiaolu's hand suddenly shattered. She was shocked, realizing that during their seclusion at the Extreme Bliss Palace, something massive must have happened outside. Before she could process it, an even more shocking secret was revealed. It turned out that thousands of years ago, the human realm and the demon realm were completely separate worlds. Ziling continued after thinking for a moment. At that time, a giant one-eyed poisonous octopus suddenly emerged from a spatial rift. Everything began when an offshore island nation ignored the prohibition and deliberately broke the barrier between the two realms, trying to use spiritual energy to suppress demonic qi. When the creature finally emerged, those responsible bowed their heads and admitted their mistake. They confessed that they had failed to reinforce the seal in time for convenience, caused the passage to the demon realm to spiral out of control and lead to a catastrophe. After hearing the full story, Luo Chen saw a strange mutated fish swim past and immediately understood everything. No wonder the seawater had turned murky and foul. It was all caused by continuous leakage of demonic qi. The level of pollution made veins bulge on his forehead. Those people were nothing but trouble for the human realm. If they were still alive, he would definitely track them down and settle the score. While thinking, Luo Chen pieced together more clues. He then sneered and said it was already too late. The island nation responsible back then had been completely wiped out by powerful experts, leaving nothing behind. The place they were standing on now was the remaining ruins of that island. After finalizing the plan, Luo Chen tapped his communicator and issued the order. Everyone immediately equipped the devices. He had upgraded them so that spiritual sense would no longer be disrupted by demonic qi, allowing smooth, long-distance communication. With that said, Luo Chen took the lead and dived straight into the deep sea. To open the path to the demon realm, They first had to break the seals at 4 key points. The coordinates were already sent. They only needed to place the rune pillars correctly and regroup while maintaining constant communication. Not long after, Luo Chen reported his status. His side had completed the task smoothly and asked how the others were progressing. As soon as this connection stabilized, Chang Xiaolu immediately confirmed that her side was also done without issues. From the other channel, Nalan Duo happily reported her mission completion, even calling out to her master excitedly. Ziling also smiled and reported that she had successfully placed the rune pillar. But at that moment, a rushed voice suddenly rang out in the communication channel. Something abnormal is happening. Almost at the same time, Chang Xiaolu was already entangled by countless slimy tentacles, yet her expression remained strangely calm. Nalan Duo was in a similar situation, tightly restrained by the same kind of grotesque creature. She panicked and immediately called for her master. Luo Chen also encountered the same terrifying tentacles on his side. The owner of those tentacles was the sea monster head eater. Even in its juvenile form, its strength had already reached tribulation level. It seemed they would have to use a stronger trump card this time, even if the cost would be heavy. Chang Xiaolu struggled violently, only to realize the creature was rapidly draining her spiritual energy. After resisting for a while, she shouted in anger. If Luo Chen did not come soon, she would be completely drained. Without making her wait long, Luo Chen immediately activated a formation to reconstruct a spatial barrier. Once the spell was complete, he unleashed a decisive strike that shattered the tentacles. As the two girls were teleported to safety, Chang Xiaolu became furious that she was still trapped. Holding the two women in one arm, Luo Chen calmly explained that she was a demon sovereign, so the current formation could not pull her out. He had also nearly exhausted his energy, so she would have to handle it herself. Hearing that, Chang Xiaolu's forehead veins popped in anger. She was furious at being abandoned in front of tribulation-level beasts despite her status as a demon sovereign. A few seconds later, a heaven-shattering explosion echoed across the seabed. The tentacles binding Chang Xiaolu were instantly crushed into fragments. Her body was now engulfed in a blazing red aura. Grinding her teeth, she scolded Luo Chen for nearly forcing her into losing control. She also warned that if anything worse happened later, he would be responsible. After muttering for a moment, Chang Xiaolu raised her head. Her sharp gaze locked onto the sea monster ahead like it was already a prepared meal. With overwhelming momentum, Chang Xiaolu charged forward and delivered a powerful kick that shook the entire sea area. The moment the strike landed, her small body used the recoil to shoot forward like an arrow, slamming straight into the massive monster. She raised her arm and unleashed a domineering ultimate technique. In the next instant, Chang Xiaolu pulled a small hairpin from her hair. In a flash, the tiny accessory transformed into a massive pillar carrying terrifying pressure. The sea beast was instantly crushed into a distorted shape. Chang Xiaolu did not stop, continuing to smash it repeatedly as if determined to grind it into pieces. Everyone watching could only stare in stunned silence. Hiding nearby, Luo Chen broke into a cold sweat at her brutality. By his estimation, a tribulation-level beast would not be so easily killed, meaning this was likely only damage to its outer defense. Nalan Duo trembled under the pressure radiating from Chang Xiaolu, feeling a chill run down her spine. Not far away, the hidden observer also silently admired the scene. In his eyes, the female cultivator was extraordinary, especially the terrifying energy she possessed. One of his subordinates asked for instructions. However, the leader only sneered, saying there was no need for the sea god to act yet. In his view, they had only dealt with a few tentacles. The real rage had not begun. Sooner or later, those people would become sacrifices. Just as the juvenile form was being suppressed, countless massive tentacles burst through the seabed and surged upward violently. Chang Xiaolu immediately realized the true body had finally appeared. Soon after, the colossal body of the creature slowly emerged within the murky waters. Seeing the enemy reveal itself, Chang Xiaolu did not feel fear at all. Instead, she laughed in excitement. Finally, a worthy opponent to warm up properly. Without hesitation, she released more power and threw a punch. The strike carried thunderous force and sent the massive monster flying backward. In an instant, both her and the beast were blasted up out of the sea surface. This sudden turn of events made the two observers look up immediately. One of them began to feel something was wrong, but the red-haired man shouted at him to shut up. The red-haired man locked eyes on Chang Xiaolu and made his decision. At all costs, they could not let the monster reach the teleport gate while the Demon Lord was conducting the experiment. He immediately ordered the report to be sent and the secret weapon activated, even if sacrifices were required for the Demon Lord's grand plan. At another hidden base, countless followers knelt before a massive greatsword. At that moment, an urgent message arrived from the messenger. After confirming the secret order, the leader slowly issued instructions. The envoy at By-Sea Origin was in danger, requesting assistance from the East Wind Sword. The coordinates were transmitted, and immediate activation was authorized. The followers immediately began operating the formation. While working, they chanted fanatical slogans praising the Demon Lord, as if completely brainwashed. Back on the battlefield, Chang Xiaolu hovered in mid-air, her sharp gaze locked onto the target ahead. Unlike Nalan Duo's excitement, Luochen felt an uneasy pressure. The spatial gate was nearly complete, and he only hoped Chang Xiaolu could end the fight quickly. At the same time, in the demon realm, a young girl cleaning the floor suddenly stopped and looked up at the storm-filled sky. She stood silently for a long time, as if listening to something from afar. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and quickly urged the maidservants to collect the clothes, saying a storm was coming. Everyone immediately obeyed. On the battlefield, the sky was suddenly torn open by a gigantic sword that blocked out the sun. Seeing the divine weapon appear, the red-haired man laughed madly and declared everything would be sacrificed to his master. The next moment, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, sweeping across everything in its range. Fortunately, near the spatial gate, a golden energy barrier formed in time to block most of the impact, though its spiritual energy consumption spiked at an alarming rate. Behind the barrier, Luochen quickly tried to respond but received a notification that made him furious. The system was under maintenance to establish the route to the demon realm and required him to wait. Hearing that explanation, Luochen gritted his teeth in anger. The East Wind Sword was supposed to be a treasure of the Immortal Alliance, yet it had appeared here. This made him suspect there was a traitor inside the Immortal Alliance, colluding with the demon realm. Watching the distorted space around them, Nalan Duo began to panic. She sighed in relief at being protected by Luochen, then quickly asked where they actually were. Luochen could only reassure her that he was finding a way out and everything would be fine soon. After a while, the system finally returned to normal. Seeing the success notification, Luochen smiled in satisfaction. The teleport function had been restored. Although the destination would be random, they could open the gate immediately. He even casually praised the system, only to receive its usual blunt response. In Nalan Duo's side, a doll with Luochen's face suddenly fell down. A serious message came from it, warning that once they entered the demon realm, they might be separated. Before regrouping, she must protect herself, and if danger arose, she should use the doll. Nalan Duo immediately accepted the order. Meanwhile, Ziling cried dramatically as if the world was ending. She kept complaining and even started talking about reincarnation. Luochen could only interrupt helplessly and told her to put everything away before the teleport began. On Chang Xiaolu's side, the puppet avatar also appeared and tried to advise her, but it was completely useless. She was still focused entirely on dealing with the monster. Knowing she could not be persuaded, Luochen left a final reminder. Once they entered the demon realm, they must hide their identities and avoid unnecessary attention. Time passed. In the Chunmakshi region, a streak of light suddenly flashed among the ruined wasteland. From within, Luochen was thrown out and landed heavily on the ground. After getting up, he confirmed he had arrived in the demon realm. Compared to previous teleportations, this one felt far more disorienting. After stabilizing himself, he immediately instructed the system to begin the fusion process. Before he could even rest, a flood of notifications kept popping up. Luochen sat up and watched the shifting numbers on the interface, thinking that it would have been easier if he had prepared a clone earlier. After a period of processing, the transformation was finally completed. A short horn appeared on Luochen's head. The system confirmed that spiritual energy had been converted into demonic power. Looking at the tiny horn, he felt disappointed, since in the demon realm strength was usually judged by such traits. With his current appearance, he would only be considered average at best. After finishing his adjustments, Luochen walked out with the control interface. The system had also finished updating the demon realm language data, though he felt it was unnecessary since his divine sense could already translate. Outside, a voice echoed across the empty field. A squad leader was checking personnel. and found that they were still missing someone. After receiving orders to recruit more manpower, a young man holding a recruitment board stood in the street shouting loudly, promoting the job with generous benefits and high pay. Losing his voice, no one paid attention. The young man helplessly complained that all the able-bodied men had already been taken by the army, leaving no one left to recruit. Sensing an opportunity, Luo Chen immediately walked over to talk. The young man turned around and became overjoyed, as if he had finally found a savior. To avoid exposing his identity, Luo Chen quickly made up a complete cover story. He claimed he was a wanderer from another place, currently unemployed and looking for temporary work. However, after scanning Luo Chen from head to toe, the young man's excitement faded. With his neat clothes and unusual aura, he suspected Luo Chen was some young nobleman trying to experience hardship rather than a poor worker. Feeling that suspicious gaze, Luo Chen also became slightly uneasy. He secretly checked whether his disguise technique had any flaws. Although still not fully convinced, the young man agreed to register Luo Chen into the labor group due to the shortage of manpower. Urged to leave immediately, Luo Chen could only smile awkwardly. Before departing, he casually gave the young man some extra reward, making him thank him repeatedly. Sitting in the transport cart, Luo Chen rested his chin on his hand and thought. He had no idea where the others had been teleported. If only his puppet had tracking functions. At least his disguise and energy conversion systems were still stable. The person beside him noticed Luo Chen deep in thought and started a conversation. After a brief introduction, he said he was also a new recruit. Luo Chen politely responded and said he was just thinking about personal matters. Hearing the name Bai Luo Chen, the young man became curious and asked more questions. To cover it up, Luo Chen fabricated a story that he came from a distant eastern land, once wanted to travel the world, but ran out of money and had to work to survive. Suddenly remembering something, Luo Chen leaned closer and asked David why, if this was a well-paid job, everyone still looked like they were heading to their execution. David stared at him as if he were from another planet. Seeing Luo Chen's naive reaction, David lowered his voice and explained, working for the nobles sounded good, but for white demons like them, it was no different from being slaves. The only difference was receiving a small payment. If they offended the nobles, no one would seek justice for them. Hearing this, Luo Chen was surprised to learn that society here was divided by skin color. The question made David laugh loudly. He asked back if Luo Chen had never stepped outside the world before. Realizing his slip, Luo Chen quickly covered it up. He said his homeland was very far to the east, where everything was decided by strength. The strong had authority, the virtuous were respected, and there was no discrimination based on appearance. David believed him completely and even showed admiration. He said such a place sounded like paradise. Then he enthusiastically explained more about the demon realm. On this continent, there were two major factions, the black demons with strong magical talent, and the white demons like them, who could barely use any demonic power. David continued that in the past, some black demons achieved great military merit and rose to power. Meanwhile, the white demons, despite being far more numerous, remained the lowest class. In the eyes of nobles, the lives of the poor were worth less than weeds. After hearing all this, Luo Chen looked at David's excited expression and couldn't help teasing him. If life here was so miserable, why did he look so cheerful, as if he had just won the lottery? Was it because of love? As expected, David turned bright red. He admitted that ever since he accidentally met the young lady of the Kuei family on Victory Avenue, his heart had completely belonged to her. Once he started talking, David sank into his own romantic world. He gestured wildly while telling his one-sided love story. Luo Chen could only stay speechless. David insisted he would never marry anyone else in this life. Luo Chen bluntly replied that his chance of success was lower than getting beaten by the guards. While still lost in his fantasy, David suddenly turned and stared at Luo Chen, making him slightly startled. Without giving him time to react, David leaned closer and comforted him seriously. He believed that someday a kind girl would not care about Luo Chen's short horn. As long as he stayed persistent, love would eventually come. Hearing that, Luo Chen felt his fists itching. At that moment, a command sounded from ahead. David immediately jumped up in excitement, knowing the convoy had arrived. Everyone got off the old transport cart one by one and lined up in formation. Outside the gate, a supervisor with long horns was loudly scolding the newcomers. In his eyes, white demons were nothing but useless troublemakers. Looking up at the grand estate in front of him, Luo Chen silently evaluated it. This was the famous Kuei family mansion everyone had been talking about. At that moment, his instincts suddenly sent a warning. Something strange was happening around this area. Luo Chen just stopped when a rope suddenly flew straight toward him. He calmly turned his head and looked at the attacker with a cold gaze. Just a single sentence was enough to make the man pale under the pressure coming from him. Realizing he might have provoked the wrong person, the man quickly changed his tone and urged Luo Chen to report for registration or lose his job opportunity. As soon as they entered the courtyard, David excitedly waved his hand. He had secured a good spot and hurried Luo Chen over. Standing beside David, Luo Chen continued pretending to be a newcomer. He asked why everyone was lining up. David pointed ahead and explained that the steward was testing mana talent. If someone was lucky enough to be selected for service in the main residence, their life would change completely. On the testing platform, a middle-aged man with 2 horns was recording results non-stop. Anyone only reaching level 4 mana was sent directly to the labor squad. When the next person stepped up, he shouted that those above level 7 were qualified to be considered as household attendants. The person in charge of the selection was Kali, chief steward of Kuei territory and also a low-rank demon. He scanned the crowd and calculated silently. So far, only 3 candidates met the requirement, and the rumored Chaos Mana level 10 talent had not appeared. In his eyes, this batch of white demons was extremely mediocre. Even the labor team was almost full, and the extras would be better off used as fertilizer. Despite his thoughts, he continued the selection. At that moment, Luo Chen curiously asked about the mana ranking system. David explained that aside from bloodline, it also considered cultivation level. Among white demons, a few lucky ones could absorb demonic energy and evolve into chaos demons or even step into low demon ranks. Before Luo Chen could ask further, David kept talking. According to him, low demons were basically the limit of commoners. To go further, it was better to be reborn as a black demon. Higher ranks like Heavenly Demon or Great Heavenly Demon belonged only to territorial overlords and peak rulers. Not paying much attention to the theory, Luo Chen confidently stepped onto the testing platform. David panicked behind him and called out, not even finishing his explanation. As he walked forward, Luo Chen silently made his calculations. From what he heard, low demon level seemed to be the acceptable baseline. Since his goal was to infiltrate the mansion and gather information, he decided to reveal only a very small portion of his strength. However, before he could be tested, Kali ordered the guards to pull him down. In his eyes, a white demon like Luo Chen had no right to touch the precious mana crystal. Despite the guards trying to drag him away, Luo Chen calmly reached out and touched the crystal. The surrounding crowd was shocked when they realized the burly men could not move him at all. The moment his hand made contact with the mana crystal, a brilliant burst of light erupted. The blinding radiance spread across the hall, so intense that many people had to squint and look away. Kali was shocked after seeing the anomaly. The situation completely went beyond his expectations. Below, David stood there with his jaw dropped, unable to believe what he just witnessed. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was quietly sweating. He realized he may have gone a bit too far. Not letting things escalate, Kali slammed a book onto Luo Chen's hand, forcing him away from the magic crystal immediately. After pulling back his hand, Luo Chen sensed Kali was about to question him. He even considered silencing the old man for good, but quickly dropped the idea to avoid trouble. Instead of respect, Kali mocked him. He pointed at Luo Chen's small horn and sneered that no matter how high elemental compatibility was, it meant nothing with such low mana accumulation. After the ridicule, Kali waved him off like trash and threw Luo Chen to the common labor area, ordering the selection to continue. As soon as he landed, Luo Chen was surrounded by new recruits. Some comforted him, others teased his tiny horn and joked he would never find a mate with it. The constant teasing made veins pop on Luo Chen's forehead. Even though his disguise was working, being looked down on was clearly irritating. Not long after, the magic crystal suddenly erupted with another intense burst of light, freezing everyone on sight. This time, the source was David. The system revealed an insane result: max elemental compatibility and mana level at 15, officially reaching intermediate chaos mage. As the light faded, Kali immediately changed his attitude. He rushed over and praised David endlessly, treating him like a rare genius of the family. Watching David get excited, Gladys kept a friendly smile on her face, but inside she was calculating. Outwardly she praised his talent, but deep down she already felt killing intent. After some thought, the elder set a trap that made David's eyes light up. He offered him a special internal task team with high rewards, asking if he wanted to join. David agreed immediately upon hearing it. Seeing the bait swallowed, Gladys felt satisfied. She continued acting supportive, praising David, and telling him to serve the Duke with all his strength. Everything went according to plan, and David nodded without suspicion. Luo Chen, watching from the side, stayed silent. Gladys told him to report to Away for onboarding later. While David dreamed of getting close to his goddess, he had no idea he was walking into a trap. Seeing his naive friend about to walk into danger, Luo Chen finally spoke up. He reached out and told David to give him his hand, so he could check his fate and maybe avoid disaster. Unfortunately, David ignored him and turned to leave. At that moment, Gladys laughed loudly and called for the next person to be tested. That mocking laugh drew everyone's attention downward, where Luo Chen suddenly burst out laughing like a madman. Under confused stares, Luo Chen wiped his tears and explained he just remembered something funny. His friend's newborn nephew weighed 3.5 kilos, and it made him laugh. That ridiculous excuse made Gladys furious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to drag Luo Chen out for punishment. The man called was still confused about what was happening. Instead, Luo Chen walked forward eagerly, afraid someone would steal his turn. He even told them to hit anywhere but not his face, since he still planned to get married. The magic testing process continued inside the hall, moving from one person to another in order. Before long, evening arrived. Gladys' sharp voice echoed everywhere as she gathered the servants and ordered them to move out immediately. He pointed at the axes and stacked firewood, then coldly gave the order. The back mountain area would be their work zone. Each person had to chop 500 logs before nightfall, and anyone who failed would get no rest or food. Hearing such harsh demands, the crowd immediately started complaining. They said they had not eaten all day and were starving, so there was no way they could chop that much firewood. To them, it felt like pure exploitation. Hearing the noise, Gladys snapped in anger. He shouted for everyone to shut up, saying the high-ranking figures were about to bathe and rest. If there was not enough firewood for hot water, nobody could handle the consequences. Anyone who kept complaining would be punished immediately. Terrified, the servants quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Only Luo Chen remained calm. He complained that he was so hungry he could barely stand, let alone chop wood, and asked if the old man truly intended to work everyone to death. The others could only nod in agreement. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Luo Chen slowly stepped forward and casually lifted a large axe. He slung the axe over his shoulder and asked again to confirm the rules. After hearing that each person must deliver 500 logs, Luo Chen nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to act, a cold voice suddenly came from afar, ordering him to stop. The one who appeared was Villa, a powerful female overseer in the estate. She immediately intervened and declared that the firewood quota for the day was already set, and no one was allowed to exceed it. The disrupted plan left Gladys furious inside. He could only curse silently, not understanding why Villa had arrived at such a timing to interfere. Villa then announced that this group of servants would now be managed directly by the female servant division under her command. She ordered her subordinates to register everyone immediately. Refusing to accept humiliation, Gladys stepped forward to argue, but Villa coldly shut him down. She said the newcomers needed discipline or they would lose all sense of hierarchy. Gladys insisted he was acting on behalf of the supervisor and told Villa not to interfere. But all arguments were useless. Pushed into a corner, Gladys could only swallow his anger and leave. Before going, he pretended to hand the area over to Villa. Villa did not even bother to see him off. Inside, Gladys kept cursing her for always protecting the lower class. After the old man left, Luo Chen spun the axe and casually asked a nearby female servant about Villa's identity. She immediately explained that Villa was the leader of all female servants in the estate, with extremely high authority. After getting the information, Luo Chen quickly ran up to Villa and smiled, asking if the massive pile of wood needed processing, since he could handle it all by himself. Villa did not agree immediately and explained seriously. She reminded him that what Gladys called firewood was not ordinary wood. She also corrected Luo Chen's way of addressing her, demanding he call her female overseer Villa properly. After speaking, she stepped aside and revealed a massive tree-like corpse the size of a house. What Gladys had ordered them to process was that strange object. Seeing countless eyes growing on its surface, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Villa calmly explained it was the corpse of a Mu Yao Mo show brought back from a recent hunting ground, with thousands of such pieces accumulated. Hearing this, the crowd immediately panicked. This was not firewood at all, but monster remains. With such a hardened body, there was no way to chop it. Before the complaints could finish, a loud explosion rang out. The monstrous wood-like mass was suddenly split in half. The one who acted was Luo Chen. He swung the giant axe with excitement in his eyes and casually told everyone to bring more. Seeing that display, Villa remained completely unfazed. She calmly stated that she had always been the one handling these monster remains. Then she asked if Luo Chen intended to take over her work. Seeing the starving workers trembling behind him, Luo Chen immediately agreed. He felt it was better to handle it himself than let them die from exhaustion. Besides, he might even absorb some spiritual energy while chopping to recover his strength. Worried Villa might refuse, he smirked and challenged her to a competition to see who could finish faster. A purple-haired maid quickly brought another large axe. Villa's competitive spirit was triggered and she accepted the challenge. As the match began, Villa immediately displayed terrifying strength. With only a few clean strikes, the massive monster corpse exploded into countless fragments. That overwhelming power made the watching servants turn pale, silently stunned by her terrifying strength. Before long, mountains of chopped firewood had piled up behind both of them. Villa was already breathing heavily from exhaustion, while Luo Chen still looked completely relaxed as if he had done nothing. The spectators could only fall silent at the absurd gap in strength. In the end, Luo Chen tossed a piece of wood into the air and announced the result. His total count reached 501 pieces. After finishing, he stretched and smiled confidently at Villa. In his eyes, the monster corpses had already been cleared, so the victory was his. But just as he was enjoying his win, Villa suddenly snatched the axe from his hands. She grabbed both ends of the handle and snapped it with brute force. The axe broke in half like a dead branch. Villa casually threw the two broken pieces into her pile and calmly announced her updated score. With that, her total became 502 pieces. Looking at Luo Chen's stunned face, Villa showed a victorious smile. She explained that the axe handle was made from high-grade ma teng wood, so it also counted as material. She also reminded him again to dress her properly as female overseer Villa. Luo Chen was completely speechless at her competitive nature. After winning, Villa immediately shifted her attention to the frozen laborers. She loudly ordered everyone to head to the dining hall instead of standing around. Luo Chen stayed where he was, staring at the chopped remains. He silently analyzed the situation and realized everything here, from plants to soil, was saturated with dense demonic energy. Thinking about the situation, Luo Chen felt uneasy. If something major happened on the other side and forced him to use his real power, his identity would definitely be exposed. At the same time, Nalan Duoduo was facing a massive ancient dragon far larger than normal demon beasts. Her body was covered in wounds, but her emergency artifacts stored in her space remained untouched. The monster gave her no chance to rest. It roared and opened its jaws, filled with sharp fangs, charging forward to swallow her whole. Holding her bleeding arm, Nalan Duoduo calmly observed the enemy. In her ear, the system continuously warned that her injury level had reached Tier 3. The area was classified as Mid-High Danger Zone 3, and the spiritual energy conversion was still ongoing. Even as the monster closed in, the system kept urging her to use her life-saving items, but Nalan Duoduo rejected it immediately. To her, she was not a fragile tool meant to hide behind her master. Since she came to the demon realm for training, she intended to fight for real, not treat it like a playground. The system continued to advise her, but she ignored it. After assessing the situation, Nalan Duoduo realized her spiritual energy absorption could not keep up with consumption. It was time to use her trump card. Having made her decision, she formed hand seals and awakened the hidden power of Kimen. Before the technique could fully complete, the monster's giant head already slammed toward her. Fortunately, Nalan Duoduo dodged at the last second and continued activating the reverse Kyankun technique. Once the technique was completed, the system displayed a new message. This time, it surprised her. Spiritual energy conversion had reached 100%, meaning she could now unleash divine techniques without backlash. Without hesitation, Nalan Duoduo raised her hand and unleashed the tie-in silk binding technique. Countless nearly invisible threads suddenly appeared in midair, leaving the monster confused about what was happening. In an instant, the web of threads tightened around its massive body. Its flesh was sliced into countless fragments. Seeing this, she slightly curled her lips, realizing the opponent was not as strong as expected. Soon after, the monster completely collapsed into a pile of minced flesh. Nalan Duoduo finally sighed in relief. If she had been even a moment slower, her spiritual energy would have been completely exhausted. As the battle ended, the yin-yang pattern in her palm slowly faded. Even her wounds began to close on their own. She silently thanked her senior sister, Maman Shiji. Without the powerful technique she had been given before leaving, she would have been in serious trouble. A memory of their farewell surfaced in her mind. Back then, Maman Shiji lay on her bed and handed her a precious artifact. Knowing the demon realm journey would be dangerous, she passed down a Kimen inheritance technique for self-protection and reminded her to train diligently. However, she also warned that the technique was tied to fate and could cause backlash for those without enough destiny. Therefore, it should only be used once every 10 days. Coming out of her flashback, Nalan Duoduo smiled in satisfaction. This was her first time using that technique, and the result exceeded expectations. Thinking about her strong luck, she asked the system how to restore her power. However, what needed recovery now was not spiritual energy, but demonic energy. Just as she was feeling pleased, the system suddenly emitted a series of harsh error alarms. An unknown malfunction forced it into manual processing mode, and progress was only at 1%. Nalan Duoduo felt like crying after hearing this. If another monster appeared now, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, right after her concern, a shadow suddenly burst out from the darkness and ambushed her directly. This time the attack was precise and brutal. The violent bite tore away a part of Nalan Duoduo's body. Despite the severe injury, she forced herself to stay conscious. Grinding her teeth, she used the last of her strength to shift to a safer position. The monster hovered in mid-air, its fierce head constantly scanning around, trying to locate its vanished target. Sitting down hard on the yin-yang formation, Nalan Duoduo wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and gasped for breath. If not for reverse Qiangkun, she would not have been able to create distance. What troubled her even more was that the system repair progress had only reached a little over 2%. She couldn't help but complain that monsters in the demon realm all seemed to share the same habit of tearing people apart. While she was still comforting herself, Nalan Duoduo failed to notice a shadow quietly approaching from behind. She still believed using Kimen twice in a row would not cause serious consequences. After all, she had extremely strong luck. At the critical moment, a new aura suddenly appeared, causing even the ferocious monster to pause instinctively, sensing an extremely dangerous opponent. The one who arrived was Tianshi Chico, a peak-stage demon tribe powerhouse. Upon arrival, she was already preparing to finish off the enemy, while urging Nalan Duoduo to hold on a little longer. However, the monster ignored Zico completely. It locked onto Nalan Duoduo and charged again at terrifying speed. Without time to think, she immediately activated Blood Yin Absolute Meridian to evade. Although she narrowly escaped death, Nalan Duoduo's condition had become extremely poor. The system warned that her body could not maintain this state much longer. She quickly requested emergency talisman support, but the system's manual repair progress was still only above 2%. Before she could find a solution, the monster lunged again with an even more violent bite than before. However, the moment it landed the bite, its body suddenly trembled violently, as if it had encountered something extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Nalan Duoduo shook her head in mockery. She muttered that anything it swallowed would eventually bring disaster upon itself. A few seconds later, the monster's neck began to swell abnormally, like a balloon being overinflated. In the next instant, a massive explosion erupted from inside its body. The terrifying blast wiped out everything around it, turning the rugged terrain into a completely flat wasteland. Fortunately, a protective puppet created by Luo Chen arrived in time. It erected a barrier and respectfully reported that the opponent meant no hostility and was disabling an automatic sealing mechanism. When the shield disappeared, Nalan Duoduo blankly stared at the split corpse of the monster and muttered in confusion. The rhinoceros beast had clearly just exploded from within. In the sky, Zeko observed the scene for a moment before slowly descending. After landing, she immediately ran over to check on Nalan Duoduo. The girl responded with a confused look. Hearing Zeko call her a comrade only made her even more puzzled. Seeing her confusion, Zeko enthusiastically explained. She said she had personally witnessed Nalan Duoduo fighting and defeating the Long Hui. In her view, anyone who stood against those monsters was an ally. She then explained that a member of her clan had been slaughtered by Long Hui in the past. So regardless of the reason, Nalan Duoduo killing it had helped avenge part of their hatred. Zeko then grew more serious. She pointed out that they both had similar purple wings, suggesting they might share distant bloodline ties. Hearing all this, Nalan Duoduo smiled politely and accepted the thanks. But internally, she remained cautious. Meeting someone for the first time and immediately bringing up ancestral connections was clearly not simple. After thinking for a moment, she changed the topic. Pretending to be a stranger who had just arrived, Nalan's Duoduo asked if there was a nearby city so she could find her way back. In truth, her first thought was to reunite with her master as soon as possible, since the demon realm was clearly far more dangerous than expected. Hearing this, Zeko's eyes lit up immediately. Realizing the other party was from a foreign place, she enthusiastically offered to escort Nalan Duoduo to her capital. Outwardly, Nalan Duoduo agreed with a friendly smile, but inside she was already judging the locals as looking like a group of bandit-like wanderers. The thought quickly faded. Zeko introduced herself and asked for the other's name. After a brief pause, Nalan Duoduo decided to use a fake identity. She called herself Kitian Dashung Tontada to avoid exposing her real background. Not long after, the two entered a deep underground tunnel. Along the way, Zeko guided her while explaining that this area was only the outer region of the city. Nalan Duoduo nodded in response, while observing everything around her. The deeper she looked, the more shocked she became, since an entire massive city had been built completely underground. At that moment, a young boy suddenly ran over from a distance, shouting that the Angel Lord had returned. The boy rushed up to Zeko with hopeful eyes and asked whether she had found Isia's parents. Faced with the child's expectant gaze, Zeko hesitated slightly. She did not know how to tell the truth, so she chose her words carefully to comfort him. Sensing something was off, the boy still quietly listened. Zeko said Isia's parents had been summoned by the ruler and were now elsewhere praying for blessings. Before leaving, they had also left a gift and told him not to worry. Hearing this, Isia bowed in gratitude and prayed respectfully to the ruler. After the brief encounter, Zeko and Nalan Duoduo continued on their way. After walking a bit further, Nalan Duoduo was about to speak when Zeko already guessed her question. She directly mentioned Isia's parents and explained that the ones behind the Longhui puppets were an extremely ruthless organization. According to her, their actions had already crossed every line of forgiveness. Just as the conversation was unfinished, a man suddenly appeared before them and respectfully bowed. He reported that the prisoner controlling the Longhui had awakened. Hearing this, Zeko immediately ordered him to lead the way. Before leaving, she also turned and invited Nalan Duoduo to come watch the interrogation. Not long after, the two entered a dark room filled with an oppressive atmosphere. In the center of the room, a man was hanging upside down, bound tightly. His body was covered in wounds, yet he continued struggling violently. Zeko stepped in front of the prisoner and asked coldly. She demanded he confess how many troops had been deployed, what their real objective was, and mocked them for coming to this land as if seeking death. Before he could even answer, Zeko slapped him hard across the face and continued applying pressure. She warned him that if he refused to cooperate, the consequences would be severe, as her patience was limited. Despite the threat, the prisoner laughed arrogantly. He claimed to be a noble warrior of Xiaozi, willing to sacrifice himself for his ideals. According to him, their mission was to cleanse all inhabitants and seize the so-called Promised Land, offering their achievements to their war god. As he spoke, his fanaticism grew stronger. At this point, Zeko could no longer hold back her anger. She rushed forward with overwhelming killing intent, deciding to end his life on the spot. In an instant, blood splattered across the entire room. After dealing with the prisoner, Zeko took a breath and turned to Nalan Duoduo with an apologetic look. She apologized for exposing her to such a brutal scene. Nalan Duoduo did not mind much. Seeing this, Zeko explained that Zako City was about to face a larger-scale war. She invited Nalan Duoduo to stay for a while and even offered her a place in her home. Outwardly, Nalan Duoduo agreed cheerfully, but inside she could only sigh that she had somehow gotten herself into another big trouble. Shifting to the Great Tower region, thick black smoke rose from deep within the forest, stretching all the way into the sky. The ground there had collapsed into a massive pit. Dense black smoke continuously surged up from below. Shang Xiaolu stood at the edge of the pit, constantly swinging her sword to cut down the tentacles attacking her. While fighting, she loudly asked if the enemy had surrendered yet. Seeing the endless stream of tentacles, she gritted her teeth in frustration. It seemed these creatures were far more resilient than expected. Right then, a blazing red energy suddenly merged into Kong Xiaoliu's body. Before she could react, the system announced the spirit power conversion was complete, and it was about to enter hibernation. Kong Xiaoliu did not waste another second thinking about it. She pushed it aside and kept beating her opponent until they surrendered. After taking a brutal beating, Nailuo could only clutch her bruised body and beg for mercy, admitting complete defeat. Just then, Chang Xiaoliu suddenly heard strange noises coming from the nearby forest. A group of boldly dressed women stepped out from behind the trees. They pointed ahead and shouted that an unusual demonic aura was coming from this area and had to be investigated. Seeing the strangers, Chang Xiaoliu immediately pulled Nailuo behind her and stayed on guard. She stared them down and bluntly asked what they were looking at. The moment the black-haired woman saw the two girls, she froze in shock as if she had witnessed the impossible. She was actually the leader of the Kapunai cult, Lin Meilin. She lit up with excitement and called out the sacred title of the legendary ancient god Nailuo. Before anyone could react, Lin Meilin rushed forward like lightning and snatched Nailuo away from Chang Xiaoliu. Lifted high into the air, Nailuo looked so miserable that tears almost spilled from her eyes. Instead of hurting her, Lin Meilin raised the little girl even higher and shouted with excitement. The followers immediately cheered that Nailuo had descended, and the glorious age of the Kapunai cult had finally arrived. Listening to the deafening cheers below, Kong Xiaoliu was completely speechless. Their level of flattery was beyond belief. Even after shouting herself hoarse, Lin Meilin still hugged Nailuo tightly, looking like she had just met her lifelong idol. She even rubbed her cheek against Nailuo's face over and over, while the little girl struggled desperately. To her, the god before her was simply too adorable. Seeing that, the followers began whispering, after noticing the girl standing beside Nailuo looked exactly like her. Watching everyone pass Nailuo around like a priceless treasure while cheering non-stop, Chang Xiaoliu silently decided this entire cult was completely insane. Suddenly, Lin Meilin appeared right behind Kong Xiaoliu, making her jump back in shock. The woman's speed was almost impossible to see. Lin Meilin's flushed face and fanatical eyes gave Kong Xiaoliu goosebumps. She reached toward the girl and confidently declared that she was Nailuo's older sister and should return to the cult. Kong Xiaoliu had enough. She threw a straight punch into Lin Meilin's face and yelled at her to back off. Even after getting punched, Lin Meilin looked like she enjoyed it. The bizarre reaction left Kong Xiaoliu even more helpless, while Lin Meilin believed she had received special treatment. Nailuo puffed up her cheeks in anger and kept pointing at Kong Xiaoliu. Some cult members grew suspicious and wondered if the two were really sisters. Hearing that, Chang Xiaoliu instantly figured something out and smiled to herself. Nailuo kept angrily pointing at Chang Xiaoliu and shouting, but Lin Meilin completely misunderstood and believed the ancient god was delivering a divine message. Seeing that, Kong Xiaoliu became certain of her guess. None of these people could understand Nailuo's language. Seizing the chance, she pulled Nailuo back and started translating however she pleased. The funniest part was that Lin Meilin believed every word and immediately ordered a grand feast. While gently patting Nailuo's head, Kong Xiaoliu leaned close and whispered a warning. She told the little girl to play along if she wanted to avoid trouble. After receiving the order, Lin Meilin urged every follower to return to the headquarters, prepare the sacred banquet, and welcome the two honored guests. When they arrived at the holy temple of the Kapunai cult, countless rare treasures were brought out and presented before the two girls. Looking around, Kong Xiaoliu was surprised by the place. Taking her silence as admiration, Lin Meilin proudly claimed she had built it all herself. Lin Meilin then went on and on about waiting countless years for the two great beings to descend. Meanwhile, Kong Xiaoliu casually pinched Nailuo's cheek and thought this little octopus had not even been born back then. Sitting proudly at the highest seat, Lin Meilin excitedly pointed at a massive tray carried in by her followers and urged everyone to pay close attention. The moment Kong Xiaoliu saw what was on the tray, her eyes went wide. She had no idea how to react to the scene before her. Lin Meilin proudly introduced it as a sacred statue built to honor the great deeds of Lord Nailuo. After hearing the fanatical explanation, Chang Xiaoliu pointed at Nailuo, then at the statue, wondering what they possibly had in common. Lin Meilin simply smiled with confidence and insisted the resemblance was obvious if she looked closely. She then pointed to one very noticeable part of the statue and told Chang Xiaoliu to examine it carefully. Next, she looked at Nailuo's completely flat chest and seriously compared the two. She even glanced at Kong Xiaoliu and claimed the matching features were practically identical. That hit Kong Xiaoli's sore spot. She exploded with rage and slapped Lin Mylan across the face, refusing to accept such a ridiculous way of proving family ties. After venting her anger, she turned toward Nailuo with a razor-sharp stare that made the little girl shiver. This time, though, Kong Xiaoliu did not hit her. She simply hugged Nailuo tightly and sighed. Staying with this little octopus felt safer than dealing with these lunatics. Watching the scene, Lin Mylan was so touched that she even got a nosebleed. To her, this was the perfect image of inseparable sisters. Just then, a maid rushed over to report that the sacred banquet was ready. Lin Mylan immediately announced she would personally escort the two honored guests. While Kong Xiaoliu only wanted to rush to the food because she was starving, Lin Mylan declared they had to complete the sacred ceremony before eating. Instead of heading to the banquet hall, the group stopped before a strange wooden chest placed in the center of the grand hall. The moment the chest opened, a giant mechanical arm shot out and pulled Nailuo straight inside. Seeing Nailuo taken away right before her eyes, Kong Xiaoliu grabbed Lin Mylan by the collar and demanded an explanation. Lin Mylan calmly assured her the chest was completely harmless. A short while later, Nailuo stepped out of the chest wearing a striking sailor-style school uniform. Lin Mylan proudly showed off the result, while Kong Xiaoliu was left completely speechless. Standing on top of the chest, Nailuo curiously looked down at the sea of fanatical followers gathered below. After gathering her courage, she took a deep breath and prepared to perform. Then Nailuo gave an adorable wink and formed a giant heart toward the crowd. The gesture instantly sent the entire plaza into a frenzy. Deafening cheers erupted everywhere, as if everyone had reached paradise. Nailuo stood in the middle of the roaring applause with a smug smile that made people want to punch her. Even in her excitement, Lin Mylan remembered the main event. She officially declared the sacred banquet open and ordered everyone to begin the feast. Right then, a subordinate hurried over with urgent news. After hearing the report, Lin Mylan's expression turned serious when she learned the grand plan could finally begin. The two leaders quickly discussed the final preparations. Every force in the descent division was already in position, waiting only for the cult leader's final command. The story shifted to the border of the Holy Demon Empire, at Experimental Zone 4447, a place filled with endless sand and desolation. Suddenly, the silent ground shook violently before a massive shape burst upward. A gigantic monster with a horrifying appearance tore through the sand. It was the Crimson Rock Giant Chariot Worm. A blazing red crystal was embedded on top of the monster's head. At the same time, a combat machine nearby raised its metal arm and began charging energy. A blazing red blast ripped through the air and struck the Crimson Rock Giant Chariot Worm. The devastating attack instantly shattered the monster into countless pieces. The red crystal fell from the monster's remains onto the sand. Seeing it, the young woman let out a quiet sigh and counted to herself. This was already her third target today. She immediately fired a grappling cable with incredible speed and precision, snatching the crystal out of the air. The cable instantly reeled back, storing the crystal safely inside the Magus cargo compartment. A doubtful voice came through the communication system. They had already taken down 30 giant chariot worms, so why had they still not completed the mission? Dao Jie, a senior Magu pilot from the Luoma Empire Research Institute, rubbed his eyes and complained. After 5 straight days of fighting, the machine was still running, but its pilot was about to collapse. Another pilot from the nearby cockpit cut in, saying they should just follow the young lady's orders. As for what Jay Dishan was planning, no one had any idea. The speaker was Cutter, another elite pilot. He complained that the military was pouring all its resources into the warship and the demon prison warhead, leaving their Magu project on the verge of cancellation unless they produced results soon. Hearing that, the young lady calmly reassured everyone. She insisted the moment to prove the project's value was close and asked the team to hold on a little longer. As the lead researcher, Luo Keiki continued explaining, as long as this expedition confirmed the effectiveness of the demon crystal, the Magus combat power would finally be recognized. Running the machines at full capacity was also part of the testing process. She emphasized that once the results were announced, the military would surely provide more funding so they could continue pushing mechanical magic to new heights. While scanning the terrain, Dao Jie suddenly noticed something strange. Even after reaching the central area, they had not encountered another monster besides the giant chariot worm from earlier. Cutter also felt uneasy. Under normal circumstances, Experimental Zone 404 should have been crawling with deadly monsters. This unnatural silence was clearly a bad sign. Just then, another team member nervously pointed at the sky and told everyone to look up. Massive sandstorms were rolling toward them from the distance. Dao Ji immediately suggested halting the advance because he had a bad feeling. However, Luo Keke admitted that the project had been stalled for half a year. This test was funded with every last resource she had managed to gather. Looking straight ahead, she declared that their final target was the Rock Emperor Worm, the ruler of the desert. According to their tracking data, its nest was only about 5 kilometers away. She then gave everyone a choice. Anyone willing to continue could follow her, and anyone wanting to retreat was free to leave. Facing the raging sandstorm, every team member chose to stand with the young lady until the end. Hearing their answer, Luo Keke immediately reminded everyone to maintain formation. In such poor visibility, getting separated could easily turn deadly. The three magus pushed deeper into the heart of the storm. When someone spotted what looked like a mirage ahead, the team activated their identification system to investigate. Through the swirling sand appeared a man whose eyes were sewn shut. He stood there mumbling strange words as if trying to contact someone. Mixed with the howling wind came the desperate cries of a young woman calling out to see if anyone could hear her. Even as the sand blasted her face without mercy, she kept shouting in hopes of finding another living soul in this wasteland. Sand filled her mouth, making her cough violently as she repeatedly pounded her chest to catch her breath. Brushing back her tangled hair, the young woman could not help blaming Bai Gongzi. In the blink of an eye, he had thrown her into the middle of nowhere. Thinking back to when she first landed here, things had been even worse. Before she could regain her footing, a swarm of chariot worms surrounded her. With almost no spirit power left, all she could do was weakly beg them not to bite her. Remembering how the wooden puppet had saved her from those monsters, she let out a helpless sigh. Now she was trapped in an endless sea of sand, sick of eating worm meat, and still had to carry the bulky Gongjing horn everywhere. The young woman's eyes turned red as she complained. This cursed place was as terrifying as hell itself. If someone said it was the deepest level of the underworld, she would believe them. Just then, a streak of light suddenly tore across the sky and shot straight toward the wooden puppet. The puppet casually blocked the attack. It suffered only minor damage before standing still again as if nothing had happened. The attack came from the heavy cannon mounted on a magu. Seeing the target take the full blast with almost no damage, the pilots immediately called for another round. Luo Keke began feeling uneasy. She kept ordering everyone to open fire, while sensing that something enormous was about to happen. Meanwhile, the young woman hiding on the puppet's shoulder was overjoyed to finally see other people. She waved both hands, shouted that she meant no harm, and begged them to take her out of this wasteland. Luo Keke, on the other hand, could only stare in disbelief. Everything unfolding before her was completely beyond her expectations. The wooden puppet coldly locked onto its targets and announced in a mechanical voice that the forces ahead possessed hostile intent. Hearing that, the girl panicked even more, believing those people were trying to eliminate a witness. After quickly analyzing the situation, Luo Keke concluded that the young woman was most likely a member of the enemy faction, while the monster before them was an extremely dangerous biological weapon. She immediately ordered the team to switch to close combat. Another barrage of energy rounds screamed through the air, sending blinding beams straight at the target. In sharp contrast to the fierce battle outside, the young woman hiding inside the puppet was completely relaxed. She even thought it was a surprisingly comfortable shelter. One magu accelerated forward and swung its weapon down with enough force to finish the fight in a single blow. The puppet simply reached out and grabbed the magus arm. Its crushing grip easily shattered the metal armor. It followed with a powerful kick that sent the magu flying before it exploded in midair. The remaining magus kept charging one after another, but every assault was crushed by overwhelming counterattacks. Massive energy gathered around the puppet's arm, forming a devastating slash that split another magu clean in half. Wreckage and broken parts rained across the battlefield, while the puppet stood unmoved like an unbreakable wall. Witnessing the destruction, Luo Keke collapsed among the ruins, completely shaken by the terrifying display of power. Countless questions raced through her mind. If this really was the rebels' ultimate weapon, then everything had gone far beyond her imagination. Tears streamed down Luokek's face as she bitterly questioned fate. Had her family's sacrifices and her father's death all become meaningless before such absolute strength? Filled with both despair and determination, she forced her magu beyond its operational limits. Even if it cost her life, she would drag the enemy down with her. A tremendous surge of energy erupted and blasted straight toward the puppet with overwhelming destructive force. Even so, the puppet did not budge. It calmly reached out and erased the attack as if it had never existed. Seeing that, the young woman peeked out from her hiding place and sighed in admiration. These people were not weak at all. They had at least managed to scratch Bai Luochen's puppet. When the dust settled, only a massive black crater remained. Even the nearby giant, Chariot Worm's corpse had been completely erased. Suddenly, a dry mechanical sound echoed from the wrecked magu. The cockpit hatch slowly opened before everyone's eyes. Inside was Luokek's charred body. Seeing it, the young woman finally understood the true appearance of the people of this world. She gently landed on the ruined magu and smiled. Fortunately, Luokeke had only just died, and her body was still slightly warm. She immediately used a secret soul-searching technique, preparing to extract every memory and secret from the deceased. The more information she uncovered, the more calculating her smile became. This journey had turned out to be far more rewarding than expected. A green light enveloped Luokeke's body. The young woman let out a quiet sigh at her tragic fate. She declared that she would fulfill Luokek's unfinished wish. After casting a body possession immortal art, Luokeksa suddenly opened her eyes and rose again under the young woman's control. The story shifted back to when Bai Luochen first joined the woodworking workshop. During his first week, he was assigned to chop firewood. Looking at the mountain of logs, he felt strangely nostalgic, as if he had returned home. He worked so hard that the supervisor ended up scolding him. When he was later assigned to transport construction stones, Bai Luochen shocked everyone by carrying back an enormous boulder. The female supervisor nearly lost her mind, while he innocently explained that he had simply brought back the biggest rock he could find. Later, Bai Luochen joined the Maid Alliance fishing contest. While everyone else caught ordinary fish, he hauled in a gigantic one that left the entire crowd speechless. During monster taming practice, he stunned everyone again by knocking a beast's teeth out with a single punch, leaving the supervisor clutching her head in despair. As if that were not enough, while cleaning, he casually burned down an entire building model. According to his logic, burning everything was much faster than wiping it piece by piece. The head maid's voice echoed throughout the estate as she yelled at him to put out the fire and called Bai Luochen a walking disaster. Sufang Villa suddenly jolted awake in bed with cold sweat covering her forehead. Realizing it had only been a nightmare, she sighed in relief but still gritted her teeth and cursed Bai Luochen's name. As she straightened her clothes, she muttered angrily to herself. That guy had only been here for a short time, yet he had already turned the entire estate upside down, even ruining her sleep. Thinking that, Villa reached for the dress hanging beside her. She quickly got dressed and made sure everything was neat. She also tied up her blonde hair with her usual care. Once she was ready, Villa stretched and told herself that today absolutely had to be peaceful. The moment she stepped out of her room, she decided to check on Bai Luochen first. Only after confirming he had not caused any trouble could she finally relax. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bai Luochen suddenly let out a huge sneeze. He calmly sat reading the morning paper, while his pet Kaisen rested quietly beside him. Rubbing his nose, he figured the weather must be changing. The newspaper was filled with major and minor news from across the underworld. Taking a sip of black tea, Bai Luochen casually remarked that the three realms were becoming more chaotic by the day. Just then, Villa arrived outside his room and heard his voice from inside. Bai Luochen even mocked the emblem of a certain cult, saying its design looked ridiculously outdated. Hearing the noise, Kaisen immediately jumped off Bai Luochen's lap and landed on the floor. The next second, a hand slammed down onto Bai Luochen's shoulder as a furious voice shouted from behind him. It was Viza. She immediately grabbed his ear and scolded him for drinking tea and reading the paper instead of working. Bai Luochen kept insisting he had already finished every task. Villa did not believe a single word. She complained that she had lost count of how many times she had cleaned up the mess he caused. Even while facing her anger, Bai Luochen shamelessly claimed his efficiency was far above normal. Everyone else was simply too slow to keep up. That only made Villa angrier. She swung at him to teach him a lesson, but her attack was blocked. Villa's face immediately darkened. In her eyes, this guy had clearly been spoiled too much and was becoming impossible to handle. She then called for Funa and told her to bring over a standard maid uniform. Sensing something was very wrong, Bai Luochen blinked in confusion and asked what Villa was planning. Without another word, Villa threw a pink dress into his face and declared that starting today, he was officially a trainee maid. Holding the outfit like it was a ticking bomb, Bai Luochen immediately begged for mercy. He was willing to do hard labor, but there was no way he would wear that. Villa rejected his request on the spot. According to the Maid Alliance's rules, every trainee had to wear the uniform until passing the qualification exam. Bai Luochen could only stare with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Villa claimed he should feel honored because she had personally allowed him to join the selection. Bai Luochen smirked and pointed straight at Villa. He told her to take a good look at herself before criticizing anyone else. That sentence instantly set Villa off. Bai Luochen even mocked her short horn before boldly declaring that he would rather die than take the maid exam. Villa's eye twitched with rage. Although she wanted to beat him on the spot, she still had work to do and could only storm off after yelling for him to close the door. She threw the pile of clothes back at him and ordered him to apologize immediately before putting on the uniform. Bai Luochen flatly refused, saying he would rather die. Seeing his open defiance, Villa lost her temper and rushed over to snatch the dress back. She glared at him and scolded him for tossing such an important work uniform around without permission. Looking at her on the verge of exploding, Bai Luochen silently realized he had seriously picked the wrong person to provoke. Although he believed a real man should not argue with a woman, he knew he could not reveal his true strength yet. The best way to avoid more trouble was to escape. Spotting Callison wandering near the window, he shot the cat a meaningful glance. As long as it moved aside, he could use the opening to slip away. With the dress in one hand and a wig in the other, Villa quickly blocked the exit. As far as she was concerned, there was no way Bai Luochen was escaping today. Bai Luochen smoothly dodged to the side while secretly releasing a tiny strand of spirit power. The result sent both of them off balance, and they tumbled onto the floor together. A clear mind talisman stuck to Villa's body, freezing her in place. Seeing it work, Bai Luochen quietly celebrated. His relief did not last long. Villa's soft body pinned him down, and the familiar feeling made him realize he had been in a similar situation before. Bai Luochen awkwardly climbed back to his feet, casually teased her a little, and planned to leave Villa lying there for a while. Just then, the sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang beside his ear. When he turned around, Villa was already back on her feet, radiating an incredibly terrifying aura. Bai Luochen instantly sensed disaster. Cracking her knuckles, Villa exploded with rage. Not only had he resisted her, but he had even slapped that strange talisman onto her forehead. He was clearly asking for death. Moments later, loud crashing sounds echoed throughout the headmaid's room. Bai Luochen kept trying to make peace, but it was useless, and he ended up getting beaten while crying out in pain. The scene shifted to the estate's livestock area, where a maid struggled against a giant chicken-like monster and frantically called for backup. The monstrous bird sent another girl flying into the mud. The two exchanged worried looks because the feathered earth dragon was unusually aggressive today. They were nearly out of hope. Not only was the master's dinner in danger, but they might end up becoming the monster's next meal. So they decided to call Via for help. Suddenly, a streak of light shot down from the sky, followed by a calm voice that sounded completely in control. The newcomer told everyone to stay calm before diving straight at the target. With a single strike, the feathered earth dragon collapsed. Standing on top of it was Bai Luochen in a maid uniform, declaring that he was taking over from here. He then turned to the two stunned girls and asked if either of them was hurt. Everyone quickly loaded the spoils onto a wagon while showering him with thanks and praise. To them, Bai Luochen had effortlessly defeated a magical beast. Hearing that, Bai Luochen could only force an awkward smile and accept the compliments. At the same time, he admitted that Villa was the strongest fighter he had ever met. One maid enthusiastically explained that this team had originally been the estate's security force, but after Villa took charge, her entrance exam became so difficult that every man failed. As they talked, Bai Luochen quietly thought things over. It seemed Villa cared quite a bit about his identity as Luochen. He was also grateful that she had lent him the uniform. It looked like women held incredibly high status in the demon realm, which explained why people like Su Fang were so powerful. When they stopped in front of a large building, the maid announced that they had arrived. As Bai Luochen walked, he kept thinking. Even if Su Feng had extraordinary physical strength, it was still strange that his spirit palace had been completely suppressed. With that in mind, he called up his system status window. The two girls quickly asked if he really planned to go inside without protective armor. They said several people had already been hospitalized this month because of the creature inside. Even so, Bai Luochen remained completely confident. He proudly claimed that taking care of and taming beasts was one of his specialties. The atmosphere suddenly grew gloomy as an icy aura of death spread through the area, sending chills down everyone's spine. The creature's razor-sharp teeth slowly came into view, radiating an overwhelming sense of danger. Bai Luochen narrowed his eyes as suspicion immediately rose in his mind. Standing before him was the infamous thalakak. It roared while tightly clutching a bloody chunk of raw meat. Unlike everyone else, Bai Luochen calmly reached toward its horns. With one simple motion, he lifted the monster into the air, as if it weighed nothing. The two maids screamed for him to put it down, because the beast's spirit power was extremely unstable. Right then, a crackling purple energy sphere began forming inside Thalakak's mouth. A heartbeat later, it unleashed a devastating blast of destructive energy. The beam swept across everything in its path, reducing it all to ashes in an instant. The two girls huddled in the distance, anxiously calling Bai Luochen's name. Where he had been standing, there was now only a massive smoking crater. They feared he had been killed. But the next moment, an arm suddenly reached up from the bottom of the crater, as if it were deliberately taunting the monster. Thalakak instantly flew into a rage and began charging an even stronger second attack. However, the instant the blast wafted, Bai Luochen crushed it with his bare hand in midair and casually scolded the beast for making such a mess. The attack backfired onto its owner, burning the monster from head to toe until it was completely charred. The beast collapsed to the ground. Bai Luochen climbed out of the crater, brushed the dust off his clothes, and announced that it would not be causing trouble for a while. The two maids could not stop thanking him for saving their lives. He simply smiled and asked about the maids' daily work. From what he had seen, they dealt with dangerous magical beasts every day. The girls replied that their duties were nothing compared to Butler Lala's special operations team, and fortunately, Villas was always there to protect them. They then talked about a plan to enter the Deep Abyss mine in search of an extremely rare demon crystal. The place was infamous for its monsters, deadly traps, and mysterious phenomena that had caused countless people to disappear. Bai Luochen suddenly remembered all the praise Chi had once given Villa. According to her, the head maid was both brave and kind, a rare figure among the demon race. She had even advised him to build a good relationship with Villa whenever he had the chance. Looking at the wagon piled high with loot, Bai Luochen saw that night was approaching and suggested everyone head back quickly. As darkness fell, the scene shifted to the rundown quarters for the laborers. Dawei was dragged inside by two burly men and thrown straight into the room. He collapsed onto the hard bed, looking completely exhausted. The two men remarked that at this rate, Dawei would not last much longer. Even after the overseers left, their conversation could still be heard. They believed the manager would never let Dawei off easily, so whether he lived or died was now up to fate. Bai Luochen sat up from the neighboring bed. Dawei excitedly bragged that he had finally seen the young lady in person today and even dreamed of marrying her someday. While channeling spirit power to heal his friend, Bai Luochen sighed helplessly. Just to impress the girl of his dreams, Dawei was willing to risk his life. As he continued recovering his strength, Bai Luochen thought things through. Both the investigation into the demon race and the estate's master were connected to the demon crystal, which ultimately pointed toward clues about the soul sect. But the situation had become far more complicated than expected. Bai Luochen tried contacting the system, but there was no response at all. It looked like he would have to investigate everything on his own. Resting his chin in thought, he realized that Villa was the only person who could help him reach the upper ranks. That made him seriously consider asking for her assistance. Just then, a tiny spider suddenly lowered itself from above. Through the eyes of a maid secretly watching him, a quiet voice spoke. The observer quickly identified Bai Luochen as a visitor from the east because he could use talismans. The story then shifted to a remote and deserted area behind the mountain. A demonic tree covered with countless eerie eyes was chasing a young woman. She desperately fled from one group of monsters, only to run straight into another. She tripped over tangled roots and crashed onto the forest floor. The wood demon king immediately lashed out with spear-like roots aimed straight at her. But something strange happened. The monster suddenly turned around and fled without attacking again, leaving the girl completely stunned. A sharp screech suddenly echoed from behind. A massive battle axe shot through the air at incredible speed, pierced its target, and split it clean in two. The monster's body fell apart while the axe continued flying and buried itself deep into a giant tree in the distance. Then a teasing voice called out, "Good morning, little maid." The newcomer was Bai Luoken. As he walked closer, he asked why she had come to such a dangerous mountain. The girl hurriedly replied that she was searching for Bai Luoken because something extremely urgent had happened. Bai Luochen pointed at himself and casually said the person she was looking for was standing right in front of her. He also guessed that Su Fang had sent her. After looking her up and down, Bai Luochen could not help commenting that someone so clumsy hardly looked like they worked under Su Fang. The girl immediately blushed in embarrassment after being called out. Li Ni quickly explained that Villa was responsible for far more than just the estate's combat forces. She herself worked in internal affairs and had come with a special mission that required Bai Luochen's help. Bai Luochen simply stared at her without saying a word. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, Li Ni quietly called his name. After letting out a sigh, Bai Luochen finally agreed to go with her. However, he insisted on knowing their destination and the purpose of the trip. The girl immediately made up a story, claiming there was a carriage waiting at the foot of the mountain, and that after boarding and putting on a blindfold, they would arrive a few hours later. Sensing that her explanation sounded forced, Bai Luochen asked if she was really a maid. She immediately swore that she absolutely was. The girl kept urging him to hurry as she led the way, repeatedly saying they were running out of time. Meanwhile, at a hidden location nearby, a woman smiled with quiet satisfaction. Watching Bai Luochen follow her disguised puppet, she knew the first step of her plan had succeeded. Through a communication device, she immediately notified her accomplices to get ready. In her eyes, Bai Luochen was far too valuable to let slip away. Standing nearby, Funa looked worried. She feared the fake maid's acting would never fool Bai Luochen. The woman remained completely confident. In her opinion, men were always easy targets for tricks like this. Besides, the disguised maid was the estate's most experienced spy. The two continued chatting. When asked why she understood men so well, the woman proudly admitted she had learned everything from a wildly popular romance novel. Meanwhile, back at the head maid's residence, Su Fang calmly enjoyed a cup of tea. Without Bai Luochen causing trouble, she felt like she was finally having a rare peaceful day. But after looking around, she found the maids yawning and half-heartedly pretending to train. The sight almost made her spit out her tea. Su Fang immediately lost her temper and demanded to know if they had come here just to lounge around. It was only mid-afternoon, yet they were already acting like the day was over. The maids quickly explained that ever since Bai Luochen arrived, he had taken care of nearly every difficult task. Any magical beast that appeared was dealt with immediately, so they had nothing left to do. That only made Su Fang even angrier. In her eyes, they had thrown away all their pride by dumping every job on Bai Luochen while they enjoyed an easy life. She immediately ordered them to find out where Bai Luochen was. The maids reluctantly obeyed. Xiaofeng grumbled under her breath before pulling out the record book and checking Bai Luochen's location. Moments later, her face turned pale as she reported that Bai Luochen had left at dawn with a maid in a carriage bound for the Abyssal Crystal Mine. The moment Su Fang heard that, she flew into a rage. Everyone nearby drew a sharp breath. To them, the Abyssal Crystal Mine was a death trap filled with endless underground tunnels, evil spirits, and terrifying zombies. The head maid's expression turned icy. Someone had dared take one of her people without informing the estate. What interested her even more was who was truly behind it. But a moment later, Su Fang calmly put the newspaper down. She believed Bai Luochen was the one who had walked into the trap, but with his abilities, he would find his own way back. She dismissed everyone and told them to return to work. To her surprise, the maids immediately surrounded her with pitiful expressions. The scene gave Su Fang a headache. Begged with teary eyes. They worried that although Bai Luochen was physically powerful, he had no magic to protect himself. If he was tricked into a dangerous place, he might not make it out. Su Fang exposed them on the spot, saying they only missed their free time rather than truly worrying about him. No matter how much she scolded them, the pleading never stopped. In the end, Su Fang rubbed her forehead, sighed, and reluctantly agreed to bring Bai Luochen back herself. As her subordinates cheered, she clenched her teeth in annoyance. Besides bringing him home, she also wanted to see who was bold enough to target one of her own. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland where an excited voice echoed from an old wooden cabin, announcing that they had arrived safely. Standing on a steep cliff, Bai Luochen clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. He was surprised that the entrance to the mine was hidden in such a remote place. The woman beside him wiped away her sweat and explained that the abyssal crystal mine was actually a massive underground tunnel system. They only had the resources to build a small outpost at the entrance. Bai Luochen did not reply and simply walked forward. The woman hurried after him. At the mine entrance, an old man in worn-out clothes leaned against the rock wall. His blood-soaked arm showed he had recently been through a fierce battle. Without wasting time, Bai Luochen walked over and asked for the fastest way to reach the deepest level of the mine. Even the woman beside him was stunned by the direct question. The old man snapped awake, muttered a few strange words, and finally realized his visitors had arrived. He quickly gathered up his tattered bag, repeatedly saying that everything inside was priceless treasure that could not be left behind. Limping toward an old elevator, the old man pointed at the iron cage and said it was the only way down. Then he turned to the guide and told her that her mission was complete and she could return to the estate. After starting the machine, the old man carefully warned them that it was extremely old. If it made strange noises on the way down, they should not panic. Stroking his white beard, he explained that reaching the central area of the abyssal crystal mine would take a long time. The path was filled with dangerous enemies, so they had to stay alert. The cables creaked loudly as the elevator moved. Bai Luochen simply crossed his arms and remained completely calm. The iron cage slowly descended into the earth. Jagged rock walls and countless twisted iron stakes created a dark and eerie view. Seeing how calm Bai Luochen remained, the old man could not help but praise him. He said most first-time visitors were terrified. Bai Luochen only asked how much longer it would take. The old man replied that they still had a long way to go. While looking into the deep abyss, Bai Luochen suddenly spotted several white figures diving down at incredible speed. Their forms quickly became clear. They were gigantic demonic birds, some of the most ferocious magical beasts around. The creature's glowing red eyes locked onto the elevator. The old man's face instantly turned pale. The monster charged like lightning. Trembling, the old man explained that these beasts usually hunted people deep inside the mine, so they should never have appeared this close to the surface. A piercing screech echoed through the air. The next second, a flash of blade light split the sky. The giant bird was cut clean in half and dropped into the bottomless abyss. Holding his blood-stained blade, Bai Luochen kept cutting down the demonic birds, but their numbers never seemed to shrink. Seeing the old man still digging through his bag, he urged him to hurry before the iron cage was torn apart. The old man calmly replied that abyss birds always moved in flocks, so they had to wait a little longer. After searching for a while, the old man finally pulled out a strange diamond-shaped object and cheered as if he had found a priceless treasure. By then, countless abyss birds had swarmed in, slamming into the elevator from every direction. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the entire cavern. The shockwave blasted through the flock, sending birds flying everywhere. Their bodies rained into the abyss like a black storm. Covered in smoke, the old man coughed and explained that the item was made from an extremely rare plant found deep underground. Once modified into an explosive stick, it could imitate a dragon's aura and unleash a terrifying roar. The only downside was its unbearable smell. The old man laughed proudly and patted Bai Luochen on the shoulder, saying they had been lucky this time. Bai Luochen immediately asked how deep they were now. Stroking his beard, the old man replied that they were about 1,500 meters below the entrance, right in the middle layer. A little farther down and they would reach the outpost. Bai Luochen quietly sized up the place. The underground labyrinth was not as dangerous as places he had seen before, but it still looked promising enough to earn some valuable loot. At last, the iron cage shook violently before crashing onto solid ground. The moment he stepped out, Bai Luochen asked where the outpost was. The old man pointed into the distance and said it was only a few kilometers away. He was about to call for transportation to save them the walk. But Bai Luochen's attention was already fixed on a strange creature crawling ahead. Following his gaze, the old man explained that it was a prison beast slaughtering the miners. Meanwhile, Da Wei was leading everyone away with the crystal ore, while staying behind to hold the monster off with magic. According to the old man, These beasts were raised by black demon leaders with the lives of innocent people in exchange for a false sense of peace. Hearing that, Bai Luochen's face darkened, and the chilling aura around him made even the old man shiver. Without another word, Bai Luochen kicked off the ground and shot toward the battlefield like a streak of light. Watching him disappear, the old man chuckled, found a place to sit, and sighed that youth was truly full of passion. In the distance, the giant monster opened its massive jaws, lined with razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow the fleeing miners whole. Dawei was drenched in sweat but still forced himself to cast another spell. Golden light burst from both hands as he shouted the name of an earth magic spell. As the chant echoed, the ground trembled violently. Massive stone pillars erupted from the earth, forming a defensive wall that slammed into the monster. A thunderous impact exploded across the battlefield, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. When the dust settled, Dawei was stunned to see Bai Luochen standing on the crushed corpse of the monster, casually waving and calling his name. Bai Luochen straightened his clothes and calmly reminded Dawei that they still had not shared that promised drink, so there was no reason to throw his life away yet. Dawei rubbed his eyes again and again, unable to believe what he was seeing. He could not understand why Bai Luochen had appeared in this cursed place when he should have been working at the estate. Bai Luochen simply replied that he got bored and decided to take a walk. Bai Luochen then curiously asked about the power Dawei had just used. Embarrassed, Dawei explained that it was only basic earth magic taught by the captain. It was normally used for simple tasks, and that last battle had drained every bit of magic he had. While they talked, the monster behind Bai Luochen slowly began to move again. Even so, Bai Luochen calmly advised Dawei to leave this dangerous place before he became food for the monsters lurking in the abyss. Unlike Bai Luochen, Dawei turned deathly pale and pointed behind him with trembling hands. Even as the giant shadow loomed over him, Bai Luochen kept explaining that it was only a low-level magical beast and not worth risking anyone's life over. Dawei was on the verge of tears, desperately screaming for him to turn around. The giant insect opened its blood-red mouth, dripping with slime, and lunged forward to swallow its prey whole. Bai Luochen remained calm, formed a hand seal, and pulled out a 2-star spirit talisman. Seeing half of Bai Luochen disappear into the monster's disgusting stomach, Dawei's eyes turned red. He roared in fury and charged at the giant worm, ready to fight it to the death. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from inside the monster and blasted its hard shell apart. Its internal organs were instantly shredded into pieces. Bai Luochen calmly stepped out through the flying blood and flesh, then casually teased Dawei to hurry and enlist, so he could personally pick out the prettiest maid dress for him. Dawei froze before rushing over with endless questions. His mana was completely exhausted, yet Bai Luochen had unleashed such a devastating attack. That clearly was not ordinary magic. Bai Luochen only smiled mysteriously and asked if Dawei had ever heard of cultivation. Without giving Dawei another chance to ask, Bai Luochen waved him off and said they should deal with the battlefield first. High above them, a hidden surveillance device silently focused on the two of them. A masked insect demon looked through the lens. The moment he noticed something was wrong, he panicked and shouted that something terrible had happened. The alarm immediately enraged Mabokila. The high-ranking demon slammed the table in frustration after being interrupted during his entertainment. His subordinate trembled in fear and repeatedly kowtowed, explaining that the sacrifices were still alive. If they failed to deal with them quickly, their superiors would punish everyone. Mabokila only laughed with contempt before planting his skull-topped staff into the ground. He proudly declared that once he personally slaughtered those people, everything would be over. With that, Mabokila strode out of the fortress, announcing that he would handle the nuisance himself. Before leaving the watchtower, he ordered the guard to prepare 3 white demon women to serve him. If the order was not carried out, the next head to roll would be the guards. Mabokila kicked off the fortress wall and shot into the air. His figure tore through the sky as he flew straight toward the battlefield. Countless demons had already surrounded the area. Bai Luochen looked excited as if he had found a treasure, while Dawei was terrified. To Bai Luochen's, these monsters were nothing more than the perfect training ground. Seeing Dawei panic, Bai Luochen casually recited an incantation and told him to repeat it. Grabbing onto his last hope, Dawei shouted the spell. A crimson beam of light immediately split the sky. A sword of light plunged from above into the ground, and its terrifying shockwave crushed every monster nearby. While Dawei was still celebrating, Mabokila suddenly descended with a powerful slash. Bai Luochen blocked it with ease, then grabbed Dawei by the collar and tossed him into the air while criticizing his terrible pronunciation of the spell. Mabokila's veins bulged with rage. He could not believe a mere white demon dared treat him with such disrespect. Bai Luochen calmly pointed at Dawei and said that before walking the path of cultivation, he first needed to fix his accent and at least speak proper Yunhuang dialect. After landing, Bai Luochen casually tossed Dawei aside, making him yelp in pain. Mabokila immediately demanded an explanation, but Bai Luochen remained perfectly calm. As Dawei fumbled for words, Bai Luochen simply reminded him to recall what he had just learned and answer properly. Flicking his sleeve, Bai Luochen looked up and directly asked if Mabokila was the one in charge of this place. Mabokila exploded with anger, spitting all over the ground as he shouted that his opponent actually spoke the common tongue. In his eyes, the people before him were nothing but rebels inviting war upon themselves. Bai Luochen pointed at the panting Dawei and laughed. He denied having anything to do with the rebels, complaining that he had simply been coming here by a drunk old man and a maid. Then he seriously introduced Dawei as someone who wanted to quit his job and join the maid corps, hoping Mabokila would approve the request. That casual remark only fueled Mabokila's anger. Bai Luochen then brought up Su Fong, saying she was his direct superior and that Mabokila could ask her if he wanted confirmation. Refusing to hear another word, Mabokila sneered and brought his blade down. Bai Luochen instantly raised an energy shield to block it, while joking that he was only asking to resign, not declaring a blood feud. Mabokila arrogantly stuffed another poisonous mushroom into his mouth and chewed away. He declared that this land belonged to him, and no one could come or leave without his permission. He even openly insulted Su Fong and boasted that he was now unmatched in the world. Hearing those words, Bai Luochen frowned slightly while Dawei turned pale. In Dawei's eyes, the guy had clearly eaten far too many mushrooms and completely lost his mind. Even Su Fong was not someone people dared offend, yet he openly provoked her. Mabokila roared with killing intent, convinced the two of them were looking down on him. He swore that even if a major powerhouse appeared today, they still would not survive. A violent surge of magic erupted as a dark high-level barrier instantly covered the entire area. Deafening explosions echoed one after another, wiping out everything within the barrier's reach. Just then, a stone shot through the air like a bullet and pierced a guard straight through the forehead. At the same time, a cocky laugh echoed from the distance, clearly enjoying the battle. The strange old man appeared once again, carrying the guard's bloody head in one hand. Chuckling to himself, he guessed that with Su Fong's personality, she would not be far behind. Before that happened, he wanted to recruit someone to his side. The headless corpse suddenly twitched and stood back up. The old man calmly chatted with it, guessing that besides human sacrifices and illegal mushroom trading, someone here was secretly researching necromancy. The corpse only staggered around, waving its arms, while the old man continued talking to himself. He hoped none of this was connected to the legendary Falan Island, a place that held immense magical knowledge, but was also infamous for sheltering countless dark forces. Before long, the corpse suddenly exploded. Blood, flesh, and organs scattered everywhere while the old man merely shook his head, saying it had fallen apart far too soon. A short goblin in iron armor rushed over and impatiently asked what the old man had been rambling about. In the distance, magical light still lit up the sky. The goblin pointed at the skull in the old man's hand and complained that, even during all this chaos, he was still chatting with the dead. The old man only smiled and said his job had been finished long ago. If the goblin wanted answers, he should just watch the battlefield. The goblin looked toward the battle and asked if the newcomer was really worth expecting. The old man smiled mysteriously and replied that only the one still standing at the end would give them the answer. Far away, mushroom-shaped clouds of smoke kept rising as earth-shaking explosions echoed across the battlefield. The old man sighed that it had been a long time since he had witnessed such a spectacular fight. The scene shifted to Su Fong. She pressed Bai Luochen's portrait right against a mine supervisor's face and demanded that he look carefully before answering whether he had ever seen the man in the picture. The supervisor turned pale and hurriedly explained that today's transport system had been sealed for maintenance, so no one could have gone underground. Hearing that, Su Fong lost her temper. She grabbed the supervisor by the collar and demanded to know if he was implying that her intelligence network spread false information. To her, that was an insult to the maid corps. The terrified supervisor was drenched in sweat, but insisted that every elevator had been scheduled for maintenance today. Normally, nobody went down there anyway, so servicing the entire system at once was perfectly reasonable. He begged for mercy, saying he was only a low-ranking worker following orders from above. He even suggested checking the operation logs to prove his innocence, while silently praying for Tianmian to save him. Su Feng completely ran out of patience and ordered every operation record to be brought to her immediately. The supervisor dared not hesitate and handed them over at once. Her sharp eyes quickly scanned every entry. The middle layer alone had recorded hundreds of white demon deaths, along with dozens of unexplained disappearances. The person directly responsible was Mabakila. The moment she saw those numbers, she knew something was terribly wrong. Guang Ziklana's face flashed through Su Feng's mind. In a cold voice, she demanded to know why such massive casualties had never been reported to the Internal Affairs Department.
The supervisor trembled. The entire mine was under Zaklana's control.
So he had no authority to interfere. The more she heard, the angrier she became. Su Feng immediately climbed onto the windowsill, leaving the supervisor staring in confusion, unable to guess what she was about to do. Without saying another word, she jumped straight into the thick fog below. Ignoring the horrified screams behind her, Su Feng decided to inspect Sector 21 herself before continuing her search for Bai Luochen. The supervisor collapsed onto the ground in despair, wondering how he could possibly report this, when a group suddenly arrived. At the front was a heavily escorted young noblewoman. It was none other than Lucy Hay, the young mistress of the estate. She frowned slightly and asked what was causing the commotion, while Duan Qing stepped forward and volunteered to investigate. Duan Qing stepped forward to question the mine supervisor. Caught off guard, the man turned around and froze in terror the moment he recognized who had arrived. He stammered for a long time, before finally blurting out that the headmaid had just jumped into the abyss below. The female guard beside Lucy told him to stay calm and explain everything from the beginning. The supervisor finally caught his breath and tremblingly explained that Su Feng had leaped straight out the window and fallen into the abyss. After hearing that, Lucy and her guard exchanged stunned looks. Duan Qing simply clapped his hands and laughed, saying it was exactly the kind of thing Su Feng would do since she had never known fear. Lucy smiled gracefully and reassured everyone. With Su Feng's strength, she said, there was nothing to worry about. The female guard quickly returned to business and asked whether the elevator to Sector 31 was ready. The supervisor immediately confirmed that everything had been prepared. Lucy began assigning tasks. She ordered Duan Qing to remain at headquarters and coordinate reinforcements while she personally led the investigation underground. The supervisors bowed respectfully and invited Lucy into the elevator. The young mistress gave a slight nod before stepping inside. The heavy metal doors slowly closed, sealing off the outside world. The elevator trembled slightly before carrying everyone deep into the darkness below. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the mining zone, Mabokila was tightly bound like a log and lay unconscious on the cold ground. Bai Luochen casually walked ahead while Dawei struggled to drag Mabokila's massive body behind him. When Dawei asked why they did not simply throw him into prison, Bai Luochen explained that to officially they needed to use Mabokila's magic or a magic-infused item, then stamp the contract with his blood to formally terminate the agreement. As they approached the fortress gate, Dawei gathered all his strength and shouted to the guards that Mabokila had been seriously wounded and needed immediate treatment. On the wall, the goblin immediately looked toward the old man for instructions. The old man calmly told him to stick to the plan and keep acting. The goblin raised his hand as crimson liquid, resembling boiling blood, began gathering in his palm. Without warning, the red slime poured over the unconscious Mabokila, making Dawei instinctively jump backward. Right before his eyes, Mabokila's flesh began melting away with a horrifying sizzling sound, exposing the white bones beneath. Dawei pointed at the strange liquid in shock, shouting that Mabokila was about to dissolve completely. Bai Luochen remained calm and told him to wait and see what they were trying to do. A moment later, the old man jumped down from above and landed with remarkable ease. He smiled warmly and greeted them, saying they had not had the chance to properly introduce themselves before. Bai Luochen immediately replied with sarcasm. He said locking the gates and casually destroying someone's body was hardly a friendly way to make acquaintances. The old man laughed and explained that they had not intentionally closed the gates. There was simply no one left inside to welcome visitors. Dawei immediately objected. He refused to believe every worker and slave could have vanished without a trace and even suspected they had all been executed. The old man quickly waved his hands to reassure him. He insisted that everyone had already been moved to safety. Their only goal was to eliminate the oppressive demons, and they would never harm innocent civilians. Only then did Dawei finally understand. He immediately changed his attitude and realized these people were probably the legendary rebel force. Bai Luochen then curiously asked what kind of organization the rebels really were. Dawei quickly explained what he knew. According to the rumors, they had fought against the empire for many years. Their founder had once served in the Imperial Guard before starting a rebellion to free the white demons from slavery. They preached a world of equality, but toward the demons, they had only two choices: surrender or die. Hearing that, the old man burst into laughter. He said the stories about their cruelty had been greatly exaggerated. Someone like Mabokila deserved his fate, and the rebels had never forced any white demon to join them. Those who refused could still remain friends. After thinking it over, Dawei felt the old man's words sounded believable. The rebels had always enjoyed a decent reputation among the white demons, and Mabokila truly deserved punishment. He then turned to Bai Luochen for his opinion. A tiny point of light appeared at Bai Luochen's fingertip. Smiling, he said that if they truly wanted to make friends, they should at least be a little more honest. Two beams of light instantly shot forward and struck the old man and the goblin squarely between the eyebrows, leaving both of them stunned. The old man's body immediately began to change. His appearance twisted and shifted so suddenly that even he was startled. A loud explosion echoed, shaking the entire area. The goblin's mask shattered into countless pieces. He instantly glared at Bai Luochen in fury. The terrifying red liquid flowed from his palm once again. But just as he was about to attack, the old man stopped him, warning that provoking Bai Luochen was nothing but suicide. As the disguise completely faded, the old man transformed into a beautiful young woman. Tianmian looked at her restored body and admitted that Bai Luochen's move had not been an attack. It had simply stripped away their disguises. Tianmian smiled, politely bowed to Bai Luochen, and apologized for their unfriendly introduction. She then introduced herself as Tianmian, a name well known among the rebel forces. She withdrew the slime covering her body and smiled as she introduced the person beside her. His name was Rongji, her trusted partner and one of the leaders of this outpost. Tianmian kept talking non-stop, completely ignoring the awkward expressions on Bai Luochen and Dawei's faces. She insisted the rebels had no hostile intentions, while Dawei looked so embarrassed that he did not know where to look. After an awkward silence, Bai Luochen finally asked what their real reason was for bringing him here. Tianmian immediately replied that besides wanting to meet the man who had earned such high praise from their undercover contacts within the Maid Corps, they also needed to investigate an extremely serious problem. As she spoke, she turned toward a stone wall and signaled Rongji to act. She explained that this was the real reason they had sealed off the entire area. A mass of dark red liquid was thrown hard against the rock wall. The solid wall quickly corroded and melted away. Tianmian said grimly that the enemies they had already killed kept getting back up. Behind the destroyed wall, dozens of twisted figures came into view. At first, they had suspected someone was secretly experimenting with necromancy on the white demons. But even after their heads were severed or their bodies completely destroyed, these things kept moving. Normally, destroying the brain and sealing the magic core would be enough, but these creatures were completely different. A jade-green whirlwind spun above Tianmian's palm. She told everyone to watch carefully and they would understand. The headless corpses continued staggering forward. Even with their bodies horribly mangled, they stubbornly kept moving and attacked every living creature they saw. Tianmian explained that the organization's mages had concluded this was not necromancy. The real culprit was a mysterious plague. Any wound inflicted by these creatures spread the infection at an alarming speed, and no cure had been found. The quarantine zone was filled with rotting corpses. The rebels had received similar reports from more than 30 other outposts, and every body here had fallen victim to the same disaster. Tianmian called for Rongji to assist, before explaining that the monsters also tended to gather around those with great power. Rongji reluctantly obeyed while grumbling under his breath. Ignoring the complaint, Tianmian continued explaining that the rebels still knew very little about the outbreak. Bai Luochen finally understood why missions had become so scarce lately, and realized surviving this long had not been easy. Tianmian hesitated for a moment, before revealing another troubling theory within the rebel ranks. Lowering her voice, she said she had personally witnessed a bird continue flying even after being cut clean in half. That meant the plague did not only infect people, even magical beasts could become infected. The thought made even Bai Luochen break into a cold sweat. If the plague spread through magical beast populations, the consequences would be catastrophic. Tianmian seized the opportunity to ask for his help investigating the outbreak. Before he could answer, another wave of mutated monsters surrounded them from every direction. Bai Luochen sighed, realizing he no longer had the chance to refuse. Elsewhere, a grotesque creature opened its enormous mouth and began gathering terrifying energy inside. The moment its power reached its peak, it unleashed a devastating blast straight ahead. The violent beam swept away everything in its path, carving massive trenches across the ground. But the attack suddenly vanished as though an invisible force had crushed it in midair. Seeing that unbelievable scene, someone nearby turned deathly pale, broke into a cold sweat, and cried out in shock. In the very next instant, the monster that launched the attack was sliced cleanly from head to toe by another unseen force, splitting its body into two halves. It turned out the one who attacked was Duoduo. With a single sweep of her mist-like wings, she sliced straight through the gigantic monster. No one expected such a gentle-looking strike to carry such terrifying power. In an instant, the massive creature was dead. Even Duoduo froze as she stared at her own wings in disbelief. Who would have thought something so delicate could become such a deadly weapon? A figure hurried over and immediately asked how the battle on the other side was going. Duoduo's expression instantly grew grim. After scouting the area, she could only deliver bad news. Just recalling what she had seen sent chills down her spine. The barrier sphere was so tough that every attack against it was completely useless. Duoduo explained that the blockade had sealed every escape route except the sky. But the air was filled with overwhelming killing intent, so she dared not approach recklessly. It was obvious the enemy had paid a huge price to capture the two of them alive. Hearing that, Jieka widened her eyes in shock. Even Duoduo could not break it. Duoduo quickly corrected her, saying it was immortal arts, not ordinary magic. Duoduo's eyes sparkled with pride as she began talking about her master. According to her, if her master were here, these enemies would be nothing but weeds, easily swept aside in moments. Seeing Jieka quietly listening without interrupting, Duoduo became a little embarrassed and joked that she must have been intimidated by her master's reputation. After all, her master only dealt with evil people. Jieka did not answer right away. She kept staring into the distance before suddenly asking whether Duoduo's master could handle the enormous thing appearing ahead. Following her gaze, Duoduo immediately noticed countless dark figures circling through the sky, leaving her stunned. Before them was an entire fleet of white-headed lion birds. Jieka swallowed hard and explained that they were the Empire's main aerial force. Her eyes settled on the massive hell bombs hanging beneath the flying formation. A bitter smile crossed her face as she realized they had brought enough heavy weapons to level the entire area. Rage filled Jieka's eyes. She made no effort to hide her contempt for the Empire's claims of justice, believing they were the true source of every disaster. Duoduo anxiously flipped through her stack of talismans. This trip had only been meant for gathering resources, so no one had prepared for a battle on this scale. She regretted not bringing more supplies and silently vowed to protect her companion no matter what. Just then, countless golden rays suddenly gathered before Jieka, gradually forming a brilliant sphere. Before Duoduo could understand what was happening, Jieka spread her wings and flew straight into the center of the light. Rings of light rapidly expanded, releasing a shockwave powerful enough to send Duoduo tumbling across the ground. As soon as she struggled back to her feet, she cried out Jieka's name in panic. By then, Jieka's slender figure had already been completely swallowed by the light. The barrier sphere below suddenly shook violently, as though an overwhelming force was crushing it. The next moment, countless red streaks shot across the sky like meteors, all aimed directly at Jieka. She was finally sealed inside a blazing crimson prison formed entirely from magical light. Watching everything unfold, Duoduo finally realized the entire scene in the sky had been a carefully prepared trap from the very beginning. A magical prison instantly closed around her, locking her inside without giving her any chance to resist. Even after being captured, Jieka remained remarkably calm. She lowered her head, clasped her hands before her chest, and began chanting mysterious incantations. A thunderous explosion erupted out of nowhere. Space itself trembled as the prison confining her shattered into countless fragments of light. Even the barrier system below could not withstand the impact. One sphere after another cracked apart before collapsing completely. As the light faded, Jae-ka reappeared with an entirely different presence. Her wings radiated brilliant golden light, both hands gripped a longsword, and her piercing gaze seemed capable of cutting through anything. Jae-ka tightened her grip on the sword, her icy eyes completely emotionless as she pointed its tip toward the approaching army. The white-headed lion birds showed no sign of retreat. They continued charging forward at full speed and quickly closed in on their target. 3 streams of golden sword energy suddenly tore through the air, twisting like blazing dragons across the sky. Every strike was unbelievably precise, targeting the hell bombs carried beneath the giant birds. That deadly counterattack wiped out every hell bullet before any of them could be fired. A massive explosion erupted across the sky, and flame swallowed the entire battlefield. The blast was so powerful that even Duo on the ground had to brace herself to avoid being thrown away. In the middle of the chaos, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. It was Shi-ka. Duo rushed forward, caught her and shouted her name. Seeing Shi-ka covered in wounds and barely conscious, Duo frantically used healing talismans one after another while asking how she was. After a long while, Shi-ka finally opened her eyes and weakly told Duo to stop wasting those precious items on her and save them for others. Those words sounded like a farewell. Duo immediately snapped, told her to stop talking nonsense, and promised she had plenty of talismans to bring Shi-ka home safely. Shi-ka tried to thank her with her last bit of strength, but she passed out before finishing. Duo panicked and kept calling her name. Sometime later, the scene shifted to an old underground shelter. Duo stood beside Shi-ka's bed. In the dim room, she carefully wrung out a wet towel. While wiping Shi-ka down, Duo complained that her sudden collapse had terrified her. Even so, she knew using angel power came with a terrible price, and without Shi-ka, neither of them would have survived. Shi-ka felt deeply guilty. She believed Duo's supplies had saved countless villagers, yet she had nothing to repay her and only kept causing trouble. Duo simply smiled and said helping others was reward enough. Seeing the mood grow heavy, Duo changed the subject. Half joking, she asked Shi-ka to teach her the transformation technique that defeated the monster. To her surprise, Shi-ka immediately shook her head and said she could not pass that power to anyone else. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi-ka broke into another violent cough. Duo quickly supported her and told her to stop talking and get some rest. Before Duo left the room, Shi-ka called her name once more and sincerely thanked her. Duo waved it off and told her to go to sleep. After walking outside, Duo could not hide her disappointment, missing the chance to learn that overwhelming power really bothered her. Just then, a little boy ran over, carrying a flower wreath he had woven by hand. He politely said he and the other children had prepared it for Lady Angel. Duo smiled and knelt to his height. She said Shi-ka was still resting, so they should wait until she woke up before giving her the wreath. But the boy immediately shook his head. His next words left Duo frozen. According to him, Shi-ka would soon be called back to the heavenly realm, and Duo would become the next angel. Meanwhile, on the roof of a nearby dark building, a strange mass quietly melted while making eerie sounds. Drops of purple liquid slowly dripped from above into the empty space below. Duo was busy handling several tools while sprinkling a special powder over the rocks blocking the path. The powder gradually dissolved the rocks and revealed the secret hidden beneath them. Duo could not help saying anything related to the angels was hidden incredibly well. She then landed gently and stopped before the hidden entrance concealed in the darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, Duo pushed the heavy door open and walked straight inside. Before her stood a vast cathedral. Rows of towering stone statues made the place feel even darker and more mysterious. At that moment, the little boy's words outside Shi-ka's room echoed in her mind along with the image of him praying with complete devotion. According to the boy, every angel had to burn their own soul at the age of 17 to bring peace to the kingdom. They would then ascend to the heavenly realm to serve the Lord, while the next successor inherited all their power to continue protecting the homeland. Duo looked up at the enormous statue before her and let out a mocking laugh. To her, angels and the so-called Lord were nothing more than a sacrifice disguised as salvation. Her eyes soon settled on a document locked behind countless chains. At the same time, Shieka's name echoed in her mind. Without wasting any time, she poured a purple liquid over the chains, and they quickly corroded and melted away. After removing every seal, Duo Duzo quickly flipped through the documents. She hoped this hidden place contained a way to save Shieka. But the more she read, the more her expression changed until she gasped in shock. The pages described an incredibly complex formation. What stunned Duo was how familiar it looked, almost identical to a technique she already knew. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a massive dragon clamped its razor-sharp jaws around its prey. The one trapped inside was Shieka. She gathered every ounce of strength to force the dragon's jaws apart. At last, the burst of power was so great that the dragon's head exploded on the spot. Shieka spread her wings and landed on the ground as the monster's enormous body crashed down behind her like a collapsing mountain. The moment she landed, she spotted Duo fighting below and shouted her name. Hearing the familiar voice, Duo spun around with wide eyes as she recognized Shieka. Shieka quickly landed beside her and urgently asked about the situation. Duo immediately replied that everyone behind the plot had already been dealt with. Shieka then took out some food and handed it to Duo, telling her to eat and recover her strength. She also grabbed a few things for herself and sat down, explaining it was too dangerous to start a fire here, so they had to settle for cold food. While eating, Duo thought about what was coming next. She looked calm, but deep down she felt uneasy as they pushed further into the enemy's territory. Just then, blood suddenly trickled from Shieka's nose, and Duo instantly realized her injuries had not truly healed. Noticing Duo's gaze, Shieka quickly turned away and quietly wiped the blood from her face. She immediately stood up, acted as if nothing was wrong, and ordered Duo to lead the rescued people away while she handled the rest. Duo refused without hesitation, but this time Shieka spoke with unusual firmness. Her icy eyes made it clear this was an order. Before leaving, Shieka only said one short sentence. She truly thanked Duo from the bottom of her heart. Duo stood frozen, silently watching Shieka's back disappear into the distance. She took out a talisman and fell into deep thought. Everything that had happened made her fear. Shieka did not have much time left. Just then, a prisoner tied up nearby suddenly burst into mad laughter, mocking them for having no idea the coming disaster was about to strike. As he kept screaming about a terrifying existence capable of wiping out everything nearby, Duo felt a chill run down her spine. At the same time, alarm sirens echoed throughout the Shaoxi military district. A soldier who had been resting rushed outside, frantically asking what was happening as he ran. Within seconds, the entire base fell into chaos. Soldiers shouted for everyone to assemble, but no one knew where the threat was coming from. Suddenly, a single feather drifted down from the sky and landed before a confused soldier. Before he could understand what was happening, a golden light appeared in the sky. The moment he recognized its owner, his face turned pale. He could only wonder how Shieka had appeared when the ceiling barrier was still intact. Shieka curled her lips into a mocking smile and replied that her power had never relied on the weak artificial magic they were so proud of. Shouts instantly spread across the camp. Panicked soldiers rushed to surround her, some yelling about terrorists, while others scrambled to put on their uniforms. High above them, Shieka calmly floated in the middle of the tightening encirclement. Below, the defense forces repeatedly warned her to surrender at once. Blood ran from the corner of her mouth, yet Shieka answered with icy contempt. To her, the ones who had trampled her people were the real criminals, not her. On the ground, an officer hurried over to report the casualties to his commander. The report came quickly. Every pursuit force had been wiped out, nearly every escort had been killed, and one high-ranking commander after another had fallen to Shieka. After hearing it, the commander clenched his teeth until they bled. He could not believe anyone had broken through the anti-magic seal, and the terrifying legend of the reborn angel came to mind. After calming himself, he loudly ordered his men to keep attacking. Shieka's power was rapidly consuming her lifespan, and sooner or later she would fall. Shieka only laughed proudly. Even knowing she had little time left, she was certain her final minutes would be enough to drag every last enemy into the grave. She raised her chin and challenged the entire enemy army, declaring that the final battle had officially begun. The moment she finished speaking, countless imperial soldiers charged in like a tidal wave. Battle cries and terrified screams filled the air as Shieka rushed straight into their ranks. She unleashed holy fire, turning it into a blazing sea that swallowed countless enemies. Their screams echoed across the battlefield. The survivors crawled out of the flames with charred bodies and eyes full of hatred. They immediately ordered the activation of their ultimate combat form. A commander burned beyond recognition used his last breath to order the launch of a plan to destroy the entire kingdom. Right then, a massive greatsword slammed deep into the ground. Shieka was almost completely exhausted. She could only stay on her feet by leaning against the sword's hilt. But the ground ahead suddenly shook violently, as though something was breaking its way out. Rocks exploded in every direction, revealing a colossal mechanical battle armor, the Empire's long-hidden secret weapon. Looking at the machine, Shieka dragged her sword forward with a faint smile. She never expected to witness the Empire's ultimate trump card before her death. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced through her chest, making Shieka cough up a huge mouthful of blood. In the distance, Duo finally slowed her breathing. After sprinting with everything she had made it in time. The moment Shieka realized it was Duo, she froze in shock. Her mind was filled with one question. Why had Duo come to such a dangerous place? Shieka's body began to collapse. Blood streamed from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Feeling the strength fade from her hands, she bitterly realized her angel power had completely vanished, and the final backlash had arrived. What hurt her most was seeing Duo dragged into this disaster. But before she could gather herself, a deadly slash came from the front. The blade tore through the air at terrifying speed. Duo gritted her teeth and threw herself around Shieka, shielding her without caring about the danger. Seeing Shieka on the verge of death, Duo immediately took out a medicinal pill and tried to force it into her mouth. But Shieka stubbornly refused to swallow it. Duo became both anxious and angry, repeatedly asking what she was thinking. Meanwhile, the Empire's battle armor continued its pursuit. Duo immediately activated a high-level illusion talisman to block the attack. Protected by the barrier, she quickly retreated and used her movement technique to widen the distance. Then Duo placed the pill into her own mouth and quietly apologized to Shieka. To make Shieka take the medicine, she leaned down and passed the pill directly through a kiss. The story then flashed back to 3 days earlier. After reading the entire secret document, Duo stood frozen in shock. The secret behind angel power was unlocking all 8 inner gates. Once fully opened, the user's power would soar beyond imagination, but their body would be completely destroyed. The old document revealed the truth behind the angel selection. The so-called selection was simply finding people who could endure the secret techniques, backlash longer than everyone else. Every user was eventually destroyed by the spiritual energy within their own body, and no one survived beyond a single innate cycle. After calculating the dates recorded in the document, Duo's face turned pale. According to her calculations, Shieka only had 3 days left. The deeper she read, the more familiar the technique felt. She searched through her memories and decided to test her theory herself. Without hesitation, she immediately began preparing her experiment. Before long, Duo stood at the center of a massive formation she had prepared. The surrounding aura began to fluctuate violently as if space itself were being distorted. The ground shook non-stop, frightening the nearby children into crouching down and covering their heads. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. Around Duo, however, the scene was completely different. Bricks and stones cracked apart and collapsed all around her. Her senior sister's teachings echoed in her mind. While her senior sister's technique drew power from the outer 8 gates, the angel's secret art forcibly opened the inner 8 gates to unleash hidden potential. Duo clutched the document to her chest and carefully considered the difference between inner and outer power. She concluded that if external spiritual energy could replace the body's losses, it might restore the cycle of life. With that thought in mind, Duo quietly made up her mind. No matter what happened, she would bring Shieka with her in the next operation. Back in the present, after finally forcing Shieka to swallow the pill, Duo smiled with satisfaction, convinced her plan had worked. But her relief lasted only a moment before an overwhelming attack came straight at her. The Empire's battle armor activated a level 2 enhancement talisman and unleashed a devastating strike, turning Duo's position into a sea of flames. The explosion was so terrifying that everything nearby was burned away in an instant. Even the ground beneath them was ripped apart by the remaining shockwave. Holding Shieka tightly in her arms, Duo dodged and defended herself through the relentless barrage. She could not understand how the machine could keep using such powerful talismans without stopping. The previous impact had split her forehead open, and blood ran down her face. Dizzy and nearly out of spiritual energy, Duo realized she had no choice but to use her final plan. Before she could recover, the battle armor charged again with another attack. Duo's face immediately turned pale. Soaked in sweat, she gritted her teeth and shouted her companion's name. In response, a tremendous surge of power erupted and swept across the battlefield. At the most critical moment, Shieka opened her eyes. She carried Duo into the air and laughed with burning fighting spirit, as though she had fully recovered. Feeling the overwhelming power flowing through her body, Shieka could not hide her excitement. She praised the incredible energy Duo had given her. Duo quickly corrected her, saying it was an immortal art, specifically Chi-Men Dun Jia, passed down by her senior sister. After setting Duo down in a safe place, Shieka told her to stay behind while she handled the rest of the battle. Only after Shieka disappeared into the distance did Duo finally let out a sigh of relief before collapsing onto the ground from exhaustion. Shieka transformed into a streak of jade-colored light and shot straight toward the giant battle armor. She formed hand seals, condensed her spiritual energy into a massive sword, and shouted the name of her technique. The enormous blade tore through the armor with unstoppable force and sliced this machine into countless pieces. In a single strike, one of the battle armor's arms was severed and crashed to the ground. Shieka closed her eyes and felt the changes within her body. The agony caused by angel power destroying her organs had disappeared, replaced by a calm and steady flow of energy. Only then did she understand why Duo had mentioned Chi-Men Dun Jia. The immortal art was far more incredible than she had imagined. However, the battle armor was not completely destroyed. From its remaining body, a massive magic cannon continued charging a level 4 attack. A dazzling beam instantly fired toward Shieka at incredible speed. But before it could hit, she vanished from her original position and reappeared elsewhere using the power of Chi-Men. A spiritual energy blade formed in her hand once again. Shieka widened her stance and recited the incantation. A heavenly slash descended from above as though it had torn open the sky, crushing the battle armor into a pile of useless scrap metal. A world-shaking explosion swept across the battlefield, flattening almost everything before her in an instant. After eliminating the final threat, Shieka lowered her sword, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a long breath. The endless days of battle were finally over, and her homeland was safe at last. Just then, Dada came running over with a flower branch in her arms, beaming with excitement. She happily wished Shieka a happy 17th birthday, leaving her completely confused. Seeing her gift ignored, Dada immediately pouted. She proudly said she had searched the entire area to find this single flower, then jokingly asked if Shieka thought it was too plain. Shieka could only shake her head and say that was not what she meant. Her cheeks flushed slightly before she explained that newcomers probably did not know this flower was called the white lily. But Dada did not care about the name at all. She laughed and urged Shieka to close her eyes and make a wish. While singing happy birthday, she also wished for the kingdom to enjoy lasting peace. The two girls then lifted their skirts and hurried away together. One of them laughed that they had better get back quickly, or the birthday feast would be gone before they arrived. The scene then shifted to the Kurtu Army's western headquarters, where the command room was filled with tension. An officer standing by the table delivered his report. The magic puppet project had failed completely. Shieka's vanguard was advancing with unstoppable momentum, and their own forces had suffered devastating losses. After hearing the report, the Western Front commander Anthony fell into deep thought as his expression grew darker. He slowly adjusted his glasses, trying to keep his composure. Anthony then looked around the room and ordered everyone except Long, Xia, and Yake to leave immediately. Realizing their commander was furious, the others wasted no time getting out. Only Long, Yak, and Xia remained, standing frozen with pale faces under Anthony's crushing stare. Anthony finally exploded, pointing at the three of them and calling them nothing but useless fools who kept ruining his plans. None of them dared argue. They had accomplished nothing and had instead been repeatedly crushed by people they once looked down on. Everyone present felt a chill. Anthony raged that an elite force had become a complete joke under their command, and even the heavily funded Magic Puppet Project had been destroyed because of their incompetence. After venting his anger, Anthony accepted reality. The Empire had agreed to send another batch of magic puppets, and if they could hold out until reinforcements arrived, the situation might improve. But before he could finish, Yeke cautiously delivered another piece of bad news. The magic puppet project had suffered another unexpected setback. Lowering his head, he admitted the Empire would likely be unable to send any more reinforcements. Furious roars echoed through the Kurtu camp's main hall, shaking the entire building. The scene then shifted to a secret base near the Empire's border in Mianqiao Lima. Two battered bodies hung from the rafters, tightly bound with ropes and riddled with sharp arrows. Luoke flipped through a notebook in her hand, faint magical energy flowing around her fingers. She sighed with clear disappointment. She walked over to inspect the blood-stained arrows and complained that this enemy had cost her one of her spare bodies. The assassins hired this time were clearly much stronger than before. Luoke turned to the spirit beside her and calmly asked if anyone in the area had survived. After hearing the answer, she angrily threw an arrow onto the floor. That meant she would have to recruit more people all over again. Hidden in a dark corner she failed to notice, a one-eyed poisonous spider silently watched her every move. A furious curse echoed from the distance. An assassin hiding in the shadows stared in disbelief. He could not believe the target was still walking around after having her internal organs pierced. His masked companion urged him to leave. Their mission had only been to delay the magic puppet project, and they had already killed enough people to make a successful report. But at that very moment, behind Luoke, the arm of the young woman she had supposedly killed suddenly glowed with a jade-colored light. The assassin silently prayed for a safe escape because the files clearly described Luoke as nothing more than a researcher. To his horror, the corpse that should have stayed dead suddenly sprang back to life and launched a surprise attack straight at the hidden assassin. Hearing the disturbance, Luoke immediately turned toward the sound. A faint smile spread across her face, and her eyes lit up with strange excitement. It seemed the little rat had finally come out of hiding. She looked up at a tree that had almost all of its leaves stripped away and scratched her head, wondering what could still be worth hiding up there. The heavily wounded body, still pierced by countless arrows, suddenly trembled violently and staggered out of balance. A moment later, it collapsed to the ground before the horrified eyes of those secretly watching. The assassin hidden in the darkness was completely stunned. His mind screamed in panic. The dead had stood back up, and the target looked like an unkillable monster. The scene was so absurd it felt like a piece of meat on the dinner table had suddenly come to life and started talking. Luoke continued, floating calmly in the air, and added one final sentence that pushed him into despair. Even if he screamed himself hoarse, no one would save him because the people who had once protected him had already been buried by their own allies. She even pretended to look pitiful, complaining that she had suffered enormous losses this time. So she was very curious how he planned to compensate her for the emotional damage. Only then did the assassin realize something was terribly wrong. Cold sweat poured down his face as he stammered that those bizarre methods and that icy demeanor could not possibly belong to Luoke. There was only one explanation. The person before him had come from the cultivation world. Luoke smiled gracefully and admitted it without hesitation. As a reward for guessing correctly, she promised to send him to the afterlife as quickly as possible. After hearing the answer, the assassin suddenly found his courage and shouted that cultivators were demons who used evil arts to control souls, making them even more terrifying than death. But before he could finish, the arm gripping his throat was cleanly severed in a single strike. The assassin turned deathly pale, trembling as he desperately clutched the bleeding stump of his arm. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and drove a sword straight through his head. Luoke gently landed on the ground and nodded in approval, praising Jita for the swift and decisive attack. On the grass, the assassin's severed hand still tightly gripped an object as if refusing to let go. The moment Luoke saw it, she frowned in surprise. It took only a glance for her to recognize it as an extremely rare soul-break talisman. Luoke let out a cheerful laugh. The game had just become far more interesting, now that it was connected to the place she once called home. It seemed there were still plenty of twists waiting ahead. More memories surfaced. Someone placed badges numbered 1 and 4 on the table before assigning their missions. Number 1 would handle the Shenyang mine in the south, while number 4 would infiltrate the Puppet Research Institute in the imperial capital. The order was simple. The client came first, and the mission had to succeed at any cost. Number 1 immediately accepted with confidence, promising to complete the job flawlessly and satisfy the client. After receiving their assignments, Jia and Nuo left together. Along the way, Nuo quietly mentioned that their superior had promised this would be his final mission before retiring and returning home. Jia sincerely congratulated him. Nuo happily imagined the future. He joked that he only needed to finish a few more jobs before leaving for good, then asked Jia about his own plans. Jia smiled and said he wanted to open a bakery, and the money he had saved was enough for the two of them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Hearing the words "the two of us," Nuo froze in place, pointed at himself, and nervously asked if he had heard correctly. Jia gently placed a ring into Nuo's hand and made a solemn promise. After this mission, he would come back, build a home together, hold a wedding, and spend the rest of their lives in peace. After watching the unfinished memory, Luoke finally understood the truth. The mastermind had been manipulating both sides to profit from everyone involved. Luoke smiled to herself as she thought it through. The Shenyang mine was clearly one of the empire's most important strategic locations. No wonder every faction was fighting over it while the higher-ups pretended not to notice. On top of that, the talisman carried the mark of a true master, proving she had already been drawn into this conflict, whether she wanted to be or not. Putting those thoughts aside, Luoke walked outside. Her highest priority now was finding a new energy source for the Mac puppets. Just then, the guard unit rushed over and apologized for arriving late. She calmly ordered them to clean up the entire scene. Luoke became even more eager to watch the coming drama unfold. By the next morning, she had already figured out which two factions were behind the enormous contract. Both families wanted to keep every benefit for themselves without sharing anything with the royal family. She quietly wondered how those two old foxes would react once she publicly announced a new recruitment. At the same time, inside a hidden chamber, Luoke silently appeared as if out of nowhere and asked Carries about the research progress. Carries jumped in surprise and quickly stood to greet her respectfully. Seeing Luoke, Carries immediately became excited and enthusiastically explained every research breakthrough. She also thanked Luoke for letting her join such an important project before proudly showing off the ancient puppet's sophisticated magic recovery system. Pointing at the newly completed prototype, Carries eagerly explained that the magic supply problem had been completely solved. The puppet could now operate continuously for 3 days and 3 nights and was suitable for mass production. After hearing the report, Luoke was extremely satisfied. She casually patted Carries on the head, like rewarding a well-behaved pet. In Luoke's eyes, this was the perfect outcome, and Carries had become the lucky star who gave her an independent source of power. The scene quickly shifted once again. Deep beneath the lowest level of the Shenyang mine, a gigantic dragon slowly moved across the frozen wasteland. The ancient creature possessed an enormous body covered in razor-sharp spikes, while constantly releasing waves of freezing air. Yet despite its majestic appearance, non-stop arguing could be heard coming from the top of its head. It turned out that Villa and Luo Chen had been arguing non-stop. Luo Chen insisted she had been leading them the wrong way, and complained they had wandered for days without finding an exit. Villa refused to admit defeat. Using her title as head maid, she ordered Luo Chen to obey her, declaring that wherever she went, he had to follow. Her stubborn attitude finally pushed Luo Chen over the edge. He reminded her that every problem they faced was caused by Villa and the foolish dragon beneath them. The moment he called her pet a stupid dragon, Villa flared up in protest. She firmly declared that it was her battle beast, not something anyone could mock. Luo Chen refused to back down. He argued they had been trapped in this cursed place for far too long, while countless people above still needed saving. But Villa remained completely confident in her instincts, insisting her chosen path was the only one leading to the real answer. The story then flashed back to 3 days earlier. At that time, an endless tide of monsters was rushing toward them. Tian Mian looked both excited and terrified as she repeatedly called for Luo Chen's help, claiming a massive battle was about to begin. The girl beside him anxiously asked what the plan was. Luo Chen could only sigh helplessly because the system had practically disappeared after draining all of his spiritual energy. At the critical moment, a young boy suddenly pointed into the distance after spotting something flying toward them. Everyone looked up and saw an airship speeding through the sky in their direction. A girl aboard the ship looked down at the sea of monsters below and gasped in shock. She had no idea what was happening. Lucy quickly assessed the situation. Something had clearly gone terribly wrong around the elevator. If they failed to stop the monsters from escaping the Shenhuan mine, the consequences would be unimaginable. She began to suspect this was the undead army her father had once mentioned. Just then, the blue-haired girl noticed survivors below and immediately suggested landing to help them. Without hesitation, the airship changed course and descended toward the ground. Meanwhile, Tan Bian withdrew the arm he had just extended, disappointed that his last attack had missed. He wondered whether the airship had come to rescue people or deliver more food because the scent of magical power was simply irresistible. Tian Mian kept her usual gentle smile, but her words carried a clear warning. She reminded Tan Bian not to cause trouble before the right time. High in the air, Lucy and Yu Duo stood inside a protective barrier. Lucy asked about her companion's condition, and Yu Duo assured her she was fine. She believed that if the people below really belonged to the Revolutionary Army, they only needed evidence before retreating. Without wasting another second, Lucy stretched out both hands and decisively activated her magic. Her ultimate ice spell was unleashed. In an instant, enormous walls of ice burst from the ground, forming a massive barrier that sealed off the entire area. Witnessing the scene, Bai Luochen could not hide his surprise. He had to admit that magic had its own strengths, and only that young lady could create a spell on such a scale. Lucy's voice then echoed from above. She announced that the monsters had been temporarily sealed inside the ice and urged everyone to use the opportunity to escape. As soon as the crowd realized who had cast the spell, excitement spread everywhere. The young lady had truly arrived as reinforcements, and Tan Bian had narrowly escaped death. Lucy, however, was far less relaxed than she appeared. She repeatedly urged Yu Duo to contact Villa because she could not maintain such a massive spell for much longer. Fortunately, the head-maid's signal had already appeared very close by. At that moment, an enormous shadow suddenly covered the two of them. Yu Duo looked up and her face instantly turned pale as a terrible feeling washed over her. Before anyone could react, an ancient dragon as massive as a mountain came crashing down from the sky. Villa landed with overwhelming force, shaking the entire ground. The moment she touched down, she proudly declared victory and reminded Luo Chen that he still owed her the promise of becoming her pet. Lucy stood there completely stunned. She never expected the person making such an earth-shattering entrance to be Villa. Tian Mian sat casually on the ancient dragon's back, while Tan Bian clung tightly to her, afraid of falling. Both of them could not stop praising the headmaid's overwhelming style, the most famous woman in the estate. On the other side, Luo Chen quickly grabbed David by the collar and threw him backward to keep him out of the coming battle. He then leaped forward and shouted an order. A brilliant golden beam ripped through the air and shot straight toward the barrier where Lucy was standing. In the middle of the chaos, David accidentally ended up in Lucy's arms and instantly blushed. He quickly tried to start a conversation, saying they had met before. Du immediately exploded and shouted at him to stay away from the young lady. After dealing with the annoying David, Luo Chen rolled up his sleeves like he was about to become the hero of the battle. He even crossed his arms and closed his eyes to strike a mysterious pose. A few seconds later, he remembered his spirit power was completely drained, and his confidence vanished on the spot. The moment he opened his eyes, Luo Chen nearly jumped out of his skin when he found the ancient dragon standing right beside him. The sudden sight almost made him scream. Elsewhere, Villa was sprinting at full speed before suddenly slamming on the brakes. Her subordinates had just sent an urgent report. They had located what was believed to be the center of the anomaly. According to the report, it could be directly linked to the undead outbreak and needed immediate investigation. After hearing the report, Lucy simply said all their hopes rested on Villa. The headmaid confidently accepted the mission and called out to Luo Chen, saying everything would be fine as long as she was there. Ahead of the group, the ground was collapsing non-stop. Massive boulders kept falling into a bottomless abyss. Before long, even the enormous ancient dragon was swept away by the collapsing earth and plunged into the depths. Riding on the dragon's back, Villa eagerly urged it to go even faster toward the truth. Meanwhile, Luo Chen could only complain to the heavens and wish the system would restore his spirit power so he could escape this disastrous adventure. Seeing Luo Chen only thinking about retreating, Villa immediately got angry. She reminded him that the young lady had entrusted them with an important mission, and it should be treated as an honor instead of a burden. After saying that, Villa smiled confidently and patted Luo Chen on the shoulder like she was encouraging a teammate. She proudly declared everything was for the young lady, for the manor's honor, and for her paycheck. Luo Chen gave her a doubtful look, convinced she was just looking for an excuse to cause trouble. In the end, Luo Chen poured cold water over Villa's enthusiasm. If they stayed trapped without finding a way back, he would leave the group and act alone. The moment he finished saying that, karma struck instantly. The ancient dragon's armored tail wrapped around his neck like a rope and squeezed until he could only gasp in protest. Villa leaned closer with a smug grin and proudly claimed her instincts were always right. Luo Chen was left speechless, completely shocked that she had guessed correctly. The two soon arrived at the exit. Luo Chen reluctantly admitted Villa had chosen the right path and even declared she deserved the championship title. The head maid looked absolutely thrilled. But the moment they stepped through the gate, Luo Chen suddenly froze at the scene before him. A glowing blue sphere floated in midair. At the same time, the familiar system notification announced that the update had been completed. From inside the glowing sphere, a breathtaking beauty slowly stepped out. She wore a stunning outfit that was impossible to ignore. With a shy blush on her face, she gently called Luo Chen her husband. Seeing Luo Chen frozen in place, the young woman quickly approached him with concern. Luo Chen kept backing away, unable to understand where she had come from, while wondering where his sister had disappeared. Watching the entire scene from the side, Villa grew more irritated by the second. Her cracking knuckles sounded like a warning that someone was about to get hurt. With the mysterious girl constantly closing in, Luo Chen could only ask what was actually going on. Before he could finish speaking, the space inside the gate suddenly shook violently. It was obvious something had just entered from the other side. The newcomer was the Dark Demon Squad's ultimate trump card, the strongest assassin in the entire group. He landed like a falling meteor, and the impact shattered the stone floor beneath him. Almost instantly, a razor-sharp sword slash shot forward, aiming straight for the ancient dragon's neck. With a single clean strike, he neatly severed the giant creature's head. Xi Ning still clung tightly to Luo Chen. Meanwhile, Villa immediately took a defensive stance and warned them that the enemy before them was an extremely dangerous opponent. Unlike everyone else's tense reaction, Villa became even more excited. She slammed her fists together and boldly challenged the enemy to come at her. Just then, a streak of purple light flashed across Luo Chen's vision, making him shout Xi Ning's name in alarm. The ground beneath the group instantly cracked apart and collapsed all at once. Villa was forced into a deep pit as Na's foot pressed hard against her. Even so, she grabbed the sharp blade with both hands and growled that bullying others was pathetic. Using nothing but raw strength, Villa crushed his sword into countless pieces with her bare hands. Seizing the moment he was stunned, she sprang up and delivered a devastating punch straight to his face. The terrifying blow blasted Na's head clean off, but the headless body remained standing as if nothing had happened. Villa froze in shock. Even more terrifying, the destroyed neck began regenerating on its own. It seemed the rumors about the dead, coming back to life, were true after all. The severed head finally landed at Vis's feet. At the same time, a glowing golden seal appeared on Na's back. Only then did Luo Chen step forward and calmly tell Villa not to worry. According to him, the enemy's soul had already been sealed by the talisman he had used. He picked up Na's head and shared his conclusion. After putting all the clues together, Luo Chen determined these people were merely puppets whose minds had been controlled. There was no miracle resurrection or heavenly elixir. If his theory was correct, everything was connected to the soul sect. After hearing the explanation, Villa immediately understood. In her opinion, once they found the mastermind behind everything, the case would be solved. The ancient dragon's massive body now lay buried beneath the rubble. Filled with regret, Villa set up a simple grave marker and silently vowed to find the real killer and avenge her fallen companion. After the brief memorial, she looked at Luo Chen with confusion and asked why he kept twisting around so strangely. Luo Chen immediately snapped at her, telling her to stop talking nonsense and keep moving. The truth was that outside Villa's view, Xi Ning was still clinging tightly to Luo Chen's arm. He awkwardly cleared his throat, changed the subject, and urged everyone to pass through the gate and finish dealing with the remaining trouble. Seeing Luo Chen cooperate so enthusiastically for once, Villa could not hide her confusion. She wondered what had gotten into him today. Then she suddenly remembered that if they did not return soon, the maids back at the manor would probably cause complete chaos. Before Luo Chen could say anything, Villa happily nudged him in the back with her elbow and kept urging him forward. She said they only needed to deal with the mastermind before heading home to rest. But just as she was about to take another step, she realized someone was standing so close that she could barely move. Above the abyss mine, David anxiously spoke up. The signals from Bai and the headmaid had been gone for days. Were they really going to ignore whether the two were alive or dead? He was not worried about Bai. What truly concerned him was the headmaid's safety. Although she was only a low-ranking demon, aside from Xing Ning, her strength was still among the very best. Lucy calmly explained the situation to her subordinates. She repeated her father's teaching that rank alone could never measure someone's true strength. In her view, almost no one could match Xing Ning in battle. That meant Bai and the headmaid would not be so easily killed. Their top priority now was stopping the spreading soul poison. David finally understood. In his opinion, the headmaid and Bai really were the same type of person. Both were unbelievably tough, and even the horns on their heads were almost the same size. Rusa immediately corrected him with an annoyed look. She said mocking a woman's appearance was incredibly rude. David instantly blushed and hurried to apologize. But Rusa was not finished. She continued teasing David by pointing out that the person most likely to die in the group was him. His old injuries had not even fully healed, yet he still chased them all the way here. David immediately argued that he had fully recovered. Besides, Lucy had just said appearances could not measure strength. Maybe he also possessed hidden power. Seeing the argument about to continue forever, Lucy immediately cut them off and told everyone to focus. Something was happening near Chi Ya. David confidently brushed back his hair and declared this was finally his chance to shine. After learning from Bai for so many days, he wanted to show the young lady what he could do. High above, flocks of primal birds let out piercing cries before surging across the sky until they covered the entire horizon. Lucy carefully observed them before immediately shaking her head. She said those were not ordinary primal birds but Xuan Luan, a species far superior in both status and combat power. The moment Lucy recognized the Xuan Luan flock, her expression turned serious. Judging by their frenzied behavior, she concluded they had all been infected by soul poison. Worse still, the energy coming from their ship had accidentally become the bait that drew the monsters in. As the commander, Lucy immediately gave her orders. She told Rusa to take Dawei onto the small boat and retreat to a safe location first. The moment Rusa accepted the order, David volunteered for the dangerous task. He boldly told the young lady not to worry, because he would handle the monsters himself. Rusa immediately shouted at him to come back and stop acting recklessly. Ignoring every warning, David decided to go all out. He bit his tongue until it bled, and told Lucy to watch him carefully. A moment later, David spat the mouthful of blood high into the air. Instead of falling, the blood floated and condensed into a crimson blood pearl. Planting his feet firmly, David loudly chanted the spell, using his own blood essence as the flame to destroy evil souls. With only a single drop of blood, David successfully cast the mysterious blood fusion talisman. The talisman hovering in the sky quickly transformed into countless blood-red threads that spread across the battlefield. David proudly waved his hand and completed the attack. At the same time, the flock of Xuanluan charged in like arrows piercing the sky, heading straight for Lucis' airship. But before their claws could touch the ship, the entire flock was wiped out in an instant. Lucy stood frozen at the bloody scene. Even the strongest Xuanluan king had been killed with a single move. At that moment, even Rusa changed her opinion of David. She admitted she never expected him to hide such incredible power and urged him to finish off the remaining monsters. Although David still looked cool after his performance, he had actually exhausted almost all of his demonic power. Even so, he secretly imagined the young lady was looking at him with admiration. Before David could enjoy his victory, a Xuanluan king beast silently appeared behind him. Seeing David still posing like a statue, Rusa felt a chill run down her spine. She screamed for him to wake up and get away immediately. In the next instant, a cloud of dark red blood exploded into the air. Lucy had appeared just in time to block the attack for David. Remaining perfectly calm, she reminded him that a few enemies were still alive and strictly forbade him from acting recklessly again. She then signaled everyone and declared she would personally deal with the remaining enemies. Lucy stood alone at the front like an unbreakable wall protecting everyone behind her. The surviving Xuanluan struggled with their last bit of strength before being completely wiped out. A circular blood-colored barrier slowly expanded and enveloped Lucis' entire airship. After the danger had passed, Lucy let out a quiet sigh and gently patted David's head. She reminded him never to take such risks again. With his current strength, he would have died long ago without her rescue. At the same time, the story shifted to the Demon Lord's hidden tomb. After their exhausting journey, Bai Luochen and Villa finally stepped out of the teleportation array. Looking around the gloomy surroundings, Luochen was genuinely surprised. He never expected this hidden place to be part of the manor. Even the Duke had concealed it so well that no one would imagine such a vast underground world beneath the abyss. After walking for a while, the two stopped before a massive stone monument. Luochen studied it carefully and noted that the writing was nothing like the language of the demon realm, so he decided to decipher it. After reading the inscriptions, Luochen stroked his chin and thought. According to the monument, this place was the ancient seal created to imprison the Demon Lord. Villa immediately noticed something strange. She pointed out that this ancient script was incredibly rare, yet Luochen read it with ease. Luochen casually replied that knowing a few ancient words was nothing special, then wondered why everyone here loved sealing things away. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Luochen's face. Lowering his voice, he said he thought he had figured out the truth behind everything. Pointing at the ancient runes surrounding the coffin, Luochen began his analysis. He explained that they formed an extremely advanced soul-refining array. The dense arrangement showed the mastermind had invested enormous effort. The wandering corpses above had all been influenced by its power, turning them into undead that hunted the souls of the living. With his hands behind his back, Luochen recalled the great mages he had met before and said that back in his homeland, only a handful of people were capable of creating an array like this. After thinking it over, Luochen reached a conclusion. The first three people would never bother with something like this, so the mastermind was most likely the fourth one. But the moment he mentioned the fourth person, Luochen's expression changed. He immediately denied his own theory and insisted that person was kind, honorable, and upright, nothing like someone who would commit such evil acts. The more Luochen explained, the more suspicious he sounded. Villa immediately grew curious and asked if he actually knew that person. Sweating nervously, Luochen quickly dodged the question, and person's reputation was so famous that everyone knew about them. He then steered the conversation back to the problem at hand. Regaining his confidence, Luochen pointed at the massive stone monument and said the mission was simple. Destroy the monument, open the coffin, and everything would be over. Villa rubbed her hands together, saying that would be easy. But just as she was about to make her move, a gigantic arm suddenly appeared and grabbed her wrist. Luochen instantly broke into a cold sweat, realizing the situation had become very serious. Demon Lord Mishi appeared before them with overwhelming fury. He roared that they had already destroyed his resting place, yet now they even wanted to open his coffin. Faced with his rage, Luochen could only force an awkward smile, ask him to calm down, and politely request that he let Villa go first. Annoyed by Luochen and Villa's attitude, Mishi let out a murderous laugh. He declared himself the strongest of the demon race, saying that if he ranked second, no one would dare claim first. Arguing with them was a waste of time, but since they had reached this place, they were clearly no ordinary opponents, so he decided they would remain here forever as nourishment for this land. However, Mishi's intimidating aura lasted only a moment before Villa drove a powerful uppercut straight into his face. As she attacked, she boldly told him to taste her punch for himself. Caught completely off guard, she was left dizzy and roared in fury. He swore he would make her pay. Villa planted her hands on her hips and fired back that adults bullying the young was bad enough, but grabbing someone without permission was even worse. In her eyes, that was anything but honorable. The more Villa spoke, the more fired up she became. Her eyes blazed with fighting spirit as she declared she would settle the score with this annoying guy today. Standing beside her, Luochen was distracted by something else. He wondered why Mishi's insults sounded exactly like the slang from his hometown. Villa casually replied that she understood all of it, and it was mostly threats and curses anyway. After being insulted again and again, Mishi's eyes turned blood red. Clenching his enormous fist, he roared that he would crush Villa where she stood. In the next instant, his massive arm shot forward at incredible speed. As he attacked, Mishi unleashed his ultimate technique, Black Dragon Destruction Wave, intending to erase his opponent with a single strike. Behind the Demon Lord, a gigantic black hand emerged like a phantom. Mishi poured even more power into the attack, pushing it to its absolute limit. Facing the terrifying assault, Villa remained completely unfazed. Her eyes glowed crimson as she gathered every bit of her spirit power into a single fist, preparing her counterattack. In the blink of an eye, her punch, carrying enough force to tear space apart, blasted straight toward Mish. Just before it landed, Villa casually threw out one last taunt. The result was horrifying. Mish's massive body shattered into countless pieces and vanished completely. Even the rocky cliffs behind him were erased from sight. The aftermath of that single punch carved an enormous trench across the ground that stretched far into the distance as clouds of dust continued to rise. After defeating her opponent, Villa dusted off her hands and walked toward the battlefield. She even pretended to be kind, advising Mishi that if he had another life, he should learn some manners before trying to scare people again. Watching everything unfold, Luo Chen could only wipe away cold sweat. He finally understood why the soul-refined dragon had obediently followed Villa. Her strength had clearly surpassed all common sense. After a moment of amazement, he immediately brought up opening Mishi's coffin. Looking at the stone coffin that was still releasing black smoke, Luo Chen casually suggested that Villa finish the job. She had already destroyed everything else anyway, so all that remained was opening the coffin and dealing with whatever was inside. But before he could finish speaking, the coffin lid suddenly burst open from within. A massive wave of black mist instantly poured out like a flood. The black mist quickly gathered into grotesque tentacles that suddenly wrapped tightly around Luo Chen and dragged him away. Seeing her teammate dragged straight into danger, Villa panicked and shouted by Luo Chen's name. Without a second thought, she charged after him, determined to pull him back. But at that very moment, Mishi, who had already been blown apart, appeared once again. His body regenerated at an astonishing speed. Watching Villa try to leave, he curled his lips into a mocking grin. Mishi's eyes locked onto her, burning with hatred. He admitted it had been a long time since he had met someone in the demon realm with such a powerful punch. Without hiding his killing intent, Mishi coldly declared that he wanted to see how long Villa's body could withstand his full power. The moment those words fell, an enormous surge of energy erupted and swept away everything within its reach. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had been dragged by the strange tentacles into a completely different space. After steadying himself, he looked around the unfamiliar place, utterly confused about where he was. Bound so tightly that he looked like a wrapped package, Luo Chen could only complain. He wondered if his face somehow said easy target, because everywhere he went, someone always came after him. Fortunately, the strange entity did not attack right away. It gently lowered Luo Chen onto a layer of clouds and spoke with a harsh metallic voice. It claimed that after countless years, Luo Chen was the first living being to ever reach this place. After carefully examining his surroundings, Luo Chen quickly reached a conclusion. This was a gathering place for countless souls, and judging from the situation, Xi Ning would have to deal with it personally. His eyes immediately turned cold. Staring straight into the mist, Luo Chen demanded an explanation. From what he knew, maintaining a soul form like this required extraordinary soul manipulation. He ordered the other party to reveal its identity at once. At that moment, the eerie mist began to change, slowly forming a twisted and terrifying face. It let out a creepy laugh and seemed delighted that Luo Chen had recognized its true nature at a glance. The mysterious figure proudly introduced himself. He claimed to be the legendary Demon Lord, while the body outside was merely a temporary vessel prepared by the Soul Sect. According to him, the true value lay in the soul, not the flesh. Luo Chen looked at him with obvious suspicion. He found it hard to believe that a notorious Demon Lord would act so submissively. Seeing that reaction, the Demon Lord immediately softened his tone and said that in just a few more days, he would be fully revived. He begged Luo Chen to show mercy, promising a generous reward once his soul and body became one again. Even after hearing that, Luo Chen remained unconvinced. The figure before him was nothing like the terrifying Demon Lord he had imagined. Still, the technique for merging soul and body caught his interest. As Luo Chen debated whether to cooperate or eliminate him, the Demon Lord kept throwing out tempting offers, from wealth and territory to handsome men and beautiful women of the demon race. While sweet-talking non-stop, the Demon Lord was secretly searching for a way to escape. Seeing Luo Chen still unmoved, he even offered to split the demon realm in half so they could each rule one side. Luo Chen answered with nothing but a blank expression that only made the Demon Lord more anxious as he kept raising the offer, changing the terms again and again, while complaining that Luo Chen was far too greedy. After listening to the endless chatter, Luo Chen finally developed a real headache. He told the demon lord to be quiet so he could think. Deep down, he felt completely helpless. His spirit power was gone. The system kept appearing and disappearing, and Xining would not stop calling him her husband. None of this was easy to deal with. Seeing this, the demon lord tried even harder to win him over. He told Luo Chen to take his time, and even offered to hand over every benefit and serve as his subordinate if necessary. But while he kept talking, the arm he had secretly been using to break the seal gradually slipped free. After careful consideration, Luo Chen finally made his decision. He demanded that the demon lord hand over the soul fusion technique and swear never to start another war. But the instant Luo Chen finished speaking, the demon lord broke free from the seal. He burst into triumphant laughter and mocked Luo Chen for being too naive. According to him, once someone reached his level, as long as the soul remained, even 10,000 years could not kill them. Trying to ambush him was impossible. Now that his true nature was exposed, the demon lord no longer bothered to hide it. He declared that everyone had been fooled by him. He mocked the soul sect's seal and swore that after killing Luo Chen, he would return to take revenge on both the soul sect and the cultivation world. A sinister smile spread across his face. Then the demon lord let out a furious roar and charged forward with a killing blow. But before his claws could reach the target, an unknown divine force locked his entire body in place. The demon lord froze in shock and immediately demanded to know who had interfered. The one who arrived just in time was Xining. She rushed to Luo Chen's side and quickly checked if he was hurt. Luo Chen could only complain that the old demon had tricked him badly, then blamed Xining for sealing his spirit power and leaving him in this situation. Hearing that, Xining lowered her head sadly. She said there were memories she could not reveal herself. If Luo Chen wanted the truth, he had to recover them on his own. She was willing to wait until he remembered everything because no explanation would truly make sense to him yet. While clutching his head in pain, the demon lord suddenly burst into insane laughter as if he had remembered something vital. He shouted that he had finally realized Xining's true identity. In his eyes, if she was still alive, then his death long ago made no sense at all. Xining ignored his rambling completely. With a simple wave of her hand, she raised a massive barrier in front of herself and Luo Chen. Watching her reaction, Luo Chen guessed the old demon might have revealed an important secret before dying. After the remaining energy faded away, Xining dismissed her spell and leaned close to Luo Chen's ear. She revealed that the demon lord's final words mentioned two critical words, heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot over and merged directly into Xining's body. At the same moment, Luo Chen felt dizzy and collapsed. He immediately realized it was most likely a fragment of the heavenly Tao. Right then, the system that had disappeared for so long suddenly returned. Alert notifications rang out non-stop as update after update appeared. While the system continued echoing in the background, Xining hurried over to support Luo Chen as he lay on the ground. She anxiously called for him to wake up. The scene quickly shifted to Sarah City, where a sea of flames spread across the battlefield and swallowed a huge section of the fortress. At the center of the battlefield, a gigantic demonic puppet rampaged like a steel monster, destroying everything in its path. Duo gritted her teeth through the pain while pressing one hand against her bleeding shoulder. Sweat covered her forehead as she stared in shock at the power of the demonic puppets. The more energy they absorbed, the more terrifying their destruction became. Before she could recover, a blinding light suddenly appeared in the distance and drew all of Duo's attention. She instantly shut her eyes and raised her hand to shield herself. Just one glance was enough to tell how deadly that attack was. Everywhere the beam passed, the ground exploded without stopping. Rocks were crushed into dust, and deep trenches were carved across the battlefield. At last, the energy condensed into a gigantic spear of light and shot straight toward its target. Cheers erupted from the soldiers behind the front line. They believed the attack had hit its mark. One soldier laughed proudly and mocked that the legendary demon was nothing special after all, just another target for the army to shoot. He turned to boast to his comrades, proudly declaring that the Long Kui unit had earned a great victory and already imagined promotions and rewards. But the celebration did not last long. Strange green lights suddenly appeared right in front of him. At the most critical moment, Xiejia rushed in like the wind and carried Duo away from her original position. She even joked that Duo had just escaped certain death. While flying through the air, Xiejia urged Duo to return to the rear and rest. She believed the battle had nearly drained all of Duo's mana. but Duo stayed calm and insisted she had not used all of her trump cards yet. Ignoring the warning, Duo insisted on staying on the battlefield. She believed everything would end once they dealt with the final problem. But when they landed and looked around, both of them froze in disbelief. The entire battlefield had completely changed. Duo's expression turned extremely serious. She immediately realized the situation had gone far beyond her expectations. Shijia still had no idea what was happening because every enemy appeared to be dead. But Duo quickly pointed out the truth. They had not died from injuries. Their souls had been completely drained. Looking over countless dried corpses scattered across the battlefield, Duo immediately reached a conclusion. Someone was using the war to harvest souls on an enormous scale. Just as a sense of dread filled the air, countless eerie blue lights burst out from beneath the ground. Duo and Shijia stepped back at the same time and prepared for battle. One glance was enough for Duo to recognize it. She immediately warned that this was the Soul Sect's infamous soul harvesting technique. At the center of the swirling green energy, a twisted creature with a grotesque body slowly rose from the ground. Standing atop the monstrous body was a group of people. Their leader spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and loudly chanted the incantation to activate the dark ritual prepared long ago. A cold green glow flared from the monster's eye sockets. The old mage roared like a madman and activated the blood sacrifice altar, offering the sacrifice to the gods. As soon as the command was given, an overwhelming pressure descended and covered the giant flower bud rooted below. The flower bud began absorbing the surrounding dark essence at a terrifying rate, and its appearance changed into something truly horrifying. As the transformation continued, it became more and more like a symbol of death. There was no doubt this was the legendary void mandala. Duo stared in shock and muttered to herself. She had only read about this sinister flower once in an encyclopedia of spiritual plants. She immediately urged Sayaka to act. The Kia mages were clearly trying to summon something incredibly dangerous, so the flower bud had to be destroyed at once. Sayaka agreed without hesitation. But before either of them could move, two gigantic demonic puppets blocked their path. Sayaka frowned in confusion at their sudden appearance. One of the massive war machines charged straight at the two girls without the slightest hesitation. On the high altar, blue veins bulged across the old mage's forehead. He threw back his head and laughed as if his prey had willingly walked into the trap. The two demonic puppets swung their giant swords down at Duo and Sayaka, while the priest behind them mocked their reckless actions non-stop. Seeing the danger, Sayaka quickly asked if Duo was injured. Duo told her not to worry and to use the Kiman arts to deal with the puppets first. She could not help wishing her master were here. Hearing that, Sayaka quickly formed hand seals and activated the Kiman Dunjia technique. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted right in front of the two demonic puppets. Using the smoke as cover, Duo and Sayaka immediately retreated from the area. After escaping, Duo happily praised Sayaka's mastery of the 8 Gates Dunjia, saying she already carried the bearing of a true master. Sayaka simply replied that she still had a long way to go. Hearing that, Duo grew jealous of her friend's talent and could not help imagining the worst. Sayaka only smiled gently and said that fighting beside Duo was already enough for her. Just as the moment turned heartfelt, a wave of icy purple mist suddenly swept in and interrupted everything. A gigantic airship then roared across the sky overhead. On the deck, a group of people stood with their hands behind their backs as they silently observed the battlefield below. Looking over the battlefield, David said in a deep voice that the Empire had hidden the truth well. This mine was actually the power source for the demonic puppets. Even so, he still had not found the head slave girl's whereabouts. Lucy fell into thought after hearing that. As far as she knew, abyss crystals were mined to solve energy shortages and improve people's lives. So why had her father kept all of this a secret? After a long silence, David sighed. Their original plan was to use Lucy's identity to investigate and cut off the crystal supply for the demonic puppets. But the current situation had become far more complicated. Just then, Luokeke walked over with a flattering smile and asked Lucy what she thought of the puppet army. According to her, after less than a day of fighting, the area had been almost completely flattened, and victory was already within the Empire's grasp. Lucy did not answer immediately. She simply looked at Luokeke carefully and asked if she was the person in charge here. Luo Keke proudly confirmed it. She boasted that she had personally helped build these demonic puppets, and emphasized that they were equipped with the Empire's most advanced control systems and weapons. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. According to Luo Keke, the high-grade Abyss Demon crystals supplied by the Wyden estate were the foundation of the entire project, so she had to produce results worthy of the sponsor. Luo Keke then reached out her hand to Lucy, introduced herself as a senior researcher of the Empire, and thanked her on behalf of everyone. Lucy calmly accepted the handshake. Now that she knew who was behind the creation of the demonic puppets, she made sure to remember the name Luo Keke. Meanwhile, Luo Keke forced a smile as she realized the seemingly fragile supervisor had an unbelievably strong grip. Right then, a brilliant streak of light suddenly tore across the sky outside the airship. Without slowing down, the blazing light shot forward like a meteor, heading straight for the demonic puppets and Duo's position. Duo stared wide-eyed as the mysterious object crashed into the middle of the enemy formation. She had no idea what had just fallen from the sky. A gigantic demonic puppet as tall as a mountain was instantly crushed to the ground, completely unable to fight back. As the light faded, two girls with strikingly unique appearances emerged. One of them immediately complained about having to use that terrible mode of transportation again. The white-haired girl covered her nose with a frown. She had expected to arrive somewhere lively, but instead landed in a place filled with the stench of blood. Sayaka immediately checked on Duo. Duo said she was fine, but she sensed a familiar aura and could not remember who it belonged to. A few seconds later, Duo's expression completely changed. As soon as she saw the newcomer clearly, she recognized her as Sixth Sister. Sixth Sister was also surprised to see her younger sister again, and casually asked how her cultivation had been going. The story then briefly shifted to Falan Island. Outside the Grand Protective Formation, Mai Lin stood waiting helplessly. She complained that her sister still refused to show up, while loudly telling everyone ahead to keep order. Just then, one of her subordinates ran over to report that Sect Master Mai was still hiding inside her room. After hearing the report, Mai Lin waved him away and decided to go herself. On the way, she kept sighing. Such a major event was happening, yet her shut-in sister still refused to come outside. Meanwhile, Lin Mai tightly hugged a book with a confused and troubled expression. She kept flipping through its pages to calm herself. In her mind, it was only a novel she had written on a whim, yet everything inside was gradually becoming reality. While she was still overwhelmed, Mai Lin happily kicked the door open and announced that someone had come looking for her again. Lin Mai immediately snapped back, saying normal friends did not greet each other by throwing spells at one another. Hearing that, Mai Lin innocently suggested that, if they were not friends, they could just fight instead. Mai Lin kept pestering her sister with questions about the evil god and the incoming shockwaves. Lin Mai could only hold her head and say it was no longer fiction but reality, and that the world's laws all seemed connected to the Book of the Evil Sea. The story flashed back 2,000 years to the Falan Sea. At the time, Mai Lin asked why they had come to such a remote place. Lin Mai explained that they were hiding from the disaster involving the evil god and the shockwaves, insisting this deserted island was the perfect refuge. Hearing that, Mai Lin's eyes lit up. She excitedly suggested throwing the Book of the Evil Sea outside to attract all their friends to come over. That carefree decision drew countless fanatical followers to Falan Island. Their chants echoed everywhere, giving Lin Mai endless headaches. What frustrated her even more was that the rules bound her to the island until the evil god descended. Watching everything unfold, Lin Mai could only hold her head in despair. To make matters worse, someone who looked exactly like the evil god she had casually imagined in her writing had appeared, making everything even more chaotic. One disaster after another pushed Lin Mai to the breaking point. She felt her peaceful hidden life was about to end, yet she still refused to leave her house. In complete despair, she even declared that the Book of the Evil Sea was officially going on strike. As soon as Mai Lin opened the door, she found Lin Mai hanging in mid-air with a noose around her neck. She stared in confusion, wondering what bizarre training method her sister had invented this time. Without another word, Mai Lin rushed over and pulled Lin Mai down. She said it was ridiculous for a Supreme Grandmaster to try hanging herself. Lin Mai immediately fired back, scolding her younger sister for becoming so disrespectful. Even so, she stubbornly declared she would stay in that corner forever and go nowhere. Mai Lin ignored her completely and dragged her away to meet Nai Nai and Lulu. Even after being forced onto the sky ladder, Lin Mai struggled fiercely, protesting non-stop and calling the vehicle nothing but a useless pile of scrap metal. Back on the battlefield, Duo grabbed Lulu's hand and urgently asked where their master was. Lulu could only answer blankly that she did not even know where they were. Duo sighed helplessly, while Lulu confidently declared that all she needed was someone to point out the enemy. Duo immediately pointed toward the sky, where the members of the Soul Hall had gathered in massive numbers. Alongside the Soul Hall stood a powerful army of demonic constructs. Every single one possessed at least nascent soul-level strength, and their numbers continued to grow. After hearing that, Lulu was not worried at all. Instead, she became even more excited. To her, nascent soul-level demonic constructs were nothing but small fry. After all, she had brought an entire squad of Soul Formation's subordinates who had been itching for a fight. The moment she finished speaking, a massive army appeared in the distance and charged toward the battlefield. Countless figures streaked across the sky like falling stars. Lulu smiled and ordered her entire force to crush those piles of scrap. Her subordinates answered in unison, their battle spirit soaring as they rushed into combat. Under the overwhelming assault of Lulu's legion, the Soul Hall's demonic construct army was quickly crushed. Seeing that Duo seemed to know the newcomers, Sayaka curiously asked who they were. Duo happily explained that the leader was her sixth sister. Among everyone present, only their master was stronger than her. In an incredibly short time, every demonic construct had been reduced to scrap metal. Lulu proudly put her hands on her hips and boasted that this was the work of her own followers. Duo immediately showered her with praise. High above, the dust covering the battlefield slowly began to clear. Watching all their hard work destroyed, the Soul Hall members gritted their teeth in rage. Just then, a voice from the Nyla Divine sect mocked them, saying they should study a little more before causing trouble. The Soul Hall leader flew into a rage and immediately activated another secret technique. He believed they had gathered almost enough living souls. Meanwhile, the members of the Nyla Divine sect below were still busy recruiting new followers. After absorbing an enormous amount of energy, the sinister flower finally bloomed. A dazzling pillar of light shot from its center straight into the heavens. At the same time, the leader shouted and activated the secret art, life sacrifice, soul summoning. Instantly, a brilliant radiance erupted across the sky and swept away every dark cloud above the battlefield. Seeing the scene, the man threw back his head and laughed. According to him, the ritual had finally succeeded, and the teleportation gate was about to open. Duo quickly moved closer to Lulu with a worried expression. She suspected the phenomenon was connected to a great ascension cultivator. Lulu, however, remained completely calm, saying this was nothing compared to what she had seen before. If they could not win, they could always retreat. At the same time, Lucis' airship arrived near the battlefield. Luokeke immediately gave an order through the communicator, commanding every demonic construct to prepare for deployment. A report quickly came back, confirming that 500 elite constructs were ready and awaiting orders. Moments later, every storage bay on the airship opened at once, releasing wave after wave of demonic constructs like a raging flood. Even Lucy was shocked when she learned the exact number. All 500 were standard Earth Demon-class constructs. Even a major faction would struggle to gather enough wealth to field such a terrifying force. Looking at the army before her, Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Anger rose inside her as she realized Luokeke had committed every resource she had to this battle. Luokeke only smiled confidently and told Lucy to relax while she handled everything on the battlefield. Before leaving, Luokeke turned back and warned Lucy not to wander around. The area was filled with pure abyssed demon crystals, and breathing their energy could be extremely dangerous. Lucy quietly gathered power in her palm while wearing an unreadable smile. She gently replied that she would obediently stay exactly where she was told. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Soul Hall slowly approached the newly opened gate. Deep within the gate, a mysterious existence seemed to be struggling to break free. The Soul Hall leader raised both hands excitedly and loudly welcomed his lord's arrival through the soul fusion ritual. But from the other side of the gate came an annoyed voice, complaining that the exit was stuck too tightly. Hearing those words, the Soul Hall leader froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before anyone could react, the voice shouted again, demanding that someone smash the gate open immediately. In the next instant, Luochen leaped straight out of the beam of light. He casually remarked that only the Pangu hammer could deal with such ridiculous locks. Xining quickly followed behind him and reminded him that his current appearance was only a disguise. Using too much power could easily expose his true identity. Luochen answered absent-mindedly, but his eyes lit up with excitement as he spotted the soul fusion treasure. He immediately reached out to claim it, feeling that he had finally completed this long and troublesome chain of missions. But at that very moment, 3 talismans filled with killing intent suddenly shot toward him at incredible speed. Looking at the glowing talismans in front of him, Luochen was only mildly surprised. He did not expect to find this kind of artifact here. A deafening explosion erupted, instantly blasting the spot where he had been standing into a massive crater. After dodging the attack, Luochen coldly looked toward his opponent. Someone had clearly come to interfere, and they would definitely pay for it. Meanwhile, the Soul Hall leader nearly went insane as he watched his plan fall apart. He roared, demanding to know who Luochen was and where his lord had gone. Luochen calmly replied that he had already dealt with that remnant soul a long time ago. If everything had gone well, it had probably already started a new life by now. As he spoke, he casually held the talisman between his fingers and smiled, saying he could send the man down there to keep it company. Just as he was about to attack, Villa suddenly fell from the sky. As she landed, she angrily complained that Luochen had slipped away on his own again and told him to catch her. Seeing that, the Soul Hall leader became even more furious. He wanted nothing more than to skin Luochen alive for stealing the fruits of his years of work. Luochen effortlessly caught Villa in his arms and briefly asked if everything would be over once that man was defeated. Villa immediately nodded. Completely ignored, the Soul Hall leader gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest technique, Heavenly Soul Pouch. Dark blue ghostly energy surged together and transformed into a gigantic arm that charged straight at Luochen and Villa. Villa excitedly nudged Luochen with her elbow, urging him to bring her closer so she could punch their opponent herself. Luochen simply smiled and said he would handle it. A golden mark suddenly appeared across his face. Ever since recovering his spiritual power, he had not had a real chance to cut loose. With those words, Luochen fully released his power, activated the Asura true form, and summoned his Dharma avatar. In an instant, a colossal Dharma avatar appeared behind him and threw a devastating punch. The impact split the ground below into countless deep cracks. Even so, Luochen quickly realized his opponent would not go down easily. He silently calculated that he would need an even stronger trump card to finish this for good. Down on the battlefield, Duo jumped up excitedly and kept pointing at the giant avatar. She instantly recognized it as her master's signature technique. Lu La's ears were ringing from all the shouting, so she quickly told Duo to quiet down. Sayaka asked in shock if the golden giant was really Duo's master. Duo immediately nodded and proudly declared that her master was both incredibly powerful and impressive. This time, the enemy was definitely in trouble. The moment Duo tried to rush over and help, Lulu grabbed her. She said Duo's current strength would only distract Luochen and force him to protect her, so the smartest choice was to stay back and watch. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Lucy's luxury airship had been blasted with a huge hole, and thick smoke poured out as if it could explode at any moment. Left with no choice, Lucy, Eula, and David transferred to a small rescue airship to retreat. Along the way, Eula quickly reported that she had detected the head slave girl's magic signature in the distance. The signal was weak, but there was no mistake. Hearing that news, Lucy's mood immediately improved. In her view, now that they had a lead, all they needed to do was observe the situation. She also became curious about the identity of Golden War God on the battlefield, because the figure looked strangely familiar. Just then, the demonic construct control system suddenly issued a flood of emergency warnings after losing its connection to the central command. Luokeke instantly turned pale. She frantically checked the system, unable to understand why the communication network had collapsed at the worst possible moment. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She gritted her teeth in frustration because someone else had stolen the spotlight before she could enjoy the results of all her hard work. Without another second of hesitation, she turned into a streak of light and rushed back toward the base. Her plan was to take advantage of the chaos, change her identity, and escape safely. But the demonic construct system kept announcing new alerts. The fusion command had been activated, and the countdown had already begun. Sitting inside the control cabin, Luokake was completely stunned. She had no idea what was happening. Her control authority had been stripped away entirely. Watching the machine operate on its own, Luo Keike was on the verge of tears because everything had slipped beyond her control. Back on Luo Chen's side, he calmly held the talisman in one hand and told Villa to stay back and watch for now. Before she could even react, Luo Chen raised a protective barrier and tossed Villa outside the battlefield. Trapped inside the barrier, she could only pound on it and loudly protest. When the battlefield was reduced to the final two sides, the Soul Sect leader fixed Luo Chen with a dark stare and demanded to know why he had ruined their grand plan. Luo Chen showed no mercy. He pointed at the trapped souls inside the ritual and exposed every crime the Soul Sect had committed against both cultivators and innocent civilians. At the same time, the giant Dharma avatar behind him raised a fist that covered the sky. Luo Chen declared that today he would punish evil in heaven's name and end every sin in this place. Refusing to surrender, the leader activated his final trump card. He roared that this was the ultimate masterpiece born from demonic Tao and the Empire's puppet technology. In an instant, a dazzling pillar of light crashed down from the sky, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, a gigantic black puppet stood before Luo Chen's Dharma avatar, towering so high that it took everyone's breath away. Staring at his creation, the leader burst into manic laughter. In his eyes, this was the perfect form of the ultimate killing machine. Facing the mechanical monster, Luo Chen's Dharma avatar slowly disappeared. Instead of looking worried, he simply muttered that someone had allowed this creation to be abused for evil. The leader became even more arrogant. Believing Luo Chen had dismissed his Dharma avatar out of fear, he kept pressuring him to surrender. Luo Chen merely snapped his fingers and calmly replied with one short sentence, telling him to stop talking. At that very moment, an invisible force suddenly crushed the leader's face, twisting it into a horrifying shape. Meanwhile, a shadow quietly appeared behind Luo Chen, hoping to escape while everyone was distracted. But Luo Chen had noticed long ago. His gaze instantly locked onto Ziling as she tried to sneak away. Caught by surprise, she could only force an awkward smile and change the subject. Down below, Xiao Liu Wang saw that the battle was basically over and started chatting with Nai Nai. At the same time, Duo realized the pieces her little master had arranged were still working. Carrying Luo Keke upside down with one hand, Luo Chen loudly announced that the mission was complete. They had secured the item they came for, so everyone should pack up and return to Qingnen Peak. Hearing that, Duo's eyes immediately filled with tears. She rushed over to hug Luo Chen and poured out all the hardships she had suffered while they were apart. Luo Chen gently patted her head and asked what had happened. Duo cried until her eyes turned red, burying her face against Luo Chen as she complained that the puppet he had left behind had almost brought disaster upon her family. If Xie had not stepped in, they would have been separated by life and death long ago. Luo Chen gently comforted her, explaining that an unknown force had cut off their connection for a while. But everything was fine now. He never blamed her. Hearing that, Duo sniffled and admitted she was not angry. She had simply missed him so much that she could not bear it. Xiao Liu stood with folded arms and coldly looked at Luo Keke. He could not understand what had gotten into her to make her do something like this. Luo Keke immediately complained that no normal person would summon a giant Dharma avatar just to pull off something so ridiculous. Xiao Liu could only sigh, while Luo shrugged and said he understood exactly how that felt. Just as everyone was chatting, a soft hand suddenly reached over and firmly grabbed Luo Chen's ear. Villa gritted her teeth as she twisted his ear, scolding him for ignoring her repeated warnings not to act alone. She demanded to know whether he still respected his head maid at all. Luo Chen winced in pain and kept begging her to let go. Seeing that, Duo instantly flared up and demanded to know who Villa thought she was to lay a hand on her master. Villa refused to back down and declared that Luo Chen was currently under her supervision. In the distance, David and Jua watched the scene while wiping sweat from their foreheads. They never expected the head maid to have such overwhelming presence. Jua muttered that the kid and Mr. Bai really were the same person. David could only sigh, saying that every plan the Empire had made had completely fallen apart. Luokuk took out a notebook and solemnly handed it to Lucy. She explained that it contained every classified document young Master Bai had gathered from the Empire, along with his message that he did not want to see the demon realm drowned in war and bloodshed. After quickly reading through the contents, Lucy's expression immediately turned serious. She realized an extremely dangerous conspiracy was unfolding behind the scenes. If the Demon Lord truly returned, a bloody civil war would be inevitable. Lucy declared that the Revolutionary Army would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. David reminded her that the demon realm had attacked the cultivation world first last time. Lucy awkwardly corrected herself before noting that, according to the documents, even the Empire's ruling faction was deeply divided. Closing the notebook, Lucy sincerely thanked Luo Keke for the priceless intelligence that could save countless lives. But Luo Keke waved it off, saying the real credit belonged to young Master Bai, who had always cared about the fate of ordinary people. Suddenly, a shocked scream cut through the conversation. Someone could not believe that a resignation had just been submitted. Luo Keke covered her mouth with a laugh and remarked that young Master Bai really was impossible to resist. Villa stomped her feet in frustration. She bluntly declared that the resignation would never be approved because the house was still buried in work. As far as she was concerned, that person was not leaving. Luo Chen simply smiled warmly and said that every gathering must eventually come to an end. It was finally time for him to pack up and return to his own homeland. But Villa stubbornly shook her head. She refused to accept those farewell words. In her eyes, there was no such thing as the end. Luo Chen's eyes became firm. He clasped his hands together and calmly explained that they belonged to different worlds. It was time for him to return to the cultivation world. Hearing that, Villa's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Luo Chen to come from the cultivation world. Luo Chen calmly nodded and said the intelligence he had left behind was his apology for hiding his identity and deceiving everyone all this time. Just then, Su Fang appeared on a holographic screen. She reported that the teleportation gate was fully activated and asked when they would depart. Luo Chen gave a short reply and said they would leave immediately. Duo reluctantly held Xieji's hand to say goodbye. Xieji nodded and wished her a safe journey. Meanwhile, Luo Keke waved everyone over to pack up and head home, complaining that the trip had ended with nothing but heavy losses. After everyone had left, Villa remained alone in front of the slowly closing teleportation gate. She quietly wished them a safe journey, especially Su Fang. Just then, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder and brought her back to reality. Lucy softly comforted Villa, telling her not to be too sad. Those people had only been travelers passing through this world. Some meetings were always meant to begin and end, no matter how hard anyone tried to hold on. David let out a regretful sigh. To him, young Master Bai was like the wind, appearing and disappearing without warning. He had not even gotten the chance to introduce Thao to him. After a long silence, Villa suddenly asked Lucy whether the cultivation world was truly a place so distant that it could never be reached. Lucy slowly explained that, according to her father, the two worlds did not even exist within the same coordinate system. Without a teleportation gate, a cultivator would need enough power to shatter space itself. Even then, without the exact destination, they would drift forever through endless spatial chaos where time and space lost all meaning, leaving only eternal loneliness. Lucy took Villa's hand and seriously advised her to give up that impossible dream, now that she understood how vast the distance between the two worlds truly was. Villa lowered her head and quietly asked why. Just as silence filled the air, a surprised female voice suddenly called out, "Su Fang?" At the same moment, the scenery completely changed as everyone arrived in a deserted land without a single soul in sight. Looking around, they saw only sparse trees and a lifeless landscape so quiet that not even birds could be heard. Behind a stone monument carved with the words Zhenqing Liu, space suddenly split apart and formed a swirling teleportation portal. Luo Chen stepped out first, brushing off his sleeves as he looked around. Xiao Liu and Nai Nai followed behind, awkwardly making their way through while being reminded not to trip. As soon as Xiao Liu regained her balance, she started complaining. She said the teleportation felt like her organs had been turned inside out. Luo Chen laughed and replied that considering how rushed the portal was, surviving the trip was already lucky. Then he casually asked if she had just fallen flat on her face. But before he could say anything else, Luo Chen's expression suddenly changed. Right before the group's eyes, the teleportation gate suddenly vanished without a trace. Luo Chen cried out in shock because Duo and Zizling had not crossed over yet. Someone had been left behind again. A gentle female voice immediately explained that she had waited until everyone else came through before closing the gate. According to her, those two had actually arrived long before the rest of them. Hearing that, Luo Chen's face instantly darkened as he reminded her to stop using that strange way of addressing him. He had never married anyone, not in the past and not now. Hearing the suspicious conversation, Xiaoliu immediately rushed over to investigate. She widened her eyes and asked what that title meant, then suspected Luo Chen was hiding a secret lover. Just then, a girl who had been invisible suddenly revealed herself. Luo Chen quickly pinched the girl's cheek and hurried to explain. He told Xiaoliu not to overthink it because this was only his cousin, Xi Ning. According to him, she was a little unusual and often said strange things, so there was no need to take her seriously. He even stressed the word cousin. Of course, Xiaoliu did not believe a single word. She pointed at Luo Chen and accused him of making up an obvious lie. No matter how she looked at it, he seemed like the type to leave a trail of romance everywhere. Luo Chen immediately protested, insisting he had always lived honestly and responsibly. Meanwhile, Xi Ning's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. She lightly snapped her fingers and calmly said there was no point arguing. If Luo Chen did not want his secret exposed, she would handle it her own way. The next moment, Xiaoliu suddenly froze in place like her soul had left her body, repeating the same few sentences. In her mind, Xi Ning's was Luo Chen's younger cousin, and Bai Luo Chen was an incredibly kind older brother. Just a few seconds later, Xiaoliu's attitude completely changed. She happily greeted Xi Ning like an old friend and even promised to take her out for extra spicy tofu someday. Xi Ning smiled brightly and replied that she had only joined the group not long ago. Once everything was settled, Xiaoliu completely forgot what had just happened and started looking for Duo and Ziling. She searched all around and wondered where the two of them had disappeared to right after arriving. While Xiaoliu was distracted, Luo Chen leaned over and quietly asked Xi Ning how she had learned to manipulate people's perception. Xi Ning gave him a playful wink and said she still had plenty of secrets left, enough to keep him guessing for a lifetime. Luo Chen gently tapped her on the head and corrected the way she addressed him again. He told her to stop using that strange title and call him properly. Xi Ning pouted while rubbing her head but obediently agreed. Twirling a lock of hair around her finger, Xi Ning quietly said she understood him better than anyone, so he had nothing to worry about. However, she warned that she might not be the only one in this town capable of manipulating perception. She snapped her fingers once more, and a miniature map formed from spiritual energy. Xi Ning explained that she had secretly placed tracking marks on the others, and their signals were now coming from the town just ahead. Luo Chen thought for a moment before deciding to put everything else aside. For now, they should head there and see what was happening. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted to the busiest street in Zhenqing Liu, where red lanterns lined every road. Two beautifully dressed women leaned against the entrance, waving silk handkerchiefs as they warmly invited customers inside for drinks. One pretended to complain about missing them, while the other teased every passerby. Nearby, another beauty hid half her face behind a fan before suddenly pointing toward the end of the street. She recognized what looked like the young master who had once casually thrown money out the window during his last visit. With Xiaoliu beside him, Luo Chen casually walked toward the most magnificent pavilion in town, where bright lights shone and guests constantly came and went. The moment they arrived, a charming beauty gracefully stepped forward to welcome him. Playfully complaining that he had disappeared for so long she had nearly withered from waiting. Luo Chen blinked in confusion and scratched his head, asking if they had met before. While crunching on a carrot, Xiaoliu threw an arm around the two women beside her and burst into laughter. She told Luo Chen not to be so naive. According to her, every customer who walked into a place like this received the exact same greeting. After saying that, she casually pulled the two beauties straight into the main hall. As she walked, she loudly called for the manager and demanded that the most beautiful girls be brought out to entertain them. Luo Chen could only shake his head, thinking she was clearly a seasoned expert. Just then, Xi Ning came running over with an armful of food. She excitedly announced that she had finished scouting the area. Luo Chen immediately asked where she had disappeared to. Xi Ning honestly admitted that the smell of grilled skewers was too tempting, so she had stopped to buy a huge bag. While happily eating, Xi Ning revealed some troubling news. The entire town was covered by a massive formation designed to manipulate perception. Anyone too weak who wandered inside would slowly have everything drained away, from their life force to their wealth, until nothing remained but a dried corpse to nourish the formation. At the same time, deep inside a hidden room, Duo sat motionless like an empty shell. The formation was slowly consuming her consciousness, preparing to turn her into a mindless tool that would serve the grand formation. After hearing everything, Luo Chen immediately guessed this was most likely the soul sect's doing. They had probably built this formation to hide a passage to the demon realm. He sighed, realizing the peaceful trip had somehow turned into another mess. Meanwhile, Xining casually stuffed a meat skewer into his mouth and told him to see if it tasted good. While chewing the meat, Luo Chen quickly worked out a plan. In the end, he decided that since they were already here, they might as well wipe out this entire nest. In the main hall, a young woman named Xiao Mei was crying as a wealthy young master kept forcing her to drink. She desperately refused, saying she sold her talents, not her body. The man only grinned and said that once she got drunk and rested in his room, everything would be fine. The moment Xiao Lu saw that, she exploded with anger. She rushed over, kicked the table aside, and shouted for him to take his filthy hands off the girl. She also declared that this beauty was under her protection now. Having his fun ruined, young Master Li turned red with rage. He pointed at Xiao Lu and cursed, demanding to know where this brat had come from to steal his woman. Xiao Lu did not take him seriously at all. She coldly gave him 5 minutes to get out, or she would knock every tooth out of his mouth. Feeling insulted, young Master Li immediately pulled Xiao Mei into his arms and proudly revealed his background. He declared that his father was Li Qiutan, an outer disciple of the formless sect, so no one was allowed to touch him. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Lu was not intimidated in the slightest. Before he could even finish speaking, she threw a punch straight into his face. The terrifying force sent young Master Li flying backward into a pillar. Xiao Lu casually dusted off her hands and said she did not care whether it was Li Qiutan or anyone else. If his father showed up, she would beat him too. As the chaos grew worse, an angry shout echoed from the upper floor. The voice demanded to know who dared to cause trouble and wreck the place. A moment later, the brothel owner stormed downstairs with an imposing presence. One look at her made it clear she was not someone who could be bullied just because the establishment was run by women. The madam pointed at Xiao Liu and warned that a powerful sect stood behind this brothel. She told her not to think she could cause trouble and simply walk away. But before she could finish, her expression suddenly changed the instant she got a clear look at Xiao Liu. Her anger vanished and was replaced by a pale face. Xiao Liu tapped her fingers on the table and looked up with a smug smile. She said she had only come to relax for a while and asked whether the madam had a problem with that. Cold sweat immediately broke out across the madam's forehead. With her experience, she recognized the aura around Xiao Liu as that of an incredibly powerful transformed demon, at least at the Demon King level. Meanwhile, young Master Li struggled back to his feet and pointed at Xiao Liu, loudly accusing her of causing all the trouble. He angrily demanded to know why the madam was still treating her so politely. The madam instantly changed her attitude. She walked over with a flattering smile and repeatedly apologized for offending such an honored guest. Deep down, she figured someone this powerful was only passing through, so keeping her happy would avoid disaster. Standing before Xiao Liu, the madam bowed deeply and repeatedly apologized for the poor hospitality. To show her sincerity, she announced that the brothel would cover every expense today and invited the guests to enjoy themselves freely. She then turned to her staff and loudly gave orders. Xiao Wu and Xiao Luo were told to immediately bring down the most famous courtesans, including Tao Xiang and Yue Liu. She stressed that they must do everything possible to satisfy the great demon. Once everything was arranged, the madam respectfully led Xiao Lu upstairs. Seeing how cooperative she was, Xiao Lu simply smiled and said that was the only reason she had given up the idea of smashing the place. The madam stood at the bottom of the stairs, waving her silk handkerchief with a bright smile as she warmly saw Xiao Lu off and encouraged her to enjoy herself. Only then did young Master Li clutch his face and stagger over to the madam, angrily complaining. He could not accept being beaten so badly, only for the matter to be brushed aside. The madam merely glanced at him and coldly asked why he was still standing there. She then dragged him aside and scolded him through gritted teeth. According to her, even a blind man could tell Xiao Lu was an incredibly powerful transformed demon, at least on par with an out-of-body realm expert. Someone like that was far beyond the reach of a spoiled young master or a small brothel. Even after hearing that, young Master Li still could not swallow his anger. He secretly held a grudge and vowed to find a chance to get revenge on Xiao Lu. He talked big, but his actions told a different story. He quietly backed toward the exit, ready to slip away. Before leaving, he tried to save face by telling himself he simply could not be bothered arguing with a woman. The madam watched him leave with silent contempt. Staggering outside, young Master Li happened to pass by Luo Chen's group as they watched from a distance. Xining tugged on Luo Chen's sleeve and said the spiritual trace she had been tracking seemed to lead here, meaning Duo was probably inside. Meanwhile, young Master Li kept grumbling about everything that had happened. Luo Chen glanced at him and smiled knowingly, as if he had just found the perfect target to squeeze for information. Young Master Li swallowed several healing pills. As his injuries recovered, he gritted his teeth and swore revenge. He planned to return home, report everything to his father, and use the formless sect to deal with Xiao Liu. Just then, an unusually cold breeze suddenly swept past, leaving him completely confused. Sensing that something was wrong, young Master Li immediately turned and ran. He muttered that his luck had been terrible all day, so it was better to escape first and worry about everything else later. But while he was busy taking care of business in a secluded spot, a cloth suddenly dropped from above and covered his head. He was still complaining about his terrible luck when real disaster struck. Before he could react, a brutal beating rained down on him, leaving him screaming in agony without the slightest idea who was attacking. When the cloth was finally pulled away, Luo Chen and his companions were standing before him. One blocked the path with a staff, while Luo Chen directly threatened him. He gave the man only a few moments to reveal everything he knew about the new beauty at Liu Qing House, or the consequences would be severe. Even after being beaten senseless, young Master Li still tried to hide behind his father's name. He insisted that his father was Li Chu Tan, a disciple of the formless sect, and demanded to be released immediately. His threat was answered by a blast of spiritual energy crashing straight into him. His miserable screams echoed through the area. Luo Chen calmly withdrew his spiritual energy and reminded him that time was running out, so he had better start talking. Terrified out of his mind, young Master Li immediately surrendered. He admitted that Liu Qing House had indeed brought in a new beauty, but everything he knew was nothing more than rumors. Luo Chen continued by asking about her identity and appearance. Young Master Li hurriedly revealed everything he knew. Unfortunately, the information was limited. He had only heard that the woman was exceptionally beautiful. Anyone who wanted to see her face would have to wait for the auction that night. Hearing that, Luo Chen was surprised to learn an auction was involved. Seeing Luo Chen's confusion, young Master Li explained that in Zhenqing Liu, every top courtesan made her first appearance through an auction. Luo Chen condensed his spiritual energy into a tiny bird and made one final check to see if the man was hiding anything else. After young Master Li repeatedly swore he had told the whole truth, Luo Chen realized there was nothing more to learn. For now, Xiao Liu would have to handle the auction tonight. Before letting him go, Luo Chen casually stuck a talisman onto young Master Li and coldly ordered him to get lost. Clutching his aching body, the man staggered away as fast as he could. After he was gone, Xining finally shared her conclusion. In her opinion, the woman about to be presented as Liu Qing House's new top courtesan was almost certainly Duo. However, rescuing her from the formation's influence would not be easy. Xining then smiled confidently. If the goal was only to get Duo out, she could handle it with ease and guarantee that Duo would not suffer the slightest harm. Seeing that Luo Chen still looked doubtful, Xining tilted her head and asked whether he truly intended to solve this entire situation. Luo Chen let out a quiet sigh and told her to explain the rest of the consequences. He could not save only someone he knew while abandoning all the innocent people in the town. Xining smiled brightly, clearly having expected that answer. She then explained in greater detail. While searching for Duo, she discovered that a special aura surrounded her, making her difficult to locate. The problem was that hundreds of other people in town were affected the same way. Destroying the formation by force would save Duo, but everyone else could lose their minds or become crippled. Hearing that, Luo Chen immediately grabbed Xining and started moving. He said there was no point standing around analyzing the situation when they should first find the core of the formation. Xining was dragged along, while complaining that he was pulling far too hard. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of Liu Qing House, Xiao Liu lay sprawled across a bed with a bored expression. After waiting so long without any news, she was starting to lose her patience. Just then, a tiny bird flew in from nowhere and landed on her shoulder, chirping as it delivered a message. Xiao Liu immediately recognized it as Luo Chen's method of communication. After delivering the message, the little bird dissolved into spiritual light. Xiao Liu curled her lips into a cold smile. She finally understood why something had felt wrong ever since she entered this place. Not long after, the madam's flattering voice came from outside the door. She announced that the chosen beauties had arrived to entertain their honored guest. Xiaolu let out a quiet snort, as if she had been waiting for this moment all along. The door opened, and the madam walked in with a group of stunning women. Smiling warmly, she introduced them as the finest beauties of Liu Qing House and asked whether any of them pleased the great demon. Xiaolu slowly looked over each woman before commenting that the girl in red had such an eye-catching figure that it was impossible to look away. But when she looked at the next one, she frowned with disappointment. That girl was completely not her type. It only made her more suspicious that they were deliberately hiding something. Seeing her reaction, cold sweat poured down the madam's face. She repeatedly insisted that these truly were the finest women in the house, and promised to fulfill any other request the honored guest might have. Xiaolu rested her chin on one hand for a moment, before motioning for the madam to come closer. The instant the woman stepped forward, Xiaolu grabbed her by the collar and spoke in a cold voice. She said these women were ordinary goods and unworthy of such an honored guest. If they kept hiding the truth, she would flatten the entire building. The terrified madam turned pale, begged for mercy, and promised to do whatever was asked. Only then did Xiaolu reveal her real purpose. She already knew the house was hiding a newly arrived top courtesan and wanted confirmation that it was true. While the interrogation continued, the scene shifted to the area outside Liu Qing House. Nearby stood a roadside skewer stall with fragrant smoke rising into the air. The owner enthusiastically called out to passing customers, proudly promoting his famous Western frontier grilled skewers. Xining did not hesitate. She tossed a silver ingot onto the table, ordered 10 skewers at once, and asked for extra chili. Seeing such a generous customer, the owner happily accepted the order. Luo Chen looked at her in confusion. He felt Xining's appetite sometimes went far beyond imagination. Hearing his concerns, Xining confidently patted her chest and declared she could definitely finish everything. According to her, every true foodie had a second stomach reserved just for delicious food. She even packed all the leftovers into her storage ring for later. Watching this, Luo Chen finally realized that the so-called second stomach was actually him, the one who would end up eating everything she could not finish. Completely ignoring Luo Chen's helpless expression, Xining ran to another food stall and ordered an extra-large portion, making the owner grin from ear to ear. Unable to watch any longer, Luo Chen walked over and reminded her not to forget the real reason they had come. They still had important business to handle. Before he could finish, Xining stuffed another bite of food into his mouth. She insisted he taste it because it was unbelievably good. The playful look on Xining's face suddenly disappeared. She looked at Luo Chen seriously and asked whether, after blending into the crowd, he still had not noticed the strange phenomenon spreading throughout the town. Thanks to her reminder, Luo Chen finally began observing his surroundings more carefully. After watching for a while, they all noticed the same odd detail. The entire crowd seemed to be unconsciously moving in the same direction. Luo Chen was startled to hear even a shop owner telling her employees that if she did not return within 2 hours, they should let Manhwa handle everything. The workers immediately agreed. Xining took out a strange talisman and told Luo Chen to look closely. The aura before him was gathered from the life force of every resident in Zhenqing Liu and was now linked together into a unique formation. With a light flick of her finger, the floating map disappeared. Xining continued by explaining that the towns, streets, and alleys had become the formation's meridians, while the flow of people served as the living spiritual energy that sustained it. Hearing that, Luo Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The Soul Sect was truly ruthless for using ordinary people as sacrifices. This arrangement perfectly concealed the formation while using the townspeople's yang energy to hide the aura of ghostly beings. He guessed this was when the spiritual energy was gathering most intensely, so following the crowd would lead them straight to the core. After thinking it over, Luo Chen realized Zhenqing Liu was only the tip of the iceberg. The Soul Sect's ambitions were likely far greater than anyone had imagined. He began to wonder whether the immortal soldiers truly knew nothing about this, or whether they had already been bought off. Just as he was lost in thought, Xining suddenly stood on her tiptoes and stole a kiss on his cheek. Caught completely off guard, Luo Chen quickly pushed Xining away and glared at her. She only smiled sweetly and said she simply could not resist when she saw him deep in thought. Wiping his face with obvious annoyance, Luo Chen sternly warned Xining not to pull that kind of prank again, because he had never acknowledged that relationship. His blunt rejection made Xining pause, and a flash of disappointment crossed her eyes. But the feeling vanished just as quickly. She put on her usual smile again and obediently promised not to do it anymore. Raising a finger as if to emphasize something, she made one small request. At that exact moment, the system suddenly announced that a random mission had been activated. After reading the bizarre mission, Luo Chen could only sigh helplessly. The system ordered him to play the role of Xi Ning's husband until they found the core of the formation. Xi Ning lit up with joy as if she had found a priceless treasure and happily pulled him along. Left with no choice, Luo Chen went along with it and let her lead the way. Out of nowhere, Xi Ning suddenly put on a ghost mask and deliberately tried to scare him. As they walked, the two looked exactly like a couple enjoying a date around town. They even bought a matching pair of lovers' bracelets. Because they were so focused on following the strange crowd, neither of them noticed someone secretly watching from the shadows. That eerie eye continuously transmitted everything it saw back to its hidden master. The destination was a secret dark corner, somewhere within Zhenqing Liu. Beneath an ancient tree, a silver-haired man leaned back casually, lazily fanning himself with complete ease. He smiled wickedly and remarked that the young couple looked perfect together. Too bad they were both about to die. Just then, a subordinate hurried over to report that every route had been searched, but no suspicious man traveling alone had been found. The silver-haired man then asked about the auction. The subordinate immediately replied that everything at the auction hall was proceeding normally without a single incident. Hearing that, the silver-haired man laughed in satisfaction and dismissed his subordinate to await further orders. The man immediately bowed and withdrew. Once he was alone, his expression instantly turned cold and vicious. He seemed delighted that someone had dared interfere with the illusion formation he had personally created. Murderous intent flashed through his eyes as he wondered who was bold enough to ruin his plans. Elsewhere, inside the auction hall, Manager Wei was still enthusiastically welcoming the guests attending tonight's event in Qingliu. He continued introducing the rare treasures that would appear during the auction, proudly announcing that 12 priceless items would be offered tonight, each one worthy of everyone's attention. Manager Wei deliberately lowered his voice and revealed that 2 of tonight's treasures were especially famous, so famous that everyone present had probably heard of them already. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu was grinding her teeth in frustration, clearly unhappy that things had not gone as promised. She slammed her hand onto the chair with a loud bang and demanded to know why she had been brought here instead of receiving the arrangement she had been promised. Madame Su could only panic and try to calm her down. Covered in cold sweat, Madame Su tremblingly explained that Qinglu had its own unique rules. Any beauty selling her first night had to be auctioned publicly for the guests to compete over. Xiao Liu could not care less about the rules. She loudly declared that money could solve everything and threatened to burn the entire brothel down if she was not satisfied tonight. Faced with her fury, Madame Su repeatedly assured her that everything had already been arranged. Madame Su forced a flattering smile and tried to draw Xiao Liu's attention to the stage as the event was about to begin. But just then, Xiao Liu caught a familiar scent and immediately became suspicious. The opening auction item was brought onto the stage. It was a glowing pearl recovered from the Ziling Sea. But what caught everyone's attention even more was that the woman presenting it was Ziling herself. Xiao Liu's eyes widened in shock the moment she recognized the young woman. At the same time, Luo Chen and Xi Ning followed the flow of people toward the auction hall. Hearing the loud welcome echoing everywhere, Luo Chen realized they had arrived at the perfect time. After surveying the entire venue, he could not help but admire the massive scale of the auction. He also realized this place was the core of the grand formation and the crucial piece left behind by the Soul Sect. Luo Chen froze when Xi Ning casually wrapped her arm around his and leaned against him intimately. Xi Ning smiled mischievously and said this was the only way to avoid suspicion. If they wanted to blend in, they had to act just like everyone else. Hearing that only left Luo Chen even more confused. Without saying a word, Xi Ning simply gestured for him to take a good look at the scene inside the auction hall. Only then did Luo Chen notice that most of the guests were getting very close with their companions. As the steward continued introducing the 12 treasures, Xi Ning even teased him, forcing Luo Chen to awkwardly change the subject. But just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly froze when the loud announcement introduced the first auction item. Luo Chen instantly locked his eyes on the stage, and an unbelievable guess flashed through his mind. After watching for a few seconds, he finally realized the young woman carrying the tray on stage was Ziling. A silver-haired man nearby suddenly started a conversation. Seeing Luo Chen staring so closely, he assumed Luo Chen had recognized the treasure's true value. The man eagerly explained that the pearl was an extremely rare treasure, said to have been taken from a flood dragon on the verge of becoming a true dragon by experts from the Wuxiang realm sect. Then he lowered his voice and revealed its real effect. According to him, anyone who absorbed the pearl's essence could maintain their stamina for an incredibly long time without exhaustion. Hearing those suggestive words, Luo Chen gave the silver-haired man a strange look. He never expected someone who looked so respectable to enjoy talking about things like that. He quietly used his spiritual power to inspect the man and nearly choked on the truth. He first thought the man had cultivation problems, but it turned out he was actually a eunuch. Just as Luo Chen was secretly laughing to himself, Xining suddenly patted his shoulder and pointed toward the stage. It turned out the winner of the pearl was an unbelievably ugly old man. He hugged the treasure and burst into excited laughter. Standing beside him, Zling only looked at the old man with cold disdain, feeling his reaction was completely over the top. Ignoring every stare around him, the greedy old man immediately swallowed the pearl whole. At that moment, Ziling accidentally noticed a tiny talisman attached beneath the tray, leaving her startled. After quickly reading the messy words on the paper, Ziling's face immediately darkened. A chilling feeling rushed through her mind, putting her on full alert. Meanwhile, the old man's shriveled body suddenly swelled up as his muscles bulged like they were filled with air. He roared with excitement, claiming the power of a wild beast was surging through his bloodline. The steward beside him even smiled and congratulated the customer for getting exactly what he wanted. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, Ziling immediately left the stage, ignoring the steward calling for her to return and help with the next item. Beneath the stage, a nearby young woman jokingly asked if Ziling wanted to join the bidding. Ziling replied with a cold face, saying she had no idea what the girl was talking about. Meanwhile, the old man's body continued mutating, as his skin looked ready to split apart. He kept laughing proudly, boasting that he would claim everything tonight, and that the power inside him was about to erupt. The moment he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly glowed, before exploding in a violent burst of energy. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, splattering across the front rows and covering the nearby guests in a horrifying scene. Zai Ling hurriedly used the tool in her hand to clean up the mess, while muttering that her luck was unbelievably terrible. The steward regained his composure, quickly wiped the stains from his face, forced a smile to apologize to the audience, and immediately moved on to the next auction item. The second item was a breathtaking dancer with a seductive figure, introduced as a rare beauty, brought from the western region, with a starting price of 500,000 spirit stones. The moment the guests saw her beauty, the entire crowd became excited and rushed to place bids. Every new bid was immediately beaten by an even higher one, making the competition increasingly intense. Suddenly, the steward pointed toward Heaven VIP room number 2, which had just offered 5 million spirit stones. He began the countdown while waiting for any challengers. When no one dared to compete, the sale was quickly confirmed. Nearly every auction item afterward was bought by Heaven VIP room number 2, with the prices climbing higher and leaving the entire hall stunned. The silver-haired man turned back to Luo Chen and curiously asked why he had not placed a single bid so far, assuming he had no interest in these items. Luo Chen replied calmly that he was in no hurry, because what he was waiting for had not appeared yet. Right then, a gloomy aura suddenly spread out and enveloped the area where the silver-haired man was sitting. At that moment, inside Heaven VIP room number 2, Xiao Lu was lying back comfortably while enjoying the service of the women around her, wearing a completely satisfied expression. As she casually ate fruit, she asked the madam whether the item she had reserved earlier had appeared yet, while also wondering where the real target was being hidden. After waiting for so long without seeing the person she wanted, Xiao Lu started losing her temper. The madam quickly calmed her down, saying everything was already arranged and it would be their turn soon. Hearing that, Xiao Lu let out a cold snort and went back to eating, barely holding back her irritation. Backstage, Ziling could not sit still and secretly prayed that Luo Chen would make his move soon. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her skin, worried that their delaying plan would not last much longer. Beside her, another person wrapped tightly in red cloth could only sigh helplessly, admitting there was nothing else to do except leave everything to fate. On stage, The steward loudly announced that the most important moment had arrived and invited everyone to witness the final treasure. Both Luo Chen below and Xiao Liu inside Heaven VIP room number 2 immediately focused, realizing what they had been waiting for was finally about to appear. The steward continued with an elaborate introduction, claiming this was an unmatched beauty that everyone was about to see with their own eyes. A strong gust of wind suddenly lifted the thin veil over Duo's head, almost blowing it to the floor and revealing part of her face. Realizing the veil was about to fall off, the steward quickly pulled down the stage curtain and loudly declared that the beauty before them was the greatest beauty of this generation, and anyone who missed this chance would regret it forever. The instant the curtain disappeared, a pair of pure white wings spread open behind the young woman under the lights, leaving the entire hall in shock. The audience instantly erupted with greed and desire, while the steward took the chance to raise the starting price to 500 million spirit stones. The number stunned the entire hall into silence before a massive uproar broke out. Many could not believe anyone dared to set such an outrageous opening price. But Heaven VIP room number 2 immediately raised the bid to 600 million spirit stones. The crowd became even more shocked as no one could figure out who was inside. Luo Chen calmly stood up and stretched, as if he had been waiting for this exact moment all along. The silver-haired man mocked him, saying the price was far beyond his reach. Luo Chen shot him a contemptuous glance and replied that he had never said he was going to pay for it himself. The silver-haired man instantly flew into a rage, demanding Luo Chen's identity and warning him not to speak carelessly unless he wanted trouble. Luo Chen ignored the threat, gathered his spiritual power, pointed directly at the man, and exposed him as the one behind the life-draining formation covering the entire town. The moment those words fell, a powerful shockwave exploded through the auction hall, sending pressure across every corner. The steward on stage suddenly burst into flames as if burned alive. Seeing Luo Chen and Xi Ning arrive, Ziling immediately played along and pretended to question their identities. Luo Chen signaled for her to step back and leave everything to him. He turned toward all the guests and coldly declared that their identities did not matter. Everyone had one incense stick's worth of time to hand over every treasure and leave. He also introduced Xi Ning as one of his people. His icy gaze swept across the crowd, and his overwhelming pressure made the air feel suffocating. He warned that anyone who refused would end up just like the steward. The guests completely panicked and rushed toward the exits, screaming in terror as they fought to escape. Once things finally calmed down, Ziling let out a long sigh and walked over to Luo Chen, admitting she would not have lasted much longer if things had dragged on. Luo Chen placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, then looked toward the stage with a serious expression and asked about the young woman's condition. Ziling quickly explained that the seal was only meant to deceive the Hun sect and cause no real harm, telling him not to worry. Luo Chen was still concerned, but before he could say anything else, Duo suddenly woke up on stage and weakly called for her master. She could only remember being swallowed by a red light after leaving the teleportation array. Duo slowly calmed herself and tried to piece together the scattered memories of being attacked by that strange red light. Luo Chen let out a relieved breath, gently rubbed her head, and told her that being safe was all that mattered. Everything else could be explained later. He then turned toward the mass of black energy gathering ahead, ready to deal with the final threat. A gloomy voice echoed from within, demanding to know who dared destroy the illusion it had created. The silver-haired man proudly added that Heaven VIP room number 2 was backed by a terrifying great demon, one that had at least reached the peak demon venerable realm and was not someone to provoke. Luo Chen deliberately acted surprised, rubbed his chin, and repeated with disbelief, "Heaven VIP room number 2 has a guest, and it's actually a peak demon venerable?" Before anyone could react, a deafening blast echoed through the hall as the VIP room door was blown apart from the inside, leaving a massive hole. Xiao Liu burst out with overwhelming killing intent, shouting to know who dared steal her prey. The silver-haired man crossed his arms with a smug smile, convinced that anyone who offended a demon venerable was as good as dead. But before he could finish speaking, Luo Chen rushed forward, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him into the air, coldly saying someone like him was not even worth dirtying his own hands. Seeing the scene, Luo Chen paused for a moment, surprised that Xiao Liu dealt with people as casually as pulling weeds. After easily finishing off the silver-haired man, Xiao Liu dusted off her hands and turned to Luo Chen, asking who he was to ruin her business. She even mocked him, saying she would have been trampled if she had arrived any later. Luo Chen immediately shot back that he was the one who had been attacked first. Ziling worriedly asked Xiao Liu about the people in the auction hall, afraid they had been trapped inside the formation. Xiao Liu casually replied that they were under her protection, so there was nothing to worry about. She added that she had left their protection to some octopus and planned to bring everyone back to Qingluan Peak to serve her afterward. Luo Chen angrily knocked Xiao Liu on the head and ordered her to let everyone go instead of treating people like trophies. Before they could argue any further, the ground shook violently as rocks rained down from above, signaling a major disaster. Luo Chen's expression darkened as he immediately realized the grand formation had been fully activated. A massive blood-red formation spread across the sky, covering the entire Qinglu town. Inside a hidden room within the brothel, Hong Hong was cornered by a customer who laughed shamelessly while ignoring her desperate resistance. He kept taunting her and prepared to force himself on her as Hong Hong begged him to stop. Suddenly, his expression froze, and his eyes widened after noticing something was terribly wrong. Hong Hong's appearance twisted into something horrifying as dark energy erupted from her body and sharp fangs emerged, transforming her into something no longer human. The customer panicked in absolute terror, stammering as he repeatedly screamed about a monster. He barely managed to utter a single word before freezing in horror. Now completely transformed, Hong Hong smiled coldly and revealed that draining the yang energy of mortals was how she restored her lost strength. She prepared to devour the life force before her, treating those weak humans as nothing more than food. Outside, Luo Chen and the others arrived just in time. Ziling turned pale and pointed toward the sky, saying the mastermind was above them. Another silver-haired man looked down with contempt, claiming they had been given a chance to leave safely but had chosen death instead. He continued sneering, asking why they insisted on standing against the Hun sect. The blood essence sphere in his hand grew larger and larger, radiating an evil aura. He declared that the grand formation was complete, the demon lord was about to descend, and everyone was doomed. Luo Chen tilted his head in confusion and calmly asked what the man had just said before realizing the entire ritual was meant to summon the demon lord. Xiao Lu burst into laughter and mocked him, asking if he really believed opening the gate was enough to control the demon lord. The silver-haired man was repeatedly humiliated until his face turned bright red with rage, and his killing intent exploded. One man among them shouted through gritted teeth, both frightened and furious, ranting that once the demon ascended, the Yun Huang continent would drown in blood, and everything would be crushed before cursing everyone else for knowing no fear. In complete contrast, Luo Chen casually rested his hands behind his head like he was watching a show and sarcastically told the man to summon the demon lord already if he really could. Enraged beyond measure, the man glared with bloodshot eyes, accepted the challenge, and threatened that Luo Chen's arrogance would bring destruction upon them all. In his frenzy, he spread his arms wide as if welcoming destiny and roared that the time had come to cleanse the world. But only a gentle breeze answered him, as dry leaves drifted across the silent battlefield. Nothing happened, and there was not even the slightest sign of a successful summoning. The silver-haired man slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion before turning toward the completely motionless teleportation gate behind him as unease crept into his heart. Trying to save face, he cleared his throat a few times and pretended everything was still under control. Then he gathered himself and shouted once again, as if trying to force reality to follow his script. Luo Chen glanced at the ridiculous scene below, where one man stood there, looking like an actor who had forgotten his lines, and realized the whole performance had been nothing but pointless theatrics. He turned to Xi Ning and asked if she could simply destroy the open teleportation gate, but she only shrugged and said she could handle her own affairs, not someone else's. Hearing that, Luo Chen did not bother arguing further. He figured the gate would close on its own once its energy ran out. But just as everything seemed settled, a blazing red beam like molten lava suddenly shot out of the portal and slammed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. From the cloud of dust, a strange figure slowly stood up, brushed himself off, looked around curiously, and muttered as if he had just entered a legendary cultivation world. At the same time, the scene shifted to another location deep within the northern region. Inside a dark main hall, an old man knelt while trembling and reported secret findings to the person seated on the highest throne, his voice filled with tension. The woman above answered with only a single cold word, showing no emotion. The old man broke into a cold sweat and cautiously mentioned a forbidden name connected to the academy library. He continued by saying that the so-called cripple from the southern region had somehow killed An Yuan's true successor. Yin Kui dismissed it as complete nonsense and coldly warned him not to bring such ridiculous rumors before her again. The old subordinate quickly explained himself before revealing another report. Luo Chen had not only recovered his cultivation, but had reached the peak of the fusion realm, and was even close to the void realm. Hearing that, killing intent exploded from Yin Kui as she slammed her hand onto the jade table, shaking the entire hall. The priceless table shattered into countless pieces, while she coldly declared that no matter his cultivation, Luo Chen was still someone she could crush with ease. She immediately stood up with icy eyes and ordered Luo Chen's execution. Someone tried to advise caution because the matter involved Qinghong Academy and several ancient experts. Before he could finish speaking, Elder Shun was grabbed by the throat and lifted into the air like a helpless chicken. Chilling killing intent spread through the hall as Yin Kui warned that she alone ruled this place, and anyone who disobeyed would die. Her icy gaze seemed to freeze the very air, making it clear that one more word of defiance would end in bloodshed. Elder Jun trembled in terror and begged for mercy, promising he would handle everything immediately. But with a casual flick of her hand, she threw him across the hall, sending him crashing painfully onto the floor. Jin Kui declared that this was no longer a personal matter, but one that directly affected the future and fortune of the entire sect. She narrowed her eyes as the pieces finally came together. According to her spies, the ancient treasure her faction had searched and fought over for so long was very likely in Luo Chen's hands. The scene shifted to Qinghong Academy in the southern region. Above Qingluan Peak, a mysterious object tore through the sky at incredible speed, leaving behind rippling shockwaves. Xiao Lu kicked the door open with a loud bang, so excited she almost jumped as she shouted that this trip had been a huge success and that she had brought back a rare soul artifact. But her excitement vanished instantly. The bizarre sight before her left Xiao Lu completely frozen as she wondered what kind of battlefield this was. Luo Chen and the others soon entered behind her. Xi Ning stayed close to his side, teasing him non-stop, and joking that now she was sticking with him, he would never get away. Seeing Xiao Lu standing motionless at the doorway like a statue, Luo Chen asked what had happened, and even wondered if something terrible had occurred here. As they stepped inside, the group found a bizarre setup. A long white cloth stretched across the room, an incense altar with 3 large incense sticks stood in front, and matching funeral wreaths lined both sides like a complete memorial service. Xiao Lu cautiously lifted the white curtain and stepped inside. She swallowed nervously and asked if someone had actually died here before trying to reassure herself that it was probably not the case. She walked over to the wooden coffin in the middle of the room and carefully examined it. She sensed a faint trace of life, but the soul was nowhere to be found, so she decided to wait for Ling Yue to return before doing anything else. Just as Luo Chen was about to speak, an excited voice rang out from the courtyard as Ling Yue announced that she had returned from Tianchong Peak. Ling Yue ran inside carrying a huge bouquet of wildflowers, smiling like a cheerful child as she asked whether everyone's journey had gone safely. After greeting each other, Ling Yue noticed Xi Ning and curiously asked who she was. Luo Chen introduced her as a new friend, and the atmosphere quickly became much warmer. Xiao Lu could not hold back any longer. She immediately grabbed Ling Yue and urgently asked about the boss, saying everything was already prepared for the rescue. Ling Yue quickly calmed her down and told her she would explain everything step by step. Ling Yue began explaining the situation. Man was actually with Qingpo near the mountains. According to Mi Meng, they were simply nurturing her soul and helping her relax. The flowers were only used to calm her spirit. Luo Chen nodded after hearing the explanation. Luo Chen looked around at the gloomy setup and directly asked if Mi Meng had arranged everything. Ling Yue confirmed that she had. He then turned to Zilang, who seemed more knowledgeable, and asked whether this setup could actually work. Zilang crossed his arms and bluntly said it was nothing but cheap superstition. It might scare ordinary people, but it had no real value. Hearing that, Lingyue hurriedly tried to remove all the decorations, but Luo Chen stopped her. He told her to leave everything as it was and quickly bring Qingpoer back to prepare the soul fusion ritual for Man. Xiao Liu was still annoyed. She warned Lingyue that if she saw that goose again, she had better bring it back because there was an old score to settle. Far away, Mimeng suddenly let out a huge sneeze that echoed across the area. While biting into a chicken drumstick, she grumbled that someone must be talking behind her back. The scene shifted to a massive estate guarded by countless elite guards, with a strict and tense atmosphere everywhere. Ni Shu walked outside while complaining that the headmaster had dumped all the work on him. The guards immediately saluted as he passed, and he casually acknowledged them before continuing on. As he walked, he suddenly stopped in his tracks as if his whole body had frozen. Ahead of him stood a gigantic dark figure like a moving mountain. A sedan chair radiating a chilling aura rested above it, making it obvious the visitor was no ordinary person. Ni Shu instantly gathered power into his legs and unleashed his movement technique. He shot upward like a swallow cutting through the wind, leaving only afterimages behind. Keeping a polite smile, he cupped his hands and calmly introduced himself as Ni Shu, an array instructor from Qinghong Academy, before asking who dared trespass into the academy. Elder Jun remained motionless like a statue, his eyes half closed, as though he was silently receiving orders from the sedan chair behind him, completely ignoring Ni Shu. After a brief pause, the old man finally gave a slight nod, as if he had fully accepted the command from the one behind him. An arrogant man pointed straight at Ni Shu with open contempt, saying a mere instructor was not qualified to speak with them, and demanding that headmaster Li Guangqi come out in person. Ni Shu chuckled and replied that the headmaster was extremely busy. If they revealed their identities and purpose, he would gladly pass along the request. Without another word, the old man formed hand seals. A glowing staff instantly appeared in his hand, releasing an icy aura. Ni Shu immediately felt the terrifying pressure from the weapon. His expression changed as he realized it was an exceptionally high-grade magical treasure. Elder Qin waited no time and swung the staff forward, its force tearing through the air with a violent gale. Ni Shu quickly raised his bamboo fan to block the attack, but the overwhelming sense of danger reached its peak. The collision exploded with tremendous force. Gritting his teeth against the backlash, he watched as his treasured weapon was heavily damaged and nearly destroyed. Elder Qin lowered his staff and coldly issued one final warning. Bring Li Guangqi here, or the next strike would show no mercy. A streak of blood ran from the corner of Ni Zhu's mouth. He knew the opponent was more strong than expected, and silently realized he had encountered an incredibly dangerous enemy. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu was tightly bound by Mimeng's spider silk. She kept shouting angrily that everything she did was for Luo Chen's sake, and that everyone had misunderstood her. Floating in the air, Mimeng maintained her restraint while calmly saying Xiao Liu could not escape for now, and everything could be settled peacefully if she cooperated. Xiao Liu gripped the silk tightly and coldly warned Mimeng not to think a slight increase in strength gave her the right to make demands. If necessary, she would not hesitate to fight seriously. She loudly called for her companions to help, preparing to suppress Mimeng together. Nai immediately rushed in and tightly restrained Mimeng, making her cry out in pain as she was caught off guard by Nai's strength. Xiao Liu pulled out a wooden club and narrowed her eyes. She declared that no matter how strong Mimeng was, she could not overwhelm both of them working together. Mimeng sneered and replied that Xiao Sli's side was not the only one with reinforcements. Her side had already made preparations as well. She immediately shouted for her allies to appear, her aura surging. A figure rushed over at incredible speed, seemingly arriving to rescue Mimeng. But the instant the newcomer got close, they suddenly kicked Mimeng instead, completely turning the situation upside down. The newcomer stood with one hand on her hip, speaking with unquestionable authority, and even scolded Mimeng for acting far too recklessly. She then stepped on Mimeng's shoulder and coldly questioned her, suspecting she had sneaked into the restricted area to steal food, showing absolutely no mercy. Right in the middle of the chaos, Duo stepped forward and reminded everyone to stay quiet, because an important ritual for Man was underway. The entire room was now bathed in golden light. Lang was maintaining the formation and warned everyone not to make any noise. Holding a small snake in her arms, Lingyue asked about the ritual's progress while gently telling it to cooperate. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zuzlang confirmed that the formation was complete and the ritual could begin immediately. Luochen turned to Ling Yue and told her to have Qingpo spit out everything it had swallowed. He promised plenty of food afterward as a reward. Once everything was ready, Luochen gave the signal to begin and instructed them to place Manman's hand at the center of the formation. The moment her fingertip touched the glowing sphere, Man tightly frowned as her entire body trembled, as if an invisible force were pulling something from deep inside her. The giant sphere of light suddenly shattered into countless tiny glowing particles that drifted through the air like stardust. At the same time, Man's body lost all weight and slowly floated into the air as the formation lifted her. Keeping a serious expression, Luochen instructed his disciples to help. He told Ling Yue to remove Man's clothes to reduce the barrier between her body and soul during the soul-guiding ritual. Ling Yue froze for a moment before reluctantly nodding with an embarrassed expression. As soon as she began, Ling Yu's face turned bright red. She immediately warned Luochen to keep his eyes closed and not peek. Luochen looked equally awkward and quickly explained that he was focused on controlling the soul artifact and had no time to think about anything else. Just then, Man suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the room. Startled, Ling Yue anxiously asked whether something had gone wrong when she saw Man in such agony. Luochen frowned and immediately declared that the ritual was not the problem. Someone was secretly interfering and disrupting the heavenly order. In another layer of darkness, Xining suddenly opened her eyes, instantly becoming alert. She muttered in annoyance, saying Luochen had once again gotten himself into another life-and-death mess that attracted unwanted attention. Xining condensed her spiritual power into 3 razor-sharp blades that circled around her. Sensing something was wrong, she decided to eliminate the disturbance from afar. Without hesitation, she waved her hand and launched all 3 blades of light toward the giant eye floating in the sky. After the attack, Xining smiled faintly and judged that she had at least bought Luochen some time. A chubby bird suddenly flew over to check on the situation, asked about the strange phenomenon, and praised Xining's husband. She casually replied that she had only dealt with a small nuisance. After confirming everything was stable, the chubby bird dissolved into smoke, leaving behind a reminder to continue guarding the area. Xining pouted in annoyance that the bird only cared about her husband and ignored her before wondering if there was another mission she could have fun with. She snapped her fingers with a smile, planning to give her husband a small task outside since something unusual was happening. At the same moment, a streak of blue light tore across the sky at incredible speed. Li Guangqi led his disciples straight toward Elder Sun's location. Calmly stroking his beard, he asked what had happened and told the visitors to state their purpose directly instead of speaking in circles. Elder Shun respectfully cupped his hands and bowed toward the shadowy figure beside him, clearly showing his submission. With an icy gaze, Yinsui bluntly demanded that Bai Luochen be handed over to avenge the death of her people, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Guangqi frowned and asked who she really was and why she was dragging the academy into this matter, wondering where this grudge had come from. Yinsui coldly confirmed that she had come to avenge Qing Chailing's true successor, Qi Shenran. The moment he heard that name, Nieshu recalled the earlier incident and realized Qi Shenran was the evil cultivator Bai Luochen had killed. He had never expected it to lead to such enormous consequences. Someone in the group guessed that Qi Shenran might have been the woman's Dao companion, which explained why she was seeking revenge. Yinsui immediately flew into a rage and denied it through gritted teeth, saying that man was not worthy. She declared that her identity was tied to Angon, and Qi Shenran had been nothing more than a vessel for its inheritance. Her killing intent surged as she declared that once Angon fully awakened and completed its fusion, it would one day be reborn. Qi Shenran's death had severed that hope completely. Yin Kui face twisted with hatred as she declared that Qi Shenran's death at Bai Luoken's hands was a debt that had to be repaid. She turned to Li Guangxi and coldly ordered him to hand Bai Luochen over, or she would tear the entire library apart to find him. Xuanzhu stepped forward without hesitation and declared that the library's justice would never allow them to surrender anyone, even if it meant fighting to the death. Lao Shun gathered power into his palm and roared that this was no place for a mere instructor to interfere. A savage strike burst from his hand, forcing Xuanzhu to raise her flute and create a wall of sound to block the attack. Li Guangqi stepped in front of Yue Xuanzhu and declared that anyone who touched his instructor would have to step over his corpse before ordering them to leave the academy. Yin Cui gave a slight signal, telling Lao Shun to fall back because someone else would handle the rest. As soon as the order was given, Yin Cui attacked with overwhelming force and declared that if the academy refused to hand him over, she would destroy everything, before calling the Black Flood Dragon into battle. The Black Flood Dragon roared and unleashed a raging torrent straight ahead. Its body suddenly shrank as a strange membrane wrapped around it and began a transformation. The membrane swallowed its massive body until it completely disappeared inside. In the blink of an eye, the giant beast finished transforming into a human form. The moment Yin Cui gave the command, it became a streak of light and shot toward its target. The Black Flood Dragon dived like a crimson arrow through the sky, and Li Guangqi immediately chased after it to intercept. But in the next instant, the Black Flood Dragon mysteriously slipped behind Li Guangqi and launched a surprise attack. At the same time, Lao Shun rushed in from another direction and joined the ambush. Lao Shun sneered and claimed that he was Li Guangqi's true opponent in this battle. Li Guangqi's expression darkened as his aura exploded, saying it had been a long time since his last real fight, and today was the perfect chance to test himself again. As his words ended, a vast ink landscape appeared behind him and covered the entire battlefield. Lao Shun spun his staff, gathered all his power, and unleashed a terrifying aura. The massive phantom spirit serpent he summoned lunged forward and tried to tear apart the ink landscape. But the moment it made contact, an invisible barrier instantly knocked it back. Elsewhere, the Black Flood Dragon slammed into the ground and sent shattered rocks flying everywhere. The disciples cried out in panic, unable to understand what was happening. The Black Flood Dragon raised its head and let out a roar that shook the entire battlefield. A massive ball of energy gathered inside its mouth, releasing suffocating killing intent. The disciples below were overwhelmed by the pressure and believed the academy could never survive this disaster. At the critical moment, a powerful force shot in from afar and bound the Black Flood Dragon as glowing spirit talismans lit up the battlefield. Yunxi calmly ordered the disciples to evacuate the injured and admitted that the gap in strength was too great for her to hold on much longer. The spiritual bindings around the Black Flood Dragon began to crack and looked ready to shatter. As expected, the Black Flood Dragon roared and instantly destroyed every binding artifact. Yunruo and Yunxi both turned grim as they realized the situation was completely out of control. Yunxi raised the final defensive barrier while asking if their master had finally returned. Lingyue ran over in panic, asked if they were hurt, and confirmed their identities. Yunruo anxiously asked why Lingyue had come here and warned that the danger was aimed at Bai Luochen and could drag her into it as well. Before Yunruo could finish speaking, she froze as the tension reached its peak. Looking across the battlefield, Yunruo and Yunxi felt this assault was even more terrifying than before, while the people beside them tried to reassure everyone that these were allies from Qingluan Peak. Ling Bai glanced around and remarked that the battlefield was chaotic and strange, while everything in front of him looked oddly familiar. Xiao Lu crouched down to inspect the defeated creature and recognized it as a flood dragon they had dealt with before. Hong Hong looked around for Luoken and realized he had vanished from the battlefield without anyone noticing. Just as the area seemed to calm down, a massive crowd poured in like a swarm of bees, instantly pushing the tension to the limit, with some even joking about cooking the enemies to gain more cultivation. Before anyone could react, the ground began shaking violently, as if something enormous was rapidly approaching. Shishi frantically waved at the others to stay alert and pointed into the sky, warning that an unknown object was charging toward them. Xiao Lu rested his staff on his shoulder, his face turning grim as he muttered that this was far beyond their expectations. From the distance, a massive golden beast shot forward like an arrow, its terrifying aura shaking the entire area and signaling disaster for the library. Li Guangqi could not withstand the impact, clutched his chest, coughed violently, and spat out blood as his condition became critical. Two nearby disciples rushed over in panic, supporting him while desperately asking if he could still hold on. The enemy finally revealed the truth, coldly declaring that everything had only been a test, and that their side had already reached a far higher realm. Li Guangqi gritted his teeth and urgently ordered his men to invite the Supreme Elder out of seclusion because the situation was completely out of control. The enemy continued threatening that if Bai Luochen did not appear, the entire academy would be reduced to ruins. Mi Xuanzhu and Yi Shu hurried forward to shield everyone and tried to negotiate, explaining that Bai Luochen was not here and asking for time to avoid disaster. But Mi Xuanzhu immediately rejected the idea of sacrificing someone else and firmly refused such a cowardly choice. Another person argued that if they remained stubborn, the headmaster would die and the greater good had to come first. Seeing the academy's side begin to argue, the woman across from them laughed mockingly as if everything was going exactly as she expected. She formed a hand seal to summon a ghost general formation and cruelly declared that they were about to witness true despair. 3 gigantic ghost generals emerged, roaring as they charged toward the academy with overwhelming killing intent. Yu Xuanzhu immediately raised her flute, and its melody formed an invisible barrier against the incoming assault. Li Guangqi nearly fell into despair, knowing his side lacked the strength to survive this deadly attack. The woman laughed with contempt and ordered the ghost generals to crush every defense before them. The 3 ghost generals slammed into the barrier with such force that the surrounding space seemed ready to collapse. But something unbelievable happened. The instant they touched the barrier, every ghostly figure shattered into pieces, leaving everyone speechless. The overwhelming backlash struck the woman instead, forcing her to stagger as disbelief filled her face. Mi Xuanzhu froze when she noticed a mysterious seal appear, making her suspect that another hidden force had intervened. A sudden wave of sword energy tore through the air and sliced apart the enemy's attack, instantly turning the battle around. The woman grew even more furious and began suspecting that a far stronger expert was secretly controlling the situation. At the peak of the tension, Bai Luochen calmly stepped forward and said there was no need to summon the Supreme Elder, because he alone was enough to handle everything. He glanced around before directly asking who they were to dare attack the academy. The woman smiled coldly, her sharp eyes showing she had recognized him all along. Her killing intent exploded as spiritual power surged around her, making it clear she would not stop until her revenge was complete. 4 deadly attacks shot toward Bai Luochen at the same time, each aimed to kill him instantly. Bai Luochen casually swung his sword and scattered every attack, before calmly explaining that he was not the person they were truly looking for. But his words meant nothing because she had already decided he was the one responsible. Bai Luochen let out a helpless sigh, realizing there was no reasoning with someone so stubborn. A strange blood-red flower slowly bloomed from the woman's palm, glowing like fresh blood as her killing intent made it clear she wanted to tear Bai Luochen apart to avenge Yin Yan. The flower continued blooming as its crimson light spread across the sky, making the entire battlefield look like it had fallen into a sea of blood. Once the flower fully opened, an evil aura spread everywhere, twisting life itself as if a single branch could turn the battlefield into hell. Mi Xuanzhu cried out in panic, desperately warning Bai Luochen to get out of the attack's range. Yin Kui showed no hesitation as she swung her hand and poured every ounce of killing intent into the finishing blow. The blood flower shot forward like a crimson bolt, moving so fast it ripped through the air and sent chills down everyone's spine. But just before it struck, Bai Luochen's sword activated on its own, raising an invisible barrier that completely blocked the deadly attack. Seeing that, Yin Sui laughed with contempt and mocked him for relying on a magic treasure to survive. But her smile quickly froze as the sword did more than block the attack. It even began corroding the flower itself. She confidently explained that the boundless flower could devour spiritual energy and magic treasures, convinced victory was already hers. Mi Xuanzhu never lost faith, keeping her eyes on Luochen as if she knew he still had another move. Instead of dodging, Bai Luochen stunned everyone by opening his mouth and biting straight into the boundless flower. He casually chewed it like a snack, commenting that it tasted more like meat than a flower, and even wondered if it would make good soup. Yin Kui stood frozen as every bit of confidence she had was crushed in an instant. Even Li Guangqi was left speechless, feeling as though all common sense had been turned upside down. Yue Xuanzhu, on the other hand, could barely hide her pride, as if she had always known Bai Luochen was extraordinary. Yin Kui completely lost control, laughing and screaming that it had to be an illusion because the boundless flower could never be destroyed like that. After finishing it, Bai Luochen casually burped and asked if she had anything else to offer, sounding like he was on a stroll instead of a battlefield. Yin Kui unleashed her killing intent again, declaring that she could still crush him without the boundless flower. One of her subordinates hurried over to stop her, warning that Bai Luochen was too unpredictable and that retreating would be the wiser choice. Despite his panic, he desperately held her back, fearing there would be no turning back if they kept fighting. Watching everything unfold, Li Guangqi began to suspect Bai Luochen's true strength was far beyond anything he had imagined. Yi Shu broke into a nervous smile despite the cold sweat on his face, saying such a breakthrough in power was simply impossible. Only Yue Xuanzhu remained unwavering, recalling the incredible potential had once seen in Bai Luochen. Another elder instantly appeared, bowed an apology on behalf of his faction, and asked Bai Luochen to leave them a way out for the sake of future peace. Bai Luochen coldly replied that no one had thought about leaving the academy a way out when they attacked. Realizing words would not work, the old man switched to threats and invoked the authority of his sect. He then summoned his Dharma avatar and prepared for a desperate battle, ready to drag everyone into mutual destruction. Bai Luochen merely smirked, showing he did not consider the old man a worthy opponent. The moment the old man saw Bai Luochen's weapon change shape, panic filled his face because he had never seen anything like it. Bai Luochen's sword transformed into a long staff, which he casually spun before saying the real battle was only beginning. He tossed the staff into the air before hurling it straight at his opponent, as if turning the fight into his own performance. The old man quickly raised his weapon to block, but the instant they collided, a bizarre force surged back and numbed his arms. Even after being knocked away, the staff spun through the air and flew perfectly back into Bai Luochen's hand, as if it had a mind of its own. Bai Luochen leaped high into the air and brought the staff crashing down like a bolt of lightning straight toward the old man's head. The old man had no chance to defend himself as his weapon was instantly crushed into pieces. The impact blasted him backward before he slammed into the ground like a helpless rag doll. The earth split apart beneath him and collapsed into a massive crater as dust and debris swallowed the battlefield. Yin Sui turned pale and could not even speak after seeing Lao Shun defeated by a single effortless strike. Bai Luochen casually rested the staff on his shoulder and said that it had only been a beginner's lesson. He then turned toward Yin Kui, his calm voice making it seem as though her fate had already been decided. Yin Sui panicked and tried to threaten him, but her trembling voice no longer carried any confidence. The sedan she planned to escape with suddenly shrank without warning, throwing everything into chaos. With no other choice, she jumped onto its roof and fled with everything she had to save her life. Even while escaping, Yin Sui looked back and swore she would return for revenge. Bai Luochen immediately clenched his fist and called the long staff back, refusing to let her escape. The staff became a streak of light that tore through the air, relentlessly chasing after Yin Kui. Just when she thought she had escaped, a powerful blow struck her from behind and violently shook her body in mid-air. The impact left her writhing in pain as she twisted with rage and screamed curses in utter despair. Humiliated beyond her limit, Yin Sui completely snapped and swore she would wash away this shame with Bai Luochen's blood. As the staff returned to his hand, Bai Luochen casually accepted the victory notification as if he had just finished another routine mission. He casually asked if he could switch to another weapon, but was told the rules were fixed and could not be changed. Looking at the staff in his hand, he frowned with disgust, feeling there was something unclean about it. Far away, Yin Kui finally escaped the pursuit in a miserable state. The moment she landed, she clutched her wounds and swore through gritted teeth that this was not over. As her anger boiled over, a stream of black mist suddenly appeared before her. A shadowy figure stepped out with a mocking tone, as though everything that had happened was nothing but a joke. He let out a cold laugh before vanishing into the mist, promising that the plan was far from over and that he would return. Back at the academy, everyone rushed over to check on each other after the fierce battle. At Qingluan Peak, Bai Luochen and his two companions were preparing for an important task, and the atmosphere was unusually serious. Bai Luochen nodded and signaled for the necessary tools to be prepared. After finishing the setup, he continued directing the others through the next steps. The three of them stayed fully focused, treating every movement like part of an important ritual. Just then, Yahuang Mimeng kicked the door open and loudly demanded the results, because she could not wait any longer. Yahuang Mimeng walked in with a friendly wave, but the instant the three people in the room turned toward her, everyone froze and the room fell silent. The sight before her made Mimeng explode with frustration as she shouted that she had waited forever only to find them sewing quilts and pillows. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, complaining that the sect was hopeless because she expected an important ritual instead of ordinary sewing. Unable to hold back any longer, Mimeng pointed at them and yelled that removing an inner core was being treated like a life-or-death battle. She motioned for Nalan Duo to stay still and simply instructed her to guide her spiritual energy to the top of her head. The spiritual energy inside Duo reacted violently. Her face turned bright red under the pressure, and the extraction process officially began. While Mimeng focused on drawing out the power, she failed to notice a dangerous presence quietly approaching from behind as the surrounding space began to distort. Bai Luochen suddenly appeared and grabbed both sides of Mimeng's head, pulling her back so hard that she cried out in pain and lost control of her technique. He immediately calmed Duduo, gently laid her down, and ordered Mimeng to stop before she disrupted the entire process. Bai Luochen explained that he would personally separate the inner core and told Duo to stay calm to avoid a backlash. After she nodded, he lifted Duo into the air and explained that the demon realm had created an abnormal bond between her body and the inner core, making it much harder to separate. Sweat formed on Bai Luochen's forehead, while Duo gritted her teeth and fought to suppress the spiritual backlash. Duo floated in midair as waves of pain made her body tremble without stopping. After a tense moment, the inner core was finally separated, and Bai Luochen safely lowered Duo before confirming the process was complete. Completely exhausted, Duo looked weakly toward her master, while Bai Luochen reassured her that her body would need time to recover after losing the spiritual connection. She slowly drifted into a deep sleep, and Bai Luochen declared that once she woke up, she would officially enter the Golden Core realm. The scene shifted to another mountain, where dark clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder rolled across the sky as if something unusual was about to happen. Within the dense clouds, a brilliant golden bolt of lightning split the sky and created a rare heavenly phenomenon. Riding on a giant gourd, Yishu and Yanfeng chatted while traveling, noticing the disturbance from Qingluan Peak and guessing that Bai Luochen had caused another incident. The two continued talking, recalling an earlier event involving the Holy Maiden and a demon beast that had been defeated at the academy. Yishu analyzed that the enemy back then had been at least above the Golden Core realm, yet was still defeated with ease. Yanfeng began speculating about Bai Luochen's hidden secrets, while Yishu remained calm and said there was no need to dig too deeply into the matter. The two chatted while eating fruit and casually mentioned that they were planning to visit the headmaster. While checking their luggage, they discovered that besides the fruit, a mysterious secret manual had been hidden inside, leaving them both stunned. The moment Yanfeng glanced at the book, his face turned bright red. He quickly looked away and mumbled that he had seen nothing to avoid trouble with the headmaster. Seeing his junior flustered, Yishu burst into laughter and even joked about making a few copies to take home, making the scene even noisier. The distant sky remained covered in black clouds as lightning filled the heavens, while strange rumbling echoed as if something was awakening. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck the ground, blasting out a massive scorched crater as smoke and dust filled the air. A scorched figure slowly climbed out of the crater. It was Mimeng, her hair a complete mess, yet her eyes shone with excitement as she declared she had finally broken through. She brushed the dust off her clothes and proudly announced that no one would ever look down on her again. But only a few demon beasts watched with bored expressions, and even a passing Earth immortal offered nothing more than a polite clap, making her realize reality was far less dramatic. She quickly apologized for getting carried away, and the Earth immortal smiled kindly before reminding her that she still had a long way to go to catch up with the true experts. Mimeng turned and saw Su Lingyu directing everyone to clean up the collapsed crater while shouting orders, creating a chaotic scene. She noticed a small figure nearby and realized it was a young demon beast at the early Demon King realm, instantly deciding to test her new strength. Without hesitation, Mimeng walked over, planning to teach the little beast a lesson and recover some of her pride. But the moment she attacked, the young demon beast effortlessly dodged and instantly countered with lightning speed, catching her completely off guard. A solid punch landed squarely on Mimeng's face, sending her flying backward. She crashed onto the ground in disbelief, unable to understand how she had reached the demon sovereign realm yet was defeated so easily. Su Lingyu calmly explained that the little beast had also survived the same heavenly lightning tribulation and was no weaker than Mimeng, leaving her speechless. The young demon beast even pouted and teased that maybe she kept getting struck by lightning because of bad karma. Just then, Yunxi descended from the sky with a serious expression, immediately drawing Su Lingyu's attention. Yunxi hurriedly handed her a scroll without saying a word. Su Lingyu opened it at once, and her expression quickly became serious. The contents made her pause, because this was clearly no ordinary matter. Mimeng also walked over, curious to see what was happening. The two studied a crudely drawn map, but neither of them was certain it was accurate. Yunxi explained that it was a map leading to a newly appeared secret realm in Dayan province, believed to be the ancient ruins of a great sect, though Mimeng still doubted its authenticity. While examining the map, they suddenly caught the smell of something burning nearby. It turned out the little demon beast had secretly tied a spirit-powered firework behind Mimeng, leaving her panicking as flames burst to life. The firework fully ignited and launched Mimeng into the sky like a blazing rocket, disappearing into the clouds. The crowd below erupted with laughter and cheers, with some even joking that next time they should add more explosives and launch her all the way to the moon. Yunxi swallowed hard as he looked around Qingluan Peak, thinking this place was packed with unbelievably dangerous characters. Su Lingyu casually shooed Little Bird away and told it to play somewhere else. Yunxi stared in shock, wondering if another demon king had somehow appeared in this bizarre place. Yunxi looked up at the dark sky and quietly asked if Mimeng would be all right flying that high. The answer was surprisingly casual. If she had wings, she would eventually glide back down. After the commotion settled, Su Lingyu examined the parchment again. It clearly stated that only female disciples could enter, while any man who crossed the boundary would be expelled, making the whole place seem suspiciously like a trap. Yunxi let out a heavy sigh. Even though he felt uneasy, rumors claimed the secret realm held heaven-defying opportunities. Knowing he was still weakened from the previous incident, he decided to take the risk no matter what awaited inside. Just as the tense atmosphere lingered, Bai Luochen appeared. Su Lingyu visibly relaxed, while Yunxi bowed respectfully. Bai Luochen simply told them to prepare for departure and make sure everyone was ready to come along. The newly advanced female disciple needed to train outside to stabilize her cultivation. Once she woke up, the group would set out together. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the area as something fell from the sky and slammed down right beside Bai Luochen. It was Mimeng. She climbed out of the wreckage, brushed herself off, and said she had to leave for a while because her clan had sent an emergency signal, and she needed to return immediately. Hearing that her clan was in trouble, Bai Luochen immediately asked if she needed any help. Mimeng confidently shook her head. Now that she had reached the demon sovereign realm, she believed she could handle everything herself. She burst into proud laughter, already imagining how shocked her entire clan would be by her new strength. Bai Luochen watched her for a moment, before saying he would still leave a protective measure behind, in case anything unexpected happened. With a casual wave of his hand, glowing seals appeared on Su Lingyu and Yunxi. He told them to activate the mark whenever they were in danger, and he would arrive immediately. Mimeng's seal, however, landed in a rather embarrassing spot, making her instantly furious as she loudly protested. Bai Luochen's expression turned cold as he warned that the seal allowed him to monitor the situation. She was not allowed to leave Qingluan Peak's sphere of control, and if she ran, she would face the consequences herself. Mimeng turned her face away and complained that after knowing each other for so long, he still did not trust her. Bai Luochen reached over and gently patted her head, but that only made Mimeng even angrier as she complained about being treated like a child and demanded compensation. A portion of Bai Luochen's power immediately restrained both of her hands. Mimeng struggled fiercely and protested that even as a demon sovereign, she was still being watched like someone untrustworthy. The scene suddenly shifted to a peaceful forest where sunlight streamed through the branches of ancient towering trees. Little Bird calmly grazed on fresh grass while happily enjoying the scent of the surrounding herbs. Behind one of the giant trees, Bai Luochen and Xining leaned close together and spoke quietly. He sighed that his rare chance to rest had turned into another mission, while Xining smiled and said staying home all the time was boring, so traveling together was a nice excuse to spend time alone. Bai Luochen let out another helpless sigh and reminded her that their fake marriage had ended long ago, so he could not understand why she still called him husband. Xining simply smiled and replied that there was nobody else around, so there was no harm in calling him that. The view slowly narrowed until everything centered on the base of the ancient tree. There, a mother squirrel spread her arms to shield her babies behind her. Her body trembled with fear, but she refused to let anyone get past her. Facing her was a massive black snake, with greedy eyes fixed on the entire squirrel family. It mocked her, saying the world had changed, and weak prey no longer had any chance of surviving. The snake deliberately touched the scar on its neck and sneered as it recalled the wound the squirrel had once given it. The baby squirrels clung tightly to their mother, trembling and crying in terror. The mother squirrel held her children close and gently comforted them, promising that as long as she was there, no one would hurt them. The black snake slithered closer and pinned the mother squirrel against the tree. It spoke calmly, but every word carried a clear threat, hinting that killing was not its only goal. Wrapping its tail tightly around her, the snake coldly warned that if she refused to cooperate, her children would suffer the consequences. The snake then opened its jaws wide as its killing intent exploded, and hunger consumed the last trace of patience. It struck with a deadly bite, sending blood spraying everywhere, while the baby squirrels screamed and cried for their mother. The mother squirrel collapsed to the ground, barely breathing as she used her remaining strength to beg the snake to spare her children. The black snake licked its lips and casually denied everything it had promised, acting as though those words had never been spoken. Clutching her wound, the mother squirrel furiously cursed the cruel monster before her. The black snake slowly moved toward the two baby squirrels cowering in the shadows. Then a terrifying sound cut through the air. Blood splattered across the ground, staining the earth red around the place where the mother squirrel lay. The mother squirrel's eyes instantly changed as overwhelming hatred erupted within her, turning her pupils into an icy blue filled with murderous intent. The snake was proudly enjoying its prey when the mother squirrel suddenly shot forward like an arrow. Her deadly counterstrike pierced straight through the snake's neck, leaving it no time to react before it cried out in shock. The brief fight between the squirrel and the snake sent them crashing off the tree, catching Bai Luochen's attention nearby. Both badly wounded creatures slammed onto the grass below. Realizing the odds had turned against it, the black snake fled without daring to continue the fight. Bai Luochen and Xining walked over and gently picked up the mother squirrel. He concluded she was beyond saving. Xining examined her and guessed she had sacrificed herself to save her child, but sadly the babies had already died long before. Bai Luochen was surprised that Xining could read the fate of living beings. She explained it only worked on ordinary creatures because cultivators who grasp heavenly secrets were beyond her ability. Bai Luochen quietly looked at the little squirrels in his hand, lost in thought. In the end, he decided to save the tiny life and told it to live well and never bring disaster upon others. After everything was settled, the two of them left the area. Before dying, the mother squirrel could only shed tears in gratitude. Bai Luochen calmly said he had no interest in meaningless killing, but even a small act could plant the seed of future fate. Outside, heavy rain began pouring down as if the heavens themselves were mourning. In the cold wilderness, Bai Luochen lit a fire that drove away part of the chill. The flickering fire soon revealed that they were no longer alone, as two strangers appeared. An old man and a young boy stepped forward and thanked them for letting them shelter from the rain. Bai Luochen simply replied that it was only a coincidence, since everyone was just a traveler escaping the storm. The boy searched his cloth bag and pulled out a small cake. He shyly offered it, saying Bai Luochen had not eaten anything and hoped he would accept it to ease his hunger. Bai Luochen laughed and gladly accepted the cake. He admitted he was hungry anyway, so he would eat it without hesitation. As he turned the cake in his hand, he smiled and accepted the child's kindness, promising he would remember the gesture. The old man took a puff from his pipe before slowly asking whether the two of them were heading to Lingnan City. While chewing the cake, Bai Luochen waved his hand and explained that the old man had misunderstood because the woman beside him was only his junior sister. Before he could finish, Xining interrupted and firmly said they were indeed traveling to Lingnan City together, deliberately making their relationship sound even closer. The old man paused and stared at the two young people with an unreadable expression. A moment later, he burst into laughter and assumed they were joking, Then he said he understood and had thought they were only casual acquaintances, but Bai Luochen quickly denied it again. The old man became serious and stroked his beard as he warned that the Lingnan region had been far from peaceful lately. Strangers passing through could easily lose their lives. Bai Luochen frowned and asked what exactly was happening there. The old man leaned closer and quietly revealed that demons had been causing trouble throughout the region, and the situation was highly unusual. Right then, Xiao Wu pushed open the door and loudly announced that the rain had eased and they could continue their journey. The grandfather and grandson were instantly stunned to see a talking horse. The boy stammered as he asked how such a thing was possible and even heard it call someone by name. Bai Luochen and Xining stood up and excused themselves. They left the stunned pair behind as their group departed. One man and one horse walked outside, and Bai Luochen casually waved goodbye like a wandering swordsman, saying they would meet again if fate allowed. After they disappeared, the boy immediately asked his master what he thought of the man, guessing he was no ordinary person. The boy then innocently asked if the talking horse was what made him so special. The old man smacked his disciple on the head with his pipe and scolded him for thinking too shallowly. The talking horse was not the real point. He slowly explained that for a spirit beast to speak, it had to reach a certain level of cultivation, something no ordinary creature could achieve. The old man recalled Bai Luochen's aura and felt that although he looked ordinary, his true strength was unfathomable and far beyond his first impression. In the blink of an eye, Bai Luochen, Xining, and Xiao Wu arrived at Lingnan City. The city was bustling with crowds, packed with people like a grand festival. Vendors shouted from every corner as countless goods filled the busy streets. Elsewhere, crowds gathered around strange performances, making the whole city feel alive. Bai Luochen gently patted Xiao Wu on the head and warned it to keep a low profile inside the city and not speak unless necessary. After only a few steps, the rich aroma of food hit his nose and made him stop in place. Looking around, he realized the smell was coming from a small noodle shop tucked behind a street corner. Bai Luochen immediately decided to eat there and asked Xining if she wanted some. She nodded without hesitation. The owner warmly welcomed them and asked what they would like. Bai Luochen ordered 2 signature bowls of noodles. The moment Xiao Wu heard the word food, it jumped in and made it clear it wanted a bowl too. Bai Luochen laughed and changed the order to 3 bowls. The owner happily accepted and quickly got to work. Bai Luochen gently rubbed Xiao Wu's head and told it to find a quiet place, transform into a human, and return to the noodle shop afterward. Xining watched Xiao Wu leave before glancing at a large, elegant restaurant nearby. She curiously asked why Bai Luochen chose a tiny stall instead. Bai Luochen smiled with the confidence of a true foodie. He said the best food was often found in humble street stalls, not fancy restaurants. His instincts told him this noodle shop was anything but ordinary. The aroma felt strangely familiar, reminding him of a place far away. At that moment, the grandfather and grandson from earlier also wandered near the noodle shop. Xining smiled, almost said something, then simply suggested trying the noodles first. The scene shifted to the grandfather and grandson as the elder knocked on the gate of a massive sphinx. The child stared in disbelief that this was the home of someone they knew. The child looked up at the magnificent estate and couldn't stop marveling at its incredible luxury. The elder lightly tapped the disciple's head and reminded the child that this trip was to broaden their horizons, not stand there looking stunned. The child quickly nodded. The massive gates slowly opened. A middle-aged man hurried out and joyfully embraced the elder. He complained that he had been waiting for a long time, while the elder nearly suffocated and quickly pushed him away. After they separated, the man looked at the child and asked if this was the elder's disciple. The elder nodded. The child respectfully cupped both hands and greeted the man. After taking a closer look, the man praised the child's talent, saying it rivaled many geniuses from the great sects. The child quickly corrected him about their gender. Hearing that, the man could only smile awkwardly for his slip of the tongue. He then led the elder inside, while saying there was no need for formalities, and asked him to check on the patient first. The 3 of them entered the mansion's grand hall together. The moment Tang Xiao stepped inside, a wave of icy energy washed over him, making him shiver. They walked to a large bed where the middle-aged man asked the elder to examine a young woman who had fallen unconscious after leaving a secret realm. Tang Xiao blushed the moment he saw the woman lying on the bed, caught between surprise and embarrassment. He quietly muttered that her beauty was so breathtaking it was impossible to look away. The icy aura around the bed grew even stronger, spreading as if it could freeze the entire room. The middle-aged man anxiously asked the elder if there was still any hope of saving her. The elder placed a hand on the woman's forehead and began examining her condition. Between her pale lips rested a light blue crystal that emitted an icy glow. The elder was shocked at once, recognizing it as heavenly cold marrow, an extremely rare and dangerous treasure. The moment he finished speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly coughed up blood and staggered. The elder quickly caught him and asked what had happened to leave him so badly injured. The man weakly replied that it was an old internal injury and refused to say more. Even while badly wounded, he was still worried about the woman lying on the bed. After another examination, the elder concluded that her divine consciousness had been completely sealed and showed signs that her soul power had been drained away. He immediately turned to his disciple and signaled them to prepare a formation. The child instantly understood and followed the elder's instructions without delay. Rolling up their sleeves, the child swiftly began setting up the formation with smooth and precise movements. The scene shifted back to Bai Luochen as a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before him, filling the air with its rich aroma. The server smiled warmly and announced that all 3 special bowls of noodles had arrived. But nearby, a fierce group marched straight toward the Yao residence. Leading them was a purple-haired woman whose killing intent filled the entire street. As Bai Luochen ate, he sensed the coming conflict and glanced over, thinking it was surprising to find a Tribulation Realm expert in such a small place. The group quickly surrounded the Yao residence, releasing an overwhelming pressure in every direction. The purple-haired woman was the supreme elder of the Mingxin sect, a renowned cultivator who had reached the Tribulation Realm. One of her subordinates stepped forward and reported that the target was hiding inside, suggesting they break through the gate immediately. Bai Luochen ignored all the commotion and calmly enjoyed his noodles. To him, finishing his meal mattered more than anything happening outside. Xining also ate at a relaxed pace. Even this simple meal gave her an oddly comforting feeling. While eating, Bai Luochen asked for extra garlic to make the noodles even better. He lifted a bite of noodles, ready to take a mouthful. At that exact moment, a massive explosion blasted a huge hole through the Yao residence, shaking the entire area. Something flew through the air and smashed Bai Luochen's table to pieces in an instant. His bowl of noodles was knocked away and disappeared without a trace. Xiao Wu and Xining managed to save their own meals and looked at him with sympathetic eyes. It turned out the elder, Tang Xiao, and Yao An had been blasted into the street, covered in injuries and coughing up blood. The purple-haired woman stepped out of the ruins and angrily accused them of stealing the Mingxin sect's sacred treasure and destroying the scene. The 2 elders struggled to their feet. The elder pleaded that his disciple had only taken the cold marrow to save someone and begged for mercy while offering compensation. The woman grew even angrier, crushed the cold marrow in her hand, and declared that such a treasure could never be settled with compensation. She immediately gathered her power and prepared to wipe them all out. Just as the attack descended, another hand stopped it in midair. The one who intervened was Bai Luochen. His gaze turned icy as killing intent erupted, and he asked only one question: who destroyed his bowl of noodles? The purple-haired woman roared that she did not care about his noodles and threatened to crush everyone if he refused to step aside. The elder recognized Bai Luochen at once and desperately called for his help despite his exhausted state. Bai Luochen smiled faintly and said fate had given him the perfect chance to collect the debt for his ruined noodles. The elder's face instantly turned pale, overcome by a bad feeling. The purple-haired woman tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Bai Luochen remained completely still, as though he had expected it all along. He simply flicked a finger and calmly said, "Finish it." A burst of golden light exploded, instantly binding the purple-haired woman in midair. In just a few breaths, the once-proud powerhouse was completely subdued, her clothes torn and her aura in chaos. Xining glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still eating, and realized Bai Luochen had acted carefully to avoid harming innocent people nearby. As the golden formation gradually faded, the purple-haired woman fell to the ground, gasping in complete exhaustion. Bai Luochen walked over and draped a robe over her shoulders, preserving the last of her dignity. After her crushing defeat, she lowered her head, admitted defeat, and thanked him for sparing her life. Bai Luochen stood with his arms crossed, looking completely relaxed, yet his words deliberately irritated Tong Xiao even more. He then calmly introduced himself as an instructor from Qinghong Academy and offered to compensate the Mingxin sect with cold marrow if they let the matter end there. Tong Xiao immediately snapped back, saying heavenly cold marrow was an incredibly rare treasure that she had risked her life to obtain from the Demon Emperor's ice cave, so no one could possibly replace it. Before she could finish, Bai Luochen casually opened his storage bag and poured out a mountain of dazzling heavenly cold marrow, leaving everyone frozen in shock. Tong Xiao hurried over to inspect it and became even more stunned, as its purity far surpassed the pieces she had struggled so hard to collect. To Bai Luochen, however, the priceless treasure was nothing more than bedding stones for his spirit beasts. He had as much of it as he wanted. He glanced at Tong Xiao and asked whether that was enough to settle the Mingxin sect's grievance. Tong Xiao tried to keep her composure, but her eyes were completely drawn to the treasure. She said she only needed to take a few pieces and had no intention of robbing him. The moment she finished speaking, she quickly grabbed the 2 finest pieces and immediately left with her subordinates. But after only a few steps, a cold voice rang out behind her, sending chills down her spine and stopping her in her tracks. Bai Luochen appeared right behind her, rested a hand on her shoulder, and said their business was not over yet. It was time to settle the debt for his ruined bowl of noodles. In the end, the mighty Supreme Elder had to cook noodles herself and personally serve them to Bai Luochen. She was even made to prepare extra bowls for the 2 elders beside him, leaving them so frightened that they thanked her over and over. Bai Luochen said nothing and simply picked up his chopsticks to inspect the replacement bowl. Tong Xiao stood off to the side, drenched in sweat, watching his every reaction as she nervously awaited his verdict. Suddenly, Bai Luochen's face darkened, and he slammed his chopsticks onto the table, making her jump in fear. Then he gave a thumbs up and laughed, admitting that her cooking was actually quite good. After finishing the meal, he silently decided she had passed the test. Delighted by the praise, Tong Xiao immediately offered 200 spirit stones to buy the noodle recipe. Just then, another elder dropped to his knees and desperately begged Bai Luochen to save his granddaughter. Bai Luochen glanced at Xi Ning, who was calmly eating beside him. As he thought another problem had arrived, she casually replied that he had brought this on himself by getting involved. Another elder quickly helped his junior brother up and reminded him that Bai Luochen had already saved their lives, but the danger was far from over. The sorrowful conversation between the 2 elders filled the air with heavy silence, leaving even Bai Luochen deep in thought. Then he tossed aside all appearances and finished the entire bowl in seconds, leaving both elders speechless. After that, he casually ordered another bowl and said he would return as soon as he finished dealing with the matter. The group left the noodle shop and returned to the Yao residence, where Tong Xiao's loud crying echoed from inside. The Sung disciple was kneeling before the ancestral altar, burning paper offerings and sobbing that his master had left him far too soon. Bai Luochen and Elder Chen froze for a few seconds at the sight, while Yao An recalled that the girl had remained unconscious ever since leaving the Great Yan's secret realm. Tang Xiao ignored everyone and swiftly set up a full memorial altar, making it look as though the 2 elders were about to become living sacrifices. The 2 elders stood beside the altar, staring blankly at the incense smoke rising around their feet. While mumbling his prayers, Tong Xiao heard someone behind him, wiped his nose with his sleeve, and kept rambling about dividing the inheritance. The moment he turned around and saw the 2 figures standing behind him like ghosts, every word caught in his throat. Within seconds, he let out a terrified scream, turned pale, and shouted that ghosts had come to claim his life. Elder Chen smacked him on the head, while Tang Xiao cried and stammered his thanks to Bai Luochen for saving everyone. Bai Luochen laughed and teased him for setting up a funeral altar with professional speed, making Elder Chen awkwardly explain it away. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly came from inside the room. Everyone immediately looked at Tang Xiao, but he frantically waved his hands and insisted it was not him. The entire group turned toward Yao An's daughter's room. Yao An rushed inside and called out to his daughter the instant he opened the door, his voice trembling with worry. The sight inside left him completely frozen. Xiao Yan lay on the bed, her neck twitching uncontrollably as tears and mucus streamed down her face, clearly under the control of something. A strange spirit floated in the room and mockingly claimed that possessing her body was a blessing. warning everyone not to interfere. Furious, Yao An drew his sword and charged forward, determined to kill the creature harming his daughter. But his sword passed straight through the spirit as if it were empty air. The spirit laughed in contempt, treating the attack as nothing more than a tickle. With a casual wave of its hand, it blasted Yao An away, sending him flying while blood poured from his mouth. His body slammed into the wall, shattering it before the entire section collapsed. Buried beneath the rubble, Yao An coughed up blood and could barely move. After removing the obstacle, the spirit lunged toward Xiaoyan, making the terrified girl cry out for help. At that very moment, Bai Luochen appeared behind the spirit without anyone noticing, his eyes as cold as ice. He unleashed a powerful strike that sent the spirit flying straight through the wall of the Yao residence. The spirit's trajectory suddenly shifted and slammed straight into Tong Xiao, who was carrying 2 bowls of noodles, sending both crashing to the ground. Even after being blasted away, the spirit was still confused, muttering that a place this small could never have such powerful experts. Before it could finish, Bai Luochen stepped forward, and his overwhelming aura instantly crushed every doubt. Seeing her noodles ruined, Tong Xiao exploded with rage and unleashed the full power of a Tribulation Realm cultivator. The spirit turned back and panicked, realizing there were actually 2 terrifying powerhouses in this place. Furious, Tong Xiao charged straight at the spirit, cursing it non-stop for ruining her noodles. Xi Ning walked over and asked what that thing was. Bai Luochen shrugged and said he was not sure, but it was probably connected to the Great Yan's secret realm. Xi Ning frowned the moment she heard that name, feeling an uneasy sense of dread. Bai Luochen confirmed that it was the secret realm Su Liu's group had entered not long ago. Elsewhere, Su Liu's team ventured deeper into the secret realm, finding only endless desolation with no sign of danger. Su Liu's unease kept growing. Yunxi immediately warned everyone to stay alert because the evil aura was overwhelming, suggesting they scout the area and retreat at the first sign of trouble. Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed from every direction. The 3 young women instantly formed a defensive circle. A hoarse old woman's voice came from the darkness, telling them to stay calm and not be afraid. An elderly woman leaning on a cane slowly emerged, her gloomy eyes sweeping across the 3 of them, as she claimed she had been waiting for them for a long time. The 3 women immediately asked who she was, but the old woman only smiled kindly and insisted she meant no harm. She pointed her cane toward the pitch-black path ahead and gently invited them to follow her. Duo quietly told Yunxi that she could not sense the old woman's cultivation and doubted they could win if a fight broke out. Since the secret realm only allowed cultivators below the Golden Core realm, the situation felt even more suspicious. Yunxi reasoned that the old woman might have existed since the realm was created, making her an ancient and extremely dangerous native. The old woman continued leading the way, making the 3 girls even more tense as they began to suspect she was the mastermind behind the entire secret realm. Back at the Yao residence, Zhao Yan gradually regained consciousness and trembled as she recalled everything she had endured, confirming that the old woman had created the secret realm. Through tears, she explained that the old woman lured people in with spirit pills and rare treasures before capturing them and turning them into sacrificial materials. She would never have escaped without risking her life. Zhao Yan choked back tears as she spoke. Xi Ning gently comforted her, while Yao En worried about the person who had once saved his life, wondering what had become of them. Bai Luochen quietly analyzed the situation, feeling that everything pointed to an ancient forbidden ritual. Elder Chen froze after hearing the explanation and immediately realized how serious the situation was, while Yao An struggled to calm himself. Yao En tightly embraced Zhao Yan, heartbroken and furious that his daughter had been targeted simply because of her extraordinary talent. After examining her, Xi Ning quietly told Bai Luochen that the girl possessed an exceptionally rare cultivation physique. Bai Luochen shook his head and dismissed the earlier theory, saying the forbidden technique was not targeting talent or beauty alone. He explained that it was an ancient evil art that used the life force and blood of living people to create a new body for the caster. In other words, the victims were nothing more than raw materials. Yao An erupted in anger after hearing that his daughter had been treated like a sacrifice. Bai Luochen turned to Xi Ning and asked whether she was hiding some mission, because the entire situation felt like part of a carefully arranged grand storyline. Xi Ning checked again and said the heavenly secrets were completely obscured, with no clear guidance. Most likely, this was an unexpected variable. Based on the Yao family's account, that old demon woman was using all kinds of rare treasures to lure victims into her trap, so this might be the perfect chance to profit from the chaos. Old Yao An quietly pulled his granddaughter aside, whispered a few vague instructions, and hinted with a wink that she should cooperate with Bai Luoken according to a certain plan. Zhao Yan looked confused and asked if that was really a good idea. The old man gripped her hand tightly and said this was their only chance to survive, and the future of the entire family depended on it. After a brief hesitation, Zhao Yan finally nodded in agreement. Zhao Yan's face turned bright red as she secretly glanced at Bai Luochen, talking with Xixning, her heart racing with nervous excitement. She quietly walked over, gently tugged at Bai Luoken's sleeve, and softly called out to him. Bai Luochen turned around and asked what was wrong. After hesitating for a long moment, Xiao Yan finally tried to speak. But halfway through her sentence, she looked back at old Yao An for help, while he frantically urged her on with hand signals. Gathering all her courage, Zhao Yan closed her eyes and boldly asked to become Bai Luochen's disciple. Before the serious moment could last, her stomach growled loudly and completely ruined the atmosphere. She was so embarrassed that she wished the ground would swallow her whole, her face burning red. She quickly hugged her stomach, her eyes filling with tears from pure embarrassment. Then she repeatedly bowed and apologized to Bai Luochen for her rude behavior. Bai Luochen helped her up with a smile and said there was no need to apologize. It was only natural for someone who had just awakened after so long to be hungry. He then asked what she wanted to say earlier. He turned toward the door and said they should eat first, because no one could have a proper conversation on an empty stomach. So the entire group headed to a nearby noodle shop to eat while discussing the important matters. Old Yao An finally relaxed a little and leaned back in his chair, believing the worst was over. But moments later, he coughed up blood, showing that his old injuries had flared up again. Elder Chen and Tang Xiao rushed over in panic to support him, calling out his name. Elder Chen quickly handed him a medicinal pill, but Yao An stubbornly said that as long as the girl was safe, he could die without regrets. Elder Chen immediately scolded him, saying that if he died, Xiao Yan would lose the only person she could rely on. Just then, Tang Xiao noticed a talisman attached to Yao An's back and pointed it out in surprise. Elder Chen froze the moment he saw it and exclaimed that it was an incredibly rare talisman known only in legends. After examining it closely, he confirmed that the talisman bore Bai Luoken's unmistakable craftsmanship. Elder Chen was even more shocked, never expecting Bai Luochen to be a master of talisman arts as well. Yao An was equally stunned and could hardly believe Bai Luochen possessed such extraordinary skill. Elder Chen immediately congratulated Yao An, saying he had encountered an incredible stroke of fortune. He explained that the talisman could not only heal injuries, but also help its owner break through to a higher realm. Hearing that, Yao An stood there in disbelief, never imagining the talisman on his back was so valuable. Tang Xiao leaned in with curiosity and stared at the talisman, asking his master if that ordinary-looking piece of paper really possessed such incredible power. Elder Chen knocked him on the head and scolded him for talking nonsense, saying it was a sacred talisman, not a worthless scrap of paper. Yao An slowly stood up with a heavy sigh and asked Elder Chen if that talisman was truly his life-saving fortune. Elder Chen confirmed it but wondered why Yao An looked so troubled. Yao An gazed into the distance and admitted that he had once believed introducing Zhao Yan would be enough to attract Bai Luochen's attention, but now he realized he had greatly underestimated him. Meanwhile, Zhao Yan eagerly devoured her noodles, while Bai Luochen gently reminded her to slow down before she choked. Just then, brilliant fireworks suddenly lit up the entire sky and drew everyone's attention. Bai Luochen looked up in curiosity and wondered what special occasion could make the city so lively. While eating, Zhao suddenly slammed her hand on the table, startling Bai Luochen. She jumped to her feet in shock, as though she had just remembered something extremely important. Bai Luochen quickly asked what had happened and why she had reacted so suddenly. Zhao Yan awkwardly waved her hands and said it was nothing serious. She had only remembered that today was the Lantern Festival. It was Bai Luochen's first time hearing about the festival, and he immediately became interested. As night fell, the entire city glowed with lights, while flower boats drifted gently across the sparkling river. People gathered around the lantern riddles, eagerly trying to solve them, but failing again and again. A thin scholar handed someone a note, to deliver his answer to the lantern keeper, while the ferryman reminded him to stay safe on his journey. The calm river reflected the bright moon overhead, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Young couples strolled hand in hand through the festival, filling the streets with joyful energy. Xining linked arms with Bai Luochen as they wandered through the festival, saying it was even more enjoyable than many others she had seen, though it felt a little incomplete without someone else there. Zhao Yan happily ran over with several lanterns, saying the festival would last for days, so there was no need to worry about missing it. She handed Bai Luochen a cat-shaped lantern as a small festival gift. Bai Luochen examined the lantern and noticed a riddle written on it, asking if solving it would earn a prize. Xining looked at her own lantern and began reading the riddle aloud. Bai Luochen glanced at it and said the riddle was far too easy since it practically described the lantern itself. Zhao Yan's eyes lit up with admiration at how quickly he solved it. Then she eagerly asked what the prize was. She pointed into the distance and explained that anyone who solved the riddle could board the grand pleasure boat reserved for the winners. Hearing that, Bai Luochen became interested and looked toward the enormous boat to see it for himself. Before them floated a magnificent flower boat, dazzling with lights and lavish decorations across the river. The inside was packed with elegantly dressed guests, creating a lively yet extravagant atmosphere. Beautiful hostesses served wine with charming smiles, while the guests laughed and enjoyed themselves in luxury. Several young couples sat together chatting, adding a romantic mood to the festival. Seeing that, Xining playfully copied them, teasing Bai Luochen until he became slightly embarrassed. Bai Luochen suddenly stood up and looked around, wondering why a flower boat felt more like a pleasure house. The people nearby began whispering, assuming he had deliberately brought his companions into such a place. Still confused, Bai Luochen turned to Zhao Yan and asked what kind of strange festival this really was. She'd casually replied that it was a major event hosted by the brothel at Moon Pavilion, sounding as though she thought it was a perfectly respectable place. She had misunderstood similar things many times before, so no one was surprised. Bai Luochen froze on the spot, unable to say a single word. He stammered in disbelief that someone could actually not know what a brothel was. Zhao Yan innocently pulled out a book to check the meaning, only to become even more confused by the explanation. Completely speechless, Bai Luochen turned to Xining for help, knowing he would only make things more awkward if he explained it himself. Xining confidently accepted the task and said she would handle it because it was easy. She gave a roundabout explanation, saying that a brothel was simply a place where certain private nighttime activities took place. The more Zhao Yan listened, the redder her face became until she stood there completely stunned. Watching from the side, Bai Luochen could only sigh, thinking Xining's explanation had made things even worse. Zhao Yan became so embarrassed that she quietly insisted they leave immediately. Without another word, she grabbed the other two and hurried away as fast as possible. Along the way, Zhao Yan kept replaying Xining's explanation in her mind and realized a brothel was far more complicated than she had imagined. Her imagination began running wild, filling her head with one embarrassing scene after another. Snapping back to reality, she patted her own cheeks and reminded herself to stop those strange thoughts since she still wanted Bai Luochen to accept her as his disciple. She secretly glanced at Bai Luochen and suddenly remembered that he already seemed to have a Dao companion by his side. No matter how hard she tried, the embarrassing images refused to leave her mind. Zhao Yan became so flustered that her awkward behavior left Bai Luochen completely puzzled, while she hurriedly insisted she was not thinking anything improper. Bai Luochen turned to Xining and asked what exactly she had put into Zhao Yan's head to make her act like this. Just then, someone suddenly stepped in front of them as though they already knew each other. It was the scholar they had met earlier. Still upset about being rejected, he had returned to mock them. With a sneer, he sarcastically implied that this was no place for a noble lady pretending to be pure and dignified. Zhao Yan instantly fired back, refusing to be intimidated. The scholar became even more arrogant, lifting her chin with his folding fan while looking down on her. Bai Luochen had seen enough and knocked the fan straight out of the scholar's hand. In a cold voice, he warned the man to keep causing trouble only if he was ready to have his bones broken. Bai Luochen and Xining then stepped back with calm expressions, almost as if they were watching a show. But Xining's expression suddenly changed after receiving a signal from Su Ling Yeo, and she immediately warned that something major had happened. Bai Luochen quickly turned around in alarm and asked what was going on. A bright red warning flashed across Shi Ning's interface. Heavenly Dalaval karmic disturbance detected. Source of anomaly confirmed as Su Lingyu. The scene rewinds 1 hour earlier. Deep inside the Great Yan's secret realm, the three women were still secretly following the mysterious guide. Yun Shi leaned over and whispered, asking where the old woman was taking them, because the situation was becoming harder to predict. Su Lingyu frowned as she walked, feeling that something about their guide was deeply suspicious. A strangely familiar yet chilling feeling washed over her whenever she looked at the old woman's back. The old woman suddenly swept her sleeve through the air with a deliberate motion. The space before them split open, and a void gate slowly appeared before expanding on its own. The moment Yunshi and Duo saw the gate tear open in midair, they stared in shock and blurted out, "What is that?" Su Lingyu stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the unbelievable sight as the words caught in her throat. Completely stunned, she wondered if the place before them could be the legendary glazed immortal palace. Before them stood a vast complex of magnificent buildings, glowing with spiritual light that illuminated the entire area like daylight. At the center of the courtyard stood a towering statue whose features looked unbelievably familiar. Looking closer, the face was identical to Su Lingyu's. The three cautiously followed the old woman into the enormous immortal palace. As they walked, Duo looked around in amazement and whispered that even the pillars emitted light, as if they truly belonged to the immortals. Hearing their whispers, the old woman turned back and sternly declared that this had once been the residence of a true immortal, not an ordinary place. Duo's eyes widened in complete disbelief, realizing this was an authentic immortal ruin. Su Lingyu gently touched the wind chime hanging beneath the eaves and quietly wondered how the place had remained so perfectly preserved after countless years. The old woman sat down at a stone table in the courtyard. When Yunshi asked if she was an immortal, the old woman laughed and denied it, saying she was only a mortal while her master had truly ascended. As she poured tea, the old woman sighed and admitted that she still could not understand how her master had reached immortality through such bizarre methods. Su Lingyu immediately caught that detail and pressed her to explain what those methods were. The old woman took a sip of tea and said the story had been buried for thousands of years, but there was no harm in telling it now. She began recounting the distant past when she had been a disciple of Xianju Immortal Maiden at the glazed heavenly palace. In those memories, Xianju Immortal Maiden angrily demanded that her disciple choose between love and the sect, even threatening expulsion. A man named Meng Zheng fell to his knees, repeatedly kowtowed, accepted all the blame, and begged his master to punish him instead of the woman he wished to. Feng Ning stood beside him in panic, clutching his sleeve while desperately begging him to stop. She rushed forward, hugged her master's legs, and tearfully declared that she had already chosen her path and would never change her mind even if she were expelled. Furious beyond words, Xianju Immortal Maiden announced that their master-disciple relationship was over and coldly declared she would watch how far the two of them could go. With that, she turned away without looking back, cutting off every remaining bond. The palace doors slammed shut with a thunderous echo that seemed to sever the past forever. Meng Zheng slowly stood up, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged across his hands. Feng Ling gently took his hand and comforted him, saying their master was only acting out of anger. Meng Zheng lowered his head and said he was not hurt for himself, but because he believed she had been treated unfairly. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became, insisting that someone with her talent should have been sought after by countless great cultivators instead of being treated this way. Feng Ming let out a long sigh and reminded him that no matter how gifted she was, losing the support of her sect would make her future far more difficult. Meng Zheng immediately argued back, insisting that with proper guidance, she could one day surpass even Xianju Immortal Maiden herself. Those words made Feng Ming hesitate as a new plan quietly formed in his mind to take advantage of the chaos. The story shifted even further into the past, where the two had secretly sought out an Earth Immortal in a desolate wasteland to discuss a dangerous scheme. The moment they revealed their plan, the Earth Immortal's face changed dramatically, unable to believe anyone would dare plot against Xianju Immortal Maiden. The old Earth Immortal slammed his hand down as killing intent erupted, roaring that they were reckless fools courting death. The myriad Poison King pointed at the trembling pair with an arrogant smile and openly admitted that he had long been obsessed with Xianju, immortal maiden. Mengzheng immediately kowtowed, cold sweat pouring down his face, and seized on that weakness by proposing an alliance. Claiming to be Xianju, immortal maiden's direct disciple, he promised to deliver her into the myriad Poison King's hands. The Poison King changed his attitude at once, laughed in delight, pulled them to their feet, and said they should have come sooner if the offer was this good. He had clearly planned ahead. He handed them a worn ancient manual and told them to pass it off as a lost relic to lure the secluded corpse fairy out of cultivation. She would never suspect the trap. After settling the plan, the Poison King happily divided the rewards. He only wanted the main target, while the remaining resources would go to the other two. The old woman sighed and admitted every scheme had failed. The secluded corpse fairy actually mastered the manual and broke through to a higher realm. But after reaching that level, she fell into demonic corruption. A devastating war followed, and she died in tragedy. The battle destroyed the entire glazed immortal palace and turned its former glory into the ruins before them. After hearing the whole story, Su Lingyu finally pieced together the full truth. Her anger exploded as she declared, the real masterminds were the traitors who had betrayed and destroyed their sect. At that moment, she realized the old woman's true identity and froze. Someone from a previous life had returned to continue their scheme. Before anyone could say another word, the entire glazed immortal palace began shaking as if it were about to collapse. Yunxi grabbed Duoduo and pulled her back in panic, shouting that everything was spiraling out of control. A sinister black vortex formed in the middle of the courtyard, spreading an overwhelming killing aura. Fengling slowly stood up and let out a cold laugh, saying everything had unfolded exactly as fate intended. She laughed hoarsely and declared this was the perfect chance to reclaim what belonged to her. Yunxi and Duoduo turned to Su Lingyu in shock, demanding to know who the old woman really was and urging her to find a way out. Duoduo looked down and screamed as the ground suddenly began to change. Countless twisted, vengeful faces crawled out from beneath the stone floor and rushed toward them. Su Lingyu's face darkened as she realized the situation had completely slipped beyond control. She immediately activated her technique and raised her staff, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A gigantic evil spirit skull tore through space, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction. Dark clouds swallowed the moon, plunging the entire area into suffocating darkness. Feng Ling kept pouring power into her dark magic, summoning endless souls as if she meant to shatter the laws of life and death. Su Lingyu shouted in fury, demanding to know how many innocent lives Feng Ling had destroyed. Feng Ling only laughed madly and said this was the perfect time to complete her forbidden ritual. More and more vengeful spirits surrounded them while she treated everyone like helpless ants. Su Lingyu stepped in front of the other two and yelled for them to escape immediately. Feng Ling swung her staff and launched a direct attack as killing intent exploded across the battlefield. More monsters burst from the ground and charged forward with deafening roars. At the critical moment, a brilliant sword beam ripped through space and split the monster in half instantly. Feng Ling froze in disbelief as her attack was destroyed in a single instant. Su Lingyu emerged from the dust, gripping a glowing talisman as her aura became completely different. Su Lingyu raised her hand and declared that the moon immortal wheel was born to suppress this kind of evil art, so killing her would never be easy. She sounded confident, but inside she was panicking. That last attack had drained nearly half her spiritual power, and a few more exchanges would put her in real danger. Behind her, Yunxi pulled out a jade flute and played a gentle melody that spread like a powerful healing technique. A layer of emerald light covered Su Lingyu, quickly restoring her spiritual power and leaving even her stunned by the effect. Duoduo and Yunxi smiled and told her that was only natural. Teammates would never let her face death alone. Hearing that, Su Lingyu softened and looked at them with grateful eyes. But Yunxi quickly reminded her they could not fight to the death inside the enemy's territory. They needed to lure Feng Ling into open ground first, and Su Lingyu admitted she had acted too rashly. Just then, Feng Ling's expression turned cold as she declared that no matter what abilities the moon's immortal wheel possessed, it could not change the outcome. Killing intent erupted from her as she raised her staff and vowed to shatter the sacred artifact on the spot. Su Lingyu let out a helpless sigh and glanced at Yunxi as if saying, "You were right." Yunxi wiped away cold sweat and reminded everyone again not to let the enemy control the pace of the battle. The entire glazed immortal palace was now surrounded by Feng Ling's army of vengeful spirits, leaving almost no escape route. The scene suddenly shifted back to the flower boat anchored in the distance. Yuan Liji was still loudly provoking Zhao Yan, arrogantly flaunting his status while looking down on everyone else. Bai Luochen grew tired of the noise, patted Zhao Yan on the shoulder, and told her not to waste time arguing because he had urgent business to handle. Humiliated in public, Yuan Liji flew into a rage, spat on the ground, and cursed at Bai Luochen for not knowing his place. Bai Luochen only gave him a glance and mocked him, saying arrogant fools like him were the same wherever they went. Yuan Liji immediately drew his broadsword, pointed it at Bai Luochen, claimed to be an inner disciple of a major sect, and threatened to make him pay. Just then, the man in purple beside him suddenly turned pale as if he had recognized something truly terrifying. As Yuan Liji prepared to charge, the man in purple dropped to his knees, begged for mercy, and ordered his companions to stop immediately. He hurriedly distanced himself from the conflict, insisting he had nothing to do with it and only wanted to stay alive. Yuan Liji completely lost control and kicked the traitor to the ground in fury. Ignoring the chaos, Bai Luochen calmly said this would be a good chance to test Zhao Yan's talent with a simple lesson. He waved his hand, forming a glowing rune in midair, and warned that he would only demonstrate it once. Yuan Liji rushed in to strike, but Bai Luochen casually continued explaining as though nothing was happening. He explained that it was a immobilization talisman and asked if Xiao Yan understood the principle. She nodded immediately. The moment Bai Luochen snapped his fingers, an invisible force locked Yuan Liji in place and slammed him to the ground. He was completely restrained, able to do nothing but roar in anger, unable to understand the strange technique that had trapped him. Zhao Yan instantly copied the move, pointed forward and shouted, "Freeze," with complete confidence. Bai Luochen nodded with satisfaction, praising her rare talent, while Zhao Yan smiled and said it was only because he explained everything so clearly. After finishing, the three prepared to leave quietly. Bai Luochen said the target would stay immobilized for several hours, but Zhao Yan stopped him, saying she still had some anger left to vent. She turned around and walked back toward Yuan Liji with an annoyed expression. Without another word, she gathered her strength and delivered one devastating kick straight into him. The kick landed perfectly, making Yuan Liji convulse and foam at the mouth. Zhao Yan dusted off her hands, declared the score settled, and left him groaning on the ground. Bai Luochen told Zhao Yan to take Xining back first because he had urgent business. Zhao Yan immediately asked when she could officially become his disciple. He laughed and said the Academy's selection tournament was coming soon. If she ranked near the top, he would consider accepting her as an official disciple, making her demand that he keep his promise. He also reminded Xining to handle anyone who came looking for trouble. She smiled and said her inner strength had fully recovered, so dealing with a few enemies would be easy. A cold, killing intent flashed through her eyes as she confidently declared that a handful of weaklings were not worth worrying about. Hearing that, Bai Luochen left without concern and entrusted everything behind him to the two of them. Back on the main battlefield, Su Lingju was now severely wounded and barely able to fight. Yun Shi and Duoduo had also collapsed from exhaustion. Su Lingyu struggled to shield them and begged Feng Ling to spare them because the grudge was hers alone. Feng Ling sneered while channeling her power, mocking the pitiful scene before her as the perfect revenge. Her smile slowly turned murderous as she declared the three of them would become sacrifices for her rebirth ritual. The moment she finished speaking, a massive mass of twisted flesh surged forward and charged straight at Su Lingyu. Su Lingyu tried to activate her last protective talisman, but the treasure was disrupted and failed completely. She closed her eyes, accepted her hopeless fate, and prepared to sacrifice what remained of her soul. Even then, she managed to raise one final barrier of spiritual light to protect Yun Shi and Duoduo. At the very edge of life and death, a brilliant saber slash tore through space from afar and struck the flesh monster. But the creature merely trembled before regenerating at once, growing even larger as it launched a fiercer counterattack. Feng Ling watched everything from above with complete satisfaction. She burst into mad laughter and declared that everyone would become nourishment for her evolution ritual. At the critical moment, another wave of sword energy sliced through the air, signaling that reinforcements had arrived. The sword light pierced straight through the center of the flesh monster with overwhelming destructive force. The impact blew the entire mass apart, scattering spiritual energy and blood in every direction. A huge opening appeared on the battlefield, temporarily breaking the siege. Feng Ling froze in disbelief that anyone had managed to shatter her defense. Bai Luochen appeared, scooped up Su Lingyue, and carried her out of the encirclement, casually apologizing for arriving late. Seeing her covered in wounds, he sighed and admitted he never expected such a rare mutation. It was his miscalculation. Resting in his arms, Su Lingyu's eyes turned red with both grievance and relief. Bai Luochen reassured her and ordered his artifact to escort all the wounded back to a safe base. Surrounded by Feng Ling's monstrous flesh barrier, Chu Shujuan still stood firm like an unshakable pillar and declared that the close combat was his responsibility. Feng Ling sneered, saying she had once been held back by her master, and now even someone claiming to be a grandmaster had come to ruin her plans. Behind her, a gigantic skeleton rose like a pillar reaching the sky as she screamed at the old masters, asking if disciples were born only to become their puppets. Her furious shout confirmed Bai Luochen's suspicion. She was the traitor from Li Yue's previous life. Feng Ling laughed coldly and admitted it without hesitation. She mocked him, saying that if he cared so much about that obedient puppet, then he should trade Zama's life for hers. She immediately merged into the enormous twisted skeleton behind her. The surrounding piles of flesh began convulsing violently before fusing together under an invisible force. Some of the flesh quietly split off and circled behind Bai Luochen, preparing a sneak attack. Sensing the ambush, Bai Luochen spun around in a flash and threw out a protective talisman packed with overwhelming power. The explosion ripped apart the rotten flesh and revealed the giant skeleton, lunging forward to tear him apart. Bai Luochen scoffed and asked if that was really the best sneak attack she could manage. The massive skeleton devoured every piece of flesh and blood scattered across the ground. Thick muscles rapidly grew over the bones until the entire body was covered. Feng Ling threw back her head and laughed, boasting that this was her immortal true form, forged from the flesh and blood of countless sacrificed women. As her body fully regenerated, she became ecstatic, feeling that she was only one step away from reaching the supreme great Tao. Bai Luochen smiled faintly, drew another talisman in the air, and mocked her for daring to mention the great Tao with such a twisted evil body. A massive radiant formation erupted and spread across the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Feng Ling's eyes widened in shock as she realized the brat was actually a high-level talisman master. Bai Luochen calmly formed a demon-sealing hand sign and said that realizing it now was already too late. Broken rocks and sand were swept into the air as a violent storm engulfed the battlefield. The ground split apart, opening a gigantic chasm that glowed with blood-red light. Bai Luochen stared at the sinister crimson glow and wondered if this was the bloody shortcut to ascension created by the soul possession art. From the abyss below, a gigantic hand tore through the earth. The crack continued widening until it resembled the open jaws of a colossal beast. Then the shoulder of an enormous body slowly emerged from beneath the ground. A massive crimson thigh with bulging muscles rose into view. Finally, a gigantic foot slammed down and crushed everything beneath it. Bai Luochen could only stare in silence at the horrifying mutation before him. Feng Ling laughed proudly and asked what her grandmaster thought of her new body. She deliberately showed it off and confidently compared her talent to that of his master. Nearly naked, she shamelessly demanded an honest answer on whether she had already surpassed his master. Bai Luochen glanced at her and laughed with contempt, saying her twisted evil path could never compare to a true orthodox sect. He immediately activated the golden body secret art, and his physique rapidly expanded into a giant. Golden light erupted around him as he gathered all his power into one fist and charged forward with a roar. His punch struck Feng Ling at incredible speed, sending terrifying shockwaves through space. Even after taking the full blow, she bared her teeth and laughed, mocking him for being no stronger than that. Bai Luochen paused for a brief moment, surprised by her unexpected reaction. A disgusting slime oozed from her body and quickly wrapped itself around his arm. Bai Luochen immediately concluded that Feng Ling and the Bliss Palace cultivators belonged to the same faction of evil cultivators who devoured living beings to grow stronger. The corrosive slime began eating through Bai Luochen's arm, forcing him to draw on the earth veins to sustain his immortal vitality. He also realized Feng Ling's body was only a step away from a true immortal physique. Feng Ling smiled proudly and revealed that the ancestor of Bliss Palace had merely inherited fragments of her original technique. The slime spread as if it had a mind of its own, tightening around Bai Luochen's arm and locking him in place. Feng Ling twisted her body with satisfaction, saying she had planned to devour a few more victims, but now she had already reached perfection. Bai Luochen looked up and saw a strange black liquid dripping from the sky, and an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Feng Ling shouted in excitement, convinced that the heavenly lightning of purification had finally arrived and that her ascension was at hand. Bai Luochen quickly regained his composure and mocked her, saying that disgusting thing could never be true heavenly lightning. He immediately formed a hand seal, forced the power of the heavenly tribulation, and prepared to crush her with real tribulation lightning. In an instant, countless bolts of furious lightning rained from the void and crashed toward Feng Ling like a storm. The terrifying force shook heaven and earth, reducing the surrounding mountains to rubble. Feng Ling sneered and dismissed the attack as nothing more than a scratch. She moved like a ghost, slipped behind Bai Luochen, dodged the lightning, and mocked him, saying that little chill meant nothing. Before he could react, her evil-powered counterattack blasted Bai Luochen away with tremendous force. Bai Luochen gritted his teeth and endured the impact. His defenses were only slightly damaged, leaving him with almost no real injuries. Feng Ling unleashed all of her evil power, tearing apart the surrounding space as she declared that everyone else was nothing but insects. The sky shattered overhead, with fragments of space falling like rain and revealing a dark vision stretching into the heavens. Bai Luochen stared in shock and muttered, "What kind of monstrosity is this now?" Seeing his reaction, Feng Ling burst into wild laughter and told him to watch carefully because this was a miracle ordinary cultivators would never witness in 1,000 years. Through the dense mist, rows of jade crystal steps slowly appeared, leading toward a hazy gate to the immortal realm. Bai Luochen charged forward without hesitation, roaring that he would never allow it to happen. He closed the distance, grabbed her leg with all his strength, and pinned her to the ground to stop her advance. Furious, Feng Ling turned back and screamed for him to let go immediately. Bai Luochen coldly condemned her for trampling countless innocent lives before pouring all his spiritual power into his weapon, determined to stop her. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. She knew pressing on would destroy her body, but with ascension so close, she chose to risk everything. Without hesitation, she tore off the trapped leg to free herself. Blood and foul fluid sprayed everywhere as the limb was ripped away in a horrifying scene. Bai Luochen froze, unable to believe she would mutilate herself so completely. At that moment, countless demons surged from beneath the earth like a tidal wave and blocked every path. The monsters attacked in a frenzy, forcing Bai Luochen to fight them instead of chasing Feng Ling. Meanwhile, Feng Ling dragged her broken body up the staircase leading to the immortal realm. Despite her devastating injuries, she stubbornly climbed higher, convinced that only one final step remained. A cold flash of sword light swept across the battlefield and erased every demon in an instant. After clearing the way, Bai Luochen looked up and realized he was already too late. Feng Ling reached the end of the staircase and laughed like a madwoman, declaring that she had finally become an immortal. At that exact moment, a slender hand emerged from the void, blocked her path, and seized her by the head. With effortless force, the hand crushed Feng Ling's skull and killed her instantly. Her lifeless body fell in silence and landed right in front of Bai Luochen. The moment Bai Luochen saw the person who had ended everything, his expression darkened as he growled, "Why is it you?" The woman known as Zhu Jianzi smiled faintly and teased that what should have been the simple disposal of a worthless puppet had unexpectedly led her to an old acquaintance. Bai Luochen frowned, dismissed his giant form, and forced his power back to normal, though the killing intent in his eyes remained. The anger inside him flared again. He clenched his fists and shouted coldly for her to shut up and surrender. Zhu Xianzi simply waved her sleeve and erased his attack in an instant. She smiled calmly and said she was not in the mood to fight today. She had only come to talk. Bai Luochen immediately drew his weapon and mocked her, asking if she was pretending to be peaceful because she was at a disadvantage. His blade had been ready to strike all along. He warned her to test him if she dared, saying he still had more than enough strength to send her to her grave. He also questioned why she had made such a scene after they had agreed not to fight. Zhu Xianzi's expression suddenly changed. She turned away and mysteriously said she had recently learned something about the upper realm and had to give him a warning. Before leaving, she flashed a cryptic smile and told Bai Luochen to keep a close eye on a certain woman connected to him. Bai Luochen frowned and demanded to know what she was really trying to say. Zhu Xianzi only gave him a vague reply filled with hidden meaning, as though warning him about a forbidden secret, before disappearing into the void. Bai Luochen immediately chased after her, roaring for her to explain everything before she vanished completely. Doubt filled his mind. He could not understand why someone who always fought to the end had suddenly chosen to retreat. He refused to stop and continued the pursuit, determined to uncover the truth. At that moment, a strange bolt of lightning struck Xi Ning's mind, leaving her completely stunned. She coughed up blood as her body collapsed and her breathing became chaotic. The disciples around her rushed over in panic, calling out her name in fear. Xi Ning trembled with purple lips and tried to speak, but no words came out. Her body convulsed violently as she realized that an important connection had been completely severed. Far away, a group of modern people gathered around, curiously staring at Bai Luochen as he slowly woke up. Bai Luochen opened his eyes in a daze, rubbed his aching head, and wondered what had happened. A bustling modern city stretched out before him, leaving him frozen as he questioned whether he had reached the immortal realm. He looked around at the crowds filling the streets. Even the strange modern vehicles left him completely confused. Bai Luochen wondered if he had somehow returned to his old world or been thrown into another bizarre place. He circulated his spiritual power to check his cultivation and immediately found that his strength had not weakened at all. He muttered to himself, unable to understand whether this was truly the immortal realm or somewhere even stranger. Just then, a familiar voice called out, making him turn around at once. Mu Meng and Su Lingyu ran over, recognized him immediately, and teased him about how terrible his disguise looked. Bai Luochen stood there in complete shock. He rushed over, grabbed one of them by the shoulders, and demanded to know why they were here. She casually replied that they had only come to visit an exhibition. His thoughts became a tangled mess. He could not tell whether this was an illusion or reality, and he had no memory of anything that could explain it. The girl he grabbed cried out in pain, and only then did Bai Luochen realize the pain was completely real and not an illusion. A chilling sensation suddenly crawled up his arm, as though something alive was slowly moving across his body. Bai Luochen instantly leaped backward, glaring at the disgusting creature with both disgust and caution. The entire space around him suddenly twisted and warped, as though crushed by an invisible force. Bai Luochen carefully observed the distortion and quickly concluded that the anomaly had been hidden with incredible skill. Spiritual power erupted from his body as he tightened his grip on his weapon. He coldly realized that without being lured and confused, he would never have fallen into this trap. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to attack, briefly mentioning Li Yue and Xiao Meng before charging forward. He placed 2 fingers against his temple, and his eyes instantly became sharper and more determined. A raging slash swept across the area with such force that the clothes of the 2 nearby girls were blown violently by the wind. Bai Luochen let out a heavy breath and shook his head, saying that something had severely corrupted this world. He clenched his fist and shouted, demanding to know whether Zhu Xianzi really had to resort to such dirty tricks. Only cold silence answered him. No reply came from anywhere. Bai Luochen froze and looked around, feeling as though he had stepped into a vast and unfamiliar immortal realm. He continued scanning his surroundings, wondering if this was the legendary higher world beyond all others. Even as he forced himself to stay calm, he questioned how badly this world had been corrupted if that was truly the case, and where all the other cultivators had gone. Bai Luochen spotted a massive meteor crashing from the sky, spreading destruction everywhere, and suspected the entire disaster was connected to Zhu Xianzi. He slowed down and began piecing together every clue, searching for the source of all these strange events. Waves of horrifying monsters poured out one after another, turning the world into a living hell. Floating in the sky, Bai Luochen silently watched the devastation unfolding beneath him. A mysterious woman appeared in the middle of the chaos, her body resting as if trapped in a deep sleep. The moment she opened her eyes, every meteor around her exploded in a series of terrifying blasts. Bai Luochen stood there with his jaw hanging open, completely unable to keep up with everything happening. A streak of pink light flashed across the sky, and instantly caught his attention. Countless more pink trails followed, only to vanish as though they had never existed. In the next instant, a strange force swept him away and threw him into a land filled with gigantic mushrooms. Zhu Jianzi lounged on a white cloud and laughed teasingly, asking if that little surprise had been exciting enough. Bai Luochen shot her a cold glare and demanded to know what kind of show she was putting on. Zhu Jianzi casually twirled a strand of hair and replied that he had followed her on his own. She had simply saved his life along the way, then reminded him to watch his tone. Bai Luochen swallowed his anger, reluctantly thanked her, and demanded a full explanation for everything that had just happened. Zhu Xianzi slowly played with a crimson ribbon, deliberately dragging out the moment before asking whether he was truly ready to hear the truth. After a quiet laugh, she calmly revealed that what he had just seen was the heavenly Tao itself. Bai Luochen froze in shock. He could not believe something as abstract as the heavenly Tao could have a physical form. Zhu Xianzi calmly explained that the heavenly Tao had already been corrupted, which was why it had become so twisted. She continued by saying the corruption was spreading at an incredible speed and would eventually consume the entire world. Bai Luochen exploded in disbelief and refused to accept such an absurd claim, but Zhu Xianzi simply replied that everything he had witnessed was undeniable proof. Zhu Xianzi rested a hand on her hip and spoke in a lazy yet calculating tone. As if remembering something important, she said there was still one piece of undeniable evidence. Bai Luochen immediately frowned and asked what it was. Without answering, she tapped his forehead and left behind a blood-pink mark of power, before calmly revealing that the girl named Xiao Ning was actually a part of the heavenly Tao. Zhu Xianzi smiled mysteriously, her gaze both captivating and unreadable. When Bai Luochen demanded to know what the heavenly Tao truly was, she only shrugged and admitted she did not know its origin. She merely used its power rather than creating or understanding it. Before turning away, she warned that once he stepped into this web of karma, there would be no standing on the sidelines. Then she asked if he still wished to reach the heaven beyond heaven. After saying that, Zhu Xianzi walked away, leaving only cold silence behind. Bai Luochen immediately shouted for her to stop and explain everything. She merely glanced back with a calm, teasing smile, making his anger burn even hotter. Standing beneath the dim light with her hair flowing in the wind, Zhu Xianzi radiated overwhelming pressure. She openly declared that her goal was to overthrow the supreme ruler, and once Bai Luochen understood everything, he would become an essential piece in her plan. A sharp smile flickered across her face as she added that no matter what, he could never stand by and watch his own world be devoured. Bai Luochen clenched his fist as a blazing trident appeared in his hand. He warned that he was willing to cooperate against the coming threat, but he would never allow himself to be used. Zhu Xianzi turned back, placed a hand on her hip, and scoffed that he should save those bold words until he had results to prove them. The ground suddenly split apart as lava and flames erupted from below, shaking the entire space. Zhu Xianzi stood calmly atop a crimson artifact, looking completely unsurprised as she quietly welcomed whatever was about to arrive. Bai Luochen immediately became alert, scanning his surroundings as he sensed an overwhelming danger drawing near. The sky shattered apart, fragments of space were torn open, and golden-orange energy swirled into a colossal vortex in the void. Bai Luochen broke into a cold sweat, while Zhu Xianzi calmly teased him by asking if he was ready to become another lost soul in the void. She went on to explain that locating the coordinates of a great world was incredibly difficult, and bringing him here had only been possible because of the karmic connection they already shared. Zhu Xianzi pointed into the endless void and coldly declared that he would never return to his old world again. Fighting spirit blazed in Bai Luochen's eyes as he answered with a challenge. If that was the case, then everything from this moment on would become a deadly game. Just then, a strange energy wrapped around his arm, burning hot and freezing cold at the same time, before dragging his entire body through the chaotic void. At the same time, violent cosmic waves collided like the end of the world, while Zhu Xianzi's distant laughter echoed as she said someone was using karma to guide his path. A colossal pillar of energy erupted through space with overwhelming force, like a giant blade splitting the heavens apart. At the center of the pillar stood a shadowy figure whose terrifying aura spread across every direction. Within the chaotic light, Xi Ning's figure slowly appeared. She looked weak, but her will remained unbroken. With trembling hands clasped before her chest, she quietly prayed that the man she called her husband would return safely. Back at the scene, Zhu Jianzi glanced over and mocked her, saying that woman had gambled the entire world just to bring him back. Taiju stood amid the tangled chaos and coldly revealed her view of the heavenly Tao. To her, it had never possessed emotions, and all living beings were nothing more than sacrifices. Even the deepest bonds could be decided and discarded at will, which was why she had warned Bai Luochen in the first place. Looking at the weapon in her hand, Taiju issued another challenge, as if placing the weight of the heavens upon his shoulders. She asked whether Bai Luochen truly had the strength to bear the love bound by the heavenly Tao, the very thing she now held as nothing more than a tool. A small object suddenly slipped from Taiju's palm as she continued mocking Bai Luochen. She drove the doubt even deeper by suggesting that the girl had never truly been honest with him and might have seen him as nothing more than something temporary. Bai Luochen's expression darkened immediately. Taiju suddenly stepped close enough that their breaths nearly met. Her eyes were filled with the desire to drag him onto the same extreme path of overthrowing the rotten heavenly Tao. She to destroy everything together, but Bai Luochen remained silent, forcing down his anger. Unable to endure any longer, Bai Luochen shoved her away and ended the conversation. He flatly refused every attempt to persuade him and declared that trusting her would be nothing less than self-destruction, making the tension even worse. Taiju's expression instantly turned icy as she angrily denied that Bai Luochen had any real free will. In her eyes, he was only a pawn controlled by another force and had never possessed a true choice. Bai Luochen turned his back, acting as though none of her words mattered. He mocked her ambition and emphasized the distance between them, especially the meaning of family, something she could never understand. Those words struck a nerve, and killing intent erupted behind him. Taiju's rage boiled over until all that remained was the sound of grinding teeth and a gaze as sharp as a blade. Bai Luochen refused to waste another moment. He opened a portal through the swirling energy and prepared to leave. Below, Taiju screamed in fury, unable to believe he dared walk away, while insisting that she was the one truly connected to him. From the endless void, a mysterious force quietly interfered, like an invisible finger touching the chaotic battlefield. In the distance, Bai Luochen was swallowed by a storm of golden light, while a cold voice echoed as though watching the entire spectacle. Bai Luochen charged straight toward Taiju through the raging energy as colliding powers signaled that an unavoidable battle was about to begin. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, preparing a technique to restrain her briefly so he could create an opening to escape. As his aura reached its peak, Bai Luochen's body erupted with light like a waking volcano. Lightning flashed through his eyes as a powerful defensive enhancement technique activated in full. But before he could seize the initiative, Taiju's suppressing force crashed down and engulfed the entire battlefield, completely disrupting his plan. Bai Luochen's protective power was shattered almost instantly. He staggered back and spat out blood, then gritted his teeth and demanded to know why Taiju had interfered so violently with his golden body state. Taiju only gave a faint, contemptuous smile, treating Bai Luochen's current strength like nothing more than a punching bag. She declared that he was a vital piece in her plan and could never be allowed to slip away. Another surge of force swept over him and shoved Bai Luochen backward. Taiju announced that this place had nothing left for him and ordered him to leave and continue cultivating. Swallowing his frustration, he could only endure it. Standing atop her crescent-shaped divine artifact, Taiju quietly considered her next move before deciding to use something once taken from her enemy to advance her plan. The entire world fell into chaos as a bizarre grand formation activated. It was both beautiful and filled with the aura of death, as though reality itself was being rewritten by a new law of chaos. The surrounding stars gradually lost their light as an immense force swallowed them one by one, making it seem as though the universe itself was being erased. A crimson-gold torrent of energy poured down from the void and slammed into the earth, creating a cataclysmic explosion that shook reality to its core. The blast crushed the land into ruins as rocks and dust filled the sky. When the last trace of energy faded, everything dissolved as though it had never existed. A frail figure collapsed onto the ground and stared weakly at hands glowing with a faint blue light. Barely conscious, a trembling voice apologized for no longer being able to hold on. The spatial rift rapidly shrank, collapsing inward until it was almost completely gone. Bai Luochen escaped through the collapsing passage just in time and rushed toward Xining in panic, shouting her name as he ran. The moment Xi Ning saw Bai Luochen alive, her face lit up with joy. She reached out to him with relief and happily called his name. As soon as Bai Luochen cleared the collapsing portal, he lost his momentum and crashed toward the ground like a falling meteor. Though terribly weak, Xi Ning still stretched out her hand toward him, with hopeful eyes fixed on his every move. At last, their hands met. Xi Ning collapsed into Bai Luochen's embrace as though every burden had finally been lifted. He held her tightly, comforting her through his own heartbreak, and for one brief moment, they both believed everything was finally over. The world around them slowly faded as Xi Ning's figure dissolved from reality, leaving behind only a few faint rays of light and a tiny object falling to the ground. Watching her disappear before his eyes, Bai Luochen completely lost control and cried out in despair. A cold notification suddenly appeared in mid-air, warning that the energy supply had fallen to a critical level. Another message slowly followed, announcing that the system was entering emergency power-saving mode. A massive sphere of light descended from the sky and illuminated the entire area, forcing Bai Luochen to shield his eyes from the blinding glow as he wondered what was happening. Cracks spread across the surface of the sphere as glowing lines expanded, making it look ready to split apart. The sphere shattered open, revealing Xi Ning once again, but now she had the appearance of a small child. She immediately rushed over, hugged Bai Luochen tightly, and called out to him in an innocent, slightly spoiled voice. Clinging to him, Xi Ning explained that the system had run out of energy and could no longer maintain her adult form, forcing it to switch into backup mode. Bai Luochen remained utterly bewildered as he tried to make sense of it all. Without thinking, Bai Luochen gently patted Xi Ning's head, feeling both relieved and worried as he scolded her for making him believe the worst had happened. Blushing, Xi Ning quietly admitted that the situation had been incredibly dangerous. If Bai Luochen had not returned in time, not only she but the entire world would have fallen into complete chaos. Bai Luochen fell silent for a moment, before asking about the future disasters she had always seemed to know in advance, feeling that too many secrets had been hidden from him. Xi Ning looked away with a slight pout and explained that Bai Luochen was the greatest variable capable of changing fate, but she could not reveal too much because he himself stood at the center of the entire chain of causes. She looked directly into Bai Luochen's eyes and firmly asked him to trust both himself and her, because everything depended on that choice. Bai Luochen remained silent, his expression turning thoughtful as he considered everything she had said. After a long pause, he asked how much time remained before the coming catastrophe. Xi Ning quietly raised a single finger, hinting that very little time was left. Bai Luochen froze as the meaning sank in. There was almost no time left to prepare for what was coming. Xi Ning smiled with quiet confidence and assured Luochen that every plan was already in place. All he had to do was keep moving forward. Time flew by, and the 15 peaceful days at Qingluan Peak quietly came to an end, like the calm before a massive storm. In the middle of the wooden courtyard, a swirling golden portal suddenly appeared, tearing through space itself. A familiar figure stepped out of the portal and shattered the silence. Luoch returned with an even stronger aura, though his usual lazy attitude remained unchanged. He glanced around and quietly started planning for the next round of trouble. Xi Ning happily ran over and offered Luochen a handkerchief out of habit. He smiled, casually wiped away the sweat, joked that it was nothing, and said that as long as she was safe, everything was fine. Just then, Su Liyue's familiar aura approached from the distance. Duo and Su Liyue searched for their master as walked. Duo hid behind her senior sister, while Su Liyue was clearly annoyed that their master had been giving almost all his attention to the mysterious girl. Even so, she believed every move he made had a deeper purpose. Su Liyue then pulled Duo away and decided to enter the cultivation tower to seek a breakthrough. Duo worried that her senior sister had not fully recovered, but Su Liyue insisted on breaking through this time no matter what. Su Liyue confidently declared that she was fully prepared and would use this secluded cultivation to surpass her limits and make her master see her in a new light. From a distance, Luochen watched the entire conversation. His expressions gradually turned serious as he realized Su Liyue's cultivation speed had become unusually fast. After hearing a few more conversations, Luochen immediately sensed something was wrong. Her advancement was far beyond normal, as if something was forcing her progress unnaturally fast. While he was deep in thought, a disciple flew past on a flying artifact and loudly delivered urgent news, interrupting Luochen's thoughts. The disciple landed neatly in front of him, looking rushed but still showing proper respect. The disciple reported that the Qian Gate entrance examination had officially begun. The academy head invited Luo Chen to help select new disciples and recruit fresh talent for the sect. Taking advantage of the distraction, Duo and Su Liyue quietly slipped away. Luo Chen simply nodded to show that he understood. A massive flying artifact from Tianchong Peak appeared, radiating overwhelming power as it prepared to depart. Luo Chen straightened his robes, regained the dignified presence of a true master, and reminded his two disciples to stay calm and never rush their cultivation. The artifact began transforming as its mechanical form slowly activated. In the blink of an eye, it became a gigantic flying battleship. Luo Chen signaled his disciples to board, and they were thrilled by the incredible treasure. The battleship immediately soared into the clouds and raced forward at incredible speed, reaching the gathering area almost instantly. As soon as they landed, they heard elders praising the Sword Dao faction, filling the area with fierce competition between the different schools. A mocking voice suddenly echoed across the area, announcing the arrival of the Talisman faction and making the atmosphere even more tense. Luo Chen stepped into the crowd and instantly drew everyone's attention. Many recognized him as the man who had once shaken the sect, while rumors about his destroyed meridians resurfaced once again. The crowd quickly erupted into debate. Some believed a genius had returned, while others dismissed him as nothing more than exaggerated hype, making the recruitment battle even more intense. A member of the opposing faction reassured his allies, claiming Luo Chen was only a temporary sensation and posed no real threat to their solid foundation. Another enormous battleship entered the area, releasing overwhelming pressure across the entire battlefield. A commanding voice ordered everyone to clear the way immediately. Chang Xiaolu appeared with unmatched arrogance, declaring that he had brought a massive force to clear the field, openly provoking Luo Chen's faction. Standing in the middle of the chaos, a military official studied the situation and immediately sensed something unusual. The demonic beasts on the field were no ordinary creatures. They had at least reached Demon King level, leaving him shocked by the Talisman faction's resources. He even admitted their beast control surpassed the beast-taming faction itself. While Zhang Himing was locked in a tense standoff with Yuan Xiang, a mysterious stranger suddenly appeared and slapped someone without warning, instantly turning the situation upside down. Zhang Himing froze, realizing his faction's entire strategy might already be falling apart. The newcomer laughed arrogantly and openly mocked his opponents, treating all of their plans like childish games. His overwhelming presence forced Jiang Haming to stumble backward in panic. He could barely speak, feeling as if his own faction had been betrayed from within. While chaos erupted on one side, another area was filled with a strangely cheerful atmosphere, as if the battle meant nothing at all. Yue Xuanzhu smiled warmly and wished everyone success on this mission, though her cheerful tone hinted that she was carefully watching the bigger picture. Luo Chen calmly composed himself, returned the greeting, and asked why she had come. He could tell this was more than a casual visit. Yue Xuanzhu explained that she came to witness this important event. She also brought news that someone had fully recovered and wanted to personally thank Luo Chen. She stepped closer with a playful smile, reminding Luo Chen of all the times he had helped her faction. Their closeness quickly attracted jealous looks from everyone nearby. Off to the side, Duo and Su Liyue watched the scene with obvious displeasure as invisible tension began building between everyone involved. Su Liyue suddenly rushed over and tightly hugged Luo Chen, making her closeness unmistakable. Luo Chen froze, while she simply said she wanted to repay the kindness he had shown her. Caught between two completely different emotions, Luo Chen could only force a smile and remind everyone that cultivation should always come before personal matters. At that moment, Luo Chen had only one thought in mind: escape this awkward situation before it became even more troublesome. Just as the tension reached its peak, another voice echoed from the distance, announcing that someone had found Luo Chen. The newcomer also brought troubling news, saying that Luo Chen was already surrounded by several unfamiliar people. Xiao Ren suddenly appeared and rushed toward Luo Chen, as though he had finally found a lifeline in the middle of the chaos. Moments later, everyone's attention shifted to the woman beside Zhao Ren. She was Su Xiaoshu, and her expression made it clear she had not come as a friend. Su Xiaoshu locked her gaze onto Luo Chen and spoke in a cold voice, as though she had been searching for him for a very long time. Without another word, she charged straight at Luo Chen and launched a surprise attack, releasing all the anger she had been holding back. After closing the distance, she grabbed Luo Chen and fiercely demanded to know why he had caused so much trouble before disappearing without a word. Luo Chen immediately denied every accusation, completely confused about why she had chased him all the way here. Standing nearby, Zhao Ren casually joked about the entire mess, making the already chaotic situation even harder to control. Yue Xuanzhu quickly stepped in to separate them and calm everyone down, insisting that this was nothing more than a misunderstanding. Akia stood in the courtyard so furious that she looked ready to explode. She insisted this was no misunderstanding because Luo Chen had signed an agreement with her before disappearing without warning. Yue Xuanzhu froze and directly asked Luo Chen if he had really sold himself. Luo Chen immediately waved his hands and denied it, explaining that he had only been working for money and nothing more. In another corner of the courtyard, Zhao Ren, Duo, Xiao Wu, and Chang Xiaoliu gathered together like they were watching a drama. They chatted while eating, treating Luo Chen's complicated relationships like the most entertaining show imaginable. Su Liyue curiously asked about Su Fang's true identity and was shocked to learn that Luo Chen had once been connected to the demon realm. Chang Xiaoliu casually replied that it was a very long story that could take all day to explain. After hearing more scattered details, Su Liyue grew increasingly unhappy as more and more women seemed to appear around Luo Chen. She immediately grabbed Luo Chen's arm and boldly declared her claim right in front of Su Fang, making the tension between the three of them instantly unbearable. Luo Chen could only sigh in frustration as everything spiraled further out of control. Luo Chen found himself trapped between three women, becoming the center of an unbelievable standoff. Everyone watching could only stare in shock and envy at the incredible scene. The disciples outside started whispering among themselves. Some even regretted choosing their cultivation path, feeling that the other factions were far more exciting. Just then, a chilling killing intent emerged from behind the crowd, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Zhang Heming stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping across the gossiping disciples. He warned them to stay focused and stop entertaining foolish thoughts. His overwhelming pressure silenced them immediately. Yun Ruo rushed over, gasping for breath as she reported that a major incident had broken out at the recruitment grounds. She quickly added that a group of strangers was causing trouble, throwing the entire selection process into chaos and forcing everyone to return at once. Yun Ruo explained that they were neither from the Sword Dao nor the Talisman faction. They were a bizarre group claiming they wanted to join the sect, but their outrageous behavior had nearly pushed everything out of control. Yue Xuanzhu was about to ask for more details when Luo Chen stepped forward and offered to help. She simply waved him off, saying the situation was still under control. Yue Xuanzhu immediately led her disciples away to deal with the disturbance. As everyone was leaving, someone approached Luo Chen with a hesitant expression. The young woman asked Luo Chen to guide her and help arrange a place to stay, since she had far too much luggage to manage on her own. Luo Chen nodded and assured her that the sect already had accommodation prepared. He told her to follow him and take a look first. Su Fang immediately corrected him, reminding everyone that their old contract had never been completely canceled, her tone as firm as ever. As they walked, she complained about the long journey and the poor surroundings. Luo Chen could only comfort her, promising to arrange a better place to stay. Zhao Yan covered her mouth and let out an awkward laugh, secretly wondering why her senior sister could let such an obvious matter slide so easily. Luo Chen scratched his head and muttered to himself that cultivation was about tempering the heart, not chasing comfort or appearances. Even as he said it, he was already planning to ask his junior sister for funding to renovate the place. Hearing those words, Su Fangni felt strangely moved. She even started wondering if Luo Chen was deliberately speaking in circles just to catch her attention. In the middle of the conversation, the house next door suddenly collapsed with a thunderous crash, filling the air with dust. It turned out to be the kitchen. Panicked screams erupted as precious ingredients, including ancient carrots, were buried beneath the rubble. Luo Chen covered his face in embarrassment and admitted that the living conditions were a little rough, but the cultivation environment was truly one of a kind. Su Fangni immediately objected, refusing to accept that young disciples should be raised under conditions like these. Pressed for an answer, Luo Chen quickly defended himself, claiming he was simply promoting an enlightened way of thinking, while honestly admitting the budget was completely empty. Su Fang folded her arms and reminded him that his duty was to properly train his disciples, not make them endure such hardship, especially someone with her background. Looking at the rundown facilities, Luo Chen awkwardly changed the subject and asked whether Su Fang truly intended to stay or return to her luxurious former life. He also mentioned that the young lady who had been searching for her still wanted him to bring her back. Luo Chen then reassured Zhao Yan that although the place looked shabby, it still had great potential for the future. She obediently nodded, showing complete trust despite the poor conditions. The new disciple eagerly accepted his words, her eyes lighting up as if she had reached an important realization. To her, true cultivation had always been about preserving a pure heart rather than material comfort. Seeing her reaction, Luo Chen took out a cultivation manual and handed it to her as a welcome gift. He explained that it was a rare guide that would shape her early cultivation path. Zhao Yan carefully accepted the two manuals. Before she could even open them, Luo Chen explained that the first contained the cultivation system he had personally compiled, covering everything from the basics to practical combat techniques. When she flipped to the second book, Luo Chen explained that it contained practical training exercises along with danger ratings for every section. He reminded her to adapt wisely and never cultivate recklessly. Before he even finished speaking, Zhao Yan had already read both manuals in an instant and calmly reported that she had mastered everything. Luo Chen froze in disbelief. Luo Chen swallowed hard, silently admitting that such talent was unbelievably rare. She absorbed knowledge like a machine, leaving even him completely stunned. Still, her incredible reading speed made Luo Chen suspicious, so he asked her to explain what she had learned. Zhao Yan gave an awkward smile and admitted that she had only skimmed through the manuals without studying them carefully. Luo Chen sighed and gently patted her head, explaining that skimming the pages was far from understanding their true essence. He reminded her that real geniuses never took shortcuts, and without serious effort, she would eventually fall behind. Zhao Yan obediently lowered her head, admitted her mistake, and thanked him for the guidance. Hidden in the distance, Su Lingyu quietly watched the close interaction between master and disciple. A mix of jealousy and frustration welled up inside her until it was almost impossible to hide. As night fell, everyone gathered around a blazing campfire, its warmth driving away the evening chill. Su Fangni carried over a generous meal, grumbling that the kitchen had been destroyed, making it difficult to prepare dinner. She urged everyone to eat while the food was still hot. The hungry group immediately dug in, praising every bite as the cheerful atmosphere washed away the exhaustion of the day. While eating, Luo Chen frowned in surprise. The food tasted so good that it genuinely moved him. Then he realized Su Lingyu and a few others were missing from the gathering. Duo quickly explained, wiping away tears as she spoke, that senior sister Su was in secluded cultivation attempting a breakthrough, while Xiaolu was standing guard to protect her. Hearing that, Luo Chen immediately grew worried. Forcing cultivation to advance this quickly could easily end in disaster. In a secluded area, Su Lingyu sat cross-legged, her entire body trembling as she poured every ounce of strength into forcing a breakthrough. Her consciousness gradually became hazy, and even her breathing slowed as she approached her physical limit. Her body suddenly shrank into a smaller form, and she tightly hugged a magical artifact as if it were her final anchor. Above her, dark clouds gathered before being torn apart by razor-sharp bolts of lightning. Heavenly lightning rained down relentlessly, each thunderous blast shaking the heavens as though it intended to crush everything below. The ground split apart, molten rock burst into the air, and the entire area became a scene of total destruction. At the center of the storm, Su Lingyu floated in midair as her spiritual energy was relentlessly drained, pushing her to the brink of death. The lightning seemed almost alive. It sensed nearby energy and suddenly changed direction toward Xiaolia's position. Xiaolu reacted instantly, intercepting the lightning with a terrifying burst of killing intent, as if daring anyone to threaten this place. Man immediately rushed in to help, quickly establishing a defensive line around the central area. Azut unleashed every bit of his power to activate a defensive formation. Brilliant golden light spread outward, forming a massive barrier against the heavenly lightning. Watching the scene, Man judged that Su Lingyu was taking an enormous risk. Forcing a breakthrough without a solid foundation often ended badly, yet she knew Su Lingyu was never reckless without reason. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield as another wave of heavenly lightning crashed directly onto Su Lingyu's position. After enduring the barrage, blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth, proving that her body had reached its limit. Even so, her eyes remained unwavering. She held on to a single goal: survive this heavenly tribulation and prove herself to her master. Thunder continued to roar across the sky as spiritual energy clashed violently with heavenly power, but she still refused to fall. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, illuminating the dark heavens and signaling a turning point in her breakthrough. In the distance, Bai Luochen calmly continued eating. He glanced at the heavenly tribulation with mild surprise, noting that this breakthrough seemed far more stable than before. When someone asked why, Luochen explained that breakthroughs did not always trigger spectacular phenomena. Everything depended on one's foundation and accumulated karma, and Su Lingyu had encountered fewer disturbances recently. As they ate, Luochen recalled how Su Lingyu had once survived an extremely dangerous ordeal that nearly claimed her life, and only his direct intervention had saved her. Everyone listening found the story hard to believe. Someone in the group suddenly blushed, remembering that they had once addressed Su Lingyu with an affectionate nickname. Embarrassed, they quickly convinced themselves it had meant nothing. Bai Luochen then assigned Xining to help Su Fangni in the kitchen, gently reminding them not to cook too much, and to prepare only enough for everyone to enjoy together. Luochen could not help recalling how Su Fang always became overly confident whenever she bragged about her cooking. He could only sigh, knowing she always went overboard whenever food was involved. Just then, a graceful figure approached with a gentle voice, apologizing for making everyone wait so long. Nalan Dada's eyes lit up the moment she saw the newcomer. She could not help admiring how much her appearance and aura had changed. Su Lingyu looked completely different after her breakthrough. Both her beauty and presence had reached a whole new level. She smiled and apologized, saying her heavenly tribulation had been a little rough. Luochen held out a skewer of grilled meat and happily welcomed her back, even saving the best piece just for her. Beside them, Yan Yan and Xiao Yu excitedly congratulated her, filling the camp with celebration over Su Lingyu's successful breakthrough. Su Lingyu politely thanked everyone, offering her deepest gratitude to her master in particular. Then she suddenly stepped close to Luochen, catching him completely off guard. She softly complained that she still had not enjoyed a proper meal, even after reaching the nascent soul realm. Before Luochen could respond, she calmly said that she wanted her master to feed her personally, leaving everyone around them speechless. Before he could refuse, she suddenly gave him a quick kiss, leaving Luochen completely frozen in shock. Nalan Dada and Yan Yan were stunned on the spot. Yan Yan quickly covered her face, unable to hide her disbelief at what had just happened. Snapping back to his senses, Luochen hurriedly pushed her away and awkwardly demanded to know what she was doing. Su Lingyu remained perfectly calm and even looked satisfied. She simply said that her master's scent had not changed at all. Luochen immediately jumped back and became extremely cautious, suspecting that something had gone wrong after the heavenly tribulation. Su Lingyu calmly explained that she had only used the heavenly lightning to temper her state of mind, and insisted he could verify it with his spiritual sense. After examining her carefully, Luochen confirmed that her body showed no abnormalities. Even so, he still felt that something about her had changed, though it seemed more like her personality than her physical condition. Nalan Dada and Yan Yan worriedly asked if she was all right, but Su Lingyu simply smiled and assured them that she was perfectly fine. Just as Yan Yan reached for another bite, Luochen quickly stopped her, warning that this dish could not be eaten like ordinary food. He skillfully sliced open the meat, revealing a concentrated source of special energy hidden inside. Luochen then handed the prepared portion to Yan Yan and told her to eat it slowly, leaving her both curious and slightly frustrated. Su Lingyu smiled and reassured Yan Yan that their master was only trying to protect her. She encouraged her to take a small bite, and she would understand. Encouraged by everyone, Yan Yan obediently tasted a tiny piece. In an instant, her expression completely changed, as her eyes widened in shock at the sensation spreading through her body. A massive wave of spiritual energy erupted within her, leaving her dizzy as she felt its incredible purity and power. Yan Yan's body trembled violently and nearly lost control, but Su Lingyu caught her just in time and stabilized her condition. She warned that without a solid foundation, even a single bite could overwhelm the body. Nalan Dada broke into a cold sweat just watching and quickly stepped back, deciding that the food was far too dangerous to try. But Xiao Yu moved even faster and stuffed a huge piece into Nalan Dada's mouth before she could react. Instantly, an enormous surge of spiritual energy exploded through Nalan Dada's body, throwing her into complete panic. A loud burst echoed through the area as the overflowing energy violently shredded most of Nalan Dada's clothes, turning the situation into total chaos. Blushing furiously, Nalan Dada desperately covered herself with the few pieces of clothing she had left and begged her master not to look. Luo Chen immediately turned away, both annoyed and helpless, urging her to change at once while admitting that the meat's effects had far exceeded his expectations. Watching the wardrobe disaster unfold, Yan Yan swallowed hard with her heart racing. She silently thanked herself for not taking another bite, or she would have ended up exactly like Nalan Dada. Right in the middle of the chaos, a tiny green snake suddenly slithered out, its eyes locked onto the grilled meat as drool streamed endlessly from its mouth. It shot forward at incredible speed, trying to seize the energy inside. Luo Chen reacted in time, but he was still one step slower than the snake's hunting instinct. He grabbed the snake and shook it hard, warning that it could never digest something like that and should not swallow things recklessly. The moment he finished speaking, the snake suddenly glowed with a strange green light. Luo Chen froze as a deep sense of unease rose within him. A deafening explosion erupted, and a massive green beam shot into the sky, tearing through the silent night. In the distance, Man frowned at the strange phenomenon, clearly sensing the wildly unstable energy. Xiao Liu and Man, who were in another area, were also drawn by the disturbance and immediately looked toward the center. Xiao Liu crossed his arms and guessed that a newly born Demon King-level being was about to appear. The green energy exploded so violently that it blasted away the surrounding buildings, turning the area into a storm of spiritual power. Within the chaotic glow, a pair of eyes slowly opened, filled with both mystery and charm. Long green hair gradually appeared next, glowing faintly in the air. As the energy settled, the figure of a young girl slowly emerged and stepped out of the light, still looking dazed. She was beautiful, but her sleepy eyes and unsteady steps made her look like she had just awakened from a long sleep. Nalan Dada and Xiao Yu stared in shock. The tiny snake had turned into a human after swallowing just one bite, yet she looked completely clueless, instead of like someone who had just broken through. At that moment, the newly transformed girl suddenly turned around and bit her own tail, leaving Xiao Yu completely speechless and wondering if her transformation had gone wrong. Luo Chen quickly rushed over to stop her, steadied her body, and explained that her forced breakthrough had been too fast, so her mind and instincts had not yet adapted to her new form. He sighed and said she needed time to stabilize before telling everyone to take her back to rest and keep her from causing more trouble. The snake girl looked at him with wide, innocent eyes, acting unusually attached as if she still had no idea what had just happened. Luo Chen sighed again, already calculating a bigger food and cultivation budget for yet another special mouth to feed, then told everyone to take her back for further observation. Just then, a cheerful voice came from afar, announcing that the group preparing supplies had returned. Xi Ning came back carrying a giant cake with several others, while Su Fang proudly showed off his cooking and admitted the preparation had taken a lot of effort. Before anyone could react, the snake girl lunged straight at the cake on pure instinct, without caring about appearances. She crashed into it so hard that the entire cake toppled onto the ground, leaving Su Fang completely speechless. She immediately rolled into the pile of cake and ate happily without the slightest restraint, forgetting all about the graceful image she had just gained. Luo Chen hurriedly pulled her away, telling her to eat properly, and reminding everyone not to raise her according to wild instincts. Meanwhile, Yan Yan quietly told Su Lingyu that they should consider recruiting more demon clans since shape-shifting beings around here were becoming increasingly unpredictable, and organizing them could create a powerful force. After everything that had happened, Yan Yan began pushing herself to train seriously, determined not to fall behind in this increasingly unpredictable world. Her casual words made Su Lingyu fall silent. The smile on her face slowly faded as something buried deep in her past resurfaced. A flicker of spiritual power flashed in her eyes, awakening distant memories and reminding her of words once spoken by someone she had known long ago. The lively daytime atmosphere gradually faded, leaving only silence over the disciples' quarters, as if the entire world had fallen asleep. Everyone drifted into deep sleep, each trapped in their own dream. Amid the haze came sleepy murmurs and the strange feeling that the blankets were growing heavier, pulling them even deeper into slumber. Then, in the middle of that peaceful dream, the twisted, cold smile of a man suddenly appeared and shattered the calm. Carrying a massive weapon on his shoulder, he spoke with murderous intent and declared that his enemy's escape route had already been sealed. Inside the chaotic illusion, a heavily wounded woman bled from a deep wound, yet she still gritted her teeth and cursed her enemy with overwhelming rage. Her eyes blazed with unyielding resolve, as she swore that no matter the cost, she would make them repay everything and grind her enemies into ashes. The nightmare suddenly shattered. Su Lingyu jolted awake, drenched in sweat as if she had just survived a life-or-death battle. She found Qing Poer clinging tightly to her like a living cocoon and quickly shook the little girl awake. As her mind cleared, a chilling thought flashed through her head, reminding her of an unfinished threat she had nearly forgotten. Early the next morning, Luo Chen was stunned when he heard the news and asked why she was suddenly packing to leave for Bei's Ridge. Su Lingyu calmly explained that her inner demon was stirring, and she needed to find the heavenly inquiry bone at Bei's Ridge to suppress it. She insisted this was the only way to overcome the danger herself. She firmly declared that she would travel alone this time. Having reached the nascent soul realm, she could no longer rely on her master's protection forever. Knowing her personality, Luo Chen simply gave her a few reminders, telling her to stay safe and return as soon as possible. As her figure disappeared beyond the trees, Luo Chen remained standing there for a long time, lost in thought. In the end, he sighed. Still uneasy, he decided to secretly arrange someone to watch over her just in case. Little did he know that Su Fang had witnessed every bit of his secret plan from a distance. Su Fang narrowed his eyes, finding Luo Chen's behavior extremely suspicious, as if he were hiding something important. The scene quickly shifted as everyone arrived at the Southern Immortal Alliance Air Harbor, a bustling and crowded hub. Countless massive flying ships took off and landed non-stop, making the place feel like a giant airport of the cultivation world. Long lines of travelers stretched endlessly as everyone hurried to their destinations. Su Lingyu quickly completed the boarding process, received her travel pass, and prepared to board the direct flight to Bei's Ridge. Meanwhile, Luo Chen disguised himself and followed behind her, unaware that someone else was secretly following him as well. When it was his turn, Luo Chen asked for a single cabin, but the staff informed him they were sold out, leaving only the final luxury suite. He hesitated at the outrageous price, feeling it was a waste of money and thinking it would be better to find another way to follow her. Hearing that, Su Fang slammed the counter and immediately bought the luxury suite without a second thought. Luo Chen turned around in shock when he saw Su Fang standing right beside him, unable to understand why she had followed him all the way here. The staff quickly finished the paperwork and handed them tickets for a premium double suite on the direct route to Bei's Ridge. The trip was expected to last 2 days and 1 night, and the staff cheerfully wished them a pleasant journey. The moment they opened the cabin door, both of them froze because the interior was far more romantic than either had imagined. A giant heart-shaped bed dominated the room, surrounded by extravagant decorations that made the atmosphere incredibly awkward. They stood there in complete silence, staring at each other in total shock. Seeing the room instantly ruined by Luo's mood, she turned around to leave and planned to request another cabin, but Vila quickly grabbed her and refused to let her go. Her cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment as she was held in place, and Villa reminded her that the ship had already departed, so it was too late to change anything. Outside, the flying ship continued gliding across the sky as the story shifted to another scene. The focus moved to cell block 306. Bitterness filled her eyes as if all her efforts had been ignored, making her wonder whether she had ever truly mattered. Just then, a strange voice, soft yet strangely seductive, whispered behind her, suggesting that she abandon her sect for a far more interesting path. She instantly jumped to her feet, spun into a defensive stance, and demanded that the speaker reveal themselves. But when she looked around, only the cold prison walls remained. There was no one else inside the cell. She frowned and tried to calm herself, convincing herself that the stress had simply made her imagine the voice. Just as she relaxed, embarrassing sounds suddenly came from the neighboring wall, along with a man's soothing whispers and a woman's flustered replies. Hearing everything clearly, she pressed her ear against the wall and quickly realized the people next door were having a private moment, leaving her both embarrassed and annoyed. As she tried to listen more closely, a sudden impact knocked a picture frame off the wall, and it crashed onto her head, leaving her dizzy. Rage instantly erupted. Her eyes turned as sharp as a cornered beast, and overwhelming killing intent burst from her body. She immediately slapped a talisman onto the wall to create a soundproof barrier, grumbling that the room was far too expensive for such terrible quality. The formation activated, light spread across the room, and every bit of noise was instantly blocked. The silence finally returned, giving her some relief. But on the other side of the wall, the truth was far from peaceful. A young woman lay motionless, already dead. The killer was a masked demonic cultivator with blood on his hands. He searched the corpse in frustration, finding nothing valuable. His victim had been completely broke. Even after killing her, he showed no sympathy. His eyes settled on her elegant clothes, and a new idea quickly formed. Without hesitation, he brutally stripped away her skin and clothing, preparing for a flawless disguise. After putting on his new identity, he carefully adjusted his appearance before calmly leaving to continue his infiltration and theft. Ironically, his next target was Su Lijue's room. Disguised as a helpless young woman, he knocked on the door while claiming to be performing a security inspection aboard the airship. After knocking for a long time without a response, he guessed the soundproof barrier had blocked all the noise inside. Left with no choice, he gave up in annoyance and moved on to another room. The scene shifted to a different cabin with a completely different atmosphere. Inside a room filled with scented candles and roses, Patriarch Villa was awkwardly performing a strange motion on the person in front of her. Bai Luochen could only sigh. The exhaustion that had haunted him for days still had no end in sight. Villa's face turned bright red from exhaustion as she insisted she was only checking muscle condition, not doing what anyone might assume. In reality, it was nothing more than a therapeutic massage, but a cultivator's body was so different that the treatment barely had any effect. Villa was drenched in sweat, exhausted and irritated that all her effort seemed completely pointless. Bai Luochen stood up, stretched, glanced back at the scene with a warning look, then headed off to wash his face and clear his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually walked into the bathroom across the room and gently pulled the curtain closed. Bai Luochen looked around the room, the corners of his mouth twitching with amusement. It truly was a luxury suite, equipped with absolutely everything guests could want. Behind the curtain, Patriarch Villa calmly began removing each layer of her thin clothing without the slightest hurry. Her smooth, fair skin slowly appeared beneath the light, while her graceful figure emerged through the drifting steam. Hot water splashed into the tub as gentle ripples spread across the surface. Soaking in the warm bath, Patriarch Villa let out a satisfied sigh and praised the experience. Bai Luochen casually replied that it was only a basic heating formation found in most resorts. She continued splashing the water with a smile, saying this was far more comfortable than before, remembering how exhausting it had been when she used to help her young mistress bathe. Bai Luochen casually added that back then they even had to gather firewood and heat the bathwater themselves. Before the conversation could continue, the entire airship suddenly shook violently, instantly changing the mood. Startled, Patriarch Villa poked her head out from behind the curtain and asked what had happened. Bai Luochen stayed calm and told her to remain inside while he went out to investigate. Outside, the massive airship was completely surrounded by a thick purple mist, and a sinister aura spread through the sky. Su Liyue had somehow already stepped outside. She stared at the scene in shock, unable to identify the strange energy before her. Not far ahead, a massive black-purple vortex was forming, roaring through the sky like a gigantic beast. The ship's alarm blared repeatedly, announcing an emergency and ordering all passengers to return to their cabins and stay away from the deck. Inside the control room, the first officer was drenched in sweat as he nervously reported that the situation was rapidly getting worse. After checking the readings, he urgently reported that a massive horde of demon beasts was pursuing them from behind. The captain immediately asked for the exact threat level. The first officer turned pale and reported that most of them were spirit demons, but many had mutated, and a demon king might even be among them. The captain clenched his jaw and chose to fight instead of fleeing. He immediately ordered full speed ahead, straight into the vortex, while activating the Grand Defensive Formation. Over the broadcast, all nascent soul cultivators and above were ordered to gather and assist. The command echoed throughout the airship as every system switched into combat mode, preparing for a battle that would decide life or death. The airship roared as it accelerated straight toward the heart of the storm. Crew members rushed through the ship, urging every qualified cultivator to gather immediately. Bai Luochen remained completely calm. Patriarch Villa hurried out, wrapped in a bath towel, and curiously asked what was happening outside. He casually replied that it was just a storm and a few demon beasts blocking the way, nothing serious. She immediately protested, saying the situation sounded extremely dangerous and asking why he was not helping. He simply smiled and said this level of trouble did not require him, and Su Liyue could use it as training. While speaking, his eyes suddenly paused for a brief moment, and he instantly froze. Patriarch Villa still had not noticed the problem with her outfit and impatiently asked what he was staring at. Bai Luochen quickly looked away and awkwardly insisted that he had not been looking at anything. The moment she realized how short the towel was, Patriarch Villa blushed furiously and screamed in embarrassment. She fled in a panic, scolding Bai Luochen before reminding him to deal with the situation outside. He corrected her, saying they were demon beasts, not magical beasts, and they were not targeting them anyway. Just then, the emergency broadcast sounded again, reporting that a strange magnetic field inside the vortex was attracting more and more demon beasts. The raging vortex swept in, dragging the enormous airship straight into the eye of the storm as if it had been swallowed whole. The captain sent a voice transmission from the bridge, announcing that the ship had entered a relatively safe zone inside the storm and had likely shaken off the pursuing demon beasts. However, the airship still needed cultivators to stabilize it with spiritual power. He earnestly requested help from the 3 nascent soul cultivators and promised generous rewards afterward. One pale cultivator collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath after pouring out so much spiritual power that he felt his life was being drained away. Su Liyue quickly encouraged him, urging him to hold on a little longer for the safety of everyone aboard. Suddenly, the voice transmission from the bridge became heavily distorted. The signal broke apart into harsh static before cutting off completely. A sense of danger instantly filled Su Liyue's heart, warning her that another crisis was approaching. Sure enough, the demon beasts had pushed through the storm itself and closed in on the airship once again. They relentlessly attacked the protective barrier, causing it to shake violently as visible cracks spread across its surface. The atmosphere inside the cabin grew heavy. Some cultivators desperately reinforced the barrier with spiritual power, while the entire ship rocked back and forth. Su Liyue gritted her teeth, realizing they had reached a critical point. The grand formation could not hold much longer. An overweight cultivator panted heavily while praying for the patriarch's protection, his spirit on the verge of collapse. The disguised young woman watched everything with quiet contempt. In truth, she was nothing more than a thief in disguise, convinced that everyone around her was hopelessly naive. She suddenly stood up and declared that she would lure the demon beasts away herself, shocking the overweight cultivator, who argued that it would be certain suicide. Pretending to be noble, she claimed that someone had to sacrifice themselves, or no one would survive, putting on a convincing act of false heroism. The overweight cultivator was completely moved and truly believed she possessed the spirit of a righteous hero. She immediately volunteered to rush outside and told everyone to stand aside, boldly claiming she would deal with the demon beasts herself. Su Liyu immediately warned everyone, pointing out the suspicious flaws in the stranger's behavior and suspecting it was all part of a scheme. She continued explaining that the woman had avoided spending spiritual power the entire time, making it likely she was saving her strength to escape or even steal everyone's resources. The overweight cultivator still defended her, insisting she was sincere and could not possibly have evil intentions. But before he could finish speaking, an icy wave of killing intent struck from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, the impostor drove a sword straight through the overweight cultivator and coldly admitted that everything had been an elaborate deception. The cultivator's soul immediately fled from his body, but the impostor had already prepared a method to stop him from escaping. The disguised woman unleashed a sinister technique, revealing a pitch-black abyss like a bottomless maw. Countless energy tendrils burst out, wrapping tightly around the fleeing soul and dragging it toward the abyss. The cultivator's soul struggled in utter despair but was ultimately pulled inside and completely devoured. Forced to keep maintaining the grand formation, Su Liyue could only watch helplessly as growing doubts filled her mind about the stranger's true identity. The impostor finally revealed her vicious nature, laughing coldly as she admitted who she really was, and declared that everyone aboard the ship was doomed to die together. After saying that, he turned his back on everyone and walked away, completely indifferent to whether the airship survived or not. Just then, a strange object shot into the cabin from outside at terrifying speed like a surprise attack. It was small, but its destructive power was overwhelming. It pierced through the air and struck its target instantly. The imposter's head exploded on impact, spraying blood throughout the cabin. The shockwave even caught a nearby demon beast outside, killing it on the spot. Suliyue stood frozen for several seconds, unable to understand what had just happened. She could only wonder what had attacked. Even with his head destroyed, the demonic cultivator was not completely dead. He struggled to preserve his nascent soul, believing a nascent soul cultivator could not be killed so easily. As long as he escaped this body, he could still strike back and even plan to finish off his enemy with a magic treasure. Suliyue wasted no time. She poured every bit of her spiritual power into a single sphere of blinding light, knowing this was her only chance to end the battle. Her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, but she gritted her teeth and forced out her strongest attack. The headless body of the demonic cultivator staggered toward the damaged hull. At that moment, an unlucky demon beast flew close enough to become the perfect opportunity. He immediately activated an evil technique, draining the beast's life force to restore himself as his body began regenerating with the stolen energy. But just as the recovery began, a sharp flash of light suddenly slashed down and cut the process short. His half-restored body was sliced apart and crashed onto the shattered floor, completely unable to resist. His nascent soul emerged into the air, filled with shock and hatred as he cursed his enemy without stopping. Meanwhile, Suliyue was almost completely drained, struggling to breathe after expending so much spiritual power. Sweat soaked her entire body as she gasped for air, still trying to confirm whether her enemy had truly been defeated. The remaining body of the demonic cultivator still tried to flee while shouting curses, accusing his enemy of using underhanded methods and swearing revenge. He continued cursing until his form slowly faded into the void, leaving one final threat before disappearing completely. As the killing intent gradually faded, Suliyue let out a long breath and silently vowed never to let an enemy escape again. She looked down at the magic treasure in her hand. The Moon Immortal Wheel was still trembling after the battle. Suddenly, the artifact went out of control as the energy inside erupted, leaving her stunned. It shot away at incredible speed, heading straight for the corpse of the overweight cultivator. Suliyue quickly formed hand seals and desperately tried to recall the artifact, shouting for it to stop. But the Moon Immortal Wheel was completely beyond her control. It transformed into a stream of black energy and rushed toward its target. Completely exhausted, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and nearly collapsed where she stood. She managed to endure for only one more breath before falling onto the cold floor. Her vision gradually darkened as she completely lost control of her body. The battlefield around her was left in ruins after the fierce battle. Meanwhile, the airship mysteriously passed through the storm and vortex without harm, as though an invisible force was protecting it from below. Beneath the ship, Bai Luochen remained perfectly steady, secretly supporting the entire vessel and the disciples of Tian Chong Peak with his own strength. He looked upward and reminded those above to be more careful during the fight so they would not endanger everyone on board. Standing at the bow, Patriarch Villa looked around and sighed, clearly still dissatisfied with the situation. She quietly complained that she had been assigned work completely outside her specialty, making the whole thing rather annoying. Then she took a deep breath and prepared to unleash her power. A tremendous roar suddenly echoed across the sky. The sound became a devastating shockwave that swept through the air like an airborne earthquake. The demon beast horde was instantly thrown into chaos as the sonic attack blasted them apart and shattered their formation. Even the sailors and passengers aboard the airship were affected, covering their ears as they struggled against the violent shockwave. Although Bai Luochen was busy supporting the ship from below, even he frowned at the overwhelming destructive power of Patriarch Villa and decided they needed to leave the area immediately. He instantly accelerated the airship, sending it racing out of the vortex and away from the battlefield. Once things finally settled down, everyone carried Suliyue back to her cabin and laid her down to recover. Patriarch Villa brought warm water and towels, volunteering to care for her. She immediately began cleaning her up and checking the condition of the unconscious cultivator. Bai Luochen turned away and asked if Su Liu's condition was serious. After a quick check, Patriarch Villa said she was only exhausted and would recover after some rest. He looked over the traces of the battle and fell into deep thought, wondering where those strange powers had come from. While Patriarch Villa carefully tended to Su Liu, the girl on the bed suddenly moved her lips, her breathing becoming uneven as if trapped in a deep delirium. Noticing the change, Patriarch Villa immediately called for Bai Luochen and said the girl seemed about to wake up. Su Liu's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes after the long blackout. The moment she woke up, she held her aching head and groaned softly, still dazed and unable to remember what had happened. Looking around the unfamiliar room, she quietly noted that the place was far more luxurious than she had expected. When she realized her clothes were no longer neatly in place, her cheeks instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. After checking herself and finding no injuries, she finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she was still alive. But countless questions soon flooded her mind. She wondered what she had been dragged into and what that demonic cultivator really was. A vague memory surfaced of a mysterious attack that had suddenly saved her, making her suspect her master had intervened. Mixed emotions filled her heart as she wondered whether her master had been secretly protecting her all along. She quickly got dressed, sat down, and thought it over. If her master had truly been protecting her, why had he never shown himself? Just then, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Someone outside announced that the airship had safely arrived and invited the passengers to a gathering, but she declined, saying she needed to rest and had other matters to handle. After saying that, she stood up and left the room without another glance. It turned out that Bai Luochen and Patriarch Villa had been hiding inside a cramped space in the room the entire time, quietly arguing over whether they should have used an invisibility technique. Patriarch Villa complained that the hiding plan was far too troublesome and pointless, since they had already been exposed anyway. In the middle of the argument, Bai Luochen suddenly fell silent as his face grew slightly warm inside the cramped space. The wardrobe they were hiding in shook slightly, and the tense atmosphere made it feel as though they would be discovered at any moment. The scene shifted to the vast and bustling land of Bai's Ridge. Zhu Lianbi calmly stepped off the airship, receiving grateful farewells and respectful bows from many of the passengers. As Su Liu walked through the crowded streets, a mocking voice from a dark alley stopped her, hinting that she was after a famous destination. A blonde young man approached and offered to travel with her, but she firmly refused, making it clear she had no interest in companions. Even after being rejected, he continued following her, saying the place was dangerous and she would never reach her goal alone. Hearing that, Su Liu stopped walking. Her eyes turned icy cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed as a warning. The blonde young man immediately changed his tone and hurriedly explained that he only meant well and had no intention of threatening her. He watched her walk away before turning in another direction, his expression slowly becoming dark and unreadable. He quietly wondered whether that man named Bai had really chosen not to follow and protect her. The bustling marketplace echoed with loud vendors, creating the lively atmosphere that Bai's Ridge was famous for. Starving, Su Liu stopped at a roadside barbecue stall and quickly ordered 2 Bai's skewers. As she ate, she curiously asked if the meat really came from the legendary divine beast. The owner burst into laughter and said there was no way a divine beast would end up on a roadside grill. Still unconvinced, she questioned the misleading name. The owner pointed at himself and then at the signboard. The stall was simply named Bai's, while the meat was ordinary pork. The fancy name was just for business, and if she did not like it, she could eat somewhere else. Su Liu stood there speechless. She could not believe such a blatant marketing trick actually worked. Just as she was about to respond, a familiar voice behind her mentioned the disciple of Instructor Bai. A pair of twins soon appeared. They were Mo Ran and Mo Shi. They warmly greeted her, introduced themselves again, and reminded her of their brief meeting at the Bloodsword Palace. Only then did Su Liu remember. They really were twins, which explained why they looked almost impossible to tell apart. Mo Shi stepped closer with a smile and directly asked whether she was also heading for the reverse waterfall like they were. He then wondered why Instructor Bai was not accompanying her. Su Liu simply replied that she cultivated on her own and had no master traveling with her. After learning that Bai Luochen was not around, Mo Shi let out a disappointed sigh and glanced at Mo Ran, making her blush. Still, they quickly brushed it off. Before long, the three decided to explore together. They heard the food here was terrible, so Mo Shi offered to lead them to the best local spots instead. From a distance, Bai Luochen had been secretly watching the whole time. Seeing them leave, he decided to follow closely. Patriarch Villa lightly tapped him on the head, saying this kind of sneaking around looked like a creepy stalker. He immediately argued that he was only protecting his disciple in secret. While they were bickering, an old man quietly appeared beside them. Still arguing, Bai Luochen grumbled that if he looked suspicious, then the old man hiding nearby looked even worse. The old man cleared his throat, cupped his hands, and introduced himself as Mo Hanshu. He said it was an honor to meet Instructor Bai from the academy. Realizing what he had just said, Bai Luochen quickly apologized. Mo Hanshu waved it off, saying he was actually the one who owed thanks for saving his 2 granddaughters. Mo Hanshu praised Instructor Bai's information network, especially for discovering the reverse waterfall, a secret hidden from almost everyone. Bai Luochen blinked in confusion and asked what that was. Seeing that he genuinely had no idea, Mo Hanshu froze for a moment. Bai Luochen casually explained that he had only come to find something for his disciple and knew nothing else. Mo Hanshu then explained that whenever the reverse waterfall appeared, it unleashed terrifying storms capable of sweeping away anyone who came unprepared. Bai Luochen finally realized the earlier storm had been caused by the reverse waterfall. Mo Hanshu added that it connected the 6 realms, and every eruption brought strange treasures from beyond. The item Su Liu sought would likely appear then as well. Patriarch Villa immediately became interested and even suggested using the waterfall to travel to another world. Bai Luochen firmly rejected the idea, saying it was nothing less than suicide and that even the strongest experts would never attempt it. She pouted and turned away, sarcastically asking if he was afraid she planned to kick him into the demon realm through the waterfall. At that moment, the ground and the surrounding space suddenly shook violently as an abnormal disturbance spread everywhere. Panic erupted among the crowd, and everyone fled in every direction. As Su Liwei, Mo Shi, and Mo Ran walked together, the ground beneath them suddenly shook as if space itself were being torn apart. The same thought instantly crossed their minds. Had the reverse waterfall finally appeared? As the tremors grew stronger, everyone became convinced that the legendary reverse waterfall had truly descended. Mo Ran could not hide her excitement. She stared at the breathtaking phenomenon and exclaimed that it was a legendary wonder unlike anything she had ever seen. Su Liu remained much calmer, her eyes fixed on the extraordinary sight, as she silently felt the overwhelming power of the strange realm unfolding before her. Elsewhere, Bai Luochen, Patriarch Villa, and Mo Hanshu covered themselves with cloaks to stay hidden. Patriarch Villa complained that the disguise only made them look more suspicious, while Bai Luochen insisted it was the only way to avoid attention in the chaotic crowd. Even with their disguises, Bai Luochen felt they somehow stood out even more, looking suspicious no matter where they went. Just then, an elderly man leaning on a cane appeared and swept a contemptuous gaze across the group, mocking them and asking where they had crawled out from. Patriarch Villa immediately flared with killing intent and was ready to attack, but the other 2 quickly held her back, reminding her that exposing themselves now would be a disaster. At that tense moment, a brilliant light burst from the center of the waterfall, drawing every eye and leaving all the surrounding cultivators in shock. From within the radiant light, a golden saber slowly emerged. Ancient patterns covered its blade, and its overwhelming aura made even the surrounding space tremble. Mo Ran and Mo Shi instantly realized it was an incredible opportunity. They pointed at the saber, determined to claim it no matter the cost. Su Liu immediately stopped them, warning that the treasure had not fully emerged from the waterfall and rushing in now would be extremely dangerous. But the twins feared losing their chance if they waited any longer. Just then, the old man from earlier suddenly rushed toward the golden saber, laughing loudly as he declared that no one else was allowed to compete for it. They should just enjoy the show instead of rushing in. The old man immediately unleashed a massive golden lion avatar and charged straight at the raging waterfall. The giant lion projection shot into the vortex with overwhelming force. But the moment it touched the strange current, it was crushed and erased in an instant. The golden lion avatar was completely destroyed without leaving a trace. The terrifying pull of the waterfall immediately dragged the old man inside. His body was crushed by the immense pressure, and his blood stained the rushing water red. Mo Ran and Mo Shi turned pale as they watched a fusion realm expert vanish in the blink of an eye. Su Liu coldly warned them that they had greatly underestimated this place. Mo Ran forced an awkward smile and admitted their information had come from the family library, so they had never known how dangerous it truly was. She even complained that her family had failed to warn them properly. Su Liyue could only smile bitterly, feeling it was hard to blame anyone for what had happened. Mo Shi still tried to justify everything, saying they had acted for the greater good and had only borrowed family resources to help the clan. In the distance, Bai Luochen silently observed everything while Mo Hanshu awkwardly explained his family's situation. At that moment, they noticed even more unfamiliar experts entering the danger zone. An elderly Taoist with silver hair slowly stepped forward, carrying a calm yet overwhelming presence. Soon after, another old man wearing golden glasses appeared beside Bai Luochen, making him wonder who this mysterious expert was. Bai Jing gathered his spiritual power and forcibly split the waterfall into two streams, fully revealing the hidden golden saber. He reached out to seize the saber, but an invisible force immediately suppressed him. He angrily demanded to know who was interfering. The waterfall suddenly began spinning violently before transforming into a gigantic drill that shot straight toward Bai Jing. The entire waterfall seemed to collapse as torrents crashed onto the ground. The cultivators below panicked, trampling over one another as they desperately tried to escape. From the center of the waterfall, a gigantic claw suddenly burst out and grabbed the floating golden saber. Bai Luochen froze in surprise. He had never expected a living creature to be hiding inside the bizarre waterfall. A deafening explosion shook both heaven and earth, sending violent shockwaves across the entire area. Bai Jing pulled with all his strength to claim the golden saber, sending water exploding in every direction and blocking everyone's view. Just as his disciples rushed forward to congratulate him, Bai Jing's face turned pale. He immediately shouted for everyone to retreat because the situation was completely out of control. A gigantic six-legged demon beast burst from the water. Its body shone with dazzling golden light, and its terrifying aura instantly revealed it to be a demon emperor. Every movement of its massive body created violent storms that seemed to crush the surrounding space. Cultivators caught inside the raging currents were instantly torn apart, filling the sky with blood and endless screams. Mo Ran immediately activated a protective talisman, raising a barrier around the group at the last possible second and saving everyone from the first devastating attack. Catching her breath, she said they were lucky to have the family's talismans. Otherwise, they would already be dead. She also wondered why a demon emperor had appeared inside the waterfall. A powerful wave of blue energy suddenly spread near Su Liyue, making the already chaotic battlefield even more unstable. Watching from afar, Bai Luochen smiled awkwardly and told Mo Hanshu that he had probably used up one of his treasures. Mo Hanshu quickly shook his head, saying he would never complain and expressing amazement that Instructor Bai could activate an emperor-grade talisman. Holding the golden saber with confidence, Bai Jing charged straight at the six-legged demon beast, determined to turn the battle around. The enormous beast threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous roar that seemed to tear through everyone's ears. But at that very moment, a streak of violet light flashed across the sky and struck the beast, forcing even Bai Jing to stop in his tracks. The attack did not stop there. It continued straight toward Bai Jing, forcing him to hastily block with the golden saber. The impact was so overwhelming that Bai Jing was blasted into the ground. His body shook violently as his frightened disciples rushed to help him. Lying on the ground, Bai Jing breathed heavily and said he was still alive, but regretted missing his chance to claim the treasure. High above the battlefield, a majestic spear appeared with an overwhelming aura, while the six-legged demon emperor had already been reduced to mangled remains. From a distance, Mo Hansu's eyes lit up as he recognized it as one of the rare divine artifacts. Bai Luochen looked interested, while Patriarch Vila was already eager to jump in, making the tension even stronger. Mo Hanshu quickly stopped them, warning that this was only the beginning and even greater dangers were hidden inside the waterfall. Right after his warning, countless magical treasures and rare relics surged out of the waterfall, filling the sky like a newly opened treasure vault. Every cultivator below stood frozen in shock as each treasure released an extraordinary aura. Greed took over, and the crowd rushed forward to seize the treasures as a chaotic battle erupted everywhere. Mo Ran and Mo Shi also wanted to charge in, but Su Liyue stopped them just in time and ordered them to stay out of the chaos. Mo Shi asked why they were not taking the chance to grab treasures while everyone else was fighting. As the battle escalated, the cultivators completely lost control and slaughtered one another over the treasures. Mo Ran and Mo Shi stood there in confusion, unable to understand why everyone was killing each other instead of simply picking up the treasures. Su Liu sighed and said that no treasure mattered once greed consumed the heart, because people were the greatest danger. On the battlefield, Bai Jing unleashed a devastating technique, sending overwhelming spiritual pressure at his opponent. The horsetail whisk in his hand transformed into countless binding threads and wrapped tightly around the fierce divine halberd. Bai Jing shouted that the divine halberd already belonged to him, and anyone who interfered would become the enemy of his entire sect. Before he could finish speaking, an invisible blade aura shattered every whisk thread in an instant. Blade Emperor stepped forward with a cold smile, mocked the hypocritical old Taoist, and offered to settle the matter himself. Bai Jing's expression changed as he demanded to know if Blade Emperor truly wanted to become his enemy. Blade Emperor showed no fear and charged straight in, mocking the threats as useless, while Bai Jing answered that he would personally test the blade technique. Blade Emperor attacked at once as his tyrannical blade intent exploded toward his opponent. Bai Jing hurriedly raised his defenses and used everything he had to block the income's strike. He thought he had regained control, only to realize the battle was far from over. Suddenly, countless hidden weapons shot out from the void and targeted Bai Jing in the middle of the fight. Caught off guard, Bai Jing crashed to the ground and cursed his attacker as a coward, but Blade Emperor laughed and said the battlefield had no rules. A man wearing glasses appeared beside Bai Luoken and calmly analyzed the battle like a commentator, prompting Bai Luoken to ask who he was. The man introduced himself as a researcher studying the upside-down waterfall, though Bai Luochen thought he looked more like a professional spectator. Patriarch Vila hurried over and reported that their disciples had already started fighting the other cultivators. Looking over, Su Lingyu was locked in a fierce battle against a fire guardian as spiritual power erupted non-stop. She unleashed a thunder spell and summoned massive lightning to strike her opponent. After finishing the attack, she lowered her hand and muttered that using such a powerful move felt a little wasteful. Mo Ran and Mo Shi ran over carrying piles of spoils and reported that their area was already secure. They had also collected every magical treasure from the defeated enemies as an unexpected bonus. Su Liu asked in surprise if they had really cleared everyone out, and Mo Shi confidently replied that they were only weak opponents. Mo Ran added that there had only been one early out-of-body cultivator, and even that person was no real threat. Su Lingyu began to sense something was wrong because they should have been overwhelmed instead of winning so easily. In reality, Bai Luochen's group had been secretly clearing the battlefield and removing every threat before the women noticed. Mo Hanshu reminded Bai Luochen that they were going a little too far, and while protecting the juniors was fine, they still needed to hide the evidence. Patriarch Vila immediately called them out, saying they were clearly using protection as an excuse to go overboard. Looking around, almost no enemies dared approach the three girls, making the area strangely quiet. At that moment, the upside-down waterfall began to surge violently, signaling the final change. Giant guardian beasts emerged from the water, releasing savage auras that shook the entire battlefield. The cultivators below panicked and fled in every direction, abandoning the fight for the treasures. Amid the roaring giant monsters, a tiny tabby cat suddenly appeared from the water, looking so small it seemed ready to be swallowed. Its bizarre appearance made every fierce beast freeze and stare at it in disbelief. The little cat looked harmless, but its icy eyes were filled with deadly killing intent. In the next instant, its mouth split wide open into a horrifying shape with twisted tongues and saw-like teeth that seemed to tear through space. An unlucky cultivator was dragged away and swallowed whole before he could even scream. After feeding, the monster instantly shrank back into an innocent-looking kitten. It let out a soft meow, but that single sound sent chills through every cultivator and beast on the battlefield. The crowd completely broke apart, giving up on the treasures and running for their lives in terror. Even so, a few reckless cultivators still charged forward, determined to fight the strange creature. Meanwhile, Mo Ran and Mo Shi kept collecting spoils, while Su Lingyu refused to retreat because her true objective had not appeared yet. Mo Ran tried to persuade her, warning that staying meant certain death, but Su Lingyu would not change her mind. Su Lingyu's resolve became unshakable as she vowed to stay until she obtained what she wanted. Just then, massive pillar of light erupted from the center of the waterfall and shook the entire battlefield. The strange cat also looked up and let out a low growl as if it had sensed something. Another beam of light pierced through the waterfall, revealing an ancient object that illuminated the sky. Mohansu's face changed instantly as he realized it was a treasure far beyond imagination, almost a legendary divine artifact. Without hesitation, Su Lingyu rushed straight toward the whirlpool despite the danger, leaving Mo Ran shouting after her. From afar, Bai Luochen immediately recognized that her target was the heavenly inquiry ancient tome she had searched for all this time. Mo Hanshu turned back to seize the treasure together, only to discover that Bai Luochen had already disappeared. Su Lingyu poured every bit of spiritual power into her charge, leaving herself no way back. She reached into the swirling current, convinced this was her only chance. Suddenly, an old monk descended from the sky and blocked her path with overwhelming pressure. The terrifying force slammed down and shook the surrounding space as it targeted Su Lingyu directly. Startled, she spun around and demanded to know who had attacked her. The old monk joined his palms and calmly claimed the treasure was fated to belong to him, introducing himself as a monk from Xuankong Temple. Su Lingyu instantly flew into a rage, drew her weapon, and refused to give in to his hypocritical words. Blade Emperor also arrived and openly mocked the monk for shamelessly claiming someone else's destiny. Bai Jing slowly walked over, brushed off the dust, and declared that only strength could decide who claimed the treasure. In an instant, Su Lingyu found herself surrounded by 3 absolute powerhouses with no escape. She had no choice but to lower her stance, introducing herself as a junior from Qinghong Academy and saying she would not compete. She bowed and politely asked them to let her leave safely. The 3 experts exchanged silent glances as they weighed their options. Yet their killing intent never faded, and none of them intended to let her leave alive. Bai Jing struck first, launching a deadly attack straight at her. Su Lingyu sensed the danger and narrowly dodged at the last moment. Monk Jitan immediately followed with a vicious strike aimed at her weakest point. Blade Emperor swung his blade, unleashing a domineering slash that ripped through space. The 3 deadly attacks merged together, creating a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire battlefield. On the ground, Mo Ran and Mo Shi panicked, believing Su Lingyu was doomed, and desperately searched for Instructor Bai. Just then, Mo Hanshu appeared behind them with a faint smile, assuring them that Su Lingyu was safe, leaving both of them completely confused. An argument broke out, as someone accused another of following others to steal treasures, while news that Lian Yu was still safe only made the chaos worse. Everyone looked up to see Lian Yu protected inside a spherical barrier. Mo Hanshu frowned after discovering his disciple had slipped away, and reminded everyone that a master could not abandon a disciple. Blade Emperor froze when he saw the strange phenomenon before him, unable to understand what kind of technique it was. He immediately focused on studying the protective barrier around the young woman. In the next instant, the barrier erupted with power and reflected every attack straight back at the attackers. One of the attackers cried out in panic, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control. They hurried to dodge, but the reflected force suddenly changed direction and slammed into Blade Emperor. Fortunately, Blade Emperor reacted fast enough to deflect the fatal damage with his blade. As soon as he regained his footing, he launched a deadly counterattack. In Bai Luochen's hand, his magical artifact kept shifting into different forms without ever staying the same. Someone stepped forward, shielding the girl, while openly condemning the 3 old experts for bullying a junior despite their status. He pulled Lian Yu behind him, ordered her to regroup with Mo Shi and Mo Ran, and said he would handle everything else himself. Blade Emperor acted dismissive, but deep down he grew suspicious, convinced that someone at such a low realm could not possibly be revealing their true strength. The moment he attacked, Bai Luochen casually raised a hand and erased the strike with ease. Bai Luochen mocked Blade Emperor's reputation, saying his real strength was nowhere near the legends. Blade Emperor secretly felt pleased, believing his psychological trap had worked. But Bai Luochen instantly saw through the trick and exposed his intentions, turning the situation around. A barrage of throwing knives carrying explosive talismans suddenly flew in and sealed off the entire area. A deafening explosion shook the surrounding space. Blade Emperor was horrified to discover that Bai Luochen had not only broken his technique, but copied it and turned it against him. Even in the middle of the chaos, Bai Luochen stood calmly without the slightest sign of panic. He answered with a sarcastic smile, showing complete contempt for his opponent's arrogance. Blade Emperor completely lost his temper and roared in fury. Another enemy immediately called for everyone to join forces and eliminate Bai Luochen together. The other two hesitated, and one even suggested retreating to avoid risking his life. Bai Luochen's eyes turned cold as killing intent surged, refusing to let anyone escape so easily. One of them quickly changed his attitude, pretending to surrender and offering up his treasures while secretly trembling with fear. Bai Luochen said nothing and immediately activated his talismans to end the battle. The Taoist and the monk were trapped inside the attack zone before they could react. A wave of deadly power swept across them, tearing their bodies apart in an instant and covering the battlefield with blood. Bai Jing desperately raised his horsetail whisk to defend himself, but was still forced backward, shouting as he demanded Bai Luochen's true identity. Bai Luochen only gave a cold smile and answered with mocking words, showing no respect at all. At that very moment, another enemy launched a surprise attack from behind, hoping to finish the fight. He roared confidently, believing victory was finally within reach. But just before the killing blow landed, the Mo clan ancestor appeared and effortlessly blocked the attack, saving Mo Ran from danger. A loud shout echoed across the battlefield as reinforcements from Instructor Bai arrived just in time, making the confrontation even more intense. Bai Luochen sneered at the Mo clan ancestor, mocking his weak strength and saying he was fit for nothing more than being a shield. While no one noticed, countless invisible explosive markers that Bai Luochen had secretly planted began to glow, sealing the entire battlefield. A catastrophic explosion erupted at once, swallowing the entire battlefield in a sea of destructive force. The blinding light and shockwave forced the Mo clan girls to shut their eyes, unable to look at the center of the explosion. Patriarch Zhu was blasted out of the sky and slammed heavily into the ground. As he struggled back to his feet, his entire body was covered in soot, yet he joked about the explosion's incredible power. The people around him immediately scolded him for being too reckless and told him to at least give a warning next time. The old man simply waved it off as if nothing serious had happened. Amid the chaos, a hidden attacker quietly appeared behind Lian Yu and aimed straight for her vital spot. Someone rushed over to help Patriarch Zhu up and reminded him to be more careful. The assassin's hand was already within reach of Lian Yu, making everyone cry out and warn her to move. Mo Hanshu did not hesitate and charged straight into the battle to rescue her. Even Bai Luochen was tied down by his opponents and could not return in time. Faced with the sudden danger, Lian Yu froze where she stood. The attacker was the blonde young man she had rejected before, his face twisted with hatred as he spat vicious insults. His poison-coated hand brushed past her hair, missing by only a fraction. But a protective barrier suddenly activated and instantly blasted him away. Everyone hurried to check on Lian Yu, and she assured them she was unharmed thanks to the protective talisman her master had left her while cursing the cowardly ambush. The blonde youth was badly injured by the backlash and even lost an arm as he screamed that Bai Luochen had set a trap from the start. Furious, Lian Yu demanded to know who he was and why he had attacked her. He answered only with a twisted, murderous smile, acting as though her life already belonged to him. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent erupted from afar as Bai Luochen rushed over through the air with blazing red eyes. Another enemy immediately used a forbidden technique, letting his body collapse and leaving only a white skeleton behind. Bai Luochen gave him no chance to escape and instantly grabbed the remnant soul that had separated from the body. The remnant soul laughed triumphantly, as if everything had gone exactly as planned. A strange black aura suddenly wrapped itself around Bai Luochen's arm like a living creature. It desperately tried to burrow into his flesh and invade his bloodline. Mo Hanshu shouted in alarm, warning him not to let it enter his body. He immediately used a sealing technique and told Bai Luochen to endure until the seal took effect. Even so, the parasitic goo managed to erode part of his body. The Mo clan ancestor broke into a cold sweat as he realized the vicious technique could completely control its victim. He concluded that the plot was meant to turn Bai Luochen into a puppet and immediately activated suppression talismans. The situation was temporarily contained, but the mastermind escaped during the confusion. Lian Yu ran over with tearful eyes, blaming herself for dragging her master into danger. Bai Luochen gently patted her head and reassured her that he had always been the true target. He left the situation in the hands of the Mo clan, told them to prepare for what was coming, and planned to seize control of the entire situation himself. Just as the tension reached its peak, a mysterious woman calmly stepped forward and declared that she would handle the rest. Everyone stood frozen, unable to understand when she had appeared, as if she had existed outside their awareness. She calmly placed something before the crowd, and the atmosphere instantly turned heavy with unease. In the middle of the chaos, someone stomped on the troublemaker's face, then casually dragged him away, as though he were nothing more than useless trash. A massive streak of light fell from the distant sky like a meteor, tearing through the air at terrifying speed, and Bai Luochen immediately sensed overwhelming danger. Someone frantically pulled the crowd back, while shouting that disaster was about to strike. Meanwhile, the old monk was trapped in the center of the danger zone, and forced to bear the full pressure alone. Just when death seemed certain, his survival instincts erupted, allowing him to narrowly dodge the fatal strike. Although he survived, he clutched his face and groaned miserably from the overwhelming impact. A blazing crimson fire spear slammed into the ground, releasing overwhelming killing intent that made the entire area feel frozen by death. Lian Yu frowned as a strange feeling washed over her. She suspected the spear was more than just a weapon, and that it concealed a deadly scheme. The two Mo clan sisters retreated in fear, searching for cover to avoid being caught in the battle. The pressure from the flaming spear kept growing, making it hard for everyone nearby to breathe. The old monk trembled uncontrollably, muttering desperate prayers as all of his earlier composure vanished. The violent power spread even farther, swallowing the surrounding space as if it would crush everything. Everyone stared in horror, unable to understand where such a terrifying force had come from. A tremendous force tore open space itself as a colossal figure slowly emerged and grabbed the flaming spear. A majestic divine general appeared in the sky, radiating an overwhelming presence that seemed capable of suppressing heaven and earth. Someone recognized it and cried out that this was a celestial phenomenon, divine general, a legendary existence tied to heavenly tribulation. Bai Luochen glanced at it and calmly remarked that only someone on the verge of ascension could create such a spectacle. Another figure rushed back onto the battlefield and landed in a state of high alert. The moment that person saw the phenomenon ahead, they grabbed the person beside them and warned that an enormous disaster was unfolding. From the heart of the chaos, a gigantic being slowly stepped forward, its overwhelming aura shaking the earth. What stunned everyone was its appearance, which resembled an ancient divine beast. Its body was as white as snow, with majestic horns that made it look both sacred and terrifying. The Mo clan ancestor stood frozen in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. It was Bai Ze, one of the greatest ancient divine beasts and a legendary guardian of the world. Bai Ze and the divine general wielding the flaming spear immediately clashed, their collision shattering the surrounding space. The aftershock tore through heaven and earth, causing both sky and land to collapse. Below, everyone fled in panic, screaming for help as total chaos erupted. A massive body of water collapsed, forming a raging waterfall that threatened to drown everything. Protective talismans suddenly appeared on both Lian Yu and Patriarch Vila, leaving them stunned, as they had no idea when they had been placed there. Bai Luochen roared as he activated his spirit talismans and unleashed their hidden power. He stood alone against the entire impact, raising a supreme barrier that forced the other two out of the deadly zone. His figure was swallowed by the raging flood and disappeared completely. Deep beneath the abyss, two glowing spheres slowly pushed through the crushing pressure. They carried Lian Yu and Patriarch Vila safely out of the waterfall, guided by an unseen protective force. The two drifted safely onto the shore, soaked from head to toe as they struggled out of the barrier. Lian Yu rushed to the edge of the cliff and desperately called for her master while staring into the raging waters. She collapsed to her knees in the mud, completely overwhelmed. Patriarch Vila stood beside her and let out a helpless sigh at the heartbreaking scene. Vila rubbed his aching waist and complained that he had nearly lost his life in the last attack. Suddenly, Lian Yu sprang to her feet, startling Vila, who hurriedly begged her not to do anything reckless. Lian Yu frowned in confusion, wondering why he thought she wanted to end her life when she was only planning her next move. She quickly regained her composure, declared that she would not give up, and planned to reunite with the Mo clan before launching a counterattack step by step, though Vila still doubted her resolve. Lianyu lowered her gaze and wondered if even those supreme experts could not change the outcome, then someone as weak as her would only be throwing away her life. Meanwhile, Bai Luochen was falling into a bottomless dark abyss with no end in sight. He forced himself to take out a talisman, holding it between two fingers to create a faint light in the darkness. The talisman glowed like a tiny lantern, as he muttered that this place felt like the bottom of the upside-down waterfall, where evil energy had reached an unbelievable level. Unwilling to keep exploring blindly, he decided that escaping was the smartest option. But the moment he gathered spiritual power, it instantly dispersed as though erased by an invisible force. Refusing to accept it, he activated one high-level talisman after another, testing both defensive and offensive techniques. Every single talisman failed without producing any effect. Confused, he tried contacting the system in hopes of finding an explanation. But the connection was badly distorted, and the system responded only with broken interference. Bai Luochen turned pale as he realized this place not only sealed spiritual power, but also severed his connection to the system, making it far more sinister than he had ever imagined. Just then, the darkness ahead began to crack, revealing a faint glow. Within the light stood a gigantic tree whose blue leaves cast a dim radiance across the gloomy space. He looked closer and felt an overwhelming life force and pressure flowing from the tree, making it hard to believe such a thing could exist here. A cold voice suddenly warned that an outsider like him had no place here, and Bai Luochen instantly turned in alarm. A demon woman appeared, her dark skin and black horns radiating an icy presence. She examined him from head to toe before calmly commenting on his identity and cultivation. Then she gave a faint smile, treating him as nothing more than a weak pawn that could serve her plans. Without warning, she grabbed him and dragged him toward the enormous trees despite his resistance. She threw him onto the ground with brutal force, leaving his entire body aching. Bai Luochen rubbed his head as he got up, secretly judging the tree's absurd toughness and wondering if even his strongest methods could damage it. The demon woman began chanting an ancient spell in a strange and eerie voice. The ground around the tree trembled as its roots started moving like living creatures. The massive trunk slowly split open, revealing a pitch-black passage deep inside. The demon woman coldly ordered him to enter and investigate. Bai Luochen hesitated as he stared into the dark entrance, convinced it was nothing but a deadly trap. Before he could react, she had already lost her patience. Without another word, she kicked him straight into the passage, sending him tumbling inside while he cursed in frustration. After landing, he muttered complaints while silently vowing to remember this grudge against the demon woman. She suddenly appeared right beside him, startling him with her unbelievable speed. Bai Luochen complained that being watched every second only made the situation even more tense. The demon woman studied his reaction and realized he showed none of the panic expected from ordinary people. The moment he casually mentioned Qinghong Academy, her expression changed immediately. She spun around with an icy stare and demanded to know how he knew that name. Bai Luochen was briefly startled and quickly covered it up, claiming he had only heard the name before, though her reaction made him realize something was wrong. She exploded in anger, grabbed him, and declared that the person he mentioned was no ordinary figure, but the legendary expert who once sealed the great heavenly demon before meeting a tragic end in the Great War. Even after the argument, the demon woman's eyes still burned with fury and killing intent. She said nothing more, only snorted coldly before turning around and continuing onward. Bai Luochen scratched his head in confusion, sensing that everything she knew was completely different from the stories he had heard about the demon realm. The two continued deeper until they reached a crystal-clear lake hidden within the desolate land. As they walked, Bai Luochen casually questioned her, hoping to learn exactly what place this was. The demon woman snapped off a branch, stirred the water, and calmly mentioned a name deeply tied to this land. The moment Bai Luochen heard the name Qingji, he immediately recalled the legends of a lone demon emperor who once dominated an entire era, but before he could finish speaking, she dismissed those records as exaggerated myths. She continued walking into the cold water as though those legends were not worth believing. Bai Luochen followed at a careful distance, trying to keep the conversation going and gather more information. Deep down, he judged that she clearly despised humans, so he chose every word with extreme care. The demon woman suddenly lowered her voice and hinted at the fate awaiting the companions who had traveled with him, making the atmosphere instantly tense. Bai Luochen became alert at once, breaking into a cold sweat as he sensed the hidden threat behind her words. She calmly admitted that the demon realm had completely changed from what it once was. After the great battle at the distant city, only a brief and fragile peace remained. Soon afterward, the major powers split apart as the demonic factions and ancient noble clans fell into endless civil war. Amid the chaos, a mysterious organization rose in secret and drove the entire demon realm into even deeper turmoil. Elsewhere, someone stood alone in the shadows, overwhelmed by despair, as everything collapsed around them, and the future seemed utterly destroyed. A chaotic energy descended from the sky, spreading across the demon realm and bringing corruption and mutation. Every infected creature instantly turned into a bloodthirsty monster, while the old powers grew too weak to stop the disaster from spreading. Facing extinction, the surviving demons united under the guidance of the last sages to resist the catastrophe. In the end, they managed to preserve only a small region in the western lands, the final refuge of the demon race. The demon woman revealed that the true purpose of this journey was to obtain the remaining legacy of Qingji. She straightened her robe with determined eyes, convinced that the inheritance could change the fate of the demon realm. She believed that gaining its power would allow her to stand among the leaders of a new era. Bai Luochen quietly absorbed the information while thinking about his companions outside and wondering how they were doing. The demon woman ordered him to remove the seal from the object before them, but he immediately grew suspicious and refused to become a test subject. She coldly brushed aside his concerns, acting as though the risk was entirely his responsibility. Bai Luochen sighed helplessly and accepted his unwilling role as the guinea pig. He stepped toward the sealed object, but paused before making a move and turned to watch her reaction. He insisted on knowing her identity before risking his life, while the demon woman grew annoyed that he kept talking in such a dangerous place. Bai Luochen pretended to surrender and joked that if he was going to die, he should at least know the name of the person sending him there. The demon woman reluctantly introduced herself as Yingtong and warned him not to act too familiar, though she secretly found his attitude strange. Luochen nodded with a smile and said the name sounded impressive, making Yingtong blush before hurriedly denying it. After a brief hesitation, Luochen finally let go of the coffin lid. At that instant, the water exploded as a massive column surged into the sky. Yingtong's pupils shrank as she saw something completely unexpected. It was not just water. The demon emperor's imperial seal was being swept out with the current. She reached out to grab it, but Luochen stopped her, sensing that something was terribly wrong. The seemingly harmless water suddenly split apart and transformed into countless white tentacles that tightly bound both of them. The tentacles squeezed harder before dragging them into a sealed chamber where struggling was completely useless. After swallowing its prey, the liquid mass slowly pulled the coffin lid shut again. A heavy boom echoed as the coffin sealed itself completely. Meanwhile, at Tianmeng Ridge within the Ice Silkworm clan, the gathering was becoming increasingly lively. Mimeng proudly announced that she had reached the Demon Emperor realm, could rival Demon Venerables, and had even helped a powerful subordinate breakthrough. The demons below immediately erupted with excitement, showering her with praise and asking for cultivation advice. At one corner of the banquet, three figures remained quiet and ignored the lively celebration. Zhanmeng frowned and muttered that Mimeng had become showy the moment she reached the Demon Venerable realm, stealing the spotlight from Elder Hai. Elder Hai remained calm and said this was simply a gathering of the clan, and since he was only an ordinary demon emperor now, there was nothing wrong with letting the younger generation shine. A female clan leader raised her cup in respect, saying that Elder Hai's experience was priceless even if he was no longer at his peak. Just as the mood softened, Zhanmeng interrupted again, urging Mimeng to return to the banquet table. Mimeng immediately ran over with the cheerful attitude of a junior reuniting with an old elder. She respectfully bowed, and Elder Hai smiled warmly as he looked at the junior who had grown so much. As she helped him sit down, Mimeng chatted about how the clan had been scattered everywhere, making reunions like this incredibly rare. A trace of sadness crossed her eyes as she admitted that the elders usually gathered in full only when their final days were approaching. Zhanmeng made another sarcastic remark, but Elder Hai immediately silenced him to preserve the warm atmosphere. He turned to comfort Mimeng, who smiled and playfully complained about always being teased. Elder Hai held her wrist and got straight to the point, saying that now she had reached the demon venerable realm, it was time to think about her future and an heir. He eagerly introduced the clan's finest young talents, hoping to arrange a match and let her choose one. Mimeng immediately became flustered, trying to protect her image while avoiding offending anyone, desperately searching for a way out. Clan leader Bijahe stepped in to smooth things over, saying that young people no longer liked arranged marriages, leaving Elder Hai disappointed but willing to drop the topic. Mimeng smiled politely and promised to think about it, though she had already decided it would never happen. On the high platform, 3 chubby figures continued swaying to the rhythm, keeping the celebration alive. Below, the crowd cheered, raised their cups, admired Mimeng, and celebrated the clan's victory over the Wolf Clan. Menjeng joined the celebration with excitement and announced that everyone should pay attention because she had something important to say. Before she could finish, a blood-curdling scream suddenly tore through the celebration. Everyone froze in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. The clan leader immediately rushed over, frantically demanding to know where the scream had come from. Before everyone's eyes, a ferocious beast was savagely tearing apart one of their clansmen. The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold as everyone stood frozen in horror. Mimeng's face turned pale as she cried out in disbelief that a saint-level demon beast had appeared. Panicked screams spread everywhere as everyone fled after realizing the enemy had arrived. The invading demons sneered and ordered their troops to capture the weak alive, kill anyone who resisted, and declared that a demon saint stood behind them. A fleeing cultivator was cut across the waist before he even had time to react. He fell to his knees and begged for mercy, clinging to his last hope of survival, but no one spared him. The enemy cruelly remarked that they would even keep the unborn child alive for later examination before deciding its fate. One of the invaders watched with interest, casually discussing life experiments while desperate screams echoed around them. A cold blade came down without hesitation, spraying blood across the ground. The battlefield quickly descended into complete bloodshed and chaos. Zhan Meng lost an arm but still roared wildly, determined to fight to the death. However, the enemy forces completely overwhelmed him, leaving no chance to turn the battle around. Just then, he heard a strange sound behind him, signaling another disaster. An enemy soldier stepped forward, dragging a woman and a child like captured trophies. Zhan Meng froze before screaming in agony as he recognized his own family. Consumed by rage, he charged forward without hesitation to save them. The enemy mercilessly threw the mother and child onto the ground like garbage. In the next instant, a single slash cleanly severed Zhan Meng's head. The invaders ordered their troops to clean up the battlefield and begin searching for the enemy demon venerable. The enemy soldiers laughed about the massacre, but admitted that even they could not compare to the overwhelming power of the demon saint. They concluded that even a demon venerable would not survive more than a few exchanges, while Mimeng desperately fled elsewhere. Mimeng carried the heavily wounded clan leader on her back, refusing to abandon her despite repeated pleas. Tears streamed down her face as memories of their time together filled her heart, and she swore never to leave her family behind. Behind them, the pursuers were closing in fast, leaving almost no time. At last, she gently set the clan leader down and prepared to face the enemy head-on. Mimeng unleashed all her strength to block the incoming attack. The enemy laughed coldly, saying she might survive if she abandoned her burden. Mimeng gritted her teeth as she realized her opponent was far stronger than she was. A single slash tore through the air and left a fatal wound across her body. Even so, she struggled to launch one last counterattack, but the enemy casually moved, knocking her weapon away with ease. Mimeng was forced back again and again until there was nowhere left to retreat. The enemy grabbed the clan leader by the hair, lifted her up, and coldly declared that Mimeng's power had already been completely sealed. Mimeng screamed in helpless despair. The clan leader calmly looked at her opponent and acknowledged Mimeng's achievement in reaching the demon venerable realm. She was then released, and the enemy invited Mimeng to join the Wolf Clan as an honored guest. Mimeng answered with burning hatred, declaring that no one could decide her fate. She mocked the offer, saying she would only consider it if they gave her an even higher position. The Wolf Saint slowly shook his head in disappointment. Suddenly, his expression changed as he sensed something was wrong. Clan leader Bing Xin had somehow wrapped her arms around him, and terrifying waves of energy erupted from her body. Mi-mung rushed forward in panic, screaming for them to stop. The clan leader gave her one last look filled with warmth. A world-shaking explosion erupted and swallowed the entire area. Mi-mung's eyes trembled as her mind completely fell apart. She let go of everything and drifted into the abyss without awareness. Lang Sheng brushed the dust off his clothes with a look of contempt. He coldly remarked that the self-destruction was far too weak to hurt him, and the Ice Silkworm clan was simply too ruined to put up a fight. Lang Sheng swept his icy gaze across the shattered space, leaving no sign of life unchecked. He slowly turned around and descended into the ruins for one final inspection. Before leaving, he ordered without emotion, "Kill anyone still breathing, leave no survivors." In the ghost realm, beside the Wangshuan River, a heavy sinister aura filled the air. Luo Chen looked around in curiosity, shocked by how cold and eerie the place felt, while Tong Ying confirmed they had entered the ghost realm and put away the imperial jade seal she had just obtained. Luo Chen panicked, thinking they had both died to end up here. Tong Ying pointed toward the hazy river ahead and said the truly dead were on the opposite shore. Luo Chen followed her gaze and found the distant shadows strangely familiar. A silent procession of souls drifted along, and every one of them looked like members of the Ice Silkworm clan. The moment they sensed living people, every ghost turned its head at once. Tong Ying quickly warned him not to look directly at them, or they would discover he was alive and drag him down forever. Luo Chen immediately asked if he would become one of them. She shook her head and said it was far worse. The river would devour both his body and soul until nothing remained. Luo Chen hugged his arm as danger filled his heart. Seeing so many ice silkworm souls, he feared Mi-mung had already suffered a disaster outside. He took out a communication talisman and tried to make contact, but there was no response. Tong Ying calmly explained that every connection to the outside world was completely cut off inside the ghost realm. Luo Chen asked how to escape, and Tong Ying casually replied that the only chance was to jump down. Before he could react, she grabbed his arm and pulled hard. The two of them plunged into the abyss along the Wangshuan River. As he fell, Luo Chen could only let out a terrified scream. Elsewhere, Su Lingyu knelt beside the cliff and refused to leave. Passers-by stopped to wonder why she had been kneeling for days, without food or water. They were told she was waiting for her master. Many found it hard to believe because Bai Luo Chen was once known as be weak, while others said that information was long outdated since he had already shown terrifying strength. The storyteller warned everyone not to underestimate him and added that the young woman treasured her master above all else and would lose her temper if anyone insulted him. He even said they could test it themselves, but no one wanted to provoke her. Someone stepped forward and advised her to stay calm and wait for reinforcements from the academy. At that moment, she noticed someone returning and hurriedly stood up to ask for news. Mo Hanshu returned, but reported that the core area was consumed by chaotic laws, leaving no trace of Bai Luo Chen. The atmosphere turned heavy as every hope faded. Su Lingyu refused to wait any longer and left immediately. Mo Hanshu rushed to stop her, but he failed to hold her back. Ling Gaiyu's figure vanished into space as if swallowed by the void. Mo Hanshu admitted in shock that her speed was overwhelming and impossible to catch. Lingyu entered a strange realm completely separated from reality. Her heart demon appeared with a cold smile and called this the perfect chance to fully accept its power and walk its path. She faced it directly and said that power had always been forced upon her to push her toward an extreme breakthrough. The heart demon asked why she came anyway if she already knew the truth. Lingyu offered a deal. She would cooperate if it helped her find her master. The heart demon narrowed its eyes, realizing Bai Luo Chen had become an unexpected variable. In Guishu, the two drifted across a silent expanse aboard a small boat. As soon as they reached the shore, they stepped off to inspect their surroundings. Luo Chen asked where they were, and Tong Ying explained that this was the final destination of everything after its destruction. The only way out was to continue along the ghost realm's path. A sudden slap came crashing down, and the surrounding air froze for an instant. Luo Chen glanced at her, signaling that it was now her turn to lead the way. She immediately grabbed him by the collar and cursed at him, while Luo Chen replied with a cold face that neither of them could use their power here. If they wanted to survive, they had to work together, or they would both die. Tong Ying stormed ahead to lead the way, calling him a coward, while Luo Chen casually rubbed his hand as if confirming something, then muttered a strange remark. They suddenly stopped as an unexpected anomaly appeared ahead. A wasteland filled with countless broken swords stretched before them, overflowing with deadly killing intent. Countless faint voices echoed from within, calling for the young master to return. Luo Chen covered his ears, while Tong Ying panicked, unable to understand where they were. Tong Ying quickly calmed herself. A divine eye opened on her forehead as she began scanning the entire area. The eerie voices kept pouring into Luo Chen's ears, sending chills down his spine, and he hurriedly asked if she had figured anything out. After observing carefully, Tong Ying identified the place as the sword tomb of the Shanjuan clan. She told Luo Chen to run to the right, yet she kept mumbling as if something was forcing her to turn back. Before she could finish, the overwhelming pressure forced her to collapse. Left with no choice, Luo Chen threw her over his shoulder and ran, complaining that he had become nothing more than a walking transport. A stone on Tong Ying suddenly lit up, releasing strange waves as if the land itself was calling to it. Luo Chen quickly grabbed it before it could continue resonating. After taking a closer look, he realized the soul stone was resonating with the aura of the Jianjuan sword tomb, as though something there had locked onto it. The next moment, every weapon embedded in the ground shot into the sky. The cries of young master, return grew louder and louder, like a massive formation forcing every living soul to turn back. Luo Chen quickly concluded that the soul stone was their real target, so returning it might end the crisis. He immediately stopped running and prepared the simplest solution. Then he shouted that the young master was already here and ordered everything to stop, causing the flying weapons to freeze for a moment. Luo Chen sighed in relief after realizing everything had indeed been drawn by the soul stone. But the moment he relaxed, the voices calling for the young master to return erupted once again. He tensed up, feeling trapped in an endless loop with no escape. At that moment, the heart demon appeared and ordered the moon wheel to break through the approaching sword formation. The moon wheel sliced through the air, knocking away wave after wave of incoming swords. The heart demon mocked him, saying his disciple had searched everywhere until she was nearly driven mad, yet he was still trapped here. Luo Chen asked how she had managed to pinpoint his location so accurately. Seeing Tong Ying slung over his shoulder, the heart demon immediately understood and concluded that she was the reason he had been tracked. Luo Chen instantly threw Tong Ying onto the ground, denying any connection to avoid trouble. As Tong Ying woke up, she mumbled that without a certain immortal stepping in, she would never have survived. Luo Chen froze and directly asked if everything had been planned from the very beginning. Tong Ying did not deny it. She confirmed everything was part of the plan, and the atmosphere turned heavy as even the heart demon realized a powerful force had been manipulating events. The heart demon coldly declared that the plan was proceeding perfectly and prepared to leave with Luo Chen, while he still had no idea what was happening. Luo Chen immediately asked whether all of this was connected to Lingyu. Outside, Lingyu remained unconscious under the care of the Mo clan. Her body had been heavily corrupted by sinister energy, leaving her in critical condition. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky as tribulation clouds rapidly gathered. A gigantic heavenly lightning pillar tore through the sky and crashed toward the ground. Mo Hanshu was horrified, sensing an overwhelming catastrophe descending upon them. He immediately charged forward, unleashing his strongest technique to stop the terrifying lightning tribulation. Lingyu broke through one realm after another, rising from late nascent soul to its peak, then shattering the barrier into early out-of-body, and continuing straight into the mid-out-of-body realm. Her explosive growth left everyone in shock, and someone shouted that this tribulation was completely out of control. The tribulation clouds above became even more violent, with black clouds swallowing the entire sky. Mo Hansu's body went rigid as cold sweat poured down. He knew this lightning tribulation was far beyond anything he could withstand. At the critical moment, reinforcements from the academy finally arrived. Someone was stunned to discover the anomaly. Heavenly tribulations from multiple realms, from nascent soul to divine transformation and even body integration, were appearing at the same time in unprecedented chaos. After locating Lingyu, the academy members immediately split up, rescuing people while dealing with the chaos below. The academy quickly assigned its forces. Some rushed to support Mo Hanshu, while others headed straight for Lingyu's location to rescue her. Several other elders also rushed in, unwilling to stand by during this crisis. The lightning tribulation turned dark crimson, and massive bolts crashed down like pillars supporting the heavens. Mo Hanshu could no longer endure the pressure. He was blasted back, coughing blood as his body staggered. Clutching his chest in pain, he realized the backlash from this heavenly lightning was far beyond anything he had expected. Another bolt descended, pushing him to the brink of despair as all hope of survival seemed lost. At that critical moment, a massive formation suddenly unfolded and blocked the incoming lightning. The academy instructors arrived just in time to support Mo Hanshu, warning that this lightning tribulation was extremely abnormal. Before they could finish speaking, the tribulation clouds unleashed another relentless barrage from every direction. A gourd-shaped treasure flew into the air, radiating protective light and blocking the incoming storm of lightning. Elsewhere, another group finally reached Lingyu's location and was horrified by her condition. They explained that Lingyu had suddenly entered the Forbidden Land, then broke through multiple realms in succession, triggering this terrifying heavenly tribulation. Qingyue was stunned, unable to believe Lingyu had advanced so many realms in such a short time. They noticed a sinister crimson aura rising around Lingyu's body, filling everyone with unease. Qingyue immediately retreated and raised a protective barrier, while Lingyu continued screaming in agony high in the air. Strange crimson-black energy wrapped around her, suspending her in mid-air as she lost control more and more. Everyone realized in horror that this might be the very catastrophe Xining had warned them about. When someone asked where Xining was, they suddenly realized she had disappeared without a trace. At that very moment, a spatial gate opened, and a figure stepped out. The newcomer was none other than Xining, calm in appearance yet radiating overwhelming pressure. She looked toward Bai Luochen, smiled, and called him her husband, leaving Tong Ying completely stunned. Bai Luochen immediately denied everything and showed obvious annoyance at being addressed that way. The heart demon teased him, while Xining silently stared back, as though weighing something in her mind. After a moment, she gave a cold smile and said she would personally handle everything related to her husband. Without another word, Xining grabbed Bai Luochen by the wrist and pulled him away. Before disappearing, Bai Luochen turned back and warned the heart demon not to interfere with Lingyu's affairs. He declared that no matter what happened, he would protect her himself and allow no one to touch her. Xining smiled and said she had prepared a surprise for him involving the 3 courses. Hearing that, Bai Luochen froze and immediately demanded to know what she meant. The raging storm of thunder outside finally weakened, though its aftershocks still lingered throughout the space. Mo Hanshu cupped his fists and thanked the 2 academy instructors for arriving in time. He deeply admired their strength, while they humbly replied that they could only hold the line because Venerable Lu was guarding the area. As for old Lu, he was gasping for breath while cursing, complaining that this ascension mystic lightning was never something he could face alone, and today he had been dragged into it against his will. After gathering even more power, the heavenly lightning erupted once again, crashing downward as if to erase everything, forcing all 4 experts to charge up together to resist it. Formation arrays, spiritual light, and mystical seals collided one after another, unleashing explosions that seemed ready to tear the sky apart. Their defenses did not last long and were completely crushed by the devastating lightning punishment. Everyone present was struck by the remaining force, their injuries piling up as blood poured from their mouths. The Mo sisters looked up in panic and shouted that the attack was about to fall. At this rate, not even their ancestor could save them. Ye Qingju immediately activated her cultivation as powerful wind energy erupted around her, preparing another barrier. A layer of wind shields quickly formed around the Mo sisters, showing that Instructor Yue had arrived just in time to save them. Gu Lengxi used her power to push the 2 sisters out of danger, sternly telling them they were not academy members and should not risk their lives in this battle. Man gritted her teeth and poured out all her spiritual power to erect multiple defensive formations while suppressing the sinister aura spreading from Li Yue. While holding the line, she urged Instructor Yue to retreat, but Yue Qingzu firmly refused, saying that if she failed to save Instructor Bai's disciple, she would never have the courage to face him again. In the blink of an eye, every defensive barrier on both sides was completely shattered by the destructive lightning punishment. With no other choice, they could only close their eyes and brace themselves as the gigantic lightning bolt crashed down. At the final moment, Bai Luochen's cold voice echoed through the air. Xining, hand me the Pangu axe. His figure tore through the air at incredible speed, flashing past before Yue Qingju could even react. Gripping the battle axe tightly, he ordered the spiritual seal to be released, reminding everyone that full power could only last for 3 seconds. He simply replied, "That's enough," then swung the axe, splitting the massive lightning cloud in half with a single strike. The moment the Mo sisters saw him, they rushed over in relief and told him that Li Yue was in critical condition. Bai Luochen rested the axe on his shoulder and coldly declared that the person before them was no longer Li Yue. Li Yue trembled as she desperately called for her master, while he confirmed she had already transformed into an uncontrollable 3 courses manifestation. The instant he finished speaking, blood burst into the air, making the atmosphere unbearably heavy. The Mo sisters covered their faces in horror, unable to believe what they had just witnessed as they repeatedly called out to Instructor Bai. Standing in a pool of blood, Bai Luochen reached into her body and grabbed hold of something. It turned out he had pulled out a bizarre object hidden deep inside Li Yu's body. He then quickly used talismans to stabilize her wounds and stop her condition from getting any worse. Holding the purple object firmly in his hand, he coldly announced that all cooperation was over and warned it to stay away from his disciple. The purple mass rapidly shrank into a tiny entity. It sneered and claimed the girl had made her own choice, then questioned whether a master truly understood his disciple. Bai Luochen said nothing more and crushed it in his hand without hesitation. As the entity shattered, Man hurried over to help Li Yue up. She coughed up blood and tearfully admitted she had fallen into the heart demon's trap because of her own ambition. Lowering her head in guilt, she said she had dragged her master into danger and was willing to accept any punishment. Bai Luochen remained silent for a long moment before his expression finally softened. He stepped forward and gently placed a hand on her head, admitting that he had never truly understood her and had left her carrying too much pressure alone. His apology made the girl burst into tears as she clung tightly to his robe. He took out several bottles of pills and handed them to Lingyu, warning her never to circulate her spiritual power carelessly for the time being. He said it once and had no intention of repeating it. Man asked if he was not returning with everyone else, and he nodded, admitting he still had one personal matter to settle. In the distance, Ya Qingju had been left out of the conversation, and she clenched her fists in frustration as killing intent visibly rose around her. She repeatedly demanded to know what he was hiding, saying his vague attitude made it impossible for anyone to feel at ease. Her anger finally exploded as she pointed straight at him, scolding him for always carrying everything alone like some lone hero, while making everyone worry again and again. She continued blaming him, saying Li Yue had nearly died because she went looking for him, then demanded to know whether he even considered them fellow disciples. Bai Luochen could only stay silent and avoid her gaze. A sudden sense of unease washed over him, and cold sweat formed on his back. Yue Qingju pressed even harder, saying that ever since his cultivation had fallen, his movements had become increasingly mysterious. Even the ancestors could not track him, proving he was hiding something enormous. She demanded a full explanation before he left, and refused to let him walk away like this. Bai Luochen glanced around for someone to rescue him, but everyone deliberately looked away, clearly unwilling to get involved. Meanwhile, Lingyu was still being treated by Man with formation techniques, barely managing to stabilize her condition. Another group watched from the sidelines. The ancestor who had been dragged into acting as a shield complained that these youngsters really knew how to overwork old people. Old Lu stepped between them, cutting off the argument while grumbling and trying to ease the tension. He scolded everyone for being too weak while forcing Bai Luochen to shoulder everything, saying they were only pushing him into unnecessary danger. Hearing that, Bai Luochen told Old Lu not to exaggerate because the situation was not that serious yet. Yue Qingju immediately slapped his hand away and continued shouting, demanding to know how much longer he intended to stay silent. She reminded him that he was no longer alone and now had countless people standing behind him, so he needed to stop disappearing without warning and making everyone panic. Bai Luochen sighed, rubbed her head, and said this time it was nothing too serious. He had simply received a distress signal from Xiaomeng and needed to check on her. The moment everyone heard that name, they froze, realizing the situation was far more serious than they had thought. Without another word, Bai Luochen and Old Lu shot off at incredible speed toward the source of the signal. Along the way, he casually joked that he would consider this a favor, and once everything was over, a simple reward like a carrot should be enough. Yue Qingju frowned and reminded him that if Xiao Meng had sent a distress signal, the situation had to be far more serious than it looked. He quickly analyzed the situation, saying that in the ghost realm, he had sensed countless souls from the Ice Silkworm clan, so this enemy was at least at the Demon Saint level. Hearing the words Demon Saint, Old Lu immediately objected, saying that almost no one in the world could surpass those ancient monsters, so there was no need to panic. Bai Luochen gave a cold smile and replied that Demon Saint or not, anyone who dared touch his people would pay the price. The scene soon shifted to a gloomy valley filled with oppressive air, black mist, and blood-stained ground stretching into the distance. He gripped the tracking token tightly and confirmed the signal was still active, guessing Xiao Meng was hiding nearby, while Old Lu nearly threw up from the overwhelming aura of death. This place was the Valley of Bone Aura, formed from the remains of an ancient divine beast, where resentment and lingering power had never faded. Old Lu covered his nose with a grimace, wondering why Xiao Meng had ended up in such a horrifying place. At that moment, Bai Luochen narrowed his eyes as he sensed killing intent, silently locking onto Old Lu from the darkness. Everything happened in an instant. He shoved Old Lu out of danger and took the surprise attack from a shadow wolf with his own body. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Had that monster just emerged from his own shadow? Before he could recover, another shadow wolf leaped down from the cliff above, aiming a sneak attack at Luochen. Old Lu reacted instantly, leaping into the air and smashing down with a powerful strike while taunting the enemy. The wolf moved like living smoke, flickering in and out before disappearing from sight. After watching more carefully, Old Lu realized these creatures were far from weak. They rivaled demon emperors, yet none of them had taken human form. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. These beasts were clearly not ordinary hunters. They had another purpose. The two quickly reached the same conclusion. If they had not transformed, someone had to be controlling them. They were searching for something, and Old Lu guessed their true target was Xiao Meng. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Luochen tossed Old Lu an item carrying Xiao Meng's aura, and the two split up to search as quickly as possible. Bai Luochen immediately shot forward, flashing across the towering cliffs like a bolt of lightning. He activated his heavenly eye together with a spiritual talisman to scan the entire area, but found nothing hidden in the shadows, proving the target was not concealed in any dark corner. After only a few breaths, his eyes lit up as he finally caught a signal. He pinpointed a hidden cave deep within the mountains. Without hesitation, Luochen rushed inside and shouted that he had come to rescue her. Inside, Xiao Meng was curled up, completely sealed within a gigantic block of ice. His voice echoed through the cave, and she slowly began to respond. Old Lu urged her to wake up, while Luochen anxiously asked if she was injured. Xiao Meng slowly opened her eyes, weakly called out to him, and tried to say something, but the words never came out. She suddenly froze, realizing what she had just blurted out, and her face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly explained that she had meant no disrespect. The more she tried to explain, the worse it became. Old Lu interrupted, making her even more flustered, and she quickly insisted she was not talking about Bai Luochen. She then pointed behind them and revealed that the real threat was the two wolves sent by a demon saint. The two shadow wolves growled fiercely, their fangs gleaming as killing intent locked onto the group. Old Lu snorted and remarked that only the servants of a demon saint could be this ferocious. Luochen calmly took out a talisman and ordered that they be captured alive without killing them. They attacked at once. Luochen activated a high-level lightning talisman, while Old Lu unleashed a wood-element immortal technique. The two forces collided in a violent explosion, and thick dust engulfed the battlefield. As the dust slowly settled, Bai Luochen frowned because the targets had seemingly vanished. A cold realization flashed through his mind. It looked like they still had an escape method. Taking advantage of the brief calm, he applied medicine to Xiao Meng's wounds and asked about her condition. She replied that her injuries were not serious, but she was worried about the others in her clan. Before she could finish, he picked her up and carried her away, urging everyone to retreat immediately. The scene shifted to the territory of the Ice Silkworm clan, now reduced to complete ruin. Corpses and blood covered the land, creating a scene too horrifying to look at. Old Lu frowned, sighing that whoever had done this was unbelievably cruel. Bai Luochen searched for traces but was puzzled because the two shadow wolves had completely disappeared. Old Lu also wondered if this had been an internal conflict among the demon clans because the destruction was so horrific. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the rubble, signaling that someone had survived. Xiao Meng rushed over and started digging through the rubble, hoping to find surviving clan members. But the one they pulled out was a dying black wolf. Enraged, she drew her sword, convinced it was one of the killers who had slaughtered her clan. Without hesitation, she brought the blade down, but the sword stopped in midair before it could strike. Old Lu blocked her just in time, saying they could not kill it yet. Xiao Meng angrily shot back that it was the enemy responsible for her clan's destruction. Luo Chen immediately took the sword from her hand, while Old Lu restrained her to keep her from losing control. He explained that they still needed information, and the wolf was too valuable to kill. Pointing his sword at the wolf, he demanded to know the purpose behind the massacre, but the creature only trembled in fear, unable to answer. Old Lu quickly explained that it was only a newly awakened spirit beast and had not fully transformed, so it could not speak the human language. The terrified wolf curled into a corner, shaking so badly that it did not dare move. Luo Chen turned to Xiao Meng and asked whether the two of them, as members of the demon race, could understand its language. She immediately argued that humans could not understand every language either. With no other option, Luo Chen took out a brilliantly glowing pill. He forced it into the wolf's mouth, saying it was not poison, so it should just swallow it. The moment the pill went down, the wolf's eyes widened in shock. Its body began shining intensely as its spiritual power erupted. A pillar of light shot into the sky, forcibly pushing it through a breakthrough. The wolf was both terrified and stunned, unable to understand what it had just been fed. Xiao Meng asked why he would waste such a heaven-defying pill, instead of saving it for his disciples. He explained that it was only a forced breakthrough with an unstable foundation, useful only in emergencies. After the surge of spiritual power, the wolf's appearance began to change. Before everyone's eyes, it transformed into a young woman. She dropped to her knees, trembling as she begged for mercy, and promised to do anything to stay alive. Xiao Meng grabbed at her in fury and demanded to know what the Ice Silkworm clan had done to deserve such slaughter. The girl frantically insisted she had not killed anyone herself and had only followed orders. Luo Chen separated them and coldly ordered her to reveal everything if she wanted to live. Under the pressure, the trembling girl confessed that her clan had received secret orders to capture every young member of the Ice Silkworm clan. Anyone too weak or unqualified was executed immediately, though even they did not know the reason. Old Lu stepped forward with killing intent, making her even more terrified. She quickly added that she had once overheard her clan leader discussing the matter with a saint. The moment they heard the words demon saint, the atmosphere became heavy. Luo Chen frowned and told her to get to the point without wasting time. She immediately explained that she had accidentally overheard the secret meeting while on her way to report to the clan leader. At the time, the clan leader had hesitated, worried that going to war with other clans would lead to unimaginable consequences. But the demon saint had only sneered, saying this was their only chance to open the path to the immortal palace, the goal they had waited for all this time. Hearing the words immortal palace, Luo Chen frowned even deeper, sensing that anything connected to immortals was never simple. Xiao Meng angrily explained that the enemy was targeting the Ice Silkworm clan's bloodline and talent, while she herself had merely been caught in the middle of their extermination plan. Luo Chen wasted no time and began forming a contract, using his own blood essence to suppress the girl's soul. As soon as the contract was completed, her soul was completely bound by its power, leaving her unable to resist. She knelt on the ground, fully restrained and forced to obey every command. Luo Chen casually remarked that it was only a basic demon control technique and nothing worth showing off. Old Lu and Xiao Meng watched with chills down their spines, silently grateful that he had never used such a method on them. After completing the contract, Luo Chen tossed her a control collar and ordered her to lead them to the Qilang clan's stronghold. If she cooperated, he would consider sparing her life. The young woman froze in place, too frightened to resist. Luo Chen warned her coldly that no matter what tricks the Qilang clan tried, he would wipe them out. The scene shifted to the Qilang clan's territory, where darkness covered the entire stronghold. The wolves forced members of the Ice Silkworm clan into brutal labor. Anyone who failed was thrown alive into a blood pool, as heartbreaking cries echoed everywhere. One exhausted silkworm warrior collapsed and weakly begged for a chance to rest before losing consciousness on the cold ground. A black wolf immediately signaled the gray-blue wolf beside it with an emotionless glance, as though this routine had become second nature. Without hesitation, the gray-blue wolf raised its weapon and drove it straight down, killing the weakened ice silkworm on the spot. It then dragged the blood-soaked corpse away like a piece of trash, grumbling about having to clean up another useless mess. The blood pool was now surrounded by countless wolves, and the atmosphere boiled as if a brutal sacrificial ritual was about to begin. A bird-like warrior rushed in, cursing loudly. Claiming to be from the Eagle clan, he condemned the slaughter and swore they would pay for it. Before he could say another word, a single kick sent him flying straight into the blood pool. The instant he touched the blood, his body was rapidly corroded and dissolved without leaving a trace. Another ice silkworm was dragged forward, and a cold laugh echoed as they declared it was finally its turn. A blade flashed through the darkness so fast that almost no one could see it. The nearby wolf's head dropped to the ground at once. Xiaomeng appeared just in time, catching the wounded ice silkworm and pulling them out of the encirclement. The wolf's headless corpse fell straight into the blood pool and vanished beneath the crimson waters. Xiaomeng hurried to treat the survivors' wounds, desperately trying to keep them alive. The ice silkworm weakly regained consciousness and told her not to waste her strength, urging her to save herself first. Before the words were finished, a massive kick crashed down from above, followed by mocking laughter at their foolish attempt to rescue anyone here. Demon Saint Aoyi appeared, wrapped in surging blood aura, sneering that the Ice Silkworm clan leader's sacrifices had all been meaningless. Xiaomeng trembled with rage and swore to wipe out every last one of them. But the Demon Saint was too fast. In an instant, he grabbed her by the throat, leaving her unable to resist. He laughed in contempt, saying empty threats meant nothing before forcing her toward the blood pool. At the very edge of life and death, Bai Luochen's voice echoed as a 4-star saint talisman activated. A devastating explosion erupted, forming a massive mushroom cloud that tore through the sky. The demon saint immediately turned around in shock to see what had happened. Xiaomeng gave a cold smile and said that once they declared this place would be destroyed, there would be no exceptions, especially with even stronger reinforcements on the way. Sensing the danger, the demon saint released her at once and retreated to regroup his forces. Old Lu also arrived at that moment, complaining that he was late, while Xiaomeng urgently told him to rescue the survivors first. She carried the injured ice silkworm on her back and urged everyone to leave the danger zone immediately. Xi Ning sent a voice transmission explaining that the Immortal Palace might be a gateway directly connected to the Heavenly Tao. If it was not sealed in time, disaster would follow, though now was not yet the moment to deal with it. Meanwhile, the demon saint regained his composure and coldly demanded to know who dared interfere in the internal affairs of the demon race. Bai Luochen casually snapped his fingers and replied that he did not care about their internal affairs. He had only come to deal with anyone who touched his people. Countless saint talismans activated at once, raining light across the battlefield and sending the wolves below into terrified screams. The demon saint realized the danger, but there was no path left to retreat. He roared as his body mutated into a monstrous beast covered in countless fangs, claws, and glowing crimson eyes. A second grotesque head grew from his body, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Demonic energy exploded outward, filling the area with pressure so intense that the very air seemed to suffocate. He roared that he would devour every attack and crush the fool standing before him. Bai Luochen calmly pulled out a thick stack of talismans as if he had prepared them long ago, straightened the edges, and gripped them tightly. Xi Ning quickly warned that pushing his power beyond its limit would come with a terrible cost, but he treated it as nothing more than the opening act. Xi Ning added one more warning. That burst of power could last for no more than 10 short seconds. Bai Luochen merely smiled and said 10 seconds were more than enough to overwhelm his opponent. The next instant, countless talismans poured down like rain, detonating one after another and shaking the entire battlefield. Yet the demon saint stood at the center of the explosions completely unharmed. He threw back his head and laughed wildly, telling Bai Luochen to keep going because he could already feel himself approaching an even higher realm. Hearing those taunts, Bai Luochen's expression darkened, his fist clenched as his anger abruptly halted the barrage. Seeing the attack stop, the demon saint grew even more arrogant, mocking that the gap in strength was obvious and Bai Luochen should surrender. Bai Luochen said nothing. He quietly took out a dark crimson blood talisman and murmured to himself, planning to use the remaining energy within the blood pool as its catalyst. The moment the demon saint saw the blood talisman overflowing with killing intent, he froze as cold sweat covered his body. He suddenly realized this was never just revenge. Bai Luochen's true target was likely the immortal palace itself. With a single activation of the blood talisman, the demon saint's arrogance instantly collapsed, and his entire body was dragged straight into the depths of the blood pool. Before anyone reacted, he unleashed another talisman. The ground split apart, and countless razor-sharp stone pillars burst up like beast fangs, piercing straight through the demon saint as blood sprayed everywhere. It all ended with chilling precision. A demon saint-level powerhouse was eliminated without any struggle. As the demon saint's blood merged into the blood pool, the entire area suddenly erupted with brilliant multicolored light, as if a hidden mechanism had been activated. Xiaolu watched from afar in stunned silence before blurting out, "What in the world is that?" Soon after, a massive seven-colored immortal palace slowly appeared in the sky, shimmering like an illusion in the dark. The grand gates of the immortal palace slowly opened, releasing a twisted, gloomy, and eerie aura. Bai Luochen did not hesitate. He unleashed a devastating strike at the illusion, with enough power to shatter space itself. But the attack had no effect at all, leaving him frozen in confusion over what was happening. Shi Ning calmly explained that what he struck was only the projection of the immortal palace descending into the mortal world. The only way to destroy it was to enter the palace itself, but anyone who went inside would almost never return. Elsewhere, Mangmang and Duo were supporting the exhausted Liyue. Duo asked with concern, but Mangmang only sighed and said it was a long story that could not be explained right now. Suddenly, Liyue clutched her chest as her face turned pale with pain. Duo panicked with questions, but she only shook her head and said she had a terrible feeling. The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly jumped up and rushed away as if she had lost control, leaving the other two staring in shock. Back at Luochen's side, he and Xiaolu stood before the gates of the immortal palace. After giving Fu final instructions, he said he had left enough resources for Liyue's group and everyone else to break through their cultivation. Even so, Xiaolu still asked why he had to carry everything alone. Without another word, Luochen rested his battle axe on his shoulder and walked straight through the widening gates, leaving behind only a short farewell before disappearing without looking back.